Imagine for a moment you're sitting in the executive suite of a huge multinational corporation,
Okay.
and you are facing a truly monumental decision. The question on the table is whether to commit, say, $10 billion with a B
Right.
to build this specialized, state-of-the-art manufacturing factory in a completely new geopolitical region.
So you're basically doubling your global capacity for a critical product line?
Exactly. And this isn't a decision about, next quarter's profit forecast.
No, not at all.
This determines whether your company even exists as a dominant global leader 5, 10, maybe even 20 years from now.
The stakes are just immense.
And the risk of failure it's existential.
And you've just hit the nail on the head. Decisions of that magnitude, the ones that commit these massive amounts of irreversible capital and that fundamentally shape the competitive viability of a massive corporation, well, they just can't be left to intuition.
Or what you did last time.
Exactly. Or historical precedent, or some simple return on investment calculation based on, overly optimistic projections. They demand a rigorous, systematic, and I think most importantly, an evidence-based strategic framework.
That systematic framework, that profound fusion of microeconomic theory and advanced business analytics, that is precisely what we are diving into today.
It's the operating system.
It's the operating system for modern corporate strategy. Yeah.
Today's deep dive is really custom-tailored for you, the learner, to quickly grasp this structural foundation.
Okay.
We've synthesized sources that focus specifically on the conceptual marriage of these two fields.
So how should we think about that marriage?
Well, think of it this way. Microeconomics provides the underlying theory of how markets are supposed to operate.
Right, the model.
The model. It tells you how rational actors, firms, customers should behave, and what the optimal outcome should be in a perfect world.
And analytics, where does that come in?
Analytics provides the data-driven proof.
Got it.
It's the empirical engine that takes those complex microeconomic theories, concepts like elasticity or marginal cost, and it quantifies them.
So it makes them real.
It makes them real. Precisely. It estimates their real-world impact using historical data, running complex simulations, and really transforming those theoretical models into practical, actionable forecasts.
So you're moving past, we think this is how the market works,
to, we know the market will react this way with 95% certainty.
Okay, let's unpack this then. Before we get into all the mechanics, we have to define the mission.
The North Star.
The North Star, exactly. When we talk about corporate strategy, what is the ultimate goal? It's tempting to define success as just maximizing short-term profit.
Of course. That's what the quarterly reports focus on.
But the sources we looked at repeatedly emphasize that the core objective for virtually every public company is maximizing long-term firm value.
Absolutely. The focus has to remain on the long term. And this is why, microeconomic analysis is the perfect foundational lens for this.
Why is that?
Because it inherently zooms in on decision-making at the firm level, the supply side, the demand side, the whole competitive environment. It provides that essential understanding of market fundamentals. So it's not just what should our price be today.
It's bigger than that.
It's what should our optimal capacity be in 2030. Based on anticipated cost efficiencies and long-term demand growth. It's a whole different level of questioning.
So if the goal is maximizing that long-term firm value, we really need to distinguish a truly strategic decision from something that's just merely tactical.
Or operational.
Or operational.
Right.
What elevates that $10 billion factory decision above, say, running a promotional discount next Thursday?
And the source material gives us 3 defining traits that really give these decisions their enormous strategic weight.
Okay, what's the first one?
The first characteristic is that they are inherently long-term.
Okay.
We are talking about setting the fundamental course for years, often a decade or even more. A major market entry, a multi-billion-dollar R&D commitment.
Or that massive capacity expansion.
Yeah. That's right. It isn't paid off in one fiscal year. The consequences, both positive and negative, they ripple through the balance sheet for generations.
And the second trait?
They are high impact. The success or failure of these moves dramatically changes the company's trajectory. It literally alters the DNA of the business.
Like, you give us an example.
Sure. A successful strategic pivot, like when Apple transitioned from just computers to whole mobile ecosystems, that's the kind of high-impact move that fundamentally redefines the firm and the industry.
Right. And on the flip side,
Conversely, a poor decision like Blockbuster dismissing Netflix can ensure the company's eventual disappearance.
it's an extinction-level event for the company.
Precisely. And the third, which is perhaps the most paralyzing for executives, is that strategic decisions are often irreversible.
This brings us right back to my initial example.
Exactly. Once that capital is committed, once that $10 billion specialized factory is built, the concrete is poured, the specialized machinery is installed.
There's no undo button.
There is no undo button. It is extraordinarily difficult and costly to reverse that commitment. Most of the capital invested becomes what economists call a sunk cost.
It can't be recovered.
It cannot be recovered by simply selling the asset. You can't just put a factory like that on the open market.
And that concept of irreversibility, the sunk cost, that's crucial because it raises the risk of massive operational leverage.
Can you break that down?
Sure. If you build that factory, you have just locked in a gigantic, new, fixed cost base. So if demand then falters, you still owe the interest payments. You still pay for security. You still pay for maintenance.
Right.
That operational leverage works beautifully when times are good, but it becomes a millstone around your neck in a downturn.
Forcing you to operate near capacity simply to cover costs.
Even if you have to slash prices to do it.
Exactly. And this is why we distinguish strategy from tactics. A tactical price cut can be reversed tomorrow. A strategic factory commitment cannot.
So when we combine these three characteristics, long-term, high-impact, and irreversible, we can see how these decisions just fundamentally shape the firm.
They absolutely do. First, they dictate market positioning.
So where the company chooses to compete.
Exactly. Are they competing on price in high-volume emerging markets, or are they competing on proprietary technology and speed in the premium segment?
And that positioning determines everything that follows.
Everything. Second, they define the firm's sustainable competitive advantage.
The thing they do better than everyone else, it's hard to copy.
And that's the one. Is it a proprietary distribution network? Is it superior intellectual property?
Or could it be just the ability to produce goods at a 10% lower cost than any rival because of superior scale and efficiency?
Yes, exactly. And finally, and most tangibly, they govern resource allocation.
Because in a large organization, resources, capital, talent, management, time are always finite.
Always. So a strategic decision is fundamentally an allocation decision. It's saying, we are committing 80% of our R&D budget to this area and only 20% to that area.
You're betting on one future path over another.
You are. Let's make sure we ground this with some more practical examples beyond just the factory.
Good idea.
We are talking about the strategic core here. This could include setting the permanent long-term pricing structure for a core service, which dictates profitability for a decade.
Or deciding whether to undertake a massive technological transition.
Like what?
Like, say, shifting an entire fleet from fossil fuels to electric power.
That's a huge one. Or deciding on a complete vertical integration strategy. Do we acquire our critical suppliers and control the entire value chain?
Or do we rely on the open market?
Right. These are choices that involve massive capital commitment, competitive risk, and a high degree of irreversibility.
All of which require the kind of quantified, evidence-based approach that microeconomics combined with analytics provides. So, strategic decisions ultimately boil down to predicting and optimizing the relationship between future revenue potential and future cost reality.
And we have to start with revenue.
Which means we have to intimately understand demand. And this isn't just, polling customers.
No, it's far more sophisticated. It's an analysis aimed at quantifying how customer behavior shifts based on 4 key variables.
The 4 drivers of the demand curve.
Exactly. First, and most obviously, are direct price changes. How sensitive is the market to our specific price?
Second, we look at income levels, which often tie back to macroeconomic factors.
Right, but they're critical for segmenting the market, understanding which customer group will trade down or trade up based on their disposable income.
Third, you have product attributes, which is really the core work of the firm.
Features, quality, service, convenience.
All of it. If we improve the quality rating of our software by 10 points, what is the measurable change in customer acquisition?
And fourth, and perhaps the most strategically challenging, are competitor actions.
So specifically, the pricing and availability of substitutes.
And this immediately leads us to the heart of microeconomic demand theory, elasticity.
Right. Strategic firms don't just know that demand exists, they have to quantify its sensitivity.
Which raises an important question. When companies talk about controlling their pricing power, are they fundamentally talking about manipulating elasticity?
They absolutely are. That's
Yeah.
what it is. Pricing power is the ability to raise your price without losing a disproportionate amount of customers.
And if you can do that,
If you can do that, you have succeeded in making your demand inelastic. That's the entire strategic goal of branding, of patenting, of creating switching costs.
and this is where analytics just shines.
How so?
Price elasticity is the precise quantification of how demand changes relative to price changes. For example, if we use machine learning models trained on millions of historical transactions,
Right.
we can empirically estimate that a 5% price hike will result in a 6.2% drop in sales volume.
So you get an elasticity coefficient of negative 1.24.
Exactly. And knowing that number is everything because it allows the firm to instantly calculate the net effect on total revenue.
Because if demand is elastic, so the coefficient is below negative 1, a price increase actually reduces total revenue.
Making it a terrible strategic choice.
But the truly complex strategic move comes when we look outward at the whole market ecosystem.
Which brings us to cross-elasticity.
This is fascinating stuff.
It really is, because cross-elasticity measures how the demand for your product A changes when the price of competitor product B or even a related complementary product changes.
So it's key for anticipating competitor moves and understanding platform strategy.
Yes. Give us an example that connects this to long-term strategy.
Okay, consider the massive tech ecosystems, Apple, Google, Microsoft.
Right.
They understand that while the demand for the iPhone itself might be relatively inelastic, the demand for third-party apps and services that run on the iPhone is highly complementary.
So the cross-elasticity between the device and the value of the apps is positive and extremely high.
Exactly. If Apple makes its device easier to use or adds features that boost the utility of those complementary goods, the demand for the entire platform becomes stronger and more inelastic.
So the core strategy is using high cross-elasticity in complementary goods to lock customers in.
Which thereby makes the core platform highly inelastic against competitive pressure. It's a beautiful example of microeconomic theory guiding multi-trillion-dollar strategic lock-in.
That really moves us seamlessly to the other side of the equation, understanding the cost engine.
Moving from potential revenue to cost reality.
Right. Strategic decisions hinge on a deep grasp of the cost structure. And for our audience, we assume they know the basic difference between fixed costs and variable costs.
Sure. But the strategic challenge is knowing what high levels of either mean for the business.
That's the appropriate level of analysis here. When we look at fixed costs, the rent, the core R&D, the $10 billion for that new factory, the strategic issue is managing that operational leverage. Industries with very high fixed costs, like semiconductors, airlines, or pharmaceuticals, are extremely sensitive to volume changes.
So they're forced to operate near capacity, regardless of immediate demand fluctuations.
Just to spread that immense fixed cost base thinly enough to survive.
And conversely, you have variable costs, raw materials, direct labor,
which fluctuate directly with output. A firm needs to monitor these obsessively because they directly determine the floor for pricing.
which brings us to the critical short-run metric, marginal costs.
The cost of producing one additional unit.
And this is where it gets really interesting for operational strategy.
Because in the short run, any price above marginal cost contributes positively to covering those fixed costs.
But strategically, marginal cost doesn't stay static, does it?
No, not at all. It often systematically declines due to two extremely important long-term strategic concepts that go beyond just basic cost definitions.
Okay, what's the first one?
The first is learning curves. For many complex products, as a firm gains cumulative experience in production, as the volume grows,
Right, people get better at their jobs.
people get faster, processes become optimized, supply chain inefficiencies get rooted out. This systematically drives down the marginal cost of production over time, and often it does so predictably.
So strategically, if a company can forecast its learning curve accurately,
Then they can engage in something called strategic pricing or experience curve pricing.
right? What's that?
They price their product based on the anticipated future marginal cost, not the current higher one.
So they're sacrificing short-term profit.
They are, but it accelerates volume, which drives costs down faster and gives them a decisive long-term cost advantage over rivals who price conservatively based only on their current costs.
And the second concept related to complex cost structures.
Economies of scope.
This is crucial for multi-product firms.
It is. Economies of scope exist when producing multiple different goods is cheaper than producing them separately.
I think we need an example here.
Okay, think of Amazon. They use their massive, specialized logistics network, a huge fixed cost, to deliver not just their own e-commerce goods, but also to provide cloud services with AWS and streaming media.
I see. So the core infrastructure cost is spread across vastly different product lines.
Exactly. Which leads to lower average total costs for all units, giving them a significant strategic advantage over any single product rivals.
So understanding cost behavior, therefore, directly informs these major irreversible production decisions.
It dictates optimal output levels, the volume where the firm's efficiency peaks and its average total costs are minimized.
And it drives the essential make-or-buy choices.
Right. Should we outsource that specialized component or produce it in-house? It's a microeconomic comparison.
Is our internal marginal cost, adjusted for quality and risk, lower than the external supplier cost?
Strategic firms are constantly modeling that trade-off, adjusting their supply chain dynamically based on cost fluctuations and their own internal capacity utilization.
And finally, it defines the necessary scale of operations.
Which brings us back to the factory. Whether to build that $10 billion factory is fundamentally an assessment of the long-run average cost curve.
The question is, will the sheer scale allow us to achieve efficiencies, economies of scale, that our rivals just cannot match?
And thereby ensure long-term competitive advantage.
Once we have quantified market demand through elasticity metrics, and we know our cost floor through marginal cost analysis, the next logical step is, well, it's setting prices.
Setting prices to maximize the distance between those 2 points, revenue and cost.
And pricing isn't just a marketing exercise, it's the central strategic lever.
And poor decisions here can absolutely destroy value, even if the product demand is strong.
How so?
Well, if you set the price wrong, you either leave money on the table, failing to capture that consumer surplus, or you unnecessarily alienate customers and shrink your market share.
So microeconomics systematically links pricing to the 3 strategic pillars we just established.
The first one we have to return to is demand elasticity.
Right. If your product is highly differentiated and inelastic, you possess genuine pricing power,
allowing you to focus on high margins.
But if your product is basically a commodity and highly elastic, your focus has to shift entirely to high volume and relentless cost leadership.
The second is the cost structure. Pricing decisions must, in the long run, cover your total average cost.
But strategically, pricing must always be evaluated against marginal cost in the short run.
Right. A firm may temporarily price below total average cost, but never sustainably below marginal cost.
Otherwise, they are actively destroying wealth with every single sale.
And the third pillar is competitive intensity. The strategies of your rivals define the constraints.
So if your product is easily substituted, the competitor's price becomes the de facto ceiling,
regardless of your internal costs or your own elasticity metrics.
Now, analytics steps in to enable pricing strategies that are far more sophisticated than just, calculating cost plus margin.
Much more sophisticated.
The most visible technique is probably dynamic pricing.
This is the real-time adjustment of price based on instantaneous demand, fluctuating inventory levels, and observed competitor prices.
So dynamic pricing is basically microeconomics in action, powered by big data.
It is. Think of it as exploiting localized, momentary changes in elasticity.
Well,
when a sudden rainstorm hits, the local elasticity for ride-sharing services becomes highly inelastic.
Because the value of immediate transport just went way up.
Dramatically. So dynamic pricing algorithms quantify that temporary shift and adjust the price upward, maximizing revenue capture by exploiting that momentary willingness to pay.
They're maximizing consumer surplus capture.
The firm is taking more of the value the customer places on the service.
Yes. Then there is price discrimination.
This is charging different customers different prices for the exact same good based on their estimated willingness to pay.
Which is a sophisticated analytical exercise.
It is. It requires segmenting the market by geography, time of purchase versioning, like first class versus economy seats,
and accurately estimating the price sensitivity of each distinct group.
And successful price discrimination relies on 2 things. First, the inability of the customer to just resell the product to another segment.
Think second.
The analytical ability to correctly identify the optimal price for that specific segment's elasticity profile.
And finally, we have highly informed promotional pricing.
Right. Discounts aren't just random clearance events anymore. They are strategically timed and quantified.
So analytics determines the precise consumer responsiveness.
Knowing exactly how much sales volume is gained for a temporary 15% price drop and whether that gain outweighs the immediate revenue loss.
Which allows firms to maximize short-term cash flow or aggressively drive market share during specific periods.
And what's fascinating here is that every decision we just discussed, pricing, capacity, R&D, it all depends entirely on the competitive market structure a firm operates within.
If you drop your price, what is the rational response of your rival?
And the answer depends entirely on the sandbox you are playing in.
So we have those four traditional competitive landscapes. We have perfect competition.
Many small players, homogeneous products.
In that environment, strategy is simple but brutal.
Focus entirely on cost efficiency. Firms are what we call price takers. The strategy is to constantly innovate production to achieve the lowest possible marginal and average costs to maximize a tiny margin on massive volume.
And on the opposite extreme is the monopoly.
A single dominant player.
Here, the strategic focus shifts entirely to managing the price-quantity relationship along the overall market demand curve.
Right. The monopolist is constrained only by the overall market's willingness to pay, and, of course, regulatory scrutiny.
So their strategy centers on maintaining barriers to entry and finding that profit-maximizing point where marginal revenue equals marginal cost.
Then there's monopolistic competition,
which has many firms, but the products are differentiated.
So strategy here is all about differentiation branding, marketing, feature development to create a niche market where they can extract a small degree of temporary local monopoly power.
So they're trying to make their local demand curve inelastic through superior product features.
Exactly. But the most strategically complex environment, where the real money is often made or lost, is the oligopoly.
A few large players dominate the market.
And strategic interdependence is extremely high. Every move by firm A instantly impacts firm B, C, and D.
So in an oligopoly, the key insight is that unilateral action often leads to suboptimal outcomes for everyone.
Right. If one firm cuts prices, the rivals have to follow to prevent market share collapse, which leads to a price war that just destroys industry profitability.
So anticipating competitor responses is paramount.
And this intense strategic interdependence brings us directly to the conceptual tool used to model it, game theory.
Yes. Game theoretic thinking provides the mathematical framework for modeling these complex interactions.
Assuming competitors are rational and calculating, we move beyond simple elasticity curves and start thinking about payoffs.
For an audience that knows and follows this, let's illustrate how this applies to something fundamental, like a capacity expansion decision, using the structure of the prisoner's dilemma.
Excellent. The optimal scenario for two major oligopolistic rivals is usually tacit collusion, both maintaining high prices and low to moderate capacity.
So let's say the payoff matrix shows the best long-term outcome is for both rival A and rival B to not build massive new capacity, maintaining pricing stability.
Right. However, the short-term dominant strategy for both firms is to secretly build new capacity and flood the market. Why?
Because if rival A doesn't expand, but rival B does, rival A loses massive market share and profitability when rival B cuts prices using its new cost efficiencies.
So the highest individual gain comes from cheating on the tacit agreement.
Precisely. The Nash equilibrium, the stable, non-cooperative outcome, is often that both firms expand capacity,
which leads to industry oversupply and lower overall profits for the entire sector.
despite the fact that mutual restraint would have been the optimal collective strategy.
Exactly. Game theory forces strategists to calculate these payoffs and understand that their rivals are thinking several moves ahead. They also calculate market concentration, how power is distributed, often using tools like the Herfindahl-Hirschman Index, or HHI, to gauge regulatory risks or the likelihood of that tacit collusion holding firm.
So strategy is inherently future-oriented. It's constantly anticipating growth, identifying new market opportunities, and managing these massive long-horizon investments.
Which requires detailed microeconomic risk assessment that accounts for time and uncertainty.
Absolutely. Deciding whether to enter a new market, like launching operations across the Asia-Pacific region or abandoning an unprofitable one, that involves extremely high-level risk assessment.
And microeconomic analysis attempts to quantify the entire venture. We assess expected returns forecasting potential profit years into the future, often discounting it back to a net present value.
We also have to assess risk, the volatility and uncertainty associated with that new market's regulatory stability, customer acceptance, and demand volatility.
And, of course, the competitive dynamics.
Not just what the market looks like today,
but precisely how existing players will react to a new intruder. Will they engage in a localized price war? Will they launch a preemptive advertising blitz?
You have to model those reactions using game theoretic thinking.
They do. And the fourth factor, which ties back directly to Section 1, is evaluating the massive barriers and costs.
This is where the irreversibility of strategy really hits home.
We have to analyze entry barriers, the high capital requirements, the stringent regulatory hurdles, the complexity of developing distribution channels,
and the existing brand loyalty held by the incumbents.
And we must assess the equally critical exit costs.
So what costs would the firm incur if the venture fails?
We're talking about contractual obligations, severance packages, and the inability to recoup sunk capital, that specialized $10 billion factory that can't be easily converted to another use.
Which is why analytics dramatically improves the forecasting accuracy.
It models hundreds of scenarios to determine not just the expected return, but the probability of needing to exit and the potential cost if that scenario materializes.
Given the sheer irreversibility and magnitude of these investments, strategists can't just rely on standard discounted cash flow analysis.
No, you can't. You need tools designed specifically to manage this high-stakes uncertainty.
So what does that look like?
This is where advanced methods like real options analysis become essential. When a strategic decision is irreversible and uncertain, the firm should often try to defer the decision until more information is available.
So real options analysis treats the investment opportunity not as an immediate commitment,
but as an option, the right but not the obligation to invest later.
So instead of immediately sinking $10 billion, the firm might sink $500 million now on, say, land acquisition, permitting, and pilot plant construction.
Like a sort of option premium.
Exactly. The firm has bought time and information.
So if market conditions rapidly improve, they exercise the option and build the full factory.
And if conditions worsen,
they abandon the $500 million, which is far less catastrophic than losing $10 billion. This analytical tool applies microeconomic principles of financial option valuation to capital investment decisions, specifically helping manage high risk and irreversibility.
Okay, next, let's look at the core of what the firm actually offers: product and innovation strategy.
Right. What products should be offered and how much should be spent on improving them. This links microeconomics directly to the creation and capture of customer value.
The overarching goal is product differentiation.
Making the offering distinct and superior. If you're successful, differentiation shifts the demand curve out and makes it steeper, less elastic, allowing the firm to charge a premium over its marginal cost.
But you need data to know which differentiation actually matters to people.
You do. And the central concept the firm is trying to capture is consumer surplus.
Consumer surplus, as we briefly mentioned, is the economic gain a customer gets.
It's the difference between what the customer is maximally willing to pay for the product and what they actually pay.
So if a firm sells a product for $100, but analytical modeling shows the customer was willing to pay $150,
the firm failed to capture $50 of value.
So data-driven innovation becomes critical because analytics helps identify precisely which product features customers value most.
Allowing the firm to capture more of that surplus, we use methods like conjoint analysis or hedonic pricing models powered by analytics to decompose the product into its attributes.
So battery life, speed, design, brand reputation.
And we assign a quantifiable monetary value to each attribute from the customer's perspective. This ensures innovation spending is targeted for maximum return.
Why spend millions developing feature X that the data shows customers value at $5?
When they would willingly pay an extra $50 for a 20% improvement in feature Y, strategy has to follow the value curve identified by the data.
Finally, we turn to capacity and investment decisions. These capacity choices are often the largest capital investments a company makes.
And they're existential because they determine cost efficiency and the ability to meet demand, which ties back to long-term market share.
These are the high-stakes decisions driven by long-term demand forecasts.
They embody what you could call the Goldilocks problem. Capacity needs to be just right, a balance of scale and flexibility.
And we face two main strategic risks here. First, overcapacity.
If demand forecasts are overly optimistic or if a recession hits, the firm is locked into those unnecessarily higher fixed costs for years.
The factory is sitting half empty, And the firm's low capacity utilization means high average costs.
making it vulnerable to leaner competitors.
And conversely, there's undercapacity.
Which means lost sales when demand exceeds what the firm can physically produce. The consequence is customer frustration, extended lead times.
And competitors swooping in to grab permanently damaged market share.
Strategically, this is often the worst mistake, as it actively cedes the market to your rivals.
The choice isn't just how much capacity, but also what kind of capacity.
That's right. Strategy forces a trade-off between flexible capacity and dedicated capacity.
So we face the cost efficiency versus flexibility trade-off.
Exactly. Does the firm invest in modular capacity, smaller, less efficient units that are easy to turn off, or quickly pivot to manufacturing a different product?
Which maximizes flexibility and minimizes the risk of stranded assets, but typically results in a higher variable cost per unit.
Or do they invest in highly specialized fixed capacity, that massive, dedicated $10 billion factory?
Which offers incredible economies of scale and the lowest possible average cost, but is rigid and almost impossible to adapt if the market fundamentally changes.
And to mitigate this inherent risk in multi-billion-dollar decisions, firms use rigorous forecasts and scenario analysis.
They don't just rely on a single prediction.
No. They use analytic models to test the robustness of their investment under multiple possible future states. A sustained downturn, a competitor collapse, rapid technological substitution, you name it.
So the goal is to choose the capacity strategy that performs acceptably well across the widest array of potential futures. We've established the theoretical concepts, elasticity, marginal cost, game theory, and we've seen how they guide these massive decisions like pricing and capacity. So what does this all mean when we talk about the synthesis?
How does microeconomic theory truly meet analytics in the strategic decision room?
Yeah.
Well, microeconomic theory provides the conceptual why and what of market behavior. It tells the strategist which questions to ask.
It's the foundational model.
It is. It's the conceptual framework for understanding the optimal relationship between price, cost, and output.
And business analytics transforms that theory into practical, actionable tools.
Right. And the sources highlight that analytics doesn't just estimate numbers, it fundamentally changes the nature of the decision itself through three key contributions.
Okay, sure.
First, empirical estimation. It turns theory into hard numbers. Analytics uses regression models, time series analysis, and deep data mining to estimate elasticity coefficients, determine the precise shape of the marginal cost curve at different output levels, and quantify the risk profiles of various investment options.
And the second contribution is forecasting.
Analytics predicts future states of demand, cost inputs, or competitor movements with far greater precision than traditional methods.
So it allows strategists to make forward-looking rather than rear-view mirror decisions.
And third, scenario evaluation. This is testing those crucial what-if outcomes.
What if a competitor merges? What if raw material costs spike by 50% due to a geopolitical event?
Analytics allows the firm to run millions of simulations to see which strategic path is the most resilient.
So the result of the synthesis is pretty clear. The combination enables true evidence-based strategic decisions.
And the systematic quantification of trade-offs before the irreversible commitment is made.
But this marriage isn't always smooth, is it? Doesn't this approach run into trouble when the real world doesn't follow the tidy rules of microeconomic theory?
It absolutely does. The theoretical foundation of microeconomics relies heavily on the assumption of the rational actor.
That consumers and firms always make choices that maximize their utility or profit.
Right. But massive amounts of data generated by modern analytics often contradict this. And this brings us to the emerging tension with behavioral economics,
which is a microeconomics subdiscipline itself, but one that actively challenges that strict rationality assumption.
Precisely. Behavioral economics, fueled by observational analytics, shows that customer decisions are often driven by heuristics, biases, framing effects, cognitive limitations, not pure calculation.
And strategic analytics has to integrate this reality.
It does. For example, a purely rational microeconomic model might suggest one optimal price point. But behavioral analytics might show that customers react disproportionately negatively to a price ending in 99 cents versus an even dollar, leading to a strategically superior, slightly different price point.
Every major strategic decision involves inherent uncertainty about demand, costs, and competitor actions. So this raises an important question. If we acknowledge market irrationality, how do we choose when we can't know the future with certainty?
We have to shift heavily to risk-adjusted decision-making.
Okay.
We use analytics combined with our models to evaluate not just potential raw profit, but the risk-adjusted returns.
So, for example, two strategies might have the same expected profit of $1 billion.
But strategy A might have a small chance of huge failure and a small chance of huge success. High variance, high risk.
And strategy B might have a very reliable, narrow band of outcomes, low variance, low risk.
And a strategic firm, especially one managing stakeholder expectations and debt obligations, will often choose strategy B,
The slightly lower expected profit path.
if it is significantly more resilient to downside risk and provides higher certainty.
It's a strategic bias toward resilience.
It is. Furthermore, analytics provides the ideal scenario, but strategy has to exist within the real world. Decisions are always constrained by three very powerful non-economic factors.
First, regulations.
Legal, governmental, and increasingly international requirements limit what a firm can do.
So antitrust laws govern mergers and pricing power.
Environmental regulations govern where and how that $10 billion factory can be built and operated.
What's the second constraint?
Second, and critically and often underestimated, are organizational capabilities.
Does the company have the necessary talent, culture, and operational structure to execute the strategy?
Strategy must align with capacity. If the optimal strategy requires rapid, agile innovation, but the organizational structure is rigid and bureaucratic, the strategy will fail, regardless of what the microeconomic models predict.
It's the maxim that structure follows strategy.
And if the structure is lacking, the strategy must be limited.
And third, capital availability.
Can the firm afford the investment without compromising necessary reserves?
So even if the model predicts a 40% return on the new factory,
If the capital market is tight, and the firm cannot responsibly raise the necessary funds without taking on excessive leverage, the strategy is simply infeasible.
and this leads to the crucial caveat that the sources really emphasize.
That analytics informs decisions but does not replace necessary managerial judgment.
Right. The data points the way, but a human ultimately has to interpret the risk, factor in the non-quantifiable elements like organizational culture, and commit the capital.
And that interpretation process often centers on navigating strategic trade-offs.
Where firms have to choose between mutually exclusive goals.
Analytics helps evaluate these systematically, allowing managers to move beyond just intuition and weigh the costs of either path.
So the first and most enduring trade-off is price versus volume.
Do we lower our price to gain market share and high volume of growth strategy, or maintain a high price for smaller volume and higher per unit margins?
Which is more of a harvest or differentiation strategy.
And that decision is entirely dependent on the analytical quantification of elasticity. If elasticity is high, the volume strategy is viable. If it is low, the margin strategy wins.
The second is cost efficiency versus flexibility, which we touched on with capacity decisions.
Do we build that massive, hyper-optimized, rigid cost structure that gives us the lowest possible marginal cost?
Or do we maintain more costly operational flexibility so we can rapidly adapt our product lines or scale down quickly if a sudden recession hits?
It's a trade-off between maximizing efficiency in a known environment versus maximizing resilience in an uncertain one.
And finally, the classic strategic tension. Short-term profit versus long-term market share.
Should we make a decision that maximizes earnings this year, perhaps by slowing R&D or cutting marketing spend?
Or should we invest heavily in R&D or aggressive loss-leading pricing that sacrifices immediate earnings for sustained competitive advantage 5 years down the line?
And analytics provides the systematic framework for forecasting the eventual long-term payoff of that sacrifice.
Forcing the management team to quantify the value of future market dominance against immediate profitability. This has been an incredibly deep and crucial journey into how the largest players in the global economy actually make their most important decisions.
It has.
We've moved from the theoretical foundations, what is elasticity, why does marginal cost matter, to the practical, evidence-based applications.
Things like dynamic pricing, real options analysis, and the strategic evaluation of capacity trade-offs.
The value here, for you the learner, is the ability to instantly recognize the underlying economic logic driving any major corporate announcement you read in the news.
That's right. You now see the factory expansion as a high fixed cost, irreversible strategic decision requiring risk-adjusted returns rather than just another press release.
So this framework provides an immediate shortcut to being deeply well-informed.
It's no longer a mystery. It's quantifiable analytical strategy, even when dealing with real-world constraints and, human irrationality.
We spent this deep dive focusing almost entirely on maximizing the traditional definition of long-term firm value.
Right, which historically prioritized financial returns and market share.
However, considering the rapid global rise of ESG, environmental, social, and governance factors in investment and public scrutiny, here is a final provocative thought for you to explore.
How might microeconomic models need to evolve to quantify the value derived from non-financial strategic decisions, such as a major commitment to reducing carbon emissions or improving global labor practices?
And what new analytical methodologies would be required to actually measure the positive return on that non-financial strategic investment?
And integrate it into the long-term HERF value calculation.
Something substantial to mull over next time you read the business section. Thank you for joining us for this deep dive into the microeconomic foundations of corporate strategic analytics.
We look forward to exploring the next topic with you.
Welcome back to the deep dive. So our mission here, as always, is to take these complex stacks of sources and really just pull out the core knowledge for you.
Give you that shortcut to being genuinely well-informed.
Exactly. And today we are cracking open the machine that drives global commerce. We are diving into industrial organization, or I/O.
Yeah, and I/O it's deceptively specialized. I think a lot of people outside of economics, they probably assume it's all about macro trends.
Right, big picture stuff.
Exactly. But I/O, that's really where the rubber meets the road. It's the field that, well, it gives us the blueprints for understanding why some firms turn into giants, how they hold on to that control, and maybe most importantly, how governments try to step in and enforce some kind of fairness.
And the sources we have for this deep dive are fantastic. They really give you a systematic breakdown of I/O, it's microeconomic bedrock, the very quantitative tools that analysts use, and then how it's actually applied.
In things like antitrust and regulatory policy.
Yeah. So this deep dive is really customized for you, the learner, so you can walk away with an organized and thorough handle on the specific mechanics of modern markets.
Our mission today is to kind of move past those simple definitions of supply and demand you learned in Econ 101. We want to focus on the core insights, how the very structure of a market dictates farm behavior.
And that affects everything.
Everything, from prices to innovation, all the way down to, your own welfare as a consumer.
So the big question we're wrestling with today is really about control. What is the actual difference between, say, a super competitive market where efficiency is king and one where a single firm or maybe a handful of firms has real market power?
And this is the really compelling part. How do we use data to measure that power? I mean, real-world data is messy. It's difficult.
Right.
So how do you quantify that power and then hold those firms accountable when they cross a line?
It's like economic detective work.
That's a perfect way to put it. I/O makes the invisible hand of the market visible and quantifiable. We're going beyond just description and getting into the engineering specs.
Okay, let's unpack this. So we'll start with the foundation, the basic concept of industrial organization. It's often just called a branch of microeconomics. How is it really distinct?
It is. It's absolutely a branch of microeconomics, but I like to say it's microeconomics with dirt under its nails.
I like it.
Standard microtheory can be very abstract. It deals in hypotheticals, these perfectly functioning markets. I/O takes that theory and applies it intensely to firm-level and market-level behavior in real industries.
So you're looking at the actual strategies of specific companies.
Specific companies, not the aggregate economy. So we're interested in, say, the pricing strategy between the three dominant global streaming services, not the overall GDP of the country.
Got it. You zoom in.
We zoom way in, and I/O is really built around this fundamental paradigm, structure, conduct, performance, or SCP. We study three connected things. First, how markets are structured, that's the environment.
Okay.
Second, how firms behave within that structure. That's their conduct, their strategic choices about, output, prices, R&D. And third, what are the final market outcomes? The performance.
So that's the prices we see, the total output, the rate of innovation.
Most importantly, consumer welfare. And the key is, if you change one of those elements, the others have to adjust. It's all connected.
That model structure dictates conduct, which leads to performance. It really makes the structure the bedrock of the whole thing. So let's dig into the significance of that market structure.
Market structure is, in a way, destiny in I/O. It defines all of the constraints and all the opportunities for every single firm. I mean, think about two extremes. You have a farmer selling corn in a massive global market.
Right.
He has zero influence over the price. His main strategic choice is just, how much corn can I grow as efficiently as possible? That's it.
Okay, and the other extreme.
A pharmaceutical company with a brand new patent on a life-saving drug. They face no immediate rivals. They can set prices far, far higher than their costs. Their strategic game is totally different.
And that structure itself, you can break it down into measurable parts, right? You've got the number of firms, the degree of concentration, and then these entry and exit barriers.
Those three things are what plots the budget on the structural map, so to speak. If concentration is really low, meaning tons of firms, and the barriers to entry are non-existent, you get close to what we call perfect competition.
And that's the ideal, the benchmark.
It's the theoretical benchmark, yes. It's what we measure all real-world markets against when we're trying to assess efficiency.
Okay, but moving along that map, we get to something that feels a lot more real for most things we buy, monopolistic competition.
This is probably the one you interact with most every day. You have lots of sellers, but, and this is the key, the products are differentiated.
So like soft drinks or breakfast cereals.
Breakfast cereals, local coffee shops, bars, perfect examples. Because your specific brand of coffee is a little different. Maybe it has a unique roast or a cool logo or better advertising. You have a tiny little slice of market power.
A tiny monopoly on your own brand.
In a way, yes. You can raise your price a little bit without losing every single customer, but you're still intensely constrained because there are so many other coffee shops offering very close substitutes.
And then we get to the area where I/O analysts really earn their paychecks, oligopoly.
The market with just a few firms.
This is where it is complicated.
Oh, this is maximum complexity because now you have what we call strategic interdependence. If you're one of, say, 4 major wireless carriers in a country, every decision you make is tangled up with what your rivals might do.
If you launch a big sale.
They have to respond immediately, or they lose customers. This back and forth, this constant strategic interaction is why I/O relies so heavily on advanced game theory models to predict what's going to happen. It could be a brutal price war, or it could be some cozy, unspoken coordination.
Which brings us to the endpoint that regulators are always worried about, monopoly.
The single firm. It controls the whole market because the barriers are just insurmountable. It's the price setter, not a price taker. And from an efficiency standpoint, the outcomes here are, well, generally the worst. You get less stuff for higher prices.
So what's fascinating here is just how much the game changes based on the structure.
It's everything. If a market shifts from monopolistic competition toward an oligopoly, maybe a bunch of companies merge, the whole strategic calculus changes overnight. It goes from how do I make my product unique to what is my biggest rival's next move and how do I counter it?
Okay, so understanding the structure dictates the game. We need to look at the rules of the game itself.
Mm-hmm.
And that brings us to the theory underneath it all. I/O is grounded in microeconomic theory, but it's the empirical side that makes it a real, actionable science.
The theoretical foundation is actually pretty straightforward. I/O assumes that firms are rational and that they are trying to maximize profits. That's the core assumption.
And they do that by making strategic choices about output, pricing, investment.
All within the constraints of the market structure they're in. But you're right, that theory is only half the picture. The really great intellectual project of empirical I/O is moving beyond those whiteboard models.
Getting into the real data.
That's the critical step. Empirical I/O uses statistical tools and real-world data to test if markets actually behave the way the theory predicts. Does the pricing data we see support the idea that this oligopoly is competing like crazy? Or is it behaving more like a single coordinated monopoly?
So it moves it beyond just abstract models into the realm of evidence.
Evidence that can be used by judges, by regulators, by policymakers. It's what gives the field its teeth.
So we've laid the foundation. Now we can get into section 2, competition and the pursuit of market power. If the goal is profit maximization, the main tool for that is market power. We need to define that very precisely.
This is the single most important concept in all of industrial organization. Market power is a firm's ability to set prices above marginal cost.
And marginal cost is just the cost to produce one more unit of something, right?
Exactly. The cost of one more widget, one more car, one more subscription. In that perfectly competitive ideal we talked about, price equals marginal cost. Profits are basically zero in the long run.
So the second that price, P, is higher than marginal cost, MC, that firm is pulling a premium out of the market. That gap is the measure of their control.
That gap is the measure. A big gap, a high price to marginal cost ratio, it suggests the firm is not behaving competitively. It's likely limiting output to keep prices artificially high, and that's bad for consumer welfare. And that is what I/O is obsessed with quantifying.
Because without numbers, it's just a story.
It's just speculation. Policy decisions need data.
But quantifying it has to be incredibly difficult. I mean, how do you actually measure the P greater than MC gap for a massive, complex, multinational company? You've got to have some observable indicators.
We do. We have a toolkit of indicators we rely on. The most direct one, but often the hardest to actually calculate, is the price-cost margin. This is often formalized with something called the Lerner index.
Lerner index. That's price minus marginal cost, all divided by price.
Yeah.
It seems conceptually very pure.
It's the gold standard for economists. If the index is 0, P equals MC, perfect competition. If it gets close to 1, it means price is way, way above marginal cost. The firm has almost absolute market power.
But as you said, hard to calculate.
Right.
Because finding a company's true marginal cost must be a nightmare.
It is a total nightmare. Marginal cost is a forward-looking economic concept. It's not a number you can just find on an accounting statement. Firms have incredibly complex internal cost structures, and a lot of that is proprietary. They don't want you to know it.
So an IO analyst has to get creative, maybe make some big assumptions?
You have to. Often, analysts are forced to use observable accounting data, like, say, the ratio of operating income to sales as a proxy for the price-cost margin. But that's always an imperfect measure.
And this is why the statistical side is so important.
This is exactly why econometrics is so essential. It's the attempt to mathematically estimate the underlying cost function, and from that, the marginal cost, based on the relationship we can observe between what a firm pays for its inputs, how much it produces, and the total costs it reports.
Okay, so that's the first indicator. The second one is much easier to see from the outside, concentration ratios.
Right. Concentration ratios are the screening tools. They're a quick first look. They just measure the total market share held by the top few firms. So you might hear about the CR4, the share of the top 4 firms, or the CR8.
And a high concentration ratio is a red flag.
It's a red flag. It signals the potential for market power, mainly because it means you need fewer firms to coordinate their behavior, either explicitly or implicitly. Regulators also use a more sophisticated version, the Herfindahl-Hirschman Index, the HHI.
That's the one where they square the market shares.
Exactly. It gives much more weight to the very largest firms, which makes it a slightly better predictor of potential market power.
But isn't high concentration sometimes a misleading signal? I mean, what if a market is highly concentrated, but there are absolutely no barriers to entry, like in some niche digital service? That concentration could just be temporary.
That is a critical point, and it shows why IO is about structure and conduct and performance. High concentration does not guarantee market power if the threat of entry is real and credible. It just tells a regulator, hey, you should probably investigate this market more closely. You need to look at the firm's actual conduct and pricing behavior.
Okay, which brings us to the third key metric, and this one is all about the consumer. The elasticity of demand.
This is absolutely fundamental. Elasticity just measures how sensitive consumers are to a change in price.
So if a firm raises its price by 10% and loses 90% of its customers?
Its demand is highly elastic. It has almost no market power. But the flip side is a firm facing highly inelastic demand. That means consumers barely change how much they buy, even when the price goes way up.
So we're talking about things like life-saving prescription drugs, or maybe your local water utility.
Perfect examples. The fewer substitutes there are, the more inelastic the demand. And the lower the elasticity, the higher the firm's pricing power, because they know they can raise prices, and consumers, well, they don't have much choice but to pay.
Here's where it gets really interesting. This is 2.3, the role of data in econometrics. This is the IO toolkit where all these abstract concepts get thrown into the statistical gauntlet of reality.
This is it. If you're an IO analyst, your whole job, really, is to estimate 2 things at the same time: the consumer demand function and the firm's supply or cost function.
You need to know how much people value the product and what it actually costs the firm to make it.
Exactly. Because without solid estimates of both of those, you can't calculate market power, the P minus MC gap, and you can't predict how consumers will react if 2 big companies merge. You can't estimate elasticity.
So if a regulator has to decide whether to let 2 major airlines merge, they're using econometrics to try and model what will happen.
Precisely. They use econometric analysis, these are very sophisticated regression models, to isolate and measure the causal impact of different market variables. They might run a model using years of historical pricing data, firm costs, consumer demographics, all to try and get an unbiased estimate of, say, the elasticity of demand for Airline A's routes out of Chicago.
And those estimates become the hard evidence.
That's the evidence they take into regulatory hearings. It's what the whole case is built on.
But those econometric models, they face huge scientific hurdles. This is the heart of 2.4, the econometric challenge. It sounds like the data is rarely clean.
That is the defining difficulty of empirical I/O. It's all about using regression to find these causal relationships, but the complexity of real-world markets creates all these statistical biases. There are three big challenges we have to talk about, and the biggest one of all is the endogeneity of prices.
Endogeneity. That sounds like a concept designed to make my head spin.
It can be, but the core idea isn't too bad. It just means that the variable you're trying to measure, in this case price, is tangled up with the unobserved factors that are also affecting your model. We call those the error term. Think about supply and demand. Prices and quantities are determined at the same time. Let's say you're trying to estimate the consumer demand curve for soft drinks using a bunch of historical data. You see some months with high prices and high quantities sold, and other months with low prices and low quantities sold.
Okay, so if you just naively ran a simple regression on that, you might conclude that high prices cause high demand.
Which is the exact opposite of the law of demand.
Right.
What's really happening is that you're not tracing the demand curve at all. You're probably tracing the supply curve. Some unobserved factor, like a new health trend or a really effective advertising campaign, has caused the entire demand curve to shift outwards. And that shift leads to both higher prices and higher quantities.
So because you can't see that advertising campaign in your data, your price variable gets statistically corrupted.
Corrupted is a good word. It becomes correlated with the error term, and that gives you biased, totally unreliable estimates of demand elasticity. You can't be sure if you're measuring a movement along the curve you care about, or if the whole curve has been shifted by something you can't see.
And that leads right into the next challenge, which is omitted variables.
It's the same family of problems. Our models are never perfect, so a firm might be charging a premium for its product. On the surface, that looks like market power. But what if that firm has secretly invested a ton in superior product quality, something that isn't captured in our data?
Then the premium is justified by quality, not abuse.
Right. But our model, because it omits the quality variable, would incorrectly attribute that high price to market power. It skews the whole interpretation.
And the third big challenge is this idea of simultaneity between demand and supply.
Yeah, this is like trying to measure how fast two runners are going when they're tied together with a bungee cord. Demand depends on price, but supply decisions also depend on price. They're constantly affecting each other. To get a clean, unbiased estimate of just the demand curve, you need some statistical trick to hold all the supply factors constant, and vice versa.
So, how on earth do I/O analysts solve this tangle? It seems almost impossible.
The standard solution, or at least the gold standard approach in advanced I/O econometrics, is something called instrumental variables, or IV estimation.
Okay.
The goal is to find an instrument that's another variable that is correlated with your problem variable price, but is not correlated with the unobserved error term, that hidden taste shock or ad campaign.
Can you give us an example of what an instrument would look like here?
Sure. So for our soft drink demand problem, you need something that influences the price but doesn't directly affect what consumers want to buy. A perfect instrument might be a localized random input cost shock, like, say, a temporary regional tax increase on sugar that only affects the producer's costs in one state. That cost shock shifts the supply curve, but it leaves the demand curve and consumer tastes completely untouched.
Okay.
So by isolating only the variation in price that was caused by that supply shock, the analyst can finally trace the true demand curve and get that clean, unbiased estimate of elasticity.
That's a truly deep level of rigor. It really shows that I/O isn't just telling stories about markets. It's about applying these incredibly tough quantitative methods to pull real causal relationships out of very messy dynamics.
And that rigor is absolutely demanded because these methods are what underpin massive legal and policy decisions. If the econometric evidence in a multi-billion-dollar antitrust case is flawed because of endogeneity, the whole case can just fall apart. The reliability of the analysis is everything.
Okay, so the structural map and the metrics we use are sort of static snapshots. But markets are alive, they're always shifting. So now we need to get into section 3. Market dynamics, strategic interaction, and collusion.
Dynamics are so crucial for the long-run picture. Firms aren't just sitting there defending their market share. They're constantly making decisions to enter or exit a market. And those decisions, or even just the credible threat of them, determine the intensity of competition over time.
Right. If a market is super concentrated and really profitable, but the barriers protecting it are low, those huge profits are just an open invitation for new companies to come in.
That's the engine of capitalism right there. Those profits will eventually get competed away. And that's why IO analysts spend so much time studying the determinants of entry barriers. They are the shields that protect and sustain market power over the long haul.
And you can group them into two broad categories: structural and strategic barriers.
Exactly. A structural barrier is one that just arises naturally from the economics of the industry itself. The classic example is enormous economies of scale.
So things that are incredibly expensive to build up front.
Right. Think about laying a new fiber optic cable network across the country, or building a massive semiconductor fabrication plant. The upfront fixed cost is so astronomical that only huge established firms can produce at a scale large enough to get their average cost down to a competitive level. The sheer cost of entry is a structural wall protecting the incumbents.
And what about strategic barriers?
Those are actions taken by the incumbent firms specifically to deter entry. This can be things like signing exclusive dealing contracts with all the key distributors so a new guy can't get their product to shelves.
Or just threatening a price war.
Or even worse, engaging in predatory pricing. That's where they temporarily sell their product below their own cost, just long enough to bankrupt the new entrant before they can get a foothold. Then they jack the prices back up.
And IO uses dynamic data-like panel data that tracks markets over many years to actually see how this plays out.
Oh, absolutely. We can track how the entrance of a new firm affects the prices and product quality of the incumbents. In a healthy, competitive market, you'd expect to see the established players drop their prices and improve their services when a new rival shows up.
And if they don't?
If the new entrant struggles or faces some kind of unfair strategic response and exits quickly, that's powerful empirical evidence of an uncompetitive or even abusive environment. And that's exactly what regulators need to see to justify taking action. The credible threat of entry is often just as important as actual entry.
Okay, so let's focus now on the deepest strategic game there is, the oligopolistic markets. Few players, where strategy becomes this constant shadow dance and the threat of collusion is always there.
This is where game theory really moves from the classroom straight into the courtroom. Firms in an oligopoly are stuck in this fundamental prisoner's dilemma. They can either compete aggressively cut prices, which hurts everyone's profits,
or they can coordinate their behavior to keep prices high and maximize their joint profit.
And coordination, even if it's just implicit, is almost always vastly more profitable for them.
So IO analysis has to be able to spot not just outright price-fixing cartels, but also the much more slippery danger of tacit collusion.
Right. Explicit collusion is hard enough to prove, finding the emails, the secret meetings. But tacit collusion, that's coordination without any formal communication or agreement. That is the true challenge for regulators.
How does that even work?
It happens through repeated interaction. Firms just learn over time. They realize, hey, if I cut my prices, rival B immediately cuts their prices and we both lose money. But if I raise my prices, rival B might follow my lead and we both win. Through this repeated game, they can settle into a mutually beneficial high-price equilibrium without ever sending a single text message.
It's like an unspoken understanding.
It is. In game theory, we sometimes call it playing a grim trigger strategy. If one player deviates from the unspoken high-price agreement, everyone else retaliates fiercely and immediately to punish them, forcing them back into line.
So how do you catch that ghost? How can regulators use data to spot pricing patterns that suggest this kind of sophisticated, unspoken coordination?
Well, statistical tools are absolutely indispensable here. IO economists look for markers in the data that are inconsistent with what you'd expect to see in a fiercely competitive independent market. The strongest marker is probably price rigidity.
Prices that don't move.
Exactly. In a competitive market, prices should fluctuate. They should respond to changes in costs, input prices, labor, shipping costs. If we look at the data and see that costs are bouncing all over the place, but the prices charged by all the major competitors remain perfectly stable and identical for long periods of time,
That's a huge statistical red flag.
it's a massive red flag that suggests coordination. Other markers might be things like simultaneous, identical price changes across the board or price matching guarantees that happen way too fast to be a normal market response.
So the stats don't prove guilt in court, but they give the regulator the reason to launch a full investigation.
That's exactly it. They provide the essential economic evidence that convinces an antitrust agency to dedicate millions of dollars and years of work to a full-blown investigation.
Now, to fuel all of this dynamic analysis, you need mountains and mountains of granular data. Let's touch on 3.3, the data sources for dynamic analysis. What kind of fuel does this analytical engine run on?
I/O runs on micro-level data, and by that I mean extremely granular detail about individual transactions, individual firms, and individual consumers.
So we mentioned three primary types. Let's start with firm-level production data.
This is fundamental for estimating the cost side of the equation. It includes really detailed internal data on input prices, the quantity of materials they used, energy consumption, labor hours, total output, investment.
Stuff they don't want to share.
Stuff that is highly proprietary, but is often provided to regulators under very strict confidentiality agreements. It's essential for any robust econometric work.
Okay, second is market-level prices and quantities.
This gives you the big picture view of the industry. The average price for a product category in, say, the Midwest over time, and the total volume sold. It helps you establish the market size and the overall trends.
And third, the type of data that has totally revolutionized empirical I/O in the last few decades.
Yeah.
Detailed consumer purchase data.
This stuff is gold for demand estimation. It often comes from retail scanner data. Every time you swipe your loyalty card at the grocery store, that transaction is recorded.
And it lets you move beyond the idea of an average consumer.
Way beyond. It allows I/O economists to build these highly detailed models of what we call heterogeneous consumer preferences. We can actually model how consumers with different incomes, different family sizes, or different brand loyalties respond differently to a price change or a new product.
And that precision is crucial.
It's crucial for predicting the impact of, say, a merger that eliminates one specific brand that a certain group of consumers really loves.
And the format of this data is key too, right? This move toward panel data.
That's right. Cross-sectional data is just a static snapshot, like all the transactions that happen on one day. But panel data is what we really want. It tracks the same units, the same firms, the same products, the same households over time.
And that's better for finding causality.
Much better, because it allows us to control for all those unobserved factors that are unique to a specific firm but don't change over time, like a company's consistently superior management team or a store's great location. That longitudinal view is basically non-negotiable for doing robust dynamic analysis today.
Okay, we have built the engine, we've established the theory, the metrics, the challenges, the data. Now let's look at Section 4, policy, welfare, and real-world application. Why do governments spend so much money on this highly technical field?
And the answer is 4.1, the role of regulation and policy. Simply put, governments intervene when the market structure leads to outcomes that are bad for society. The goal is threefold: promote competition, protect consumers from being exploited, and prevent monopolistic abuse that stifles innovation and restricts output.
So I/O analysis is what provides the economic proof needed to justify that intervention.
It provides the evidence base. It's what the whole system runs on. Take antitrust policy preventing anti-competitive mergers or prosecuting price-fixing cartels. That is entirely driven by I/O models. When the Department of Justice goes after a big tech giant for monopolistic practices, their legal case is built on a mountain of econometric analysis that shows the firm's behavior is inconsistent with a competitive market.
And I/O models are also used proactively, right? To assess policies like deregulation.
Absolutely. If a government is thinking about deregulating a sector that used to be a monopoly, like telecommunications or airlines, I/O models are used to predict the likely effects on prices, innovation, and entry rates of new firms. The key principle behind all of it is trying to have evidence-based regulation.
Moving policy away from just political guesswork.
Exactly. Grounding it in quantifiable, predicted economic impacts.
So if policy is the action, then 4.2, welfare analysis, is the ultimate report card. It's how we figure out if society's actually better off.
Welfare analysis is the metric of success. I/O assesses what's happening in a market relative to that competitive benchmark we talked about to determine the overall societal benefit that market is creating.
And this involves three core components that you can actually quantify. Let's start with consumer surplus.
Consumer surplus is the net benefit that consumers get. It's the difference between the maximum price a consumer was willing to pay for something and the actual lower price they did pay. When competition is fierce, prices are low, and consumer surplus is high.
But if a firm gets market power and jacks up the price, that surplus shrinks.
It shrinks dramatically, and that value is transferred from the consumer to the firm.
Which brings us to producer surplus.
Producer surplus is basically the firm's total profit. It's the revenue they earn above and beyond their total cost of production. A pure monopolist is laser-focused on maximizing their producer surplus, but they do it by intentionally restricting output. They sell less stuff so they can charge a higher price for it.
Okay, and finally, the most important metric: overall social welfare.
This is just the sum of consumer surplus and producer surplus, the total pie. And a major finding in IO economics is the identification of deadweight loss. This is the societal inefficiency created by a monopoly.
This is value that just vanishes.
It vanishes. Imagine a triangle on the supply and demand graph that represents all the economic transactions that would have happened if the price had been lower at the competitive level, but which the monopolist prevented by keeping prices high. That lost output, all the consumers who were priced out of the market, is a benefit that goes to nobody. Not the firm, not the consumer. It is just lost to society. Pure inefficiency.
And that deadweight loss is the strongest economic argument for the government to step in.
It's the core argument. When IO analysts assess a policy, whether it's blocking a merger or imposing a new tax, they use welfare analysis to estimate if the intervention will increase the total size of that social welfare pie or shrink it. The entire justification for an antitrust agency spending millions of dollars to block a merger rests on their economic model, showing that the merger would create a net deadweight loss for society.
So what does this all mean? Let's wrap up with 4.3 practical applications. Where does all this quantitative analysis actually get put to work in the real world?
IO is one of the most commercially relevant and utilized fields in all of economics. It's constantly being applied in finance, in law, in regulation.
Well, I'd imagine the first and most public-facing one is merger analysis.
Oh, for sure. This is the prediction game. When two big companies announce they want to merge, IO analysts on both sides, for the firms and for the regulators, have to run these incredibly complex simulation models. They're trying to predict how eliminating a competitor will likely affect prices and consumer choice in the new post-merger world.
It's a battle of economic models.
Fought in courtrooms and regulatory agencies all over the world.
Okay. Second is antitrust investigations.
This is the detective work we talked about. Detecting and prosecuting monopolistic or collusive practices. This involves using all those statistical methods to look for markers like price rigidity or predatory pricing, and then providing the robust economic proof needed to levy massive fines or even break up companies.
But IO is also used inside firms, right? For pricing strategy evaluation.
Absolutely. A smart firm in an oligopoly is using IO and game theory models constantly to set its optimal price. If we raise our price, how likely are our rivals to follow? How much market share will we lose if they don't? These models inform high-stakes corporate pricing decisions every single day.
Fourth is market design and regulation.
This is about being proactive, structuring markets to make sure they're competitive from the get-go. This is huge in regulated sectors, like designing the auctions for telecommunications spectrum or writing the rules for energy grids to prevent local monopolies from forming. IO insights help create the rules of the game to maximize efficiency before the problems start. And finally, of course, forecasting. IO models are used all the time to predict the effects of different policy shocks or market changes. What's the impact of a new trade tariff, a change in carbon regulation, or what will happen to prices after a major firm goes bankrupt?
We have covered a remarkable amount of ground today. We started by defining industrial organization as the practical, hands-on application of microeconomics, establishing that market structure dictates a firm's strategic conduct.
Then we dove deep into the pursuit of market power, that ability to price above marginal cost. And we wrestled with that rigorous, often challenging econometric toolkit you need to actually measure that power, especially how to solve that endogeneity problem with things like instrumental variables.
We then explored the dynamic reality of markets, recognizing that entry barriers are what sustain power, and that the strategic dance in oligopolies creates this constant detectable threat of tacit collusion.
And we finished by seeing how all that quantitative rigor feeds directly into policy. It supports evidence-based antitrust action and sophisticated welfare analysis to make sure that the market structure ultimately benefits society and the consumer, not just the producer.
IO is truly the deep dive into the engineering of commerce, using hard data to answer these fundamental questions about fairness and efficiency. But we kept circling back to the influence of game theory on how firms behave.
We did. And it makes sense. I mean, given that we assume firms are rational profit maximizers in these complex interdependent markets, they are naturally going to seek out the most profitable equilibrium they can find. And in a repeated game with just a few players, that most profitable equilibrium is almost always a coordinated high-price outcome.
So when empirical analysis tests whether the real world behaves like the theory predicts, the data often shows these pricing patterns that just look suspicious. Prices that are too stable, or profit margins that are too high to be consistent with real competition.
Which brings us to our final thought for you, the learner. When an analyst detects what they call abnormal pricing, using these sophisticated statistical tools, how much of that is just clever, hard-to-prove strategic game theory in action-rational firms maximizing their joint profits without ever explicitly communicating? And how much of it is truly explicit, illegal collusion?
That line seems incredibly fine.
It is a razor's edge, and it's often defined by the economist's statistical model and the specific context of that market structure. But that distinction is everything. It dictates whether a firm's CEO gets a bonus for a clever strategy or a massive, crippling fine for anti-competitive conduct. We'd encourage you to reflect on how those structural rules shape these high-stakes strategic outcomes and what data markers you'd look for if you were the regulator.
A perfect place to end this deep dive. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
If you're the kind of learner who looks at the economy and sees, well, not just supply and demand curves, but a complex, high-stakes chess match, then this deep dive is definitely for you. We've acknowledged your curiosity, and today we are diving into a whole stack of sources focused entirely on game theory in microeconomics.
And it's really where economics moves from, a passive description of what's happening to an active prediction.
Yes.
For a long time, the basic models just assumed perfect competition.
Yeah.
It's a scenario where, no single person or firm could influence the price, but what happens in the real world?
The vast majority of the real world.
Exactly. Where every actor's decision is strategically linked to everyone else's, that's the territory we're exploring. That's game theory.
And that's our mission today. We want to extract the most important insights from this framework. We're looking for the tools to actually model competition, to predict behavior, and to understand why markets settle where they do. I mean, the core definition from our reading stack clarifies this almost immediately. Game theory is a branch of microeconomics studying situations where the outcome, or the payoff for each participant, depends entirely on the actions of all the others.
It just forces us to acknowledge that interdependence is, it's the rule. It's not the exception in almost every modern market you can think of.
And crucially, the players here aren't just people at a card table. We're talking about massive entities.
Oh, yeah.
Firms deciding on pricing, consumers deciding on loyalty, even governments deciding on regulation. The scope is just enormous.
Think about it. The strategic negotiations in global trade, or something as simple as whether a new coffee shop should open up right next to an existing one,
right?
That's interdependence. And that is exactly what we're trying to formalize here.
Okay, so let's unpack this. We are leaving the safe world of simple supply and demand and stepping into a world where every single move is calculated and every actor is, well, at least according to the theory, perfectly rational.
That's a big assumption we'll come back to.
Definitely. But for now, let's start with the absolute bedrock, the function of the theory and the basic components of a game.
The primary function of game theory is rigor. It's not just a nice thought exercise. It provides these theoretical predictions that can complement econometric analysis.
So you're not just looking at data after the fact.
Precisely. Instead of just gathering historical data and trying to explain what happened, game theory offers a theoretical structure before the data is even tested.
It creates the actual hypothesis you're going to test.
You got it. It allows us to formalize the mechanism of competition or cooperation. For example, before we use data to figure out if two airlines, say, implicitly colluded on ticket prices, we can model whether their self-interested rational decisions would naturally lead them to a non-competitive high-price outcome.
That is where the power lies. What's so fascinating here is that this framework lets us move beyond those overly simple models and genuinely model this complex dance of competition and cooperation. And to do that, you need 4 fundamental components that have to be clearly defined in any game theory model.
These are the necessary inputs. Without them, the analysis is meaningless.
Okay, first up, we have the players. These are the decision makers in the model, the individuals, the firms, the nations making the choices.
Simple enough. If you're modeling an oligopoly, the players are the few dominant firms. If you're modeling an auction, the players are the bidders and the auctioneer.
Second, you have strategies. And these are the available actions for each player. It's the complete set of choices they can make.
And this is important. A strategy isn't just one move. It can be a full contingency plan. It details what a player will do in every possible situation they might encounter during the game.
So it's not just, I'll set my price to $10.
No, it's, I'll set my price to $10 if my competitor sets theirs to $11, but I'll set it to $8 if they set theirs to $9. Defining that full strategy space is crucial. If we miss an action a player could take, our model is incomplete.
Right. Third, and this is central to the analysis, are the payoffs. This is the utility, the profit, or, the outcome associated with every single combination of strategies chosen by all the players.
The payoff matrix is the game's reward structure. It's what quantifies success or failure. If firm A chooses high output and firm B chooses low output, the payoff structure tells us exactly what profit, in measurable terms, accrues to both of them. It's what drives their rational choices.
And finally, the fourth element, and this is the one that introduces the most complexity, is the information structure. This dictates how much each player knows about the other three elements of the game.
This is often the point where a simple model becomes a complex and much more realistic one. And we usually break the information structure down into two essential pairings.
Let's start with that first pair, complete versus incomplete information.
Okay, complete information is the ideal, but it's often an unrealistic assumption. It means that every player knows all the rules of the game. They know who the players are, they know all the strategies available, and critically, they know the payoffs for every single player for every single outcome.
The rules of the game are basically public knowledge.
Exactly. But the real world is rarely like that. It's usually a game of incomplete information.
Meaning what, exactly?
It means players don't know all the elements. Perhaps I don't know your exact cost structure. Maybe I only know there's a 50% chance your costs are low and a 50% chance they're high. This uncertainty requires us to use probability to model beliefs about the other players.
Like when a company knows its own production costs way better than its competitors do.
That's the classic example. That hidden information fundamentally changes the strategy.
Okay, so that's complete versus incomplete, which addresses what you know about the game structure. Now, the second pair, perfect versus imperfect information. What's the distinction here?
This one is purely about time and observation. A game of perfect information means that when it's your turn to move, you know all the prior moves made by everyone else.
Like chess.
Chess or checkers, exactly. Everything is laid bare on the board. You are fully informed of the entire history of the game leading up to your turn.
So when I sit down to make my move, I see every single move you've made before me.
Precisely. Now, imperfect information is when players move simultaneously, or maybe sequentially. But the later players can't observe the earlier moves. The standard sealed bid auction is the classic example.
Ah, right. Everyone submits their bid at once.
Yep. You choose your strategy, your bid, without knowing the strategies chosen by your rivals. The strategies are chosen independently, simultaneously, and that creates imperfect information about their choices.
That distinction really helps map out the complexity. I mean, if you combine these pairs, you can build a huge variety of models. A game with complete and perfect information is simple, like chess.
But a game with incomplete and imperfect information starts to look a lot more like a real-world business negotiation.
Exactly. And once we've defined the game with all these components, we need a solution concept. We need a prediction of what's going to happen.
Which brings us to the centerpiece of the entire theory, the Nash equilibrium.
So why is this the central solution? What makes it so important?
Because it represents a kind of stability, but in a purely strategic sense. The definition is that it's a strategy profile, a combination of strategies, one for each player, where no player can unilaterally improve their payoff by changing their strategy.
Okay, so if we're both playing our part of a Nash equilibrium and I decide to deviate and pick a different strategy all by myself, my outcome will be worse. Or at best, the same.
That's the core insight. The system is self-enforcing because everyone is already doing the best they can given what everyone else is doing. No single person has an incentive to rock the boat.
And the true power of Nash, and this is a major theoretical nugget, is that it lets us prove that rational self-interest alone can lead to these coordinated, stable, but potentially suboptimal or non-competitive market structures.
Right.
But wait, if the outcome is suboptimal for both of us, like a high-price situation that could be beaten if we both agreed to lower prices, why does the Nash equilibrium still hold?
Because the concept is defined by unilateral deviation. You can't improve your position by yourself. Consider the classic prisoner's dilemma.
The most famous game of all.
Both confessing is the Nash equilibrium, even though both cooperating would yield a better collective outcome. Why don't you cooperate? Because if I confess and you cooperate, you get the absolute worst outcome. So your best individual defense, no matter what I do, is to confess. The Nash equilibrium predicts the outcome based on that cold self-interest, regardless of whether that outcome is socially ideal.
That's a crucial distinction, especially for policy analysis, which we'll get to later. Before we apply Nash, though, let's quickly outline the 3 ways players can interact over time.
We have to categorize the temporal structure of the game.
Yeah, first we have static games. These are the one-shot, simultaneous move games, like our sealed bid auction example. They're often the most straightforward to solve mathematically.
Then you have dynamic games. These are the sequential move games, the turn-taking scenarios. This introduces time, and with it, the concept of conditional strategies. What I do now depends entirely on what you did before me.
This is where we run into those more advanced solution concepts. The initial script just mentioned subgame perfection, but we really need to go deeper into that. If the Nash equilibrium is the go-to solution for static games, what tool do we use for these dynamic games?
We use subgame perfection. It's a refinement of the Nash concept. See, in dynamic games, players can make non-credible threats.
What's a non-credible threat?
Okay, imagine a large incumbent firm threatens to slash prices for 5 years straight if a small competitor enters the market. That sounds scary. But if the small firm does enter, the incumbent has to ask themselves, is it actually rational for me to lose money for 5 years just to punish them?
And often the answer is no. That threat isn't credible once you're actually in that situation.
Exactly. Subgame perfection eliminates those non-credible threats. A subgame is basically any point in the game tree where the subsequent decision structure is a complete game in itself. Subgame perfection requires that the player's strategies constitute a Nash equilibrium not just in the entire game, but in every single subgame within it.
So the incumbent's strategy to punish the entrant has to be rational, even after the entrant has made their move. If punishing means losing billions of dollars, it's not rational at that point, and so it's eliminated as a credible threat. That provides a far more powerful prediction.
It does. It requires a process called backward induction. You start from the very end of the game and work backward to see what rational actors would do at each and every decision point.
And finally, the third type, repeated games. This is when the same static or dynamic game is played over and over, sometimes infinitely. This structure allows players to build a history and look to the future, which fundamentally alters their incentives.
These three types, static, dynamic, and repeated, are the tools that allow us to move into the real strategic heartland of microeconomics.
And here's where it gets really interesting. Game theory's most extensive application is in analyzing market competition, specifically in oligopolies.
Right.
These are markets dominated by just a few major players. Think cell phone providers, aircraft manufacturers, or the big soda companies. Their fates are completely intertwined.
When you have only a few players, every single profit maximization strategy must involve strategically considering the rival. If the market is characterized by price wars, one firm's decision to drop prices has to factor in the predicted retaliatory price cut by the other guy.
And the sources focus on two classic models for understanding this. First, Corno competition for quantity, and then Bertrand competition for price. Let's start with Corno competition.
The Corno model is all about setting output. It assumes firms choose their production levels simultaneously. The crucial strategic assumption here is that each firm takes the output of its rivals as fixed when it's deciding its own profit-maximizing output.
So I assume you're going to produce 100,000 widgets. And based on that assumption, I calculate how many widgets I should produce to maximize my profit given the total market demand curve.
Correct. If your output is fixed, the remaining market demand is mine to serve. This leads to what's called a reaction function, or a best response function. This function maps every possible output choice by your rival to your own optimal output choice.
And the equilibrium is just where those functions cross.
The Nash equilibrium in the Corno model is exactly where these reaction functions intersect. It's the point where firm A is producing its best response to firm B's output, and firm B is simultaneously producing its best response to firm A's output. They're mutually consistent. No one wants to move.
And the crucial insight here, which is fascinating, is that the Corno outcome lands squarely between the two extremes we always talk about.
Right.
In a simple duopoly, two firms, the total output will be higher than a monopoly, which would restrict output to drive up prices.
Yeah.
But it's lower than perfect competition, where output is maximized.
And this is a true nugget for the learner. The result is that as you add more firms to the Corno oligopoly, the equilibrium quantity gets closer and closer to the perfectly competitive quantity, and the price gets closer and closer to marginal cost.
So the model shows that simply increasing the number of players, even just from 2 to 3 or 4, drastically reduces the market power of each individual firm.
It's a powerful result.
Now, let's contrast that with Bertrand competition, which is all about setting price, not quantity.
Bertrand is far more, well, volatile. It assumes firms choose their prices simultaneously, taking the price of their rivals as given.
And if the goods are identical?
If the goods are identical, say standardized plastic widgets, and I charge $5 and you charge $4.99, what happens?
All the customers are coming to me.
100% of them. The incentive to undercut is massive. If firms just keep undercutting each other by the smallest possible amount, the Nash equilibrium is reached only when the price drops all the way down to marginal cost.
And that's the famous Bertrand paradox.
It is. It's a paradox because you only need two firms to get the exact same efficiency outcome as perfect competition, which usually requires thousands of players.
If two firms sell identical products and can meet all demand, their market power just vanishes.
It vanishes entirely. Now, this model is often criticized for being too extreme, but it highlights the immense pressure that pure price competition puts on firms with identical offerings.
But real-world companies obviously escape this paradox all the time. How do they do it?
Through product differentiation. The moment you introduce even a small amount of variation, unique branding, slightly different features, a better warranty, the game changes completely.
Buyers are no longer willing to switch just for a 1-cent difference?
Exactly. The demand for your product becomes less elastic, and the Nash equilibrium price can be sustained well above marginal cost. Game theory actually helps firms strategically choose the optimal level of differentiation required to maintain those higher profits.
So the broader strategic takeaway is that game theory provides a formal language for understanding all of these interconnected decisions that firms have to make, going way beyond just price and quantity.
Think about all the levers firms pull. Setting pricing and output, yes, but also determining product differentiation, choosing the location of a new store, or deciding on advertising budgets. All these moves are designed to influence your opponent's payoff structure, to nudge the eventual Nash equilibrium toward an outcome that's more favorable to you.
And this reinforces that key insight we touched on earlier. Game theory can explain non-competitive outcomes without needing to assume explicit illegal collusion.
This is absolutely fundamental for regulators. If two firms both maintain high prices, it's not automatically proof of collusion. Game theory models can show that if the consequence of cheating is a destructive price war that hurts both players, then maintaining that high price can be the perfectly rational, self-interested, stable Nash equilibrium.
They're coordinated by the structure of the game itself, not by a handshake in a smoke-filled room.
Precisely.
That kind of strategic analysis is the very definition of the field known as industrial organization, or I/O. And game theory is clearly the core framework they use.
I/O studies market structure, firm conduct, and performance. Game theory provides the entire mechanism for modeling the conduct part. It's the language you use to discuss everything from R&D races to regulatory capture.
Let's delve into some of those specific I/O applications, starting with entry deterrence. This is fascinating how established firms can strategically block new companies from entering their market.
This is a classic dynamic game. The incumbent firm, the big guy, moves first by establishing a position. The potential entrant observes this and then decides whether to enter or stay out. The incumbent strategy is all about making their threat of retaliation credible.
So give us a concrete example of a credible deterrent. How do you do that?
The sources often point to strategic overinvestment in capacity, specifically building excess capacity.
Meaning you build a bigger factory than you actually need right now.
Exactly. An incumbent might invest in a factory that's 50% larger than what current demand requires. This investment is costly, sure, but it serves as a powerful signal. It tells the potential entrant, hey, if you come in, I already have the physical means, the low marginal cost, and the ability to immediately flood the market and drive prices below your entry cost.
But wait, why is that credible? Why wouldn't the incumbent just build that capacity after the entrant comes in, if they need it?
That's the key. Because the capacity is the sunk cost. It's already built and paid for. Once the factory is there, the incumbent's optimal strategy in that future scenario has changed. They already have the means to produce cheaply and aggressively. The sunk cost makes the threat to engage in a price war if entry occurs economically rational.
So the entrant sees the giant half-empty factory.
And they decide the payoff from just staying out is greater than the payoff from entering and facing that certain brutal price war. It's a perfect example of subgame perfection in action. The incumbent designs a strategy that is optimal at every future decision point.
That makes perfect sense. What about the second area, mergers and acquisitions, M&A?
Game theory is indispensable here, especially for antitrust regulators. It helps predict the post-merger Nash equilibrium. Regulators have to know, Will merging firm A and firm B create a new entity that acts like a near monopoly, leveraging its new market power to raise prices?
Or will the merger lead to efficiency gains that are actually passed on to consumers?
Right. The model helps you figure that out. You input the market structure, the cost functions, and the anticipated reaction functions of the remaining firms after the merger. For instance, if a merger results in a highly concentrated duopoly, the model can predict whether the new firms will settle into a Corno-like equilibrium with high prices, or if the efficiencies from the merger might actually lead to lower prices.
So it provides a formal framework for deciding if the structural change is good or bad for the market.
Exactly. Welfare decreasing or welfare improving.
And third, strategic investment. Analyzing these big capital decisions based on what your competitors are doing.
This often involves research and development. Think of the intense strategic R&D race between companies like Samsung and Apple, or between pharmaceutical giants. Investing in R&D is highly risky and incredibly expensive.
Right.
Game theory models this as a dynamic game where the big payoff is based on who successfully patents new technology first, securing a temporary monopoly profit.
So if I see you investing heavily in developing, say, a new chip architecture, my best response might be to accelerate my own R&D in that area.
Or to abandon it and focus on a completely different niche where you can win. The decision to invest heavily today is a strategic move designed to influence your optimal strategy tomorrow. If you don't match my investment, I might achieve a technological lead that forces you out of the high-end market entirely. These models help determine the optimal timing and scale of investment in these competitive scenarios.
We've covered the components, the solution concepts, and some major applications in the world of oligopolies. But as we transition here, we have to acknowledge that the real world often involves huge informational gaps. Let's talk about the critical role of information and uncertainty.
We have to stress this. Many, if not most, real-world economic games involve asymmetric information. This is simply a state where one party knows substantially more critical information than the other party.
The playing field is tilted.
Heavily. If I'm buying a used car, the seller knows more about its reliability than I do. This asymmetry is pervasive, and it drastically changes the strategic dynamic.
So firms know their costs better than competitors.
Right. They can bluff or signal their strength. When sellers know product quality better than buyers, we see major market failures.
And game theory provides specific models to address the two classic consequences of this asymmetry: adverse selection and moral hazard. Let's start with adverse selection.
Adverse selection is a problem that arises before transaction even happens. It's literally the selection of an undesirable outcome because of hidden information. The canonical example is George Akerlof's market for Lemon's used cars.
Walk us through that model. It's so illustrative.
Okay, so say there are two types of used cars on the market: high-quality cherries and low-quality lemons. Sellers know which type they have. Buyers, however, only know the average quality of cars on the market. They can't tell them apart.
So a buyer is only willing to offer a price for the average car.
Exactly. But that average price is too low for the owners of the high-quality cherries to accept. Their car is worth more than the average.
So the cherry owners pull their cars off the market. They just say, no thanks.
Right. And as the high-quality cars leave the market, what happens to the average quality of the cars that are left?
It goes down. It's more likely to be a lemon.
And the buyers, being rational, update their expectations. They drop their price offer even further. This creates a death spiral until, in the worst-case scenario, the market collapses entirely, leaving only low-quality goods, the adverse selection, and preventing mutually beneficial trades from ever happening.
The insight is just that the presence of uncertainty can completely destroy a market.
Now, contrast that with moral hazard. This is a problem that arises after a contract or agreement has been made. It's based on hidden action or unobservable behavior.
The insurance example is the most straightforward way to explain this one.
Yes. Suppose you purchase full home insurance that covers everything. Before you had the contract, you were probably very careful about locking your doors, maintaining your smoke detectors.
Of course.
After the contract is signed, your behavior might subtly change. You might become a little less careful because the financial risk of a loss is now borne by the insurance company, not you.
Your incentive to be cautious, your moral compass, if you will, is distorted because the cost of your risky behavior has been externalized.
Precisely. Game theory models this by looking at how contracts need to be designed to mitigate this hidden action. Since the insurer can't perfectly monitor your behavior, they have to design contracts that realign your incentives with theirs.
Through things like deductibles and copays.
Exactly. The game theory model helps determine the optimal deductible that balances the need for risk sharing with the need to maintain a good behavioral incentive for you.
And this applies far beyond insurance. I mean, think about a manager and an employee. If the manager can't perfectly monitor the employee's effort, the employee has an incentive to shirk. That's a moral hazard problem.
And the solution is designing an incentive package, like performance-based bonuses. That creates a strategic payoff where the employee's self-interest aligns with the company's goals. It makes maximum effort the Nash equilibrium for the employees.
That's a great example. Now, moving from information to time, let's revisit the power of repeated games. Why does having a tomorrow fundamentally change the strategic choices of today?
Well, the single-shot static game is just a snapshot. It assumes there's no history and no future consequences. But real business interactions, especially in oligopolies, are repeated. When players anticipate future interaction, maybe infinitely, the strategy set just explodes. You move from maximizing today's profit to maximizing the net present value of all future profits.
So what does this all mean in practice? It seems like repeated games introduce long-term incentives that can enforce cooperation that would be totally impossible in a single-shot game.
That's it exactly. The most immediate long-term incentive is the value of your reputation. In a one-shot market, if I can cheat you once and make a high profit, a rational actor does it. But if I cheat you today, you will never deal with me again. The potential loss of that entire future stream of profits can easily outweigh the immediate gain from cheating.
So the game itself forces me to maintain a reputation for honesty and reliability.
And the mechanism that enforces this reputation is the threat of future retaliation. We call them punishment strategies.
This is where that concept of the folk theorem comes in, which is a crucial insight.
It's a huge insight. In infinitely repeated games, if the discount factor, how much players value future payouts compared to today's, is high enough, then virtually any outcome that gives both players a better payoff than the simple one-shot Nash equilibrium can be sustained as a Nash equilibrium in the repeated game.
That's powerful. It means you can actually sustain cooperative outcomes, like maintaining high prices, without ever explicitly colluding. How does the punishment strategy work in practice?
The classic example is the Grimm trigger strategy. Let's say we're two firms, and we've implicitly agreed to maintain a high price of $100. My strategy is this. I will charge $100 in every period unless you ever deviate from that price.
The trigger.
Right. If you drop your price to $90 to steal market share for one period, that's the trigger. My strategy becomes to drop my price to marginal cost, say $10, forever after.
That's the grim part. It sounds brutal.
It's designed to be. The threat of an infinite price war is so costly that, provided you value the future stream of high profits enough, the short-term gain you get from cheating is instantly overshadowed. Therefore, maintaining the cooperative high price becomes the rational, self-enforcing Nash equilibrium of the repeated game.
And this dynamic directly explains the existence of tacit collusion.
Yes. This is coordination without an explicit illegal agreement. Firms just observe each other's price movements and realize they are in a scenario where deviation leads to mutual destruction. They don't need to meet to agree. The structure of the repeated game makes the cooperative outcome the only rational long-term path.
Which is so important for antitrust regulators to understand because they have to be able to distinguish between that illegal explicit collusion and this kind of natural tacit coordination.
It's one of their biggest challenges.
Okay, we've established the theoretical power of the framework. Now let's bring it down to earth and discuss its integration with empirical data and, critically, its limitations.
The relationship between game theory and econometrics is truly symbiotic. Game theory generates these rigorous, testable predictions about behavior.
And econometrics.
That's the statistical analysis of economic data. It provides the tools to validate, refine, or sometimes reject those theoretical models.
So what exactly are we trying to estimate using econometric analysis here? What's the goal?
Primarily two things. First, we try to estimate the payoff functions. We had to reverse engineer what the players actually care about. If we observe a firm acting in a certain way, we use econometric models to estimate their preferences. Do they care more about stability, market share, or just immediate profit? We use real-world choices to infer the structure of the game they're actually playing.
And the second use?
Testing whether equilibrium behavior is actually observed. We want to verify if the strategic outcomes predicted by the Nash equilibrium concept are what we actually see in the market data. If the Corno model predicts an equilibrium price of $50, we look at the data to see if that price actually persists over time.
Now, this sounds straightforward enough, but our sources are very clear that the empirical work is incredibly challenging. Let's tackle the first major issue they bring up: multiple equilibria.
This is a massive headache for anyone trying to make a prediction. Often, a well-specified game theory model predicts not one, but several possible stable outcomes.
Both of which are rational.
Both are perfectly rational. Think of a market entry game. It might be an equilibrium for firm A to enter and firm B to stay out, and it might simultaneously be a stable equilibrium for firm B to enter and firm A to stay out. Both outcomes are Nash.
So if the model predicts two stable opposite outcomes, and a policymaker is trying to decide whether to intervene, what do they do? How do they choose which outcome to regulate against?
That's the problem. The model has told you what is possible under rational behavior, but it hasn't told you what will happen. Econometric work tries to solve this by looking for small things in the environment that might push the system toward one equilibrium over another, but it remains a persistent challenge. And when regulation hinges on anticipating behavior, that ambiguity is a huge problem.
And the second major challenge is even more fundamental to the idea of causality: strategic endogeneity. We need to define this clearly.
Okay. Strategic endogeneity arises because in these strategic interactions, a player's choice of strategy, the input, and the resulting market outcome, the output, are determined simultaneously. They're interdependent. It's a classic two-way street that makes statistical identification incredibly difficult.
The ultimate chicken or the egg problem.
Exactly. Let's say we're studying the advertising spending of two rival firms. We observe high advertising levels, the strategy, and we observe high market concentration, the outcome. Did the high market concentration allow the firms to earn high profits, which they then spent on advertising?
So the outcome influenced the strategy?
Right. Or did the aggressive advertising strategies cause the concentration in the first place?
The strategy influenced the outcome.
It's almost impossible to tell from the data alone. The econometrician needs to find some variable that influences the strategy choice without directly influencing the outcome to establish true causality. But in a fully strategic environment, everything is interdependent.
It's a real puzzle.
This is why empirical game theory relies on increasingly granular, micro-level data and very advanced statistical techniques to try and find ways to break that circularity.
Okay, so given these pretty serious technical challenges, let's move to the policy realm. Despite the difficulties in empirical validation, game theory is absolutely vital for policymakers, particularly in setting antitrust policy and market regulation.
Antitrust is the ultimate application. Regulators at the DOJ or the FTC spend their entire careers trying to distinguish between competitive behavior and anti-competitive practices. They have to figure out if high prices are the result of efficiency and innovation or tacit collusion and market manipulation.
And game theory provides the models to help distinguish between the two.
It provides the counterfactual. It allows the regulator to model what the market structure should look like if firms were just acting as rational, self-interested, non-colluding players. If the observed prices in the real world are significantly higher than the predicted Nash equilibrium price, then there is strong evidence suggesting something anti-competitive is going on.
It also offers significant predictive value when it comes to firm responses to regulation. A government can't just impose a new rule or tax without understanding how the regulated firms will strategically react to it.
Imagine the government imposes a new, costly environmental regulation. The policymakers need to model the new game. Will firms just absorb the cost? Will they strategically use the new regulation as a focal point to coordinate on a price increase, using the tax as a public justification? Will the regulation drive smaller firms out of the market entirely, leading to even greater concentration?
Game theory lets them model the new Nash equilibrium that will result from that tax, hopefully anticipating the unintended consequences before the policy is even enacted.
And this just reinforces why the data is so important. Game theory provides the theoretical model, but you need the econometric evidence to have a robust policy evaluation. You need to prove that the firms you're regulating actually behave according to your model of rationality. Otherwise, your intervention could end up making things worse.
This brings us to the necessary counterpoint: the limitations and the caveats of the entire theoretical structure. What are the big assumptions game theory makes that might break down in the real messy world?
Well, we really rely on two major simplifications. First, and we mentioned this at the top, is the assumption of perfect rationality.
Right.
Game theory assumes players always choose the strategy that maximizes their calculated expected payoff. They are perfectly calculating, perfectly informed, and immune to human emotion, cognitive biases, or just simple mistakes.
Which obviously is a huge simplification when you're dealing with human managers or even massive bureaucratic organizations.
It is. The rise of behavioral economics has shown repeatedly that humans use heuristics, they suffer from cognitive biases, and they often prioritize concepts like fairness or loss aversion over strict utility maximization. If your model assumes perfect rationality, but the real players are only boundedly rational, your predictions might fail.
And the second major assumption involves information. While we do have models for asymmetry, for mathematical tractability, many of the simpler models still assume perfect or complete information structures, which we know are very rare in complex markets.
And that's really the upshot. Real-world behavior frequently deviates from these theoretical predictions. Now, this doesn't mean the theory is useless. Not at all. It just means we have to view it as a powerful structural framework that must always be refined and validated by data.
This is why that empirical validation is so essential. You have to ensure your policy advice or your strategic predictions are based on observed reality, not just these theoretical ideals of perfect strategic behavior.
Exactly.
That brings us to the close of this really intensive deep dive. We've moved all the way from defining strategic interdependence and the foundational Nash equilibrium through the different temporal structures of games, static, dynamic, and repeated. We applied these concepts to firm competition using the Cournot and Bertrand models, and then we tackled the complexity introduced by information asymmetry, revealing how adverse selection and moral hazard can lead to market failure, and how punishment strategies can sustain long-term tacit cooperation.
And the core strength, as we've noted throughout, really is the integration of the theory with the data. Game theory gives us the structure and the testable hypotheses, while econometrics gives us the tools to validate whether that theoretical rationality actually holds up in the face of messy, real-world data.
Despite all those challenges like multiple equilibria and strategic endogeneity, at the end of the day, it gives you a lens to look at every strategic interaction, from a political negotiation to a supermarket price change, and see the underlying system of calculated moves and countermoves.
And if we want to connect this to the bigger picture, we need to leave you with a final provocative thought, building on the limitations we just discussed. We know that strict rationality is a very strong assumption, and we know that behavioral deviations are common. We also know that regulatory policy, especially in antitrust, has to rely on robust econometric evidence to justify massive market interventions.
But that evidence, as we discussed, is often complicated by these technical hurdles like strategic endogeneity and the presence of multiple stable outcomes.
So consider this. If the theoretical starting point of game theory, the perfectly rational actor, is so often contradicted by real-world data and behavioral evidence, should regulators and policymakers continue to prioritize models built on that idealized rationality? Or should the focus shift entirely to purely empirical models that just try to predict behavior based solely on observed data, even if that data is strategically endogenous?
In other words, how much should reality correct our theory versus how much should our theory guide our perception of reality?
Exactly. It's something to mull over as you analyze the strategic games unfolding all around you every day. Welcome back to the Deep Dive, where we deliver the necessary insight to make you truly well-informed on the subjects that underpin modern life.
And today, we are strapping ourselves in.
We really are. We're doing a deep exploration into a field that is foundational, but I think for many people pretty opaque. Econometrics.
Specifically at the micro level.
Right. Microeconometrics.
This is a domain where, mathematics, statistics, and economic theory all converge. I like to think of it as the engine room of modern empirical research.
The engine room. I like that.
It really is. It's where these abstract theoretical concepts about individual decision-making, how you or I or a small business owner makes a choice, are systematically translated into measurable quantitative facts.
Okay, let's unpack this because that's a big claim.
Yeah.
We've been immersed in a vast stack of sources that define this field, that outline its core tools, and maybe most importantly, expose the critical methodological challenges that researchers have to overcome. And this deep dive is really a shortcut for you, our listener, to understand precisely how economists move from a simple behavioral assumption, like the idea that, say, higher wages encourage people to work more.
Right, a very basic idea.
To a robust numeric conclusion that can actually go on to shape major national policy.
Our mission today is to demystify that entire process. We want you to uncover how these quantitative insights are generated, concerning individuals, households, firms, and markets.
So where do we start?
We have to start with the fundamental definition. At its core, econometrics is the application of rigorous statistical methods directly to economic data.
That initial definition is critical.
Yeah.
Because it tells us what this field is not.
Exactly.
It's not just abstract modeling, and it's definitely not just, plugging numbers into a spreadsheet and seeing what comes out. It's the structured scientific link between those two worlds.
Precisely. The big picture goal of this entire field, really, is to transform those theoretical models, those, algebraic expressions of human behavior, into testable empirical relationships. We aim to quantify the economic relationships that are predicted by microeconomic theory. So if a theory gives you a directional prediction like A subsidy increases consumption.
A causes B.
A causes B. Econometrics comes in and provides the magnitude and the confidence interval. It says a $1 subsidy increases consumption by 85 cents, and we're 95% certain of that.
That's a huge difference. That's the difference between an idea and a plan.
It's the difference between philosophy and policy.
So let's begin our journey across that theoretical bridge you mentioned. Theory and data, they seem like they should be natural partners, but in economics, the sheer complexity of human choice makes that bridge pretty difficult to cross.
It's very difficult.
How does microeconomic theory set the stage for the econometrician? Where does it all begin?
Well, microeconomic theory is the necessary starting point because it provides the behavioral structure. It gives us the axioms and the assumptions about, rational decision-making that we believe govern individuals and firms.
So things like...
For consumers, the central idea is utility maximization.
Right.
The idea that individuals are trying to get the maximum possible satisfaction or benefit from whatever resources they have available.
And for businesses.
For firms, it's profit maximization, the simple assumption that they are trying to maximize the difference between their revenues and their costs.
So these are the stylized, I guess you could say idealized blueprints of a perfectly rational world.
That's a great way to put it.
We assume everyone knows their preferences, they have perfect information, and they act completely logically to pursue their goals, which we know isn't how the real world works.
Not at all. And as soon as you step into the real world, you realize those idealized conditions rarely, if ever, hold perfectly. And this is exactly where econometrics steps in.
Okay.
It takes the mathematical formulation of those assumptions, the equations, and it uses real-world data to estimate the unknown parameters inside them. And then, crucially, it rigorously tests whether the observed behavior, which is often messy and unpredictable, actually aligns with what the theory predicted.
So it's an iterative process then. It's a feedback loop. Theory proposes something, econometrics comes in and either confirms it, disposes of it, or more often refines it.
That's it.
If the data shows that people don't respond to incentives exactly like the perfect model says they should, that econometric evidence feeds back to update the theory itself.
That continuous feedback loop is absolutely central to applied microeconomics. You really can't have serious modern research without that empirical validation.
I see.
Without econometrics, economic theory risks becoming purely philosophical. It's just a thought experiment.
And without theory?
Without theory, econometrics is just a bunch of curve-fitting exercises without any context. You're just finding patterns in data with no reason why.
So what are we fundamentally trying to measure when we apply this rigorous tool? It has to go beyond just describing how things look today.
It does. The purpose is measurement and inference. And it's specifically focused on how things change when one input changes. We use econometrics to rigorously quantify three main things.
Okay, what are they?
First, behavioral responses. This is the classic elasticity question, how sensitive is the quantity demanded of a product to a change in its price?
Right.
Second, causal effects. Does this new regulation actually cause firms to hire fewer people? Or is something else driving that trend that we're seeing?
The correlation versus causation problem.
The big one. And third, and this is maybe the most applied, policy impacts.
The ultimate application. You're providing quantitative evidence on whether a public intervention, a new tax, a benefit program, an environmental regulation actually achieves its stated goal and, at what cost.
Precisely. And the foundational technology for executing all of these measurements is regression analysis.
Okay.
If you absorb one core concept today, I think it should be why regression isn't just a descriptive tool, but it's the mechanism for causal inference in economics.
All right, let's go deep on regression. We're calling it the core tool. But for our listener, what is it mechanically and why is it so indispensable? Especially when you compare it to just, looking at simple averages or correlations.
At its heart, regression analysis. And we typically start with what's called the ordinary least squares, or OLS, estimator.
OFS.
OLS. It's a method of drawing the best fit line through a scatter plot of data points.
Okay, so you have a bunch of dots on a graph, and this finds the one line that gets closest to all of them.
That's the intuition, yes.
Yeah.
It works by minimizing the sum of the square differences between the actual data points and the line you're drawing. We call these differences residuals.
Right.
And by minimizing them, the OLS method gives you the best possible linear estimate of the relationship between a dependent variable, that's the outcome you care about, and one or more independent variables, which are the causes or predictors.
So it's finding the most statistically representative kind of average relationship that's possible in that data.
It is, but more importantly, it allows economists to estimate the elusive ceteris paribus effect.
Ah, that famous Latin phrase.
Yeah.
They definitely need to elaborate on that because it feels like this is what unlocks the power of regression for the learner.
It really does. Ceteris paribus literally means all other things being equal or holding all other factors constant.
Right.
In the natural sciences, researchers achieve this through physical control. They isolate an experiment in a vacuum chamber or a controlled field plot, making sure only one variable changes at a time.
But the economy is, it's the opposite of a vacuum chamber. It's a constantly evolving system where millions of variables are all changing at the same time.
Exactly. People are simultaneously finishing school, changing jobs, getting married. Their health costs are rising. Technology is shifting.
You can't put the economy in a vacuum chamber.
You can't. And that's the challenge. And regression analysis is our mathematical simulation of that laboratory control.
So it's a virtual lab.
In a sense, yes. Its function is to allow the economist to include multiple potential influences, multiple control variables in the same equation, and by doing so, it statistically holds their influence constant while it isolates the effect of the one variable you truly care about.
Okay, so let's make this concrete. We can look at a central question like, what is the economic return to getting a 4-year college degree?
A classic question.
But we know that people who choose to go to college differ systematically from those who don't. They might come from wealthier families, have higher innate ability, live in areas with better job markets, all sorts of things.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And if we just calculated the average income difference between college graduates and non-graduates, that simple correlation would be capturing the effect of the degree plus the effect of family wealth plus innate ability plus regional differences.
So the number you get would be misleadingly large because it's bundling everything together.
Contaminated. Yes.
And the regression model, it disentangles that bundle.
Yes. The illustrative example here is key. We estimate the return to education while simultaneously including and holding experience constant, holding wealth constant, holding regional unemployment rates constant.
I see.
The regression then isolates the coefficient on just the education variable. And that number is the change in earnings purely attributable to the degree net of all those other major measured factors.
That isolation, that ability to control for multiple factors simultaneously, that's the control mechanism in action.
That's the magic of it.
And without this fundamental power, we're doomed to simply observing correlations. And we all know the saying, correlation is the enemy of causal claims.
Indeed. We rely on regression to move from a descriptive observation, like highly educated people earn more, to a prescriptive causal claim, like a 1-year increase in education causes an average increase of X dollars in hourly wages.
A much more powerful statement.
A world of difference.
Okay, so moving from the tool to the raw material, the data itself. The structure of that data has to fundamentally dictate the kinds of questions we can ask and the methods we can use to answer them.
Absolutely.
And in microeconometrics, we rely so heavily on detailed information about individuals. So what is the landscape of data that's ideal for this kind of microanalysis?
Well, we primarily rely on two main structures. The first is what we call cross-sectional data.
Okay.
You can think of this as a single detailed snapshot of the world. It involves observations on many different individuals or firms or households, but they're all measured at one specific point in time, say the current year.
So a national survey of 50,000 households asking about their debt levels and spending patterns as of December 31st.
Perfect example.
You get a lot of breadth, a massive volume of data points, but you don't get any depth in terms of their history. You see what they're doing right now, but you don't know how they got to that point.
Correct. Cross-sectional data is excellent for analyzing things like market structure or differences between demographics or distributional issues at a single moment.
But not so great for change.
Not for measuring change or causality. For that, we often prefer the second structure, panel data.
This is the moving picture.
This is the moving picture. It is the same units, the same 50,000 households, or the same 1,000 firms observed repeatedly across time. We follow them year after year. I see. And this allows researchers to capture time dynamics and, crucially, to track changes within the very same unit.
That ability to track change within a fixed unit seems hugely beneficial.
It's a game changer.
If we want to evaluate a new government training program, for instance, we can look at the workers before they entered the program and compare their earnings to what happened after they completed it. And we can compare that to a similar group that never enrolled at all.
That is precisely why panel data is so much richer for causal analysis. It gives you the volume you need for statistical power, and it gives you the repeated observation you need to control for individual specific characteristics that don't change over time.
Things like innate talent or motivation.
Exactly. Both of these data structures are considered ideal for micro-level work because they provide that necessary granularity to model individual decision-making.
This brings us to the core objective. I mean, the entire reason we use these complex tools in the first place. Causal inference, we've sort of danced around it, but let's hit it head on.
Right.
Why is distinguishing correlation from causation the defining struggle in all of empirical economics?
Because policy has to be based on levers that truly move the economy. It's that simple.
Right.
If higher government spending is correlated with higher inflation, we have to know, does the spending cause the inflation? Or are both of them being caused by some third factor, like a simultaneous shift in global supply chains?
And if you get that wrong,
if we implement a costly, large-scale program based on a spurious or a fake correlation, we risk wasting enormous resources and, even worse, generating unintended negative consequences.
So what does identifying a true causal relationship require in a mathematical and modeling sense? What do you have to get right?
The sources we looked at identify two main non-negotiable elements. First, you need proper model specification.
Okay, what does that mean?
It means choosing the right mathematical architecture, the functional form, and ensuring you include all the theoretically relevant variables. For example, if you specify a linear model, a straight line relationship, when the true relationship is clearly nonlinear, like diminishing returns.
Your model is just wrong. It misrepresents reality from the start.
It's a fundamental error.
Can you give us an example of why that functional form selection is so critical? It sounds a bit technical.
Sure. Let's say an economist wants to measure marginal effects, the dollar increase in wages for one more year of education. They'd probably use a simple linear model. But if they want to measure elasticity, the percentage change in demand from a percentage change in price, they would typically use a log linear model.
Meaning they take the logarithm of the variable.
They take the logarithm, yes. And why do they do that? Because the coefficient in a log linear model directly gives you the elasticity, which is a unit-free measure. It's essential for comparison across different goods or markets.
So getting the functional form wrong doesn't just give you a slightly off number, it fundamentally changes the interpretation of the result itself.
Completely.
That's much more detailed than just picking the right equation. So what's a second and arguably more challenging element for causal identification?
That is the rigorous control of confounding variables.
The confounders.
Yes. These are often unobserved factors that influence both the cause you're looking at, let's call it X, and the effect, which we'll call Y. And by doing so, they create the illusion of a direct causal link between X and Y. If you don't account for them, the estimated effect of X it's inevitably biased.
The danger, then, is severe. If we fail in proper identification, either through bad model specification or by missing a critical confounding variable, what's the immediate practical consequence for the conclusions?
The consequence is that the results are biased and misleading, period. Your coefficient estimates are inaccurate, which means any policy that's derived from them will be ineffective or, maybe even detrimental.
So if a study suggests the return to education is 15%, when the true return is only 8%,
policymakers might overinvest in education, diverting resources away from other more effective programs. The stakes are very high.
This brings us back to our primary defense against this bias, the critical role of control variables. I think we need to go beyond the basic definition here.
We should. Control variables are the workhorse of causal inference. Their main function is to help isolate the effect you're interested in by proxying for or soaking up the variance caused by those confounding factors.
So they statistically neutralize other factors that might otherwise contaminate the true relationship.
That's the goal, yes.
We mentioned unobserved heterogeneity earlier. Let's connect the need for controls directly to this central statistical problem. How do controls reduce the bias caused by this unobserved heterogeneity?
Right. Unobserved heterogeneity is arguably the biggest structural challenge in microeconometrics. It refers to persistent, inherent, unmeasured differences between the units you're observing.
So not just things we forgot to measure, but things we can't measure easily.
Exactly. Think of two firms that appear identical in the data, same sector, same number of employees, same capital stock, but one might be run by an extraordinarily innovative CEO or have a deeply ingrained, efficient corporate culture, while the other does not.
Right.
Those differences are unobserved in the data, yet they drive outcomes like profit margins.
Okay, so if we compare the profit margins of those two firms after, say, a new tax cut, and we don't account for that unobserved better management ability,
we might incorrectly attribute the higher profitability of the better managed firm entirely to the tax cut variable.
the tax cut gets credit for the good CEO.
It does. And so when you can't measure the perfect variable, like CEO quality, you include control variables that are correlated with it. Things like the previous year's profit margins, R&D spending, the firm's debt-equity ratio.
They act as proxies.
They act as proxies, yes. They soak up some of that management effect, and they minimize the remaining unobserved differences between the firms. This process reduces the magnitude of the bias, even if it doesn't eliminate it entirely.
So the correct and exhaustive use of controls is absolutely critical in these microeconomic regression models. If you skimp on controls, the internal validity of your results just collapses.
That's the definitive takeaway from this section. Because individual decisions are inherently so complex, filled with subjective and unmeasurable inputs, the quality and the appropriateness of your control variables are often the single strongest indicator of a credible microeconometric analysis.
So navigating the complexities of data structure and control variables really highlights the fact that applied econometrics it's a methodological minefield.
It really is.
Achieving true causal identification is hard, and there are several standard hurdles that constantly threaten to undermine the validity of a simple regression model. Let's detail these classic econometric challenges.
We can classify the hurdles that motivate these more advanced methodologies into, I'd say, 4 major categories.
Okay, let's start with the most common and I think the most intuitive one. Omitted variables bias, or OVB. What's the fundamental issue here and what's its specific consequence?
OVB occurs when a variable that meets 2 specific conditions is left out of the model. First, it has to affect the outcome variable, y, and second, it must be correlated with the primary variable of interest, x.
Both conditions have to be met.
Both. And if you omit a variable like that, the effect of that missing variable is incorrectly assigned to the variable x, which causes bias in your estimate.
Let's stick with the classic wage equation. If we're trying to measure the effect of education, x, on wages, y, and we omit parental wealth, let's call it z. We know parental wealth is correlated with both education. Wealthier kids tend to go to better schools for longer, and with wages, because wealthier kids have better networks.
Yeah.
So what happens to our estimate of the return to education?
Since parental wealth is positively correlated with both your x and your y, omitting it means the coefficient on education will be biased upward.
Okay.
It will look like education is more valuable than it truly is.
Why?
Because the education variable is essentially acting as a proxy for wealth. It's carrying the weight of the missing wealth and networking effects on its own.
I see.
And the direction of the bias, whether it's upward or downward, is predictable once you understand the correlations between the omitted variable and the others. This is why OVB is so dangerous. It systematically exaggerates or minimizes effects.
But doesn't the researcher face a dilemma here? I mean, if they just throw in every conceivable control variable, do they risk losing statistical power or, confusing the mechanism they're trying to isolate?
That is an excellent and very sophisticated point. It's a fundamental trade-off.
Okay.
Econometricians have to distinguish between what we call good controls and bad controls. A good control variable is one that helps satisfy that ceteris paribus condition by soaking up confounding variation.
Give me one.
A bad control variable might be an outcome of the variable you're interested in. It might be on the causal pathway itself.
What happens if you include one of those?
Including a bad control variable can actually mask the true causal effect you're trying to measure. It leads to a different kind of bias. So the choice requires deep theoretical grounding, not just statistical fishing.
Okay, that makes sense. So a truly successful deep dive is defined by the quality of its inputs. Let's look at the second major challenge, measurement error. This seems like where the messy reality of data collection clashes with statistical precision.
It really is. Measurement error is endemic to microeconomic data because it deals so often with human reporting. It's the problem of data being inaccurately or imprecisely recorded.
Like on a survey.
Exactly. Think of self-reported survey data. A small business owner is surveyed in March and asked for their precise revenue for the previous calendar year. They might guess, they might round the number, or they might accidentally miss a category of expense.
I can definitely relate to that. I mean, trying to track my own household budget perfectly is difficult enough. Asking thousands of people about detailed financial figures, it ensures some level of noise.
Precisely. And this noise creates issues. If the outcome variable, y, is measured with error, it typically just increases the overall variance, which makes it harder to find significant results. More noise.
Okay.
But if the primary variable of interest, say years of work experience, is measured with error, it generally leads to something called attenuation bias.
Attenuation bias.
It pushes the estimated coefficient toward 0. This means your model will mistakenly suggest that the variable is less impactful than it truly is, simply because the error has smeared the relationship.
Interesting. Okay, moving on to the third hurdle, sample selection bias. This feels like a challenge that's related less to the equation and more to the population we're actually studying.
That's exactly right. Sample selection bias happens when the observed data, the sample you're using for your regression, is not a random representative draw of the population you're trying to generalize your findings to.
How does that happen?
The decision to be in the sample is often tied to the very outcome you're studying.
Okay, give us an example.
A classic example in labor economics is analyzing the impact of education on the wages of women. If your data set only includes women who have chosen to participate in the full-time labor force, you are missing all the women who are highly educated but chose not to work.
Right, maybe because of high spousal income or childcare costs or other preferences.
Exactly. The decision to work is not random, it's self-selected. And if the women who choose to stay home would have, on average, lower earnings potential than those who choose to work, your sample is biased upward.
So your conclusion about the return to education for all women will be based only on the select, non-random portion that chose to participate.
Which is a major problem. And addressing this often requires advanced techniques, like the Heckman correction, which models the selection decision and the outcome decision simultaneously.
And finally, the most technically complex challenge: endogeneity and simultaneity. This is where a simple OLS regression completely breaks down.
This is the death knell for simple correlation. Endogeneity means the relationship between cause and effect runs in both directions, or that a hidden variable is affecting both of them simultaneously.
So cause and effect are tangled.
They are. Simultaneity is similar. The cause and the effect are determined in the same market or at the same time. You can't isolate X affecting Y because Y might simultaneously be affecting X.
Let's use the health insurance example. We want to know if having high-quality health insurance, RX, causes people to live longer, RY.
Right. But the causation runs backwards, too.
How so?
People who are already healthier, maybe due to unobserved genetic or lifestyle factors, might be more proactive about seeking out and affording high-quality insurance. Or insurance companies might actively recruit healthier individuals.
So health causes insurance choice, and insurance choice causes better health.
The relationship is endogenous. If you try to run a simple OLS regression on that, the coefficient on insurance will be highly biased because it's capturing both the causal effect and that selection effect.
So this whole section, OVB, measurement error, sample selection, and endogeneity, this is the explicit motivation for moving beyond simple OLS. This is why techniques like instrumental variables or 5E and fixed effects modeling exist. We have to explain what these crucial advanced methods actually do.
They are powerful tools, and they are designed specifically to combat endogeneity and unobserved heterogeneity. Let's start with fixed effects. This is applicable when you have panel data.
Our moving picture of the same individuals over time.
Exactly. We talked about that unobserved heterogeneity, things like innate ability or superior management skills that don't really change over time.
Right.
Fixed effects modeling exploits panel data to control for all unobserved characteristics of an individual or a firm that are constant over time.
Oh.
It essentially looks at how an individual's wages change relative to their own average when their education or experience changes. By looking only at the variation within a person over time, we effectively difference out or eliminate the effect of any time-invariant unobserved traits, like innate ability or an immutable personality.
Wow. That is incredibly powerful. It eliminates the need to even measure incredibly complex variables like motivation, as long as they stay constant for that person.
It's a huge advantage. Now, consider instrumental variables, or PREV. This is the standard tool to address endogeneity when fixed effects isn't possible, or when the unobserved factor does change over time.
Okay.
The IV method requires finding a variable, an instrument, let's call it Z, that meets two critical conditions. First, it has to be highly correlated with the endogenous cause, X.
And second?
And second, it must be completely uncorrelated with the outcome, Y, except through its effect on X. It can only affect Y through X.
So we need something that pushes the cause, but doesn't have its own independent direct push on the effect.
That's a perfect way to put it, yes. For example, in the classic study of the return to education, researchers struggled with the fact that education level is endogenous, correlated with unobserved ability.
Right.
One famous instrument that was used was compulsory schooling laws, or the proximity of a student to a state college.
How is that an instrument?
Well, the proximity of a college influences how much education a student obtains. That's X. But it's generally unrelated to their innate ability, which is the unobserved variable, except through that channel of education.
I see.
So by using the instrument, we can isolate the exogenous variation in X and get a far less biased estimate of the causal effect on Y.
It makes it crystal clear that model specification and the choice of methodology are not just academic exercises. They're the difference between a credible policy finding and pure noise.
They are.
But even with the best methodology, we're still reliant on the data. Let's just emphasize the importance of data quality one more time.
Even the most sophisticated models are fragile if the input is flawed. Reliable microeconomic analysis depends on two factors: accurate measurement of the variables and representative samples of the population.
It's the old saying, garbage in, garbage out.
It is.
If the survey question is badly phrased, if the data is compiled sloppily, or if the government agency reporting the statistics is using outdated methods, the conclusions are just fundamentally undermined from the start.
Absolutely. Poor data quality is the first and most certain way to undermine any econometric conclusion. We can't rely on a complex 4V or a fixed effects model to fix a problem that stems from a badly designed survey or non-random sampling.
Okay, so let's assume the researcher has navigated this entire minefield. They've chosen the right data, they've used advanced techniques like IV or fixed effects to deal with endogeneity, and they've run the analysis. We are now faced with the result, a series of coefficients. Interpretation is paramount. What exactly are they looking at?
They're primarily focused on the estimated coefficients. As we discussed, these represent the average partial effects. For example, they indicate that for every 1 unit increase in X, let's say 1 standard deviation of CEO quality, as proxied by R&D spending, the outcome variable Y, firm profit, changes by a specific amount on average, and holding all other measured factors constant.
And we know not all coefficients are created equal. There are two crucial filters every result has to pass through. The first one is statistical significance.
Right. Statistical significance tells you, our listener, if the result is likely real or just a fluke due to sampling variation. It answers the question, is the measured effect reliably different from zero?
How we know?
We use p-values and confidence intervals to determine if we can conclude with a high degree of certainty, usually 95 or 99%, that a relationship truly exists in the population, or if the result is just random chance within this specific sample we're looking at.
But a finding can be statistically significant, meaning we're 99% sure it's real and still be completely irrelevant. And that leads us to the second crucial consideration, economic magnitude.
This is so often overlooked in policy discussions, but it is absolutely vital. Economic magnitude asks the simple question: is the result big enough to matter in the real world?
Right.
For example, a new, very costly job training program might yield a result that is highly statistically significant. We know with great confidence that it causes some wage increase, but if the average increase is 5 cents an hour, the economic magnitude is minuscule. The program would fail a cost-benefit analysis, regardless of its statistical validity.
Exactly.
So the savvy observer, the person listening to this, has to ask both questions. Is the effect statistically reliable? And is the size of the effect meaningful for the people or markets it's intended to help?
Absolutely. And the final piece of interpretation is what I'll call contextual necessity. The numbers have to align with common sense and economic reasoning.
They have to make sense. They have to make sense. If your rigorous model, using all the right controls, suggests that increasing the price of gasoline dramatically increases the quantity demanded, a positive demand elasticity, that should immediately send the researcher back to check for flaws in their data or their model specification. The numbers must make sense in the context of known human behavior.
Our discussion so far clearly illustrates that pure economic theory and econometrics are not rivals. They have these complementary roles, and each one strengthens the other in the pursuit of understanding.
They're essential partners. You can't have one without the other in modern research. Pure theory, as we established, provides the structure. It predicts behavior under defined, often idealized, assumptions about rationality and perfect competition.
And econometrics provides the ground truth.
It provides the ground truth, precisely. Econometrics tests those predictions using real data. And critically, it often reveals deviations from the theoretical benchmarks when they occur.
Can you give an example of that?
Sure. For decades, traditional theory assumed perfect rationality. Econometric analysis, however, showed that systematic behavioral biases, things like present bias or loss aversion, consistently caused real-world behavior to deviate from that rational benchmark.
And that empirical evidence.
That empirical evidence fueled the development of modern behavioral economics. It forced the theory to adapt to reality, not the other way around.
This helps explain why modern microeconomics is so intensely data-driven. The bar for publishing influential academic research today requires much more than just an elegant mathematical model.
Oh, much more.
It demands robust, well-identified empirical evidence.
It does. Econometrics enables these huge, large-scale empirical studies, and it provides the mechanism for rigorous hypothesis testing. It's utterly essential for all serious academic and policy research today. The complexity of modern markets just means we can no longer rely on intuition alone.
And now we can analyze the highest stakes application of all of this. Policy evaluation in practice. How is econometrics structurally central to evaluating public policies and assessing their welfare impacts?
When governments or institutions are spending billions of dollars on interventions, whether it's healthcare reform, education subsidies, environmental regulations, they need proof that the money is being spent effectively.
Right, they need to show results.
And credible, evidence-based policy relies entirely on microeconometric analysis that can credibly isolate the causal effect of that specific intervention.
Can we pull out some of the specific examples the sources provided?
Yeah.
I think it helps to show how these complex methodologies are really required here.
Let's use the evaluation of labor market reforms, specifically minimum wage policies. This is an area that is just rife with endogeneity concerns.
Why is that?
Because the regions that implement minimum wage increases often differ systematically from those that don't, so you can't just compare them. To get around this, econometricians frequently employ a methodology called difference in difference analysis, or DEED, often leveraging TANL data.
Okay, explain D for us. It sounds like a core policy evaluation tool.
It is. DIG is a quasi-experimental method. It works by comparing the change in outcomes, like employment, over time for a group that receives a treatment.
Say, a state that raises its minimum wage.
There's a change in outcomes over the same period for a similar control group that does not receive the treatment. So a neighboring state that kept its minimum wage constant.
So you are literally looking at the difference in the differences.
Yeah.
You first calculate the change in employment in the treatment state, and then you subtract the change in employment that happened in the control state.
Exactly. And this method is incredibly powerful because it controls for two major confounding factors at the same time.
What are they?
First, it controls for the average differences between the two states that don't change over time. Things like differences in state culture or labor history. That addresses the unobserved heterogeneity.
And second?
Second, it controls for any common national trends that were affecting both states equally, like a national recession. The resulting estimate, that final number, is the causal effect of the minimum wage policy, isolated from those larger trends and stable state differences.
That is the value proposition, then. Econometrics moves policy evaluation from simple correlation like, just observing that employment went down after the wage hike, to a rigorous quantitative causal claim that can actually withstand scrutiny.
It provides the essential evidence necessary to determine if a public intervention achieved its desired measurable outcome, or if it caused unintended side effects, like maybe reducing hours worked instead of reducing the number of jobs.
As crucial as this tool is, we have to conclude by acknowledging the boundaries of the analysis. Econometrics is powerful, but it is not a machine that produces ultimate truth.
Not at all.
What are the key limitations and caveats we must always remember?
The first, and I think the most foundational limitation, is that the results depend entirely on the initial model assumptions made by the researcher.
What do you mean by that?
If the economist assumes that individuals respond to a stimulus immediately, when in reality the response takes 5 years to fully materialize, the results will be misleading. It doesn't matter how clean the data is. The researcher's initial theoretical framework, their choices about functional form, lag structure, which variables to control, for all of that dictates the outcome.
So the human element, the judgment, the skill, the integrity of the researcher is still the foundation upon which the entire statistical edifice rests.
Absolutely. And secondly, conclusions are always restricted by data availability.
Right.
Even if the researcher knows the perfect control variable, say, the quality of early childhood nutrition, if that data simply hasn't been collected or it can't be ethically gathered, the model is going to suffer from omitted variables bias. Your analysis can only ever be as complete as the data you possess.
And the third limitation acknowledges that the economy is a constantly moving target. Structural changes or unobserved factors can weaken econometric conclusions over time. We need specific, modern examples of this.
This is a profound concern today.
I'd imagine so.
Consider models that were built 15 years ago that analyze the relationship between, say, commuting distance and housing prices. Those models all assumed a structural relationship. People value proximity to the office. But the rapid shift toward pervasive remote work is a massive structural change that fundamentally breaks that model. The unobserved factor, necessity of office presence, is changing incredibly rapidly.
Or what about the effect of interest rates on business investment?
Another great example. Prior models might not have fully accounted for the rapid adoption of generative AI, which could allow a firm to increase its productivity dramatically with far less capital investment than was historically expected.
These emergent, unobserved technological factors create volatility that the old models simply can't handle.
Exactly. And therefore, the necessity of care is paramount. We cannot treat econometric results as timeless truth. Econometrics provides the best answer possible based on the inputs, the assumptions, and the structure of the economy at the time the data was collected.
So careful interpretation, sensitivity analysis, and the constant updating of models are required to maintain relevance.
It's a constant process.
That brings us to the end of our deep dive. Microeconometrics is the essential engine that transforms abstract economic logic, the theories of supply, demand, and choice, into actionable, quantitative knowledge. It provides the necessary tools for evidence-based governance, allowing us to move past coincidence and intuition to find, with statistical confidence, true causation in the most complex system known, human behavior.
And if you take one key lesson from our deep dive into this methodology, let it be this. The next time you encounter a study, a policy report, or economic news claiming a causal link, whether it's about the return to education or the impact of a new subsidy, you must always ask 2 critical questions. First, how did the researchers control for confounding variables and indigeneity? Did they use simple OLS, or did they use robust methods like fixed effects or instrumental variables?
Right. What's under the hood?
Exactly. And second was the underlying data, the accuracy of its measurement, and the representativeness of the sample of sufficient quality to support the ambitious conclusions they are drawing. Critical thinking starts with questioning the controls, the assumptions, and the data quality.
That provides a fantastic framework for filtering complex information. So we discussed how structural changes or emerging unobserved factors, like AI or shifts in remote work, can weaken econometric conclusions over time. If a model's validity is fundamentally tied to the stability of the system it's analyzing, how reliable are long-term forecasts, say 10 or 20 years, out-derived from current microeconometric models, given the exponential pace of technological and climate-related change? And what new, currently unobserved factors that might break the system should researchers be urgently trying to measure and incorporate into their models today if they want their conclusions to remain relevant tomorrow?
A critical question.
Something for you to think about as you continue to learn. Thanks for diving deep with us.
Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today, we are taking a structured look into, really, the engine room of any business, corporate finance. If you're looking for the economic logic that executives use to make these massive multi-billion-dollar strategic choices, everything from whether to build a new factory to how aggressively they should be using debt, this is the deep dive for you.
It really is. And I think it's important to say what this isn't. We're sort of stripping away the accounting layer.
Right.
Accounting, it looks backward. It tells you what happened. Corporate finance looks forward. It provides the economic the rationale for every big strategic decision.
So our mission today is really to get past just the definition.
Exactly. We want to understand the constraints, the competing ideas, and frankly, the sheer practical difficulty of trying to maximize value in the real world. This is the financial DNA of a successful firm.
So the mission is clear. We're unpacking the tools firms use to maximize value. And we have a really duck stack of sources that focus entirely on that economic framework.
And that framework, it really organizes decision-making into three critical interwoven areas.
Okay, what are they?
First, you have your investment decisions.
Right.
So what assets, what projects, what companies should the firm actually put its capital into?
Where the money goes.
Where the money goes. Second, financing decisions.
Yeah.
How should the firm raise that cash? Do you borrow it? Do you sell ownership? Or do you just use the profits you've already made?
And the third?
And third, risk management. It's about protecting the value you've created. How do you protect the firm's assets and stabilize those cash flows you're working so hard to generate?
Okay, so those are three very different domains, but the ultimate goal, the unifying theory across all of them, has to be the same, right? What's the one single mandate that drives all of this?
It is singular.
Yeah.
And it's pretty absolute, actually.
Okay.
Maximizing firm value for the shareholder.
That's it?
That's it. Every tool we discussed today, every single ratio, every financial model, it all ties directly back to that one concept. It's not about maximizing revenue. It's not even about maximizing profit this quarter.
Which is what a lot of people think.
Right. It's about maximizing the present risk-adjusted value of all the cash you expect to earn in the future.
Okay, let's unpack that because that's a huge concept. If maximizing firm value is the central objective, how does a rigorous economic analysis actually measure something that sounds so abstract?
Yeah. How do you put a number on it?
Exactly. How do you quantify value so it isn't just a subjective feeling?
Well, that's really the beauty of the economic framework. It takes that abstract idea of value and it breaks it down into three. Three quantifiable, measurable inputs. And this is where it differs from accounting, which is all about historical costs. Corporate finance is all about projections and risk.
So what are those three components? What's on the economic scorecard?
Okay, so first we look at the expected cash flows. This is just the sheer amount of money we think we're going to get from a project over its entire life.
That sounds like the easy part.
It's the easiest to forecast, even though those forecasts are almost always wrong in some way. Second, and this is where the real economic rigor starts, is the timing of cash flows. In other words, when does that money actually arrive?
And the third?
The third is risk and uncertainty. This is all about how reliably we think those cash flows are going to show up.
I really want to focus on the interplay between those last two because that seems critical. I mean, you could have two projects, right? Both promising, let's say, $100 million in total cash flow.
Okay.
One is a safe, stable infrastructure project. It generates cash pretty evenly over 10 years. The other is, I don't know, a speculative biotech venture. You get nothing for 9 years, and then this huge $100 million payout in year 10 if the drug works.
Right. A classic high-risk, high-reward scenario.
How does the economic analysis tell those two apart? They both promise the same amount of money.
And that difference is the absolute essence of value maximization. The infrastructure project. It's immensely more valuable today.
Because the cash arrives sooner.
Exactly. The cash flows arrive earlier, which means the company can take that money and reinvest it sooner. On top of that, the biotech project is just far, far riskier. That means it demands a higher hurdle rate, a higher required return, which mathematically lowers the present value of that big future payout.
So economic analysis gives you a tool to compare them side by side.
It gives you the mechanism, it's called discounting, to compare those $200 million outcomes on a level playing field, reflecting the reality that speed and certainty matter.
A lot. That connecting point feels really key for anyone listening. Every major decision an executive makes a new investment. Selling off a division, buying back stock, it's all ultimately judged on its anticipated, time-adjusted, risk-weighted contribution to shareholder value.
Absolutely. They're all zero-sum games competing for a limited pot of capital. You should think of every decision as a proposal. And the financial analyst's job is to make sure that proposal is judged not just on its raw profit potential,
but on those three metrics.
Right. On how well it maximizes the amount of cash, how quickly that cash arrives, and how certain that arrival is. The decision that wins is the one that maximizes the present value of those expected risk-adjusted cash flows.
Okay, this brings us to what is probably the bedrock principle that makes all of this comparison possible. The time value of money.
It's the first thing you learn.
Before we can evaluate any project, we have to accept that $1 today is fundamentally better than $1 tomorrow.
It is the ultimate truism in finance. Money today is worth more than the same amount of money in the future.
Yeah.
And it's for, 3 basic reasons.
Let's hear them.
First, inflation. It just erodes your purchasing power over time. Second is opportunity cost, the return you lose by not having the money available to reinvest right now. And third is just plain risk, the chance that the future dollar, well, it just never shows up. If you fail to account for that, your decisions are going to be fundamentally flawed.
So what are the specific tools, the sort of inverse tools that corporate finance uses to manage this difference across time?
The main tool for looking forward is compounding. This is how you calculate future value, how money grows. You calculate how an initial investment, plus all the interest it earns, just grows exponentially. It answers the question, if I invest X amount today, what will I have in 2 years?
But the really critical tool for making decisions, for comparing projects, has to be the reverse of that. It's discounting.
Correct. Discounting is how you calculate present value. You take money that's promised in the future, and you reverse that compounding process to figure out what it's worth today.
And this is where that risk factor comes in.
Yes. This process incorporates the required rate of return, or the cost of capital, which has to reflect the project's specific risk. So if you're promised $1 million 10 years from now from a risky venture, discounting factors in that risk and the lost opportunity cost to tell you, in today's dollars, what that promise is actually worth.
So if a company is deciding between, say, buying a patent that pays out $5 million next year versus a long-term R&D project that might pay $20 million in 8 years.
Discounting is the economic scale that lets them weigh those two options on the exact same timeline and at the same risk level. It ensures consistency. It translates all future financial consequences back into today's dollars, creating a level playing field. Without discounting, you basically just have financial chaos.
Okay, so we've established the objective value maximization and the fundamental mechanism, the time value of money. Now let's get practical. When a huge firm is looking at, say, 10 or 20 potential projects, how do they formally decide which ones to accept and which ones to reject?
This whole field is called capital budgeting, and it's really the process of planning and managing a firm's long-term investments. The basic principle is actually very simple.
Which is?
You accept a project if the present value of its benefits is greater than the present value of its costs. If a project costs $100 million today and it's going to generate cash flows in the future, the decision just hinges on whether those future cash flows, when you discount them all back to the present, are worth more than that $100 million.
So benefits minus costs equals the value you've added. What are the key tools for this, the famous big three that measure this difference?
Well, we have to start with the one that is theoretically the best one, net present value, or NPV.
Okay.
This is literally the difference between the present value of the cash inflows and the present value of the cash outflows. It's considered the gold standard because if the NPV is positive, the project literally adds that much wealth to the shareholders.
And I think the key thing about NTV is that it's additive, right?
Yes, that's why it's so powerful. If you have a $50 million investment that yields a present value of $60 million in cash flows, that $10 million NPV is the precise quantified measure of wealth you just created. And you can add the NPVs of different projects together to see the total value created for the whole firm.
So NTV is an absolute measure of value. What's the second tool?
A second tool is the internal rate of return, or IRR. Now, this is mathematically defined as the discount rate that makes the NPV of a project equal to 0.
So in simpler terms,
in practical terms, it's calculating the effective percentage rate of return that the project is generating on the money you invested.
And managers love percentages. You know, an IRR of 15% sounds instantly impressive and easy to understand.
They absolutely do. But we know from finance theory that IRR has some significant limitations compared to NPV.
Right. This is a really critical point for anyone listening to grasp. While IRR is intuitive, where does it actually fall short in a serious analysis?
It breaks down in a couple of key areas. The first big one is the problem of mutually exclusive projects.
Meaning you can only choose one.
Right. You might have project A with a huge IRR of, say, 30%, but it only requires a $100 investment. And then you have project B with a lower IRR, maybe 15%, but it's a $1 billion investment. If you can only choose one, you should choose project B. Because
the sheer absolute dollar value, the NTV, created is just so much greater, even though the rate of return is lower.
Exactly. It's a scale problem. IRR will often favor small, quick projects over these large, strategic, value-maximizing ones. A huge percentage return on a tiny investment is just less valuable than a moderate return on a massive investment.
And what's the second major limitation?
The possibility of multiple IRRs. This can get a little technical, but if a project has what we call non-conventional cash flows, meaning the cash flows switch from positive to negative at some point.
Like what?
Think of a power plant. It generates positive cash flow for years, but then at the end of its life, it has a huge decommissioning cost, which is a big negative cash flow.
I see.
In that situation, the math can actually give you 2 or even 3 different IRRs, which makes the tool completely useless for making a decision. NPV, on the other hand, always gives you one single unambiguous answer.
And the third tool, payback analysis. This one is often kind of laughed at by academics, but it stubbornly remains popular in the business world. Why is that?
Payback analysis focuses purely on liquidity and risk recovery. It just asks one question. How long does it take to get our initial investment back?
So it completely ignores the time value of money.
It ignores time value of money, and it ignores all the cash flows that happen after the payback date. So for long-term value maximization, it's a terrible tool.
But it must have some use.
It does. It serves a critical function in risk management, especially for companies that are facing capital constraints or are operating in really volatile places. If a firm is worried about just surviving the next year, they're going to prioritize projects that give them their money back quickly, even if a longer-term, higher NPV project exists. It's a risk preference tool, not a value tool.
That makes the whole toolkit make a lot more sense. You have NPV for absolute value, IRR for quick look at efficiency, and payback for liquidity and short-term risk.
They work together. But at the end of the day, NPV should be the one that dictates the final decision.
Speaking of risk, we have to go deeper into the risk-return trade-off. We said a risky project needs a much higher expected return. How does corporate finance actually quantify this risk so precisely?
The foundation of risk measurement in corporate finance is the distinction between 2 types of risk: systematic risk and unsystematic risk.
Okay, break those down for us.
Unsystematic risk is also called firm-specific risk. It's unique to the company. A supplier goes on strike, a key product launch fails. The important thing is, this risk can be eliminated through diversification. If investors just hold a broad portfolio of stocks, these company-specific problems tend to cancel each other out.
So because investors can get rid of that risk themselves for free, they shouldn't be compensated for taking it on.
Exactly. And because of that, corporate finance theory says the firm only needs to be compensated for taking on systematic risk. This is market risk. It's the stuff that affects all companies: a recession, a big change in interest rates, a war. You can't diversify it away.
And this is measured using a specific metric.
Yes, it's measured using a metric called beta, represented by the Greek letter 1. A beta of 1 means the asset moved exactly in line with the market. A beta greater than 1 means it's more volatile than the market, and therefore it's riskier.
So the economic analysis uses this beta to figure out the risk-adjusted return.
Yes. The principle is simple. A higher beta means higher risk, which means we have to use a higher discount rate when we calculate the project's NPV. This mathematical step effectively penalizes risky projects. It demands that they generate a much greater volume of future cash flow just to get a positive present value. It forces discipline into that risk-return trade-off.
So if a project can't even clear a certain financial bar, if its returns don't make up for the risk, it's a non-starter. And that bar, that minimum acceptable return, is the cost of capital.
The cost of capital it's arguably the most strategically important number a firm calculates. It is the absolute minimum acceptable return for any investment.
Why is it so important?
Because if a firm invests, say, $100 million and earns $9 million, but its cost of capital is 10%, that investment has actually destroyed $1 million in value.
Even though it made a profit.
Right, because the firm could have just done nothing or returned the capital to its shareholders, and they could have earned that 10% rate passively in the market.
So it's the weighted opportunity cost of all the money the firm uses.
Let's get a bit more technical. How do analysts combine all these external and internal risks to get to one single number, the weighted average cost of capital, or WACC?
The WACC is a weighted average of the cost of all a firm's funding sources, primarily the cost of equity, which is the return shareholders demand, and the cost of debt, which is the interest rate bondholders demand. And to calculate those, we need 3 main components.
Let's start with the cost of equity. What goes into that?
The cost of equity is the most difficult and, frankly, the most controversial one to estimate. We primarily rely on a model called the Capital Asset Pricing Model, or CAPM.
This model says that the required return on equity is equal to the risk-free rate That's the return on super safe government debt, our baseline, plus the market risk premium. That's the extra return investors demand just for being in the stock market at all, multiplied by the firm's beta, which is the firm's unique sensitivity to that market risk.
Wait, if beta measures systematic risk, what about that other risk you mentioned, the firm-specific risk? Where does that fit into the overall hurdle rate?
That's a great question, and it's where theory meets practice. While beta theoretically captures all the market risk an investor should care about, in reality, management teams will often add a small, subjective premium to the calculated WACC.
Why?
To account for specific, non-diversifiable risks they face, like a major regulatory shift in just one country they operate in, or being too dependent on a single supplier. But the bulk of the risk calculation is driven by that weighted average of the cost of debt, which is easy to find, and the cost of equity, which relies on the more volatile estimates from CAPM.
And the strategic role of this WACC number?
It serves as the primary benchmark for the entire organization. By using one consistent hurdle rate, the firm ensures that every single project, from a small internal software upgrade to a massive factory expansion, has to pass the same financial test.
Is there a common mistake firms make here?
A very common pitfall is failing to use a divisional WACC. If one part of your company is inherently much riskier, say, a biotech research arm, than another, like a stable utility division, they should technically use different division-specific costs of capital.
Otherwise,
the safe division ends up implicitly subsidizing the risky one. The consistent and correct application of the WACC is just paramount to avoiding internal value destruction.
Okay, we've gone really deep into where companies put their money. Now let's pivot to where they get it from. The financing decision, how a company chooses to fund itself, is every bit as strategic. It can determine the stability and the flexibility of the whole firm.
It absolutely dictates the risk profile of the company. Firms are constantly facing what you could call the financing trilemma, choosing between three primary sources to fund their operations and their investments.
Let's break down those three sources. What are their fundamental economic characteristics?
First up, you have equity. This is selling ownership shares in the company. The major upside here is flexibility. There's no fixed legal obligation to pay dividends or pay back the capital.
And the downside?
The downside is that it's the most expensive source of capital.
Yeah.
Equity holders demand a higher expected return than lenders because their claim on the assets is residual. They get paid last in a bankruptcy. Plus, selling new equity dilutes the ownership of your existing shareholders.
Okay, then there is debt.
Right. Debt is just borrowing money, usually through issuing bonds or getting bank loans. Debt offers a cheaper cost of capital, mainly because the interest payments are predictable and the debt holders have a senior fixed claim on the assets.
But the downside seems pretty severe.
It is. That fixed legal obligation means if you fail to make your interest payments, you go into technical default, and that can lead to bankruptcy. Debt introduces extreme financial rigidity.
And finally, the third option, internal financing. This is using retained earnings, the profits the company has already made.
And this is almost always the preferred source. It's the cheapest and fastest source of capital. You avoid all the transactional costs of issuing new stocks or bonds, and this is important, you minimize any negative signals you might send to the market.
So when a CFO is looking at these three options, what should the economic analysis really focus on?
The analysis has to evaluate two crucial things: the explicit cost of each option, so the interest rate or the required return on equity, and the resulting impact on the firm's overall risk profile.
That's a trade-off.
It is the ultimate trade-off. You're trying to maximize your use of financial leverage, that debt, to boost shareholder returns, while at the same time minimizing the risk of financial distress, which could wipe out the entire company.
And that balance between leverage and flexibility, that sounds incredibly tricky to get right.
It is the absolute essence of capital structure management. If you have too much debt, a minor recession or some unforeseen operational problem can instantly become a financial crisis. But if you have too little debt, you might be leaving money on the table.
Specifically, you're leaving those valuable tax savings on the table.
Exactly. And you might be unnecessarily stifling growth that could have been amplified by using leverage.
So this brings us to the central quest of financing, finding the optimal capital structure. Is there a simple mathematical target for this, a perfect recipe?
Corporate finance spends a lot of time studying how that specific mix of debt and equity can minimize the firm's cost of capital, and by doing that, maximize its market value. Now, some early financial academics, Modigliani and Miller, once argued that in a perfect world with no taxes or bankruptcy costs, capital structure doesn't matter.
But we don't live in a perfect world.
We definitely don't. In the real world, it matters tremendously.
So let's get into the competing forces that create this optimal mix. You mentioned the tax advantages of debt.
This is the primary reason to use debt in the first place. Because interest payments are typically tax deductible for a corporation, they create a financial asset called the tax shield.
Okay.
This means the effective cost of debt to the company is actually lower than the stated interest rate. The more debt a company uses, the bigger this tax shield becomes, and initially, the lower the overall WACC gets.
But at some point, that benefit has to be overwhelmed by the downside. What's the major anti-debt force that pushes back?
The cost of financial distress. As you pile on more and more debt, the probability of default just skyrockets. And financial distress costs? They include the explicit costs of bankruptcy, paying lawyers, accountants, court fees, but also these massive implicit costs.
Like what?
Loss of trust from customers and suppliers, the inability to hire or keep top talent. Management's time gets completely diverted from actually running the business to just negotiating with creditors.
Oh, so if you were to graph the firm's value, it would grow sharply as it adds debt and benefits from the tax shield. But then, once that probability of distress becomes real, the value just collapses.
Exactly right. The value curve is convex. The optimal capital structure is that single point where the marginal benefit you get from the next dollar of debt's tax shield is precisely offset by the marginal cost introduced by the increased risk of financial distress.
But there's another layer here, isn't there? It's not just about taxes and distress. There are other theories that explain why some very profitable companies seem so reluctant to issue new stock.
Yes, and this moves us beyond that simple trade-off theory and into what's called pecking order theory. This theory suggests that because of informational asymmetry, the fact that managers know way more about the firm's real prospects than outside investors do, the firm's choice of financing actually sends a signal to the market.
What kind of signal is sent when a company tries to raise capital?
Well, if a firm decides to issue new equity, the market often interprets this as a very negative signal. Because the thinking is management must believe their stock is currently overvalued, so they're trying to sell ownership while the price is high. Conversely, issuing debt or just using your retained earnings, that's seen as a neutral or even a positive signal.
So this establishes a clear pecking order.
Yes. Firms will always prefer to fund new investments using their retained earnings first. That's the safest signal. Then they'll turn to debt, which is a relatively neutral signal.
No.
And only as a last resort will they issue new equity, even if the theoretical trade-off analysis suggests a slightly different optimal mix. So the final conclusion is that finding that optimal structure requires balancing the tax shield, the distress costs, and these market signaling implications.
Okay, this all sounds incredibly rigorous. We have formulas for value, formulas for risk, formulas for the funding mix, but every single one of these calculations relies on accurate forecasts of the future. And the future is, well, it's notoriously uncertain. How does corporate finance manage that uncertainty?
That gap, the gap between the clean deterministic model and the messy, unpredictable future. That's bridged by using advanced analytics and simulation. Because financial decisions depend entirely on what we expect to happen in the future, the role of rigorous forecasting is just paramount.
So what are the main tools that analysts use to test how robust a project's financial viability is when you introduce uncertainty?
Well, we always start with cash flow forecasting to establish our base case, our best guess. But then we have to introduce at least two essential testing tools. The first is scenario analysis.
Okay.
This is where you evaluate project outcomes under specific, predefined potential futures. Management will define a worst case, interest rates spike by 3%, and our main competitor launches a similar product and also a best case. This gives management a high-level view of the range of possible results.
And the second tool, sensitivity analysis, seems like it's a bit more granular.
It is. Sensitivity analysis tests the impact of changing just one key variable at a time, say the price of oil or the dollar-euro exchange rate or the project's own sales growth rate, while you hold everything else constant.
And what does that tell you?
It helps analysts identify which assumptions are the most critical, the real drivers of value. If your project's positive NPV flips to a massive negative NPV based on just a 5% shift in one variable, you know that variable represents the core commercial risk that you need to find a way to hedge or mitigate.
And for companies with these huge, complex projects, I'm thinking like a new oil field or a massive pharmaceutical development, they go even further, right? With tools like Monte Carlo simulation.
Or absolutely. Those tools basically automate scenario and sensitivity analysis. They run tens of thousands of simulations, assigning a probability distribution to every single input, variable costs, growth rates, inflation, you name it.
So the output isn't just one NPV number.
Exactly. The outcome is a probability distribution of potential MPVs. And this allows the economic analysis to actually quantify the probability of losing money, which is incredibly powerful for risk budgeting and making informed decisions.
And these sophisticated calculations, they're not just for some internal report. They actually influence the biggest, most visible moves a company makes. They drive high-level strategy.
That is the crucial link. Financial viability dictates strategic choices. If your cost of capital calculation shows that the market demands a 12% return from you, and your forecast for a new market entry is only 9%, well, that strategy is dead before it even starts, no matter how attractive that market might look from an operational perspective.
And nowhere is this more visible than in the world of mergers and acquisitions, or M&A.
M&A is corporate finance in its highest and most public form. A firm should only undertake an acquisition if the new combined entity is valued higher than the sum of the two standalone entities plus the price you paid for the acquisition.
And that additional value is called synergy.
Right, that's the synergy, which has to be quantified as discounted cash flows. Finance is the tool you use to determine the absolute maximum price you're justified in paying. When you see M&A deals that fail to create value, it is almost always because the acquirer simply overpaid. The price they paid was higher than the present value of any realistic synergies.
And similarly, decisions like capacity expansion, building a new factory, upgrading machinery, these are fundamentally just capital budgeting decisions dressed up as operational strategy.
They are. The crucial link is that economic analysis forces these high-level strategic choices to align with the value maximization goal. Financial discipline grounds strategy in reality. It ensures that strategic aspiration isn't confused with what could be a financially destructive vanity project.
So once the capital is deployed and the strategy is executed, the big question becomes, how do we know if we actually succeeded? How do we know if we maximize value? How does corporate finance keep the scorecard?
This is where performance metrics come in to close the loop. We have to evaluate our success using the same criteria we used for the initial approval. And the analysis has to move beyond simple, easily manipulated metrics.
Let's talk about that. What are some of the common limitations of basic profitability ratios, like a simple return on investment or ROI?
ROI is just too easy to game. For example, a manager can artificially boost their division's ROI simply by deferring essential maintenance or by selling off older assets for less than it would cost to replace them.
So the ROI looks good in the short term?
But you're destroying the underlying assets and, therefore, the long-term value of the firm. It also fundamentally fails to account for the true cost of all the capital being used.
And that's where a more rigorous economics-based metric comes in. Economic value added, or EVA.
Yes, EVA is a far superior metric because it directly measures whether the firm has generated profit above and beyond the cost of its capital.
How is it calculated?
You take the operating profit, adjust it for taxes, and then you subtract a capital charge. And that capital charge is the total dollar amount of capital employed multiplied by the WACC. If the EVA is positive, the company is generating wealth for shareholders. If it's negative, the company is destroying wealth, even if it reports a positive accounting profit.
So the analyst's role is to interpret these specific metrics to assess real efficiency. If a project has a high accounting profit but a negative EVA, the company is still losing the game for its shareholders.
Precisely. It means they're generating an absolute profit, but that profit is less than the minimum required return that the market dictates. They're underperforming their benchmark.
We're seeing in modern business this powerful synergy where traditional corporate finance is meeting the computational horsepower of big data and predictive modeling.
The synthesis is, it's non-negotiable for modern businesses that want to operate at speed and scale. It's a two-way street. Corporate finance supplies the overall decision criteria. It gives you the why. It provides the fundamental logic that defines value maximization, mandates discounting, and sets that all-important hurdle rate.
And what does modern business analytics bring to that partnership?
Analytics provides the how much. It supplies the data-driven estimates and the predictive models that refine all the inputs to our financial models. So instead of relying on a human judgment that, say, sales will grow by 5%, analytics can use machine learning, regression analysis, and huge data sets to generate a far more precise and dynamically updated cash flow forecast.
So the result is a system that is both theoretically sound and computationally precise, leading to evidence-based financial decisions.
It allows you to refine your assumptions in real time, which dramatically reduces the risk of relying on flawed initial forecasts. It's a partnership that leverages established economic principles with the freshest possible data.
Okay, we've covered the perfect mathematical models, the precise logic, but managerial life is messy. What happens when that perfect positive NPV calculation hits the messy reality of the corner office? Does the mathematically perfect answer always win?
Almost never. Not entirely. Financial decisions are fundamentally constrained by practical realities, which is a constant reminder that finance isn't some abstract academic exercise. Economic analysis supports judgment, but it never, ever replaces it.
What are some of the key real-world constraints that can force a company to choose a path that is, suboptimal or doesn't maximize NPV?
Okay, first is capital availability. A project might offer a massive NPV, but if the credit markets are frozen or if the company's stock is trading too low to issue new equity without just excessive dilution, they simply can't raise the funds. In that situation, the practical availability of funds trumps any theoretical profitability.
Then you have external forces, especially regulations.
Exactly. Regulations, whether they're legal, environmental, or antitrust, often create these non-negotiable limitations. A company might be forced to choose an environmentally sound, lower NPV technology over a cheaper, higher NPV option because compliance is simply mandatory. Or market power concerns might block a high NPV acquisition.
And finally, there's the most human element of all, the risk tolerance of the management team and the board of directors.
And this is often the deciding factor. The board's appetite for volatility is finite. They may very well reject a high-risk, high-reward project, even one with a very high expected NPV in favor of a more reliable, moderate NPV project, simply because the risk of failure is too high for the organization's political or reputational capital. They might choose to preserve a stable stock price over chasing a volatile, but potentially massive payoff.
So the key final caveat here is that economic analysis is an incredibly powerful support tool for managerial judgment, but it's explicitly stated that it does not replace managerial judgment itself.
The manager is the one tasked with weighing the quantitative results against all of the qualitative real-world constraints, the regulations, the available capital, the organization's risk appetite, the market signals. That synthesis of pure mathematical optimization and practical constraint, that is truly the art of corporate finance.
This has been an amazing deep dive. We've really provided the entire framework for corporate value creation. We defined the objective, value maximization based on discounted risk-adjusted cash flows.
Right.
We've detailed the tools, NPV, IRR, and the cost of capital. We've covered the funding side, that strategic mix of debt and equity informed by both the trade-off and pecking order theories. And finally, we address the reality that all this strategy and measurement has to happen under intense uncertainty and real-world constraints.
I think for anyone listening, the core takeaway is the sheer power of this framework. Corporate finance provides a universal, rigorous language for assessing value. It transforms these complex, multi-year business opportunities into comparable, time-adjusted financial metrics. And that structure ensures that a company's resources are always allocated to their highest and best use, which is, at the end of the day, the definition of sound capital allocation and long-term shareholder wealth creation.
A truly successful deep dive into the financial foundations of strategy. Thank you so much for walking us through that sophisticated framework.
My pleasure. It was a great conversation.
And as always, we want to leave you with one final thought to mull over. We noted that financial decisions are always tempered by these non-mathematical human constraints like regulation, capital availability, and management's own risk tolerance. So if economic analysis provides the perfect data-driven answer, but managerial judgment based on those real-world constraints steers the company in a different direction, which force, the mathematical model or the human constraint, ultimately generates more long-term value and why? Something for you to ponder on your next deep dive.
Welcome back to the deep dive. We are here to give you the shortcut, the distillation of the highest level thinking that governs global business.
That's the goal.
Today, we are taking a really structured look inside the engine room of every successful corporation, and that is financial decision analysis. I mean, if you've ever wondered how a company like Apple decides to fund a new trillion-dollar project, or how a biotech firm figures out its optimal debt level, this deep dive is your guide.
That's absolutely right. When you look at any major corporate action, I mean, whether it's a factory expansion, a massive merger, or even something as simple as a decision to buy back shares, it's not just a moment of guesswork.
It can't be, not at that scale.
Not at all. These decisions are governed by a systematic, a quantifiable framework. Our goal today is really to give you a structural understanding of that framework, a toolkit, if you will, for how firms manage money to maximize shareholder value.
Okay, let's unpack this. We're essentially exploring the operating manual for capital allocation. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of the calculations, what's the core mission here? What are the, say, 3 non-negotiable objectives this entire analysis is aiming for?
Well, the mission is really rooted in one simple concept: the efficient allocation of scarce financial resources. A company has only so much capital,
Right.
and every single dollar has to be put to its most productive use. So to make sure that happens, financial decision analysis has 3 really clear, interconnected objectives.
Okay, what's the first one?
First, the decision has to demonstrably increase the value of the firm. If a project, no matter how exciting it sounds, is expected to destroy value, it has to be rejected. Period. Value creation is the ultimate scorecard.
And if that's the big strategic goal, what's the mechanism to actually check it? How do you know it's creating value?
That's the second objective. The decision has to be economically justified. It needs to pass a rigorous quantitative test. And this is driven mostly by cash flow analysis, and the time value of money proving its expected return is higher than the cost of acquiring the capital.
So it can't just feel like a good idea.
It can't just feel good. It has to prove its merit on the spreadsheet. And then the third objective, which I think often separates, good analysis from really great strategy, is successfully balancing risk and return.
The classic trade-off.
The classic trade-off. Every financial move involves some uncertainty. This framework makes sure that the potential reward is commensurate with the downside exposure. We're always looking for that optimal point where risk is tolerated because the expected return is high enough to compensate you for taking it on.
That systematic framework sounds like the internal compass guiding the entire firm.
So let's start with the map itself. Our sources outline the whole universe of these corporate finance decisions into 3 kind of fundamental cyclical pillars. What are these cornerstones that every CFO lives by? They are the 3 constant questions that really define a company's existence: investment decisions, financing decisions, and dividend payout decisions. And they're all interconnected. A choice you make in one pillar immediately influences the parameters for the others.
I see.
Getting that balance right across all 3 is what truly maximizes value.
Okay, so let's start where value is actually created. Investment decisions. Some people call this capital budgeting. This is the act of allocating money to specific long-term assets or projects that the firm hopes will generate cash flows in the future.
This is really the essence of business, isn't it? Deciding where to deploy your resources to generate growth. These aren't about paying the monthly rent. They are the big strategic multi-year commitments.
Right, and to give you a concrete picture, think about these projects in terms of scale. We're talking about a pharmaceutical company committing billions, with a B, to a decade-long R&D pipeline for a new drug. Or an airline deciding on the purchase of a new fleet of wide-body jets. That's a commitment that could span 2 decades. Or maybe a streaming service greenlighting a massive slate of original content.
And those examples really highlight the critical analytical focus here. Because these projects are so high stakes and so long term, their evaluation centers on 3 core elements. First is the precise estimation of expected cash flows.
And that's not profit, right? We're talking actual cash.
Actual cash generated by the project, net of all the costs, taxes, and any changes in working capital. Second is the timing of those returns. Is the bulk of the cash going back in year 2 or is it year 15? That time radically alters the value.
Okay. Cash flow, timing, and what's the third?
And third, the rigorous assessment of risk and uncertainty associated with ever achieving those predicted cash flows in the first place.
And that leads us directly to the analytical mechanism for comparing these projects, especially when they have different timelines and different risk profiles. We can't just use simple payback periods, can we?
No, absolutely not.
So what are the 2 essential economic tools used for evaluating these large projects?
The 2 global standards are net present value, or NPV, and internal rate of return, which is IRR. And NTV is widely considered the gold standard.
So break that down. How does NPV work?
It takes all of a project's expected future cash flows, all of them, and it discounts them back to their value in the present, using an appropriate rate, which is the cost of capital. Then it just subtracts the initial investment cost.
So if the NPV comes out positive, What does that fundamentally tell a manager?
It tells them that the project is expected to create value above and beyond the cost of the capital they're using. A positive NPV is literally the measured dollar amount that the project is expected to add to the firm's wealth.
So it's an absolute measure of value creation.
It is. If you have two projects, A and B, and Project A has an NPV of $10 million and Project B has an NPV of $5 million, well, Project A is the superior wealth creator, assuming they require about the same initial investment.
Okay, that's the absolute measure. Now, what about IRR? It seems really popular in practice, even if NPV is theoretically better. What is IRR telling us, and why can it sometimes be misleading?
IRR provides a rate, which is why it's so attractive to managers. Percentages just feel intuitive, you know?
Sure, we're getting a 20% return. Sounds good.
Exactly. IRR is the specific discount rate that makes that project's NPV exactly zero. So you can think of it as the effective compound return the firm expects to earn on that project's invested capital. The decision rule is simple. If the IRR is higher than the firm's actual cost of capital, you accept the project.
But the big critique of IRR often centers on these implicit assumptions it makes, which NPV doesn't share. If a company can only choose one project, why is relying only on IRR sometimes a major strategic mistake?
It all comes down to something called the reinvestment rate assumption. It's a bit technical, but it's crucial. When you calculate IRR, the model implicitly assumes that all the intermediate cash flows the project generates are immediately reinvested at the IRR itself for the rest of the project's life.
Okay, so if you have a project with a phenomenal IRR of, say, 35%.
Right. The model assumes the company can just keep finding other 35% projects to reinvest that money in.
Which is not very realistic.
Often, it's highly unrealistic. NPV, on the other hand, assumes those cash flows are reinvested at the firm's actual cost of capital, which is a much more conservative and, frankly, a generally more accurate assumption. It aligns the calculation with the actual economic opportunity cost. That's why NPV is superior, especially when you're comparing mutually exclusive projects of different sizes or duration.
That really clarifies the mechanics of the first pillar. So let's move to the second. Financing decisions. We've decided we want to buy that new fleet of jets. Now, how do we get the funds?
Right. Financing decisions tackle that critical question of how the firm raises the necessary capital. And the sources fall into three main categories. First, you have debt.
So borrowed funds.
Borrowed funds. It requires fixed interest payments, and you have to pay the principal back eventually. Then you have equity, which is raising money by selling off little pieces of ownership. And finally, internal funds, which is just reinvested, retained earnings, basically. Money the company already has.
And the analysis here isn't just a purely financial calculation. It sounds like a long-term strategic decision about stability and risk. What are the core things a firm thinks about when choosing its financing mix?
There are a few. First, the actual cost of financing. This includes the obvious interest rate on debt, but also the expected return that equity investors demand and all the associated costs of issuance, underwriting fees, legal costs, and so on.
Okay, what else?
Second, the impact on the firm's overall financial risk. Debt introduces fixed financial obligations. If a recession hits, you still have to make those interest payments. That increases the risk of default.
Whereas equity is more flexible.
It's permanent capital. It doesn't carry that threat of distress, but it dilutes ownership and control. And third, management has to consider flexibility and control.
When you say flexibility, what does that look like in practice? I know our sources mention the term covenants briefly.
That's a crucial technical point. When a company takes on a lot of debt, lenders often impose covenants.
And these are just rules they have to follow.
They're legally binding contractual restrictions designed to protect the lender's investment. For you, the listener, these can show up as rules like maintaining a minimum cash balance, or keeping your debt-to-equity ratio below a certain level, or even placing limits on future borrowing.
So too much debt could tie your hands for future decisions.
It could severely limit the firm's future strategic flexibility to make other investment decisions, even if those investments are fantastic high NPV projects.
This brings us to a really key connection point, something that ties the first two pillars together mathematically. You're saying the financing choices directly influence the firm's cost of capital. Let's make that link crystal clear.
Yes, this is really the centerpiece of financial theory. The financing decision determines the weighted average cost of capital, or WACC.
WACC. You hear that acronym all the time.
You do. And WACC is just the minimum return a company has to earn on its existing assets to satisfy its creditors and its shareholders. It's the weighted average of the cost of its debt, after tax, and the cost of its equity, where the weights are just the proportion of each in the firm's capital structure.
Okay, so let's play this out. If a company decides to take on some very risky high-interest debt, its WACC goes up. What happens immediately to its investment decisions, back in Pillar 1?
Well, that increase in WACC mathematically becomes the higher discount rate you use in your NPV calculation.
Oh, I see.
And a higher discount rate systematically lowers the present value of all your future cash flows. So immediately, fewer potential investment projects will pass that NPV hurdle. The firm has, through its financing choice, basically made itself less likely to find attractive investment opportunities.
The pillars are completely dependent on each other.
Totally. A sloppy financing decision can starve the firm of valuable growth projects.
Perfect. That leaves us with the third and final pillar, dividend and payout decisions. So the money has been raised, the project's been chosen and executed, and profits have started rolling in. What does the firm do with that cash surplus?
This is the decision of resource allocation after the profit has been generated. It's the ultimate choice between reinvesting earnings back into the firm for future growth
versus distributing that cash to the shareholders, probably through dividends or share buybacks.
That's it, exactly.
So the fundamental tension is between growth and immediate reward. What factors dictate that critical split?
We analyzed 3 key areas. First and foremost, the quality and availability of new investment opportunities. This loops right back to Pillar 1.
Of course.
If the company has a strong, identifiable pipeline of new projects that all promise returns way higher than the cost of capital, the rational financial decision is to keep the earnings and reinvest them internally.
But if the opposite is true, if the company is mature and has few genuinely attractive, value-creating growth opportunities,
then that cash is financially redundant. In that situation, the best use of the cash is to return it to the shareholders, who can then go and invest it themselves in higher return ventures elsewhere.
Right. What's the second factor?
The second factor is cash flow stability and predictability. Dividends, you see, once you start paying them, they're incredibly sticky.
Meaning it's really hard to stop.
Very hard. Cutting or reducing a dividend is often seen by the market as a severe signal of financial distress or even impending collapse. Consequently, only firms with highly stable, predictable cash flows, think utility companies or mature consumer staples firms, can confidently commit to a high payout ratio.
And the third factor addresses that market perception.
Yes, shareholder expectations and signaling. A firm's payout policy sends a powerful signal to the market. A company that pays high, consistent dividends is signaling maturity, stability, and reliability.
And a firm that retains all its earnings
and focuses on buybacks or zero dividends is signaling aggressive future growth potential. Good analysis ensures the payout policy lines up with the firm's strategic story and manages those investor expectations carefully.
So the dividend decision isn't just about handing out money. It's a core piece of financial language that directly impacts the firm's valuation and investor confidence in the entire company.
Absolutely. It is the final manifestation of the value the company has managed to create across the first 2 pillars.
Okay, so we've established the 3 big domains of decision-making. Now let's go into the instruments, the tools used to measure value within those domains. And we have to start with what you call the lifeblood, and maybe the single most important distinction in all of finance, the centrality of cash flow analysis.
Yes. This is where we elevate the discussion a bit for our informed audience. We have to reiterate this clearly. Financial decisions are evaluated using cash flows, not accounting profits, not earnings per share.
This sounds so counterintuitive to people who follow quarterly earnings reports. If a company posts record accounting profits, why would a financial analyst just discard that number and focus on raw cash movement? Why does that distinction matter so critically?
Because accounting profit, or net income, is easily distorted. It's distorted by non-cash expenses and accruals. The biggest culprit is usually depreciation.
Right. It's an expense on the income statement, but no actual cash leaves the building.
Exactly. Or conversely, a firm might have high accounting profit, but it's struggling with, say, poor receivables management. They've booked the revenue, they've earned it, but the cash hasn't actually arrived yet.
And in the real world?
In the real world, you cannot pay your suppliers or your employees or your bondholders with accounting profit. You need liquid cash. A company can be immensely profitable on paper, but if it runs out of working capital cash, it will become technically insolvent and face bankruptcy.
That's the difference between a theoretical success and an operational reality. Cash is the tangible liquidity you need to keep the lights on. So, what specific types of cash flows do analysts have to estimate accurately when they're modeling a new project?
They need to be incredibly disciplined and focus on three distinct areas. First, incremental cash flows, meaning we only care about the change in the firm's total cash flow that results directly from accepting the project. We have to ignore sunk costs, money that's already been spent and is gone forever, and only include the marginal revenues and marginal costs.
Can you give an example of that?
Sure. If the new factory you're building is going to cannibalize sales from an old product line you have, that lost revenue from the old line must be accounted for as a cost against the new project. It's an incremental effect.
That's crucial. So you isolate the effect of the decision. What about costs that aren't immediately obvious on a balance sheet?
That leads us to the second type, opportunity costs. This represents the value the firm gives up by using an existing asset for the new project instead of, say, selling it or using it in its next best alternative.
So if a firm uses an empty warehouse, it already owns for a new product line.
The foregone sale price of that warehouse has to be included as an initial cash outflow for the new project. It's a real economic cost to the shareholders, even if no cash is changing hands in that moment.
And the third type covers the often fuzzy area at the end of the project's life. Terminal values. This is where a lot of analysts can diverge, right? How do you quantify a project's value at the point where you stop explicitly forecasting cash flows?
Terminal value represents the capitalized value you realize when the project ends. This could be the simple salvage value of a piece of equipment. But more often, for ongoing operations, it represents the value of the firm's cash flows stretching out into perpetuity, beyond the typical 5 or 10-year forecast horizon.
And how do you estimate that? It sounds a bit like guesswork.
Well, a common method is the perpetuity growth model. We assume the cash flows will grow at a stable, low rate, something like the rate of inflation or GDP growth indefinitely, and then we discount that stable cash flow stream back to the terminal date. But you're right to be cautious. Because this value often constitutes 50% or even more of a project's total NPV, small errors in that terminal value assumption can radically shift the entire decision.
Wow. So the takeaway is that the entire valuation framework just collapses without accurate, disciplined cash flow estimation based only on actual cash movements and correct economic costs.
Garbage in, garbage out. The foundation of any sound decision is rigorous cash flow discipline.
Okay, so once we have those disciplined cash flows, we introduce the concept that makes finance different from accounting, time. This brings us to the time value of money principle.
It is the bedrock principle of all of finance. Cash available today is fundamentally more valuable than the exact same amount of cash you expect to receive in the future.
And that's because of opportunity cost and inflation, right?
Exactly. You can invest it today and earn a return immediately, and inflation is constantly eroding the purchasing power of future money.
So the mechanism that translates this concept into action is discounting. How does discounting allow us to compare, say, a quick return, low-value project against a long-term, high-value project fairly?
Discounting uses the firm's WACC, that cost of capital we talked about, as the discount rate to convert every single future dollar back into its equivalent present value today. It standardizes the timing.
It puts everything on a level playing field.
It does. If Project A returns $100 next year and Project B returns $100 in 10 years, discounting shows you exactly how much you would need to invest today at the firm's cost of capital to get that future $100. Project A's return will be much closer to $100 in present value terms than Project B's return.
Because the opportunity cost of waiting 10 years is just so high.
It's enormous. It's the great equalizer. It ensures that the firm prioritizes projects that deliver value efficiently, not just in terms of volume, and always considers the opportunity cost embedded in that wait time. Without it, you would just add up nominal cash flows, which is financially meaningless.
But of course, the future is never certain. We have to incorporate the fundamental uncertainty of those future cash flows. This is incorporating risk into the calculation. How does the analysis move beyond just looking at the single expected return?
It requires a quantitative evaluation of two elements. First, the variability of returns. How wide is the range between the best possible outcome and the worst possible outcome? And second, and this is more important for strategic survival, the downside risk, the potential for catastrophic loss or failure.
So how does the financial toolkit systematically integrate this risk? What are the methods?
It's integrated in three primary, highly effective ways. The first and most direct method is by adjusting the discount rates.
Okay, explain that.
Yeah. This is the formal acknowledgement that riskier projects have to command a higher expected return to be acceptable.
So walk us through that strategic decision. How does a company decide what discount rate to apply to a new speculative venture that's way riskier than its core business?
Well, if the new venture is riskier than the firm's existing average operations, it must be evaluated using a higher discount rate than the firm's corporate WACC. That higher rate compensates the investors for taking on that added risk.
And a safer project gets a lower rate.
Exactly. If a project is exceptionally safe, say, buying a treasury bond, it should be discounted at a lower rate. And strategically, this adjustment is crucial. By raising the discount rate for riskier projects, you severely depress their calculated NPV. It forces management to be extremely conservative and ensures that only genuinely high-return, high-risk projects get accepted. You mathematically bake the risk right into the valuation mechanism itself.
That ensures appropriate compensation for the exposure. What are the other two methods for understanding the range of potential outcomes?
The second is scenario analysis. This moves beyond just the simple base case estimate. Management will model a pessimistic scenario, a global recession, a competitor launches a superior product, an optimistic scenario, and the base case.
And then they assign probabilities to each.
Right. And by doing that, management gets a distribution of potential NPVs. The critical insight here is understanding the magnitude of the potential loss. If the worst-case scenario yields a catastrophically negative NPV, the project's risk profile may just be unacceptable, regardless of how good the base case looks.
So scenario analysis identifies the boundaries of what's possible. And the third method, sensitivity analysis.
Sensitivity analysis focuses on isolating the impact of specific variables. The analyst will test how changes in a single critical input, like the price of a key raw material or sales volume projections, affect the project's overall NPV.
So you're stress testing your assumptions.
Precisely. If a 5% drop in your projected sales volume causes the NPV to swing from plus 20 million to minus 50 million, you know the project is highly sensitive to sales volume. This allows management to focus its risk mitigation efforts exactly where they matter most.
So collectively, those three tools turn this nebulous cloud of uncertainty into quantifiable, manageable variables. It ensures the firm doesn't just walk into a high-risk decision blind.
That's the goal.
We've moved from definition to tools. Now let's zoom out a bit and look at how these decisions interact with high-level corporate strategy. We have to revisit financing decisions through the strategic lens of capital structure considerations.
Yes. Capital structure isn't just about how you pay for the current project. It's really the definition of the firm's long-term identity, that crucial mix of debt and equity. And while, we acknowledge the classic Modigliani-Miller theorem,
which says that in a perfect world, it doesn't matter.
Right. In a perfect world with no taxes or distress costs, capital structure wouldn't matter. But we live in the real world where it profoundly matters. And in the real world, the analysis revolves around a central, perennial trade-off.
The trade-off between the immediate, quantifiable benefits of debt and the long-term, potentially catastrophic risks of leveraging too much.
That's it exactly. The primary real-world benefit of debt is the tax shield. Interest payments are generally tax-deductible expenses in most countries. This deduction effectively lowers the cost of debt financing below its nominal interest rate, which makes debt seem financially advantageous compared to non-tax-deductible equity returns.
It's cheap capital, but cheap capital often comes with a hidden price tag. So what's the inherent danger of leaning on this tax shield too heavily?
The danger is the rising probability and the rising cost of financial distress. As the firm takes on more and more debt, its fixed interest obligations increase, and that makes it less resilient to cyclical downturns. If the firm defaults, the costs of financial distress, legal fees, bankruptcy proceedings, management time being diverted from operations, loss of customer and supplier confidence, asset fire sales, those costs can rapidly eclipse the value you are getting from the tax shield.
So the strategic objective is a dynamic one. It's about finding that optimal capital structure.
Yes. The firm is continuously seeking that sweet spot with a marginal benefit of $1 more of debt tax shield is exactly offset by the marginal cost of the increased financial distress risk. That point, theoretically, minimizes the firm's overall WACC and maximizes the firm's total market value. It's a constant optimization problem.
Okay, moving from the static structure to dynamic execution, let's address the fundamental reliance of all these models, the crucial role of forecasting and modeling. Our financial decisions are only as robust as the predictions they're built on.
Absolutely. If we assume a new product will capture 50% market share, when reality suggests it'll be closer to 5%, the NPV calculation is completely worthless. The decisions rely entirely on the quality of the forecasts for revenues, operating costs, and the resulting cash flows.
How has modern business analytics changed this process for financial decision makers? Has it made it foolproof?
Not foolproof, but it's provided power and nuance. It allows us to move away from simple trendline projections to sophisticated, data-driven forecasting methods. Modern models can incorporate hundreds of internal and external variables, everything from commodity prices to consumer sentiment indices, using statistical modeling or even machine learning to improve accuracy.
And it must allow for more complex scenarios.
Far more. Analytics allows for sophisticated high-speed scenario evaluation. Instead of manually running 3 scenarios, the system can run thousands of Monte Carlo simulations, providing a clear, probabilistic distribution of outcomes, which vastly improves risk assessment.
This serves as a critical warning, though, doesn't it? The computational sophistication can mask the dependence on the quality of the inputs.
It does. The quality of the underlying forecast remains the strongest and most direct determinant of decision outcomes. A mathematically correct NPV calculation based on a fundamentally flawed revenue forecast will lead the company astray just as surely as a bad calculation based on good forecasts. You always have to exercise humility and rigorously stress test those core forecasting assumptions.
This inherent uncertainty leads us to the reality that business decisions are rarely, binary perfection. They involve difficult choices. And financial analysis exists to quantify those choices, to allow management to see the cost of one path versus another. Let's look at quantifying trade-offs.
Capital scarcity ensures that trade-offs are the norm, not the exception. Financial analysis provides the common economic language to measure the cost of accepting one benefit while giving up another.
Let's start with the classic dilemma that really permeates all of finance.
That would be the quintessential trade-off: risk versus return. Financial analysis, through adjusting discount rates and scenario modeling, quantifies this dilemma. Does the riskier high-variance project promise an expected return that is high enough to justify the increased probability of loss? If a safe project promises 10% and a risky one promises 20%, the analysis tells management if that extra 10% is really enough compensation for the exposure.
And the second trade-off focuses more on the firm's operational resilience.
That's the liquidity versus profitability trade-off. Liquidity means holding adequate cash reserves or easily convertible assets. It's safe, it reduces financial distress risk, but cash is a very low return asset.
It's not working for you.
It's not working. Profitability means deploying that cash into long-term projects and illiquid assets that generate higher returns, but this leaves the firm vulnerable to short-term cash demands. So the analysis quantifies the opportunity cost of holding too much idle cash versus the severe potential costs of not being able to meet your short-term obligations.
And finally, there's the long-term strategic choice for the entire firm.
The growth versus financial stability trade-off. Aggressive, high-growth strategies often require massive capital expenditure, high debt, and high market risk exposure. Stability means relying on internally generated funds, slower expansion, and maintaining low leverage. Financial analysis helps calculate how quickly the firm can sustainably grow without unduly jeopardizing its ability to maintain solvency. It basically provides the financial speed limit for the company.
Okay, we have to anchor all of this back in the real world now. Financial decisions, regardless of how pure the model is, are made within practical limits. Let's discuss constraints, regulations, and judgment.
Financial models are theoretical constructs. In reality, they encounter rigid institutional constraints. First, there's simply capital availability. A firm might identify 10 projects with fantastic NPVs over $100 million, but if the credit market is tight or the CEO is unwilling to dilute equity by issuing new stock, the firm is constrained to funding only 2 of them.
And then there are the external forces, the legal and operational realities.
Absolutely. Regulations, tax laws, environmental standards, specific industry mandates can dramatically restrict the scope of projects. They add compliance costs that have to be factored into the cash flow analysis. And then there are unexpected market conditions, like a sudden spike in interest rates or a supply chain disruption. These can change your cost of capital and your cash flow forecasts overnight, forcing a rapid, unscheduled reassessment.
So a positive NPV project that is impossible to execute because of a regulatory hurdle is, in fact, worthless.
It is. The analysis must reflect these practical limitations.
This brings us to the moment of truth, where the spreadsheets stop and the executive decision begins. The paramount importance of managerial judgment.
This is so critical to remember. Financial models support the decision. They do not make the decision. The model provides a quantitative estimate based on a set of inputs. The manager must then consider all the factors that cannot be easily monetized.
What are some of those crucial strategic factors that a model might miss?
Strategic alignment is a huge one. A manager might face a choice between Project A, which has a slightly higher NPV and offers a short-term gain, and Project B, with a slightly lower NPV, but which is perfectly aligned with the firm's long-term technological vision. Judgment often dictates choosing Project B.
Right.
They also have to consider long-term implications like reputational risk, the potential for brand damage, or technological path dependencies that extend far beyond the typical 10-year model horizon.
And finally, integrating those non-financial values that are becoming more and more important to stakeholders today.
Yes, exactly. Non-financial factors like environmental sustainability, employee engagement, and community impact. While these don't fit neatly into a cash flow projection, managerial judgment has to integrate these elements. They are essential for long-term viability and for attracting talent and loyal customers. At the end of the day, effective financial decisions require combining rigorous quantitative analysis with decades of experience and human strategic judgment.
Which perfectly summarizes the synergy that's required in today's corporate environment. The integration with business analytics.
This really defines modern financial robustness. Corporate finance provides the economic logic and the decision criteria. It establishes what constitutes value NPV over zero and what the cost of capital hurdle must be, which is WACC.
And analytics provides the empirical engine.
Analytics provides the estimation tools and the predictive insights. It tells finance how likely those cash flows are, it builds the dynamic forecasting models we talked about, and it runs the complex sensitivities and risk simulations. This integration ensures the decision-making process is both economically rational and grounded in the best available evidence-based data, minimizing the reliance on gut feeling alone.
So we set out to uncover the systematic framework behind corporate finance. And I think we've mapped a pretty clear path from the three fundamental pillars, investment, financing, and payout, through the quantitative toolkit of cash flow and time value, and finally into the complex domain of strategy and judgment.
And the core utility of this framework for any company is really simple and profound. It ensures capital is consistently allocated where it generates the most value for the owners of the firm, and that the financial risks that are taken are calculated and appropriately compensated for. This systematic discipline is what separates lasting corporations from flash-in-the-pan failures.
It is truly fascinating to realize that whether a decision involves a five-figure equipment upgrade or a billion-dollar acquisition, it all has to pass through this same rigorous, quantifiable gauntlet.
It's the necessary logic of scale. Every dollar has to be maximized.
Before we wrap up, here is a final provocative thought for you to mull over as you contemplate the financial news around you. We established that an optimal capital structure balances the tax benefits of debt with the costs of financial distress, and that managerial judgment is essential in the final choice. Considering that framework, how much does a single CEO's or CFO's deeply held personal psychology, their individual ingrained tolerance for risk or aversion to fixed obligations, ultimately dictate the capital structure of a multi-billion-dollar firm, independent of what the most sophisticated quantitative models might suggest?
That tension between human psychology and mathematical optimum is perhaps the last remaining variable that truly defines the strategic difference between competing firms.
Something to think about. Until next time, keep digging deeper.
Welcome back to The Deep Dive. This is the show where we take a pretty dense stack of source material. We're talking articles, white papers, some deep research, and we boil it all down.
All the way down.
To the pure, crystalline knowledge that you need to be, brilliantly informed and fast. We're here to cut through all the jargon, get past the noise, and go straight to the core insights.
And today, we are taking you right into the engine room. I mean, the actual engine room of rational economic policy and really modern business. We're talking about financial models.
Okay, so not just spreadsheets.
No, not at all. These are not just spreadsheet mechanics. They are the structured intellectual frameworks that translate economic laws into quantifiable actions.
So if you want to understand how big strategic decisions are actually made at the highest levels of corporate finance...
This is where it happens. This is the machinery.
Exactly. So we've pulled apart the core source material, and it's all focused on the foundations of financial modeling and economic decision-making. And our mission for you, the listener, is, it's ambitious.
It is.
We are going to try and transform this dense economic theory about these models into something immediately actionable, strategic understanding. We want you to walk away from this knowing not just, what a DCF model is, but how it dictates multi-billion-dollar strategy.
And crucially, what questions you must ask of its inputs. because that's where the magic and the danger lies.
Okay, so to set the stage, let's start at the very beginning. We need a crisp, clear definition of our central subject. What is a financial model?
A financial model is fundamentally a simplified representation of economic reality.
Okay, the key word there sounds like simplified.
It is. That's the most important word. They have to strip away the noise and focus only on the variables and the relationships that are relevant to the specific decision you're making right now.
So they're like high-powered simulators, but they're deliberately reductive. They're leaving things out on purpose.
Yes.
Where's the power in that simplification? And I guess where does the danger lie?
Well, the power is all about focus. I mean, think about it. If the model included every single possible variable, it would be intractable.
It would be just as messy as real life.
Exactly. As complex and, frankly, as useless as reality itself when you need to make a choice. The simplification is what allows us to analyze these complex, multi-factor relationships, like, for example, how changes in commodity prices and exchange rates and geopolitical stability might all affect a single project's profitability at the same time.
So the act of simplifying, it forces you to be clear on what actually matters, the core mechanics.
Precisely. And this gets us to their threefold purpose. First, as we said, they analyze those complex relationships. They quantify connections that would otherwise just be, intuitive guesses or gut feelings.
Okay, so that's number one, analyze.
Number two, they predict outcomes under alternative scenarios. This is where they run those essential what-if planning exercises.
Right. What happens to our valuation if we miss our revenue target by 10%?
And interest rates suddenly jump 100 basis points at the same time.
So that moves us past just pure speculation and more toward measured risk.
And then third, and this is the most critical part for strategic leaders, they support rational decision-making. And they do this by translating that abstract economic theory, the things we know are fundamentally true about money and resources, into quantifiable, testable frameworks.
They don't just give you a feeling.
No. They give you a net present value.
Right.
They give you a probability or precise measure of sensitivity. They force rigor into the process.
Okay, let's unpack that. Let's dive into the philosophical why. Before we even touch a spreadsheet, we have to get this. Every single effective financial model has to be built on these rock-solid, non-negotiable economic principles.
That's the absolute truth.
If that foundation is shaky, the whole analysis is just worthless, isn't it?
It's worse than worthless. The robustness of a model is not defined by its complexity, its ability to handle millions of data points. It's defined by its fidelity to economic law. These foundations, these principles, there would ensure that the decisions you evaluate within the models are consistent, logical, and ultimately wealth maximizing.
And if you ignore them?
If you ignore these fundamental laws, your model just becomes a very, very sophisticated method for justifying a pre-existing bias. You're just confirming what you already wanted to do.
And our sources, they distill this down to four essential pillars. Four pillars that underpin all of this analysis. Let's start with the most fundamental concept in all of economics, the one that makes financial choice necessary in the first place.
That is the bedrock. Scarcity of resources. This is the non-negotiable truth that we all operate under.
Everything is limited.
Everything. Whether we're talking about time, money, skilled labor, raw materials, or even today, data processing capacity, these things are finite. The constraint of limited resources is what drives the entire need for optimization and choice. Without scarcity, we could just pursue every profitable venture, regardless of cost.
But we can't. So the model's primary job is to find the single best way to allocate those scarce resources. It forces a prioritization.
Absolutely. Think about capital expenditure in a large company. If a company has, say, $500 million available for new growth projects, the model has to optimize how that money is allocated across a dozen competing proposals.
It can't fund everything.
It can't. So it must reject 3 projects, maybe scale back 2 others, and fully fund the remaining 7, all based on which combination provides the highest possible risk-adjusted return. Scarcity dictates the necessity of the model.
So scarcity forces the choice, but it's the next pillar that really quantifies the true cost of making that choice, isn't it?
It is. The second foundational concept is opportunity costs. This is the core concept of trade-offs, and it's so frequently misunderstood. It asks a simple question. What is the value of the next best alternative that you gave up when you chose a specific course of action?
So it's not the money you spent on Project A, it's the profits you didn't earn from Project B.
Exactly. That's it. If a major tech firm decides to invest, let's say, $10 billion to build a new cloud infrastructure platform, The opportunity cost isn't just the interest they paid on the debt to fund it.
No.
It's the expected return they forfeited by not using that same $10 billion to, say, acquire a disruptive startup or launch a massive stock buyback program.
Right, something else they could have done with that capital.
Financial models quantify this explicitly.
Yeah.
Because if Project A only returns 8%, but the best alternative, Project B, would have returned 12%, then Project A actually destroyed economic value relative to the opportunity set. The model forces managers to benchmark their decisions against the best possible alternative, not just against doing nothing.
That immediately makes the idea of a good project so much more complex. It has to be good relative to everything else we could have done.
Precisely.
Okay, now, moving from a static choice to a more dynamic strategy, we get to the principle that literally turns time into money. The time value of money, or TVM.
This is the third, and I would argue technically the most essential pillar for valuation. It's the simple recognition that a dollar in your hand today is worth more than the promise of a dollar in your hand tomorrow.
And why is that?
Well, because the dollar today can be immediately invested. It can go into a risk-free asset earning interest or into a business venture earning a profit. It can grow. That promise of a dollar tomorrow doesn't have that immediate potential.
So the model has to bake in that assumption of potential growth or inflation or risk into every single future projection.
It absolutely has to. This principle forms the entire basis of modern valuation. It gives us the mechanism, we call it discounting, to make all future cash flows equivalent to present-day cash.
It brings the future back to today.
It transforms a 10-year stream of expected revenue into a single current valuation number. Without acknowledging TVM, you can't rationally compare a short-term marketing spend with a long-term infrastructure investment. The model uses TVM to level the playing field across time.
Okay, and that brings us to the fourth and final pillar, which is often the filter that separates a viable project from a reckless one, the risk-return trade-off.
This is the fundamental psychological and financial balance that drives all investment behavior. Models operate on the assumption that economic agents, whether they're individual investors or corporate boards, are generally risk-averse.
Meaning they don't like losing money.
Nobody does. So if you ask someone to take on a higher probability of losing their money, you have to compensate them for that pain.
Meaning if they take on higher risk, they must demand a commensurately higher expected return.
Precisely. This principle dictates the minimum rate of return a project has to achieve based on its inherent volatility. If a proposed project carries extreme risk, maybe it's in an unstable political market or relies on completely unproven technology, a rational financial model will demand a very, very high expected return to justify that exposure.
The hurdle is higher.
Much higher. And if the project doesn't meet that hurdle, the model rejects it. This pillar acts as the ultimate filter, weeding out those low-return ventures that would expose the firm to a disproportionate amount of volatility.
Okay, so just to recap this. Every output we see from a model evaluation, a forecast, or recommended investment, it's all resting quietly on these four economic laws.
That's right.
Scarcity forces the choice. Opportunity cost defines the true trade-off. TVM brings the future into the present, and the risk-return trade-off ensures we're properly compensated for the chances we take. That's the whole theoretical foundation.
It is. And these principles are what ensure the output isn't just mathematically accurate, but that it's also economically rational. They are the rigorous bridge between theory and practice in corporate finance.
All right, so now that we've established the why, those core economic foundations, let's move into the how. Let's look at the actual model toolkit and its core mechanics. This is where we go from philosophy to implementation.
Exactly, from the abstract to the concrete.
Now, when people hear financial model, I think they often just default to thinking of the venerable discounted cash flow model, the DCF. But our sources make it very clear that there's a whole taxonomy of models, each one customized for a specific kind of decision.
That's a critical distinction to make. We use different tools for different jobs. The underlying principles, those four pillars, they stay constant. But the structure of the model itself has to reflect what it's trying to do.
So what are the main categories?
We can really outline four broad categories. First, yes, you have the discounted cash flow, DCF models. These are the valuation engines. Their job is to estimate the intrinsic value of an asset or a project or even an entire company based on its future cash generation capacity.
Then you have capital budgeting models. These sound like they go beyond simple valuation and help you rank and select between competing long-term investments, especially when you have a limited amount of capital.
Exactly. These models often use metrics like NPV, which we'll get to, IRR, payback period. They provide a whole suite of metrics for a comprehensive ranking. Third, you have dedicated risk and return models.
Oh, what do they do?
These include some pretty sophisticated systems, often based on something called the Capital Asset Pricing Model, or CAPM. Their job isn't to value the project itself, but to determine the appropriate cost of capital and the right discount rate to use in the other models, like the DCF. They feed the other models.
Ah, so they're a model that creates an input for another model.
You got it. And finally, you have the workhorses of corporate planning, forecasting, and simulation models. These are designed specifically to project future performance. Things like revenue, expenses, working capital, and to test those multivariable what-if scenarios we mentioned earlier.
The key takeaway here seems to be use the right tool for the right decision.
It is. But the central mechanic, the thing linking most valuation and investment models, especially the DCF model, is the application of the time value of money.
Let's really deepen the dive on that mechanism. We keep saying that DCF is the gold standard, and its core function is this thing called discounting. So walk us through the mechanics of that, and maybe more importantly, why it's superior to other methods that our listener might hear about, like the internal rate of return, or IRR.
Okay, so the core mechanism is calculating the present value, PV, of all the expected future cash flows from a project. Then you subtract the initial investment you have to make today. What you're left with is the net present value, or NPV.
And the NPV is the gold standard for measuring economic value creation. Why?
It's the gold standard because it explicitly incorporates the three things we care about the most. 1, the magnitude or size of the cash flows. 2, the timing of those cash flows. And 3, critically, the risk-adjusted opportunity cost, which it does through the discount rate.
So a positive NPV means?
A positive NPV means the project is expected to return more than the cost of funding it, even after you account for risk. In other words, it creates economic value for the firm's owners. A negative NPV destroys value.
Okay, now let's talk about its superiority to IRR. IRR is popular, isn't it? It gives you a nice, clean percentage.
It is popular for that reason. It's easier for people to compare a 15% return to a 10% return than it is to compare a $50 million NPV to a $20 million NPV. But, and this is a huge but, IRR has a fatal flaw in economic theory. It's called the reinvestment rate assumption.
The reinvestment rate assumption, what does the model assume is happening with the cash flows the project generates along the way?
The IRR calculation inherently assumes that every single interim cash flow generated by the project, every dollar it spins off before the end of its life, is immediately reinvested at the IRR itself.
Ooh.
So for projects with a very high IRR, say 30%, this assumption is often highly unrealistic. You can't actually find a reliable, zero-risk external investment that consistently pays you 30%. The market doesn't offer that.
So what does NPV assume?
The NPV method, by contrast, assumes that those cash flows are reinvested at the firm's cost of capital, the discount rate. And that is a far more realistic and prudent assumption because it reflects the true opportunity cost of capital for the business as a whole.
So NPV maximizes shareholder wealth directly, while IRR can be misleading, especially when you're comparing projects of different sizes or different timelines.
That's exactly it. It's a key insight for our listener.
Yeah.
When you are presented with investment metrics, always understand the underlying assumptions. The NPV's assumption about reinvestment is grounded in reality. The IRR's assumption can be pure fantasy.
Which leads us right to the objective of modeling these investment decisions, creating value. What specific inputs does the model have to estimate to do this?
To determine value creation, the model really has to estimate 3 essential inputs. Together, they form the components of the discounted cash flow.
Okay, number 1.
First, we need the expected cash flows. This is the estimated incremental money flowing in and out of the project over its entire life. And I have to stress, we mean free cash flows. That's the cash available to all providers of capital, both debt and equity holders, not just accounting profit.
Right, profit isn't cash.
It is not. This means you're looking at after-tax cash inflows, then you subtract capital expenditures, and you subtract any changes in working capital. And the devil is in the detail here. Only incremental cash flows matter. If we're replacing an old machine with a new one, we only count the additional cash flow the new machine generates, not the cash flow the old machine was already generating.
Makes sense. Okay, what's the second input?
Second is the timing of returns. We already know from our discussion on TVM that cash flows received earlier are inherently more valuable.
So the model has to be precise about when the money comes in.
Absolutely. The model must project the flows precisely year by year or even month by month for shorter, higher velocity projects. The faster the return, the higher the NPV, simply because that cash is discounted over a shorter period of time.
And the third input takes us back to our risk-return pillar. This is what's essential for figuring out the rate at which we discount those future flows.
That's right. And it's often the most complex input to estimate. Risk exposure. This is what determines the discount rate. How volatile are those expected returns? Are they subject to wild market fluctuations or regulatory changes? The model has to calculate a rate of return that is appropriate for that specific level of risk. This often requires running a whole submodel, like the CAPM we mentioned, just to calculate the cost of equity.
Okay, let's briefly touch on CAPM, since it's often thrown around as jargon for the discount rate. What are the critical elements that CAPM provides?
So CAPM, the capital asset pricing model, it determines the theoretically appropriate required rate of return for any given asset, based on its risk relative to the overall market. It suggests that the required return is the risk-free rate.
Like the yield on a treasury bond.
Exactly. Plus a risk premium.
Okay, and what drives that premium?
That risk premium is driven by two factors. First is the market risk premium. That's how much extra return investors expect for investing in the stock market in general, over and above the risk-free rate. And the second factor is beta. Beta, the Greek letter beta, is the key measure here.
And beta measures what?
Beta measures the systematic risk of the asset. In simple terms, it tells you how sensitive the asset's returns are to movements in the overall market.
So if a project has a high beta, let's say a beta of 2, it means it swings wildly with the market.
It means that if the market goes up by 1%, this asset, on average, is expected to go up by 2%. And if the market goes down by 1%, it's expected to go down by 2%. It's more volatile than the market.
And because it's more volatile, the model assigns it a higher cost of equity and a higher discount rate.
Correct, which makes it harder for that project to clear the NPV hurdle. It forces managers to demand higher expected returns to compensate for that extra market risk.
So the final output of this whole process, you take the cash flows, you map out the timing, you calculate this risk-adjusted discount rate using CAPM, and you use all of that to rank your competing investments.
That's the goal, to ensure management selects the project or the portfolio of projects that maximizes the firm's overall risk-adjusted value.
But as we know, economic outcomes are rarely clean and certain. I mean, the world is full of volatility. How do financial models move beyond just a single expected outcome and confront the fundamental reality of risk and uncertainty?
That's a great question, because if a model only gives you one number, a single point estimate, it's not just misleading. It can be dangerously overconfident. Modern decision-making requires incorporating a whole spectrum of possible outcomes.
And our sources highlight a few ways to do this.
They do. 3 powerful, complementary methods for building this risk intelligence right into the models. The first is to use probability distributions.
So instead of saying, our revenue will be exactly $100 million,
you'd say something like, there's a 10% chance of a catastrophic outcome where we only make $60 million, an 80% chance of our base case of $100 million, and a 10% chance of a phenomenal outcome where we hit $140 million.
That immediately moves us beyond just a simple mean or average expectation.
It does. And crucially, it allows for the calculation of some really sophisticated metrics like value at risk, or VAR.
VAR is a big one. For our listener, can you break that down?
VAR is the model estimating the maximum loss you can expect over a given time period at a specified confidence level. For example, a 95% one-day VAR of $2 million means there is only a 5% chance that your loss will exceed $2 million on any given day.
So it's quantifying the tail risk.
Exactly. By incorporating these distributions, the model can calculate not just the weighted average expected value, but also the volatility around that expectation. It provides a much richer, much more risk-aware picture for decision makers.
That focus on the spread of outcomes, not just the mean, is so critical. The second method you mentioned, sensitivity analysis, feels more like an engineering stress test.
That's an excellent analogy. That's exactly what it is. Sensitivity analysis is designed to isolate a project's most vulnerable levers. The manager will isolate a single input variable, it could be the price of electricity, the cost of labor, or the long-term inflation rate, and then they see how dramatically the final output, the NPV, changes when that one variable moves up or down by a specific standardized percentage.
So if a 5% increase in the price of a core commodity causes the NPV to just collapse, say, from a positive 50 million to a negative 20 million.
Then that input is flagged as hypersensitive. It identifies the critical vulnerabilities, the Achilles heel of the project.
And that allows managers to focus their risk mitigation efforts.
It does. They can focus their limited budget for hedging and contingency planning on the variables that pose the greatest threat to value creation, rather than wasting resources on less influential factors.
And the third method, scenario analysis, takes a broader, more holistic view.
Yes, scenario analysis is necessary because real-world shocks are rarely isolated. One thing goes wrong, and it causes a cascade. So this method changes several variables simultaneously, all reflecting a specific economic reality or a complex market shock.
Can you give an example?
A manager might define a global recession scenario. In that scenario, you would simultaneously lower your projected revenue growth, you'd increase the discount rate because risk aversion is higher, and you would inflate your raw material costs because supply chains are strained.
So you're testing the project's robustness against these complex, interconnected shocks. That seems crucial for modern risk management, especially for simulating things like regulatory shifts or supply chain disruptions.
Precisely. The necessity of this entire risk incorporation step cannot be overstated. By using probability distributions to quantify the range of outcomes, sensitivity analysis to find the critical levers, and scenario analysis to test for complex shocks, the model ensures that the evaluation is genuinely risk-adjusted. You're measuring the return per unit of risk, not just the raw return itself.
Which brings us full circle, right back to that fourth economic pillar we discussed at the start.
It does indeed.
We've established the theoretical foundation and the toolkit. Now let's shift our focus to Section 3, how these finely tuned tools are actually applied at the corporate and strategic level. We're moving beyond just accepting or rejecting a single project and into managing the entire financial destiny of the organization.
This connects directly to the comprehensive functions of corporate finance, ensuring that a firm's resources are not only optimally allocated, but also optimally financed.
Our sources reinforce three specific major use cases here. The first is, as we've already established, evaluating investment opportunities, the classic capital budgeting role. What's the second?
Second, they're indispensable for assessing financing choices. This is where the model helps manage the firm's capital structure. It answers the question, should the company raise capital by issuing new shares, which is equity, or by taking on new debt like bonds or loans, or should it just rely on its own retained earnings?
And the model quantifies the cost of each of those options.
It does. It calculates the cost of equity, the after-tax cost of debt, and models the resulting impact on the firm's weighted average cost of capital, or WACC, its balance sheet, and its earnings per share.
It sounds like a really sophisticated balancing act. I mean, issuing debt is cheaper after you factor in taxes, but too much debt increases your financial risk.
And issuing equity dilutes the existing owners. The model quantifies that trade-off. It helps the firm find the theoretical optimal capital structure where the WACC is minimized, which in turn maximizes the firm's overall valuation.
And the third essential use?
It's the overarching ability to analyze risk and uncertainty. This allows firms to manage their volatility proactively, incorporating things like hedging strategies directly into their financial planning.
Now, to do any of this, the models have to rely on something that is fundamentally non-factual, the future. They rely completely on forecasting and expectations, and this seems to be the area of greatest vulnerability, but also the area of greatest analytical opportunity.
It is. Financial models require forecasts for all of their fundamental inputs. The crucial variables being forecasted include, first, revenues, which are based on what you anticipate for market share, your pricing power, volume growth.
A second would be costs.
All your costs, everything from raw material inputs and energy prices to labor inflation. And third, you have to forecast broad market conditions, the external context like interest rates, what your competitors are doing, and overall inflation.
And if that forecast is weak, the resulting NTV, no matter how mathematically perfect your DCF model is basically worthless.
Absolutely worthless. But this leads to a really interesting economic recognition. The idea that expectations themselves can influence decisions, often in a sort of self-fulfilling loop. This is the concept of reflexivity in economics.
Tell us more about that. How does the model become part of the reality it's trying to predict?
Well, think about this. If a financial model, which relies on the expectations of the firm's strategists, predicts that a major competitor is going to be highly aggressive in the next quarter, what does the firm do?
It acts today.
It acts today. It preemptively cuts prices, or it accelerates a product launch. That preemptive action inherently changes the market dynamics. It might alter the very outcome the model forecasted, maybe by discouraging the competitor's aggression in the first place.
So the model doesn't just predict the future, its results often inform the strategy that creates the future.
Exactly. The manager's belief about the outcome, as quantified by the model, influences their actions, and those actions change the outcome. It's a fascinating loop.
That's a profound thought, and it really ties back to the idea that these are decision aids, not gospel. So how do we ensure these crucial forecasts are as robust as possible?
This is the defined role of modern business analytics. Analytics improves forecasting accuracy significantly. It moves the whole process away from just simple linear extrapolation, drawing a straight line from the past into the future.
What does it do instead?
Analytics takes massive amounts of historical data, internal sales figures, macroeconomic indicators, customer purchasing patterns, and it applies sophisticated predictive methods.
So it's a symbiotic relationship.
It really is. The financial model provides the economic structure, the formula for how variables relate to each other, and the analytics provides the continuously refined data-driven estimates for those inputs. It uses techniques like time series analysis or machine learning for demand forecasting or regression analysis to understand cost drivers. The model tells us what to forecast. The analytics tells us how much.
Now, moving beyond the day-to-day capital structure decisions, models clearly have a broader, higher-level application in strategy and policy simulation. Where do they step up to support corporate strategy evaluation?
They are absolutely essential tools for evaluating long-term strategic decisions that involve these massive, often irreversible investments. They support high-level choices like corporate strategy evaluation, for example, testing the financial viability of entering the vast Chinese market, or shifting the entire business from selling products to a subscription model.
They also drive pricing decisions.
Yes, by simulating the complex dynamics of price elasticity and competitor response to find that profit-maximizing price point. And they're essential for market entry and exit analysis, calculating the anticipated profitability, the capital requirements, and the timing risk of making these major strategic shifts.
And the simulation power, particularly when it comes to external factors, must be indispensable for leadership.
It is. Economic analysis uses models to simulate these complex, high-level factors that are largely outside the firm's direct control. This includes modeling the financial consequences of policy changes. For example, calculating the 10-year NPV impact of a government imposing strict new emission standards, or, on the flip side, providing solar subsidies.
They can also simulate competitive responses.
Yes. If our main rival gains a 5% cost advantage because of economies of scale, how much do we have to adjust our prices, and what does that do to our long-term profit margins? And crucially, they simulate market shocks. They prepare the organization for events like sudden geopolitical crises, credit markets freezing up, or massive sudden supply chain disruptions. The simulation capability is indispensable for risk planning and even for required regulatory stress testing in some industries.
I think the most tangible and valuable contribution of a sophisticated financial model is its ability to explicitly quantify conflicts. It forces clarity on competing priorities, which brings us to the trade-off analysis section. Managers face trade-offs every single day, and the model turns those qualitative gut-feel conflicts into measurable quantities.
This is truly where the model aids rational economic decision-making the most. Economic decision-making requires the explicit numerical evaluation of these conflicts. It forces the manager to confront the real costs of their choices.
Okay, let's look at the specific trade-offs our sources highlight that are quantified by these models. First is the most common tension in all of finance: risk versus return.
The model provides a unified framework to assign a single value to risk. It uses metric standard deviation, beta, or value at risk, and it balances them against the expected returns. It explicitly calculates the reward you get for the risk you take.
Can you give us an example?
Sure. Two projects might both have an expected return of, say, 15%. However, the model may calculate that project A has a Sharpe ratio of 0.8, while project B, because it's much more volatile, has a Sharpe ratio of only 0.4.
And for our listener, the Sharpe ratio is essentially the excess return you generate per unit of total risk you take on.
Correct. The quantification immediately dictates the rational economic choice. Project A offers twice the return for the same level of volatility. Without that quantification, the decision might just devolve into a subjective argument about risk tolerance. The model provides objectivity.
Okay, the second trade-off is often the source of a lot of corporate tension between executives: Short-term profit versus long-term value.
Ah, the classic conflict. This is the CFO, who is often worried about quarterly earnings, versus the chief strategy officer, who is worried about future market position. Short-term profits might be artificially boosted by immediately cutting discretionary spending like slashing the R&D budget or dramatically reducing advertising campaigns.
And on an accounting statement, that looks great for the quarter. Higher profits, better EPS.
Exactly. But the financial model reveals the hidden cost.
Wow.
The DCF model, by its very nature, requires projections years or even decades into the future. It will show that those short-term cuts are destroying the long-term potential for innovation and future market penetration. By modeling zero R&D spending, the model projects lower future cash flows, which results in a significantly lower overall company valuation today. The model is effectively the financial voice of the future, and it penalizes decisions that sacrifice enduring value for a temporary accounting gain.
And finally, the operational conflict of liquidity versus growth.
Yeah.
This is all about cash management. How much of a cash safety net do you keep versus how much do you reinvest into expansion?
Maintaining high liquidity, having excess cash in the bank or in highly convertible assets, is safe. It minimizes the risk of a financial crisis, and it reduces your cost of debt. However, cash itself typically earns very low returns, and that can actually drag down the firm's overall return metrics.
So the model helps find the optimal balance.
It does. It asks the question, is the opportunity for aggressive growth building a new factory, entering a high-risk but high-reward market worth the financial risk of lowering the firm's liquidity buffer? By modeling the cost of having cash tied up versus the potential returns of accelerated growth initiatives, the model quantifies this very difficult balancing act. It moves the discussion from feeling safe to mathematically optimizing the capital structure for the maximum sustainable return.
We have thoroughly documented the immense power of these models, but it's absolutely critical for the knowledgeable learner to understand the necessary caveats, the context.
Yes.
Models are decision aids. They are tools built on assumptions, and if we treat them as flawless crystal balls, we're just asking for disaster.
That's right. And that brings us to Section 4, the boundaries, transparency, and the ultimate necessity of human judgment. We have to acknowledge the limitations up front, stressing that models are based on necessary simplifications.
So what's the essential starting point?
The essential starting point is that financial models are based on assumptions, and those assumptions rarely hold up perfectly in reality. They quantify possibility, but they are not predictions of certainty.
What are the common limitations that every manager or analyst has to critically address when they're looking at the results?
Well, the first area of vulnerability is the very foundation of classic economic theory itself: simplified behavior assumptions. Standard financial models often assume that markets are perfectly rational, perfectly efficient, and that all consumers and competitors behave logically to maximize their own profit.
Which, as the field of behavioral finance has definitively proven, is often not the case at all.
Precisely. Real-world behavior is messy. It's driven by psychology, by herd mentalities, by market bubbles, and by all sorts of irrational biases. If your model assumes perfectly rational price competition, it might be completely blindsided by a desperate competitor who starts pricing below their own cost just to gain market share and survive.
So a manager has to apply that context-aware judgment to override the model when the evidence suggests irrational behavior is dominant.
They must. The second major limitation is the inherent danger of forecasting errors. As we've discussed, every single forecast is wrong to some degree. The further out you project, the greater the potential error margin becomes.
And what are the most insidious types of errors that we see in forecasting?
We often see extrapolation error. That's where analysts assume that past linear growth rates will just continue indefinitely, and they ignore things like market saturation or disruptive technological shifts.
Another common issue is anchoring bias.
Yes, anchoring bias in revenue projection, where analysts cling too tightly to historical numbers, even when structural market changes have rendered that history completely irrelevant. If your model relies on a 10-year projection of geopolitical stability and a war breaks out in year 2, the model's output instantly loses its predictive value.
And finally, we have to address data quality issues. Garbage in, garbage out.
This is the silent killer of good analysis. If the historical data that you use to train the analytic components is incomplete, or it's skewed, or it suffers from issues like survivor bias, where you only study successful companies and you ignore all the ones that failed, then the model will output distorted, unreliable conclusions.
So the manager's first job is really to validate the integrity of the data inputs before they ever trust the model's result.
That is job number one.
Since assumptions are clearly the model's weak spot, transparency seems like it would be the best defense against catastrophic misuse. Why is clarity in modeling so essential for managerial trust and for accountability?
Transparency is foundational. I mean, just imagine a board meeting where a project is being justified based on a $1 billion NPV calculation, but the underlying mechanism is a complete black box that's only understood by the financial modeling team. Management cannot trust that result.
And they can't engage in a critical debate about it.
No, they can't debate the inputs or the assumptions. So rigorous economic reasoning requires clarity about all three components of the model. First, the assumptions have to be explicitly documented. What discount rate did you choose and why? What did you assume about inflation, market growth, and competitor aggression?
Second, the inputs must be auditable.
Exactly. Which data streams, which growth rates, which operational estimates were used? And third, and this is the one that's most often overlooked, the interpretation of outputs must be transparent. The analyst has to explain what the numerical results mean in plain, strategic language, and they have to clearly outline the acceptable margin of error based on the sensitivity analysis they ran. Transparent models improve understanding, they increase managerial trust, and they support better communication across all the functional silos.
Let's just clearly define the modern synergistic relationship between modeling and the big data world of business analytics, because I think they're often conflated.
It's a very defined division of labor, and they are much stronger together. The model's role is to define the economic structure and the decision logic. It provides the intellectual framework. It defines how inputs like revenue growth and cost of capital interact to produce a valuation output. It says, if X happens, then Y must follow, based on the principle of NPV maximization.
And analytics handles the execution and the refinement.
Correct. The analytics role is entirely data-driven. It provides the data-driven estimation for the inputs, performing continuous checks to refine growth rates and volatility measures. It performs validation on the model structure itself, using techniques like backtesting to see if past predictions actually align with reality. And it handles the post-implementation performance measurement, tracking whether the project is actually delivering the cash flows that were expected.
So the model is the theory, and analytics provides the continually evolving evidence base. It creates an evidence-based economic decision-making loop.
Exactly. This synergy moves the process away from relying solely on historical accounting data and into the realm of predictive financial science.
But even with pristine data, transparent assumptions, and sophisticated analytics, we have to return to the human element. The final and most crucial component is the essential role of managerial judgment. Models cannot and should not replace human thought.
This is the final message that economics really emphasizes: context-aware decision-making. The model provides the numerical intelligence, but the manager provides the strategic wisdom and the context that no algorithm can yet grasp. Managers have to interpret the results through three critical, non-quantifiable lenses.
Okay, what's the first lens?
First, they have to interpret the results through the firm's overarching strategic goals. A model might show that Project A has a 20% higher NPV than Project B, but Project B might be essential because it's the only way to secure a new strategic technological capability that prevents future obsolescence. Or maybe it secures a vital supply chain in an unstable region.
The model can't quantify the value of that strategic necessity or that future option value.
It cannot. The manager, understanding the non-numerical necessity of that strategic goal, might rationally choose Project B, overriding the purely mathematical superiority of A.
Okay, what's the second lens?
Second, the manager must apply judgment regarding current, real-time market conditions. A model that was built yesterday cannot incorporate the surprise announcement of a new tariff, or a sudden regulatory shift, or a flash crash in the commodity market this morning. Human judgment provides that necessary real-time context and correction, allowing the decision to adapt instantly to fresh information, which is something a static model structure just cannot do.
And finally, they have to consider institutional constraints. These are the internal factors that the pure mathematics of a model frequently ignores.
These are constraints like organizational politics, the firm's risk culture, its appetite for public scrutiny, or critically, the internal resource and talent availability. Does the company actually have the necessary human capital, the regulatory expertise, or the cultural alignment to successfully execute Project A, even if the model says it's profitable? The manager, using their internal context, has to answer that question. Models are powerful decision aids, but the ultimate responsibility for the risk and the outcome rests entirely with context-aware human judgment.
This has been an incredibly deep exploration. We started with these abstract economic concepts of scarcity and opportunity cost, and we saw how they are rigorously translated into quantifiable financial frameworks that are used to judge, value, manage risk, and drive strategy.
We've established that financial models are not just calculation tools. They are structured representations of economic theory, designed to provide consistency and logic to decision-making under the fundamental conditions of scarcity and uncertainty. They force managers to be explicit about their assumptions, to meticulously measure trade-offs, and to quantify their risk exposures.
So what does this all mean for you, the learner and the decision maker? It means when you look at a capital expenditure proposal or a competitor's valuation, you need to look beyond the final dollar number. You need to question the three core inputs, the cash flows, the timing, and the discount rate, and you need to understand the four economic pillars underpinning that result. If you can challenge the assumptions on scarcity or opportunity cost, you can challenge the model itself.
And that leads to a final, provocative thought for you to mull over as you integrate this knowledge. We discussed the idea that financial models rely on forecasts and expectations about costs, revenues, competitive responses, and those quantified expectations inevitably influence strategic decisions today.
Right. If the model predicts a successful outcome, the company invests heavily, which creates conditions that often ensure that very outcome. If the model predicts failure, the company retreats, potentially ensuring that failure.
So the question then becomes, how does the very act of modeling a future economic outcome through the psychological and strategic responses it triggers change the actual behavior of the market or the company being modeled? If all financial decisions are driven by these quantified expectations, are we just living in a reflexive loop where the model is not a mirror, but a steering wheel?
A perfect way to end our deep dive. Something to consider the next time you see that big, precise valuation number. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time for more core insights. Welcome back to the deep dive. We are here to take a specialized stack of sources and transform them into concentrated, actionable knowledge for you. Today, we are really diving deep into the methodology that, well, it pretty much dictates high-stakes corporate strategy, quantitative corporate finance case studies.
Yeah, this is where finance stops being a theory and starts being a job, a very high-pressure job.
Right.
We're looking at the fundamental mechanics that translate, billions of dollars worth of ambition into justified, data-driven action plans.
Exactly. We've been immersed in the world of principles and applications of quantitative corporate finance cases. And our mission for this deep dive is, I think, crucial for anyone in this space.
I agree.
We need to extract the exact nuts and bolts of how these methods support not just the cold, hard logic of economic reasoning, but also the nuanced, sometimes terrifying reality of managerial judgment.
That's the key word, judgment.
We want to know how these high-level financial concepts actually hold up when a firm's future is genuinely on the line.
And that requires a complete mindset shift right from the very beginning. The initial critical aha moment here is understanding that while the result of a case study is a number, a net present value, a valuation, whatever it is,
Zero, the final output.
the purpose is not the calculation itself. The purpose is justification. We're building an evidence-based defense for a decision, making the numbers the irrefutable testimony. But managerial strategy is the final verdict.
Okay, let's unpack this. So let's start at the foundation, defining the purpose of these quantitative case studies, or QCS as we'll call them.
Right.
Our source material is very clear on this. They're designed to apply financial theory and, sophisticated analytics directly to real-world messy business problems.
And that word messy is so important. This immediately sets them apart from clean, simple academic exercises. It separates the thinkers from the doers.
How so?
Well, if you're learning finance purely from a textbook, you're learning about an ideal world, a perfect world. The QCS methodology forces learning by application. You might have memorized the formula for the cost of equity using the capital asset pricing model, CAPM, right? But a case study drops you into a scenario where the company you're analyzing is privately held.
Which means no public stock price.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No easily observable public stock price, no clear market beta to just look up, and suddenly that clean theoretical model has to be adapted. You have to use proxy data, industry comparables, and a significant amount of estimation.
So the moment the clean textbook theory meets the messy reality of data constraints, that's where the real learning kicks in.
Precisely. And this functional skill set supports the three core pillars our source material emphasizes: financial decision-making, economic reasoning, and managerial judgment.
And these aren't just three interchangeable terms, are they? They sound like they represent a sequence.
They absolutely are a sequence. They're a necessary sequence in high-stakes strategy.
Help us delineate that relationship. How do they actually fit together?
Think of it as a funnel. Financial decision-making is the wide initial problem at the top. Do we greenlight this merger? Do we fund the expansion into Europe? It's the big action item.
Okay, the what?
Then, economic reasoning is the rigorous filter you apply to that item. It's the insistence that whatever we decide must adhere to the foundational laws of corporate finance, and primarily, that means value maximization.
So that's the calculation part, the part that proves on paper that this action creates wealth for shareholders.
Yes, that's the math. But then comes the final step, and this is where the tension lies: managerial judgment.
And that comes in after the economic proof is established.
Yes, and judgment has to acknowledge the qualitative and strategic reality. The economic reasoning might show that acquiring competitor X yields the highest NPV, the highest net present value.
The numbers say go.
The numbers scream go. But managerial judgment looks at the cultural clash that will happen, the regulatory hurdles, or the integration costs that weren't perfectly quantifiable in the model, and decides whether the execution risk outweighs the quantitative reward.
I see.
So QCS support all three by making sure that the final judgment is informed by the strongest possible data set, not just a gut feeling.
That sets the stage perfectly for what you called the core role of QCS, bridging the divide. It feels like they're a critical translation service between, I guess, the ivory tower of academia and the actual corporate boardroom.
They are the essential link. I can't stress that enough. The academic models, the very foundation of finance, they often rely on assumptions of perfect capital markets, frictionless transactions, symmetric information.
Things that just don't exist in the real world.
Never. The corporate world operates with friction, with incomplete data, massive market uncertainties, and high operational costs. QCS bridged this gap by taking those theoretical concepts and translating them into practical, measurable terms that reflect all those messy constraints of reality.
So let's get specific with that translation. We keep talking about these core concepts. How does a QCS translate something like value maximization into something actionable?
Okay, so value maximization, which is often just stated as increased shareholder wealth, is translated into the rigorous, non-negotiable demand for a positive net present value, or NPV.
Right.
In a case study, you don't just state that a project maximizes value, you have to quantify how much value is created. That means accurately forecasting the incremental cash flows the project will generate and then discounting them back to the present using an appropriately risk-adjusted cost of capital.
And every single one of those inputs needs to be justified.
Every single one. It is a world away from a textbook example where all the variables are just given to you.
And what about the other two big ones? The risk-return trade-off and the time value of money.
Well, the time value of money is handled rigorously through discounted cash flow analysis, DCF. A case study compels you to use specific projected interest rates and capital costs to demonstrate exactly why a dollar today is worth significantly more than a dollar tomorrow. And just the choice of the discount rate itself forces you to have a really deep understanding of market risk and the time horizon of the project you're looking at.
But the risk-return trade-off, that sounds like the most difficult to translate into hard numbers, especially in a realistic case where you can't just use a textbook standard deviation.
It is the most challenging and, arguably the most valuable skill that QCS imparts. In the classroom, risk might be defined mathematically as volatility.
Sure. Beta or standard deviation.
Right. But in a case study, risk is defined contextually. What is the risk that a new technology disrupts our market in year 3 of our forecast? What's a political risk of operating in this particular country?
Things you can't just look up in a table.
Exactly. The QCS then forces you to integrate these contextual risks using techniques like sensitivity analysis or scenario planning. For instance, you might model the entire project's profitability under a recession case or a regulatory crackdown case.
And that shows how that theoretical principle of risk return operates directly under the messy, uncertain constraints of a real business.
That's it. So the translation isn't just about applying a formula. It's about forcing those powerful theoretical principles to remain sound even after taking a beating from real-world uncertainty. The learning is in seeing the principles are durable when confronted with friction.
Okay, moving on to the core characteristics of QCS. These seem fundamentally tied to their numerical nature. They must be data-driven and numerical, or they just aren't doing their job.
That is the defining feature, 100%. If a case study prioritizes, say, qualitative discussion or strategic positioning without supplying the necessary financial statements, operational metrics, and market data that you need for a rigorous financial analysis.
Then it's not really a quantitative case study.
It loses its power as a quantitative tool. It becomes a different kind of case. QCS have to ground themselves in real, or at least realistic, business scenarios using actual historical financial data or sophisticated defendable simulations. This grounds the learning process in concrete, measurable outcomes.
And this requires some pretty advanced skills from the person doing the analysis. What are the doing parts of a QCS that go beyond just, punching numbers into a calculator?
Oh, they require highly specialized skills. First, there's model building. This is the architectural skill of structuring a multi-sheet, internally consistent financial forecast, making sure that tax treatments, capital expenditures, and working capital requirements all flow logically.
It's not just a back-of-the-envelope calculation.
Not at all. Then you need robust estimation skills, particularly for variables like the terminal value in a DCF model or the market risk premium. This involves a huge amount of professional judgment.
And finally,
the sophisticated interpretation of results. A model might spit out a 15% internal rate of return, an IRR. But interpreting that number means comparing it to the firm's cost of capital, deciding if the risk warrants that reward, and then summarizing all those findings for a non-financial audience, like the board of directors.
Which brings us back to that crucial nuance you introduced right at the top. The emphasis is on decision justification, not just on arriving at the correct calculation. Why is the justification so much more valuable than the number itself, professionally speaking?
Because the calculation is fragile. It's based on assumptions. Let's say two analysts are valuing the same target company. Analyst A assumes a terminal growth rate of 3%, and Analyst B assumes 2%. They will arrive at two very different final valuations.
Right.
In the corporate world, the CEO or the board doesn't just ask, what's the number? They ask, why should we trust your number over hers? The justification, the logic trail, the defense of that 3% growth assumption based on macroeconomics or market saturation, that's what convinces the organization to commit millions, maybe billions of dollars.
So the number is just the output. The justification is the real professional value add.
The QCS is essentially a forensic exercise in defending the rigor of your financial logic. It's the formal defense of value creation.
Okay, we understand the mission. Now let's talk about the instruments of that mission. Section 2 covers the mechanics, starting with the centrality of financial models. It sounds like these models aren't just for calculations. They're the framework for strategic thought.
They are the central organizational tools. Absolutely. Because they force consistency and rigor. When you're faced with a complex M&A scenario, a robust financial model structures the problem for you. It forces the analyst to define every single relevant variable, from revenue synergies to tax implications, ensuring the resulting analysis is comprehensive and, crucially, consistent with established underlying economic theory. They keep the analysis from becoming arbitrary or, based purely on intuition.
Our sources highlight what they call the holy trinity of models for QCS: discounted cash flow models, or DCF, net present value analysis, NPV, and cost of capital estimation. Let's get into the practical challenges of actually using these in a case study.
Sure. Let's start with the DCF model. Theoretically, it's simple. The value of something is its future cash flows discounted back to the present.
Simple in concept, but
practically immense. The complexity in a QCS centers on the cash flow projection. You're asked to project free cash flow to the firm, or FCFF, 5, 7, maybe 10 years into the future. That requires forecasting sales growth, profit margins, changes in net working capital, capital expenditures.
All based on limited and sometimes ambiguous historical data and a highly uncertain future competitive landscape.
Exactly. And a tiny error in your growth rate forecast in year 2 can completely derail the terminal value calculation, which, by the way, often accounts for 60% or even more of the project's total calculated value.
Wow, so a huge portion of the value is based on an estimate of the very distant future.
That's the challenge, which naturally leads us to net present value analysis. You mentioned this is the litmus test for capital budgeting. It is the gold standard, no question, because it directly measures the absolute value added to the firm in today's dollars. An NPV greater than 0 means the project creates wealth and should, theoretically, be accepted. The critical application in the QCS is using it to force a hard, quantifiable choice. You calculate the NPV of Project A, You compare it to the NPV of project B, and you make a decision based on that economic proof.
Wait a second. If NPV is the undisputed gold standard of value creation, why do so many companies, especially for internal operational decisions, still lean on simpler metrics? Things like payback period or even internal rate of return, IRR. Doesn't that show a real-world distrust of the very complexity that QCS relies on?
That is a fantastic point, and it really gets to the heart of the tension between rigor and practicality. Simpler metrics like payback period appeal to managers who are focused on liquidity and the speed of return.
How fast do I get my money back?
Right. But it completely ignores the time value of money and, critically, any cash flows that happen after the payback period. QCS explicitly reject these shortcuts because they prioritize long-term value creation over short-term cash recovery. The whole point of the case study environment is to train managers out of using those simpler but economically flawed metrics and to reinforce the superiority of NPV because it adheres strictly to the value maximization principle.
So the challenge in the QCS is proving why the rigorous NPV conclusion has to win out over the simple, quick calculation.
That's a huge part of it. And finally, you have the most leveraged input of all, the cost of capital estimation. This number, the discount rate, defines the risk threshold for the entire analysis.
And this sounds like where the most judgment comes in.
This is arguably the section requiring the most estimation skill and judgment. Estimating the weighted average cost of capital, or WACC, involves blending the cost of debt with the cost of equity. The cost of debt is often easier to find. It's tied to current interest rates and the company's credit rating.
But the cost of equity, that's a different story.
That's where it gets tricky. It typically relies on a capital asset pricing model, CAPM, which is the risk-free rate, plus beta times the market risk premium.
Okay, so let's quickly break that formula down for anyone listening. What are the inputs, and where is the real difficulty in a QCS?
Sure. You need the risk-free rate, which is usually the yield on long-term government bonds. You need the market risk premium, which is the historical excess return of the stock market over that risk-free rate. And then you need beta.
Which is the measure of the company's risk relative to the market.
Right, it's systematic risk. And the real challenge in a QCS, especially when you're analyzing a division of a company or a private company or a niche project, is finding an appropriate proxy beta. You can't just look it up.
Well, so what do?
You often have to find publicly traded comparable companies, find their betas, unlever them to remove the effect of their debt, and then relever that asset beta using the target company's specific optimal capital structure.
That sounds incredibly detailed.
It is. And this highly specific calculation is the rate that decides whether a multi-million-dollar proposal even gets past the first hurdle. It makes it arguably the most critical single input in the entire case.
So what's here is crystal clear. These models provide a standardized, rigorous language for comparison. They make sure that comparing Project A and Project B is an apples-to-apples economic analysis.
Exactly. Without them, decisions can devolve into political battles or just intuitive guesses. These models provide the common objective platform needed for high-level resource allocation.
Now we move to what feeds these powerful models. Data inputs and forecasting. The analysis relies on historical financial data, market data, and, of course, forecasted variables.
The output is always limited by the quality of the input. Historical financials can establish operational trends, but they're backward-looking. Market data, like current commodity prices or public company multiples, grounds the valuation in present reality. But the core challenge, and where the QCS really pushes the limits of your analytical skills, is in the forecasted variables. These are the critical assumptions you have to make about the future.
That reliance on explicit assumptions sounds terrifying, actually. Since future revenues or costs or market shares are inherently uncertain, why is the rule that assumptions must be explicit and economically reasonable so vital for transparency? What happens in a QCS if an analyst tries to bury an assumption just to make the numbers look good?
The integrity of the entire analysis evaporates instantly. If an assumption is opaque, say, you bury a wildly optimistic sales growth rate deep inside a projection for working capital, the decision maker can't truly evaluate the risk involved.
They can't see the weak point.
They can't. Assumptions must be explicit so the logic is completely traceable, and they must be economically reasonable. If your model requires 50% year-over-year growth in a mature, saturated market, that assumption lacks any economic justification, and it will be, and should be, immediately challenged.
So a good QCS demands you defend your assumptions not with hope, but with external market evidence, strategic plans, or some kind of verifiable competitive advantage.
Exactly. So if the assumption is the most vulnerable point in the analysis, the QCS process is designed to proactively put that vulnerability front and center for everyone to scrutinize. If you can't defend the assumption, you can't defend the decision.
This transparency requirement has been massively enhanced by modern techniques. Let's talk about the integration with business analytics. QCS are now incorporating some highly sophisticated techniques.
Absolutely. Traditional QCS often relied on, simple linear extrapolation.
Right.
Modern analytics enhance both the accuracy and the defensibility of those crucial assumptions.
What specific analytical tools are now being woven into a high-level case study?
Well, we're seeing heavy use of regression analysis, particularly in forecasting. Instead of just guessing future demand, a regression can quantify the relationship between internal factors like your advertising spend and sales outcomes. It provides a statistically evidenced forecast.
So it's data-driven, not just a gut feeling.
Precisely. And similarly, advanced forecasting techniques like time series analysis or econometrics allow analysts to account for things like seasonality, business cycles, and external shocks. This generates a much more nuanced projection than simple straight-line growth.
And what about simulation methods? That sounds like a really powerful way to handle the inherent uncertainty we keep talking about.
Simulation methods, like a Monte Carlo analysis, are essential for tackling systemic risk. Instead of just modeling a single baseline forecast, a Monte Carlo simulation lets the analyst run thousands, even tens of thousands, of iterations of the DCF model.
How does that work?
You let key inputs, like sales growth, cost of goods sold, and the discount rate, vary simultaneously based on predefined probability distributions. The output isn't a single NPV number. It's a distribution of potential NPV outcomes, which provides the manager with a quantifiable probability of success or failure.
So the ultimate goal of integrating all these powerful analytics seems to be moving away from a single point estimate and toward thinking in terms of probabilities.
That's the entire point. Analytics improve the accuracy of the estimates, but critically, they enhance the transparency of the assumptions. If your assumed distribution of outcomes is based on a statistically rigorous simulation, your justification is empirically stronger. It moves the decision-making process toward true evidence-based finance.
We've built the models, we fueled them with data. Now we execute. Section 3 moves into the application, the specific managerial decision problems that QCS typically examine. This is where theory gets very, very real.
This is where we see the high-stakes decisions that define a corporation's future. QCS are laser-focused on scenarios that involve a significant commitment of capital or a major change to the firm's identity.
Let's start with the most common one, capital budgeting decisions. This is often the first encounter a manager has with a formal QCS.
Right. Capital budgeting cases ask the fundamental question of long-term investment. Should we invest in this new logistics center? Should we replace our aging machinery? Or do we launch a complex new product line?
And the QCS has a specific focus here.
It focuses intensely on marginal cash flows. It's not enough to list the total revenues of the new factory. The analysis must isolate the additional cash flows generated by the decision, subtracting all the incremental costs, including changes in working capital and any opportunity costs.
So not just what you gain, but what you give up.
Exactly. A robust NPV analysis here has to account for the economic life of the asset, often using depreciation schedules for tax shield calculations, leading to a definitive go or no-go recommendation.
Okay, next up. Financing and capital structure choices. This is about optimizing the balance sheet to actually support those projects you just approved.
These cases are complex because they link the firm's investment decisions to its funding sources. If a firm decides to invest $500 million, how should they fund it? Should they issue corporate bonds, which increases leverage and interest payments but offers a tax shield?
Or issue new equity, which is safer but dilutes ownership and can be more costly.
Right. QCS in this area require the analyst to find the optimal capital structure, the combination of debt and equity that minimizes the WACC, thereby maximizing the firm's value, all while operating under the constraints of existing debt covenants and market perception.
Then there is the broad and highly complex category of valuation of firms or projects. This basically defines the price paid in any M&A deal.
Valuation cases are the ultimate synthesis exercise. They demand that the learner produce a defensible price tag for an entire company, which is absolutely critical for mergers, acquisitions, or divestitures.
And this involves more than just one model.
Oh, yes. It requires integrating multiple valuation methodologies. The fundamental DCF model, a comparison with publicly traded companies, which we call comps, and an analysis of recent M&A deals or precedent transactions.
I see.
A strong QCS requires the analyst to reconcile the divergent values produced by these three different methods and then recommend a single, defensible acquisition price or selling price range.
And finally, risk assessment and scenario analysis as its own core application area.
This is often presented as a specialized case study focused entirely on hedging strategies or quantifying specific business risks like commodity price volatility or foreign exchange exposure. As the source material correctly highlights, each QCS has to ultimately narrow the focus to a specific actionable decision, even if that decision is simply, do we accept the current risk profile or do we implement a hedging strategy?
Speaking of risk, you've mentioned this a few times, but it's worth its own section. The fundamental reality is that all real-world financial decisions are inherently uncertain. QCS are designed not to eliminate uncertainty, but to incorporate it structurally.
Exactly. You can't wish away risk, so you have to quantify it and manage it systematically. QCS use specific, structured methods to ensure uncertainty is part of the decision calculus, not an afterthought.
Let's elaborate on those methods, starting with scenario analysis.
Scenario analysis is about defining the boundaries of possibility. It forces the manager to step out of the comfort zone of the single most likely case and model discrete, plausible futures. We look at the expected case, the best case, where you have an optimistic market and low costs, and the worst case.
The nightmare scenario.
The nightmare scenario.
Wow.
A severe economic downturn, project delays, massive cost overruns. By calculating the NPV and, importantly, the internal rate of return, IRR, for each of these scenarios, the decision maker can understand the full range of possible outcomes.
You mentioned IRR again. Can you quickly clarify how that differs from NPV in this context? They're often used together.
Absolutely. IRR, the internal rate of return, is essentially the break-even discount rate. It tells you the maximum cost of capital your project can bear before its NPV falls to zero. So a project with an IRR of 20% is theoretically better than one with an IRR of 15%.
Okay.
While NPV is superior because it measures the absolute dollar value created, IRR is very intuitive, and managers often use it because it represents a rate of return. In a QCS, the analyst has to report both, showing not only the dollar value created, the NPV, but also the efficiency of the capital being employed, the IRR, and make sure both metrics support the final recommendation.
That makes the sensitivity analysis even more crucial since it drills down into the vulnerability of those specific rates.
Sensitivity analysis isolates the fatal flaws. It tests the impact of changing one key variable while holding all the others constant. What happens to our $50 million NPV if sales volumes drop by 15%? What if inflation drives our operating costs up by 8%? This analysis pinpoints the key leverage points, the variables to which the project is most exposed. It gives managers a clear list of what they must actively monitor and manage after they've made the investment.
And finally, probability-based estimates that integrate risk directly into the valuation itself.
Right. As we discussed with simulation, this involves assigning a quantified likelihood to each scenario. If the worst-case scenario has a 10% probability, the expected case has 60%, and the best case has 30%, we can then calculate the expected NPV.
A weighted average.
A weighted average return that explicitly reflects the integrated risk profile of the project. It gives you a more truthful valuation metric than a single unadjusted forecast. The ultimate aim of all these risk management techniques is to evaluate how robust the decisions are under adverse operational and market conditions.
That concept of robustness seems to be where the rubber really hits the road. A decision that relies on everything going perfectly is hardly a professional recommendation.
Think of a robust decision like a financial all-terrain vehicle. It might not yield the absolute highest return. It might not be the fastest car on the paved road of the best-case scenario, but it's the only one that survives and performs adequately when that road turns to mud in the worst-case scenario. QCS are designed to push the manager toward that resilient, durable choice.
Our final point in this section is the power of comparative analysis, the evaluation of alternatives. It emphasizes that a good QCS is rarely just about approving a single project. It's about choosing the best path forward among several options.
Precisely. If we are debating building a new facility in Tennessee, we absolutely must also model the NPV of expanding the existing facility in Ohio, or maybe even outsourcing the production entirely. The value of the QCS is enforcing this comparative rigor.
And these alternatives are compared based on 3 specific criteria.
That's right. First, their expected financial performance. That's the core metrics like NPV and IRR. Second, their risk exposure, which is defined by the sensitivity of the cash flows and the probability distribution of returns we just talked about.
And the third one?
The third criterion, and this is often the most subjective, is their strategic fit. An economically superior project might introduce unforeseen supply chain risks or regulatory complications or require expertise the firm just doesn't have. If a project doesn't align with the firm's core competencies or its long-term market vision, its high NPV can be deceptive.
So the overarching goal, selecting the economically superior option, isn't simply choosing the highest NPV on a spreadsheet.
Not at all.
It means selecting the option that best balances the highest NPV with an acceptable level of risk and an optimal strategic fit. It requires that critical weighted integration. And the quantitative framework provides the necessary ballast to make that complex choice defensible in the boardroom. We've crunched the numbers, run the sensitivity checks, and compared the alternatives. Now we arrive at what seems like the highest level of analysis, the managerial interpretation of results. This is the transition from number cruncher to decision advisor.
The quantitative results, standing alone, are inert. They're just numbers on a page. They have to be translated into clear financial insights and actionable, concise recommendations for senior leadership. This requires layering human insight over the data output.
What are the key factors managers have to consider during this interpretation phase, beyond just reading the final NPV number?
Well, they have to consider three crucial overlaying factors that connect the financial reality to the corporate reality. First, the strategic priorities of the firm. Is the company currently in an aggressive growth phase where it accepts higher risk? Or is it in a mature stage where it's prioritizing stability in dividend payouts?
Okay, the recommendation has to align with the current strategic mandate.
Absolutely. Second, the risk tolerance of the organization.
Yeah.
And this is really a culture issue. A large, diversified, publicly traded firm may be able to absorb a higher worst-case risk than a small, focused, private equity-backed company.
And the third factor,
Yeah.
the practical constraints. These are the non-financial obstacles, right?
Yes, and these are essential. They include operational capacity. If the model projects a need for 500 new hires in a labor-scarce market, the project is constrained. It doesn't matter what the NPV is.
Right.
Regulatory limits. Does this financing plan violate covenants with our existing lenders? And liquidity constraints. Is the upfront capital expenditure so large that it cripples the firm's ability to respond to unforeseen market changes? The quantitative result may say yes, but the practical constraints may say not right now.
What's fascinating here is the quantitative results inform, they do not replace managerial judgment. It sounds like the entire QCS exercise exists to make that final human decision as educated and as transparent as possible, but never to eliminate the human entirely.
That is the ultimate truth of sophisticated finance. The QCS provides evidence, structure, and consistency in evaluating value creation. But only managerial judgment, often based on decades of experience, can weigh the qualitative strategic implications, things like brand risk, competitive reaction, or team dynamics, against the numerical certainty provided by the model.
So the numbers show the pathway to maximizing economic value, but judgment is required to navigate the political and operational terrain.
That's a great way to put it.
Let's expand on the importance of testing, specifically through sensitivity and robustness checks. We know these are vital, but why does the QCS methodology dedicate so much time to reiterating them?
Because they directly address the inherent uncertainty of forecasting. The emphasis is deserved because it determines the quality of the advice being given. The goal is to avoid the scenario where a minor unforeseen change, like a small rise in the cost of debt, causes the entire projected value to just collapse.
So if we need to define a robust decision clearly for our listeners, how does the QCS framework articulate that?
A robust decision is defined as one that yields an acceptable level of performance. So a positive, or at least zero NPV, across a broad spectrum of plausible operational and market conditions. It's the decision that is least dependent on a perfect world scenario.
Makes sense.
This iterative testing, running different scenarios, checking key assumptions, directly reflects the demand of corporate reality, where managers are constantly expected to have contingencies built into their strategic recommendations.
Now, for the necessary critical thinking required by QCS, the limitations and caveats, even the most rigorous analysis has its limits.
It is professionally irresponsible to present an analysis without acknowledging its limitations. Our sources identify some critical dependency risks. First, the dependency on data quality. If the historical sales data is recorded inconsistently, or if the market data you're using for your comps is thin, the model output is fundamentally flawed.
Garbage in, garbage out.
Garbage in, garbage out. a principle no amount of quantitative sophistication can ever overcome.
And second, the dependency on the strength of the model's assumptions.
Right. If the assumptions driving your long-term forecasting, that 2.5% perpetual growth rate, the assumed improvement in profit margins, if they're aggressive or lack compelling market evidence, the financial output is immediately suspect. Analysts have to be critical consumers of their own assumptions.
And then there's the danger of oversimplification in the model itself.
Yeah, financial models have to simplify reality to make it computable. This means they often fail to capture subtle, nonlinear, or intangible, complex, real-world variables.
Like what?
For instance, a DCF model is linear. It doesn't easily capture what we call real options, the managerial flexibility to abandon a project early if conditions worsen, or expand it aggressively if conditions unexpectedly improve. Ignoring these implicit options can severely undervalue strategically flexible projects.
I see.
Also, models often ignore cannibalization effects. The fact that launching a new product line might simply reduce the sales of an existing profitable line rather than creating entirely new revenue.
And finally, the danger you highlighted early on, over-reliance on numbers. This seems to be the biggest risk facing a quantitative manager.
It's the point where the numbers become a crutch rather than a tool. Over-reliance can lead managers to dismiss crucial qualitative factors just because they don't fit neatly into the spreadsheet.
Can you give an example?
Sure. If a project offers a high MPV, but it requires moving the entire manufacturing base to a region known for chronic labor issues, the model won't capture the true cost of employee morale damage or supply chain instability. A competent manager understands that the quantitative evidence has to serve as a guide, but qualitative insights must always temper the final recommendation.
Okay, let's focus on the value proposition for the practitioner. Section 5 looks at the learning outcomes and professional impact of mastering QCS.
Right. The primary takeaway isn't just knowing how to build a model. It's about developing robust, systematic financial reasoning skills. This methodology trains the manager to think in the most rigorous financial language, in terms of marginal benefit, opportunity cost, and critically, value creation under conditions of profound uncertainty.
And what specific tangible abilities do QCS training programs drastically improve?
They drastically improve the ability to analyze data, to sift through vast financial data sets, identify relevant trends, and justify statistical significance, distinguishing between a transient market fluctuation and a fundamental shift. They enhance the skill set to build and interpret models, understanding the architecture well enough to both troubleshoot model errors and confidently explain the outputs to non-technical executives.
And the final, and maybe most powerful professional differentiator, the ability to defend decisions quantitatively.
This is the skill that separates the entry-level analyst from the strategic executive. In any high-stakes meeting, intuition alone is dismissed. If you can confidently defend a high-risk, high-reward strategy by demonstrating the rigor of your discounted cash flow model, explaining your proxy beta selection, and presenting the detailed scenario analysis that shows the project remains robust even in the worst-case scenario.
You're operating at a different level.
You're operating at the highest tier of evidence-based reasoning. This ability transforms speculation into strategy.
So the learning outcome is the encouragement of critical thinking, challenging inputs, and interpreting outputs, rather than just mechanical calculation.
Precisely. The manager is trained to be a critical evaluator of risk and opportunity. The QCS format prepares them for the real world by rewarding insightful, defensible interpretation over finding a simple, correct answer.
Finally, let's look at the broader role in education and practice. QCS are now fundamental tools in business education and executive training all over the world.
They're the central pedagogical tool because they force a synthesis of all the financial disciplines, accounting, valuation, economics, strategy, all of it. They prepare decision makers for two very complex, high-stakes professional challenges.
And what are those?
First, addressing the kind of complex, real financial challenges that do not have clear textbook solutions and require estimating unknown variables. And second, employing systematic, evidence-based reasoning in situations where the cost of a mistake can be company-defining.
So they're like flight simulators for executives.
They are, in essence, the corporate equivalent of flight simulators, preparing leaders for high-velocity, high-consequence decision-making.
So what does this all mean? Our deep dive into quantitative corporate finance case studies confirms their essential function. They are the indispensable bridge between the clean, abstract principles of financial theory, our DCF, our NPV, our risk-return models, and the constrained, uncertain qualitative reality of the corporate world.
We've established that the rigorous models provide the structure, the analytics provide the probabilistic evidence, and the robustness checks ensure resilience. But ultimately, successful outcomes rely entirely on highly informed managerial judgment layered over that quantitative analysis.
Right.
The numbers give you the clearest economic pathway, but human judgment has to chart the necessary course, navigating strategic priorities and organizational risk tolerance.
It's a powerful synergy of verifiable data and strategic discretion.
And this leaves us with a final provocative thought for you to mull over. We dedicated significant time to the limitation of ignoring qualitative factors. So imagine this scenario. A quantitative case study shows a massive project, say, the acquisition of a rival, is overwhelmingly economically superior based on all the measurable metrics. High NPV, robust sensitivity changes, immediate cash flow accretion.
The numbers are a slam dunk.
An absolute slam dunk. However, the necessary strategic fit requires a massive, immediate culture shift, or an entry into a new complex market that senior management just feels is intuitively risky or fundamentally countercultural. How should a manager weight that strong qualitative gut feeling factor, that sense that the move simply feels wrong for the company's identity, against the certainty of the numerical result? What is the true long-term cost of ignoring the qualitative when the data screams yes? That balance between hard data and strategic intuition remains the most defining challenge in corporate finance.
A question well worth exploring in your own analysis as you continue to balance the spreadsheet with the strategy. Thank you for joining us for this deep dive. Welcome back to the Deep Dive, the place where we take the source material you share with us, all those articles, that research, even your own notes, and we try to turn that fire hose of data into the crucial, actionable insights you need, and fast. Our mission, as always, is to get you well-informed, to give you those genuine aha moments, but without that feeling of being just completely crushed by information overload.
Which is easy to do in this space.
Oh, absolutely. And today we are tackling a really foundational challenge.
Yeah.
I think it's one that plagues every single organization that's trying to be truly data-driven.
I know exactly the one you mean.
It's how do you bridge that terrifying gap between a technically perfect analytical result and a piece of genuinely useful decision-driving knowledge? We are diving deep into the sources you sent on contextual analytics.
Right.
And this deep dive, it isn't about the newest, shiniest modeling technique or, the fastest algorithm. It's about making sure those tools actually produce value when they finally hit the real world.
Which is the only thing that actually matters at the end of the day.
Exactly. So let's frame the core mystery we need to solve today. Picture this. You have an incredible data science team. They deliver a model that is, say, 99% accurate. It passes every technical test you can throw at it.
The gold standard, technically.
And yet 6 months later, it is sitting completely unused on a digital shelf somewhere. Why? Why does great, high-fidelity data analysis sometimes completely fail to drive any business value? What is that key piece that they're missing?
It's the multi-million-dollar question, isn't it? And as you hinted, the answer almost always comes down to a failure of context. We hear it all the time. Data teams get frustrated. They say things like, the business just doesn't trust our numbers.
Right. They don't get it.
They don't get it. But the real issue is often that the analysis is speaking the wrong language entirely. It's answering a question nobody was asking.
Okay, let's unpack this. I need a tight definition right out of the gate. When we're talking about data analysis and context, what are the absolute non-negotiables? What are we defining?
Well, the definition itself is pretty simple, but applying it demands a lot of rigor. It means interpreting the data and the analytical results, the outputs of all your modeling within the specific, messy, real-world environment where they're supposed to be applied.
So not in a lab, but in the chaos of the actual business.
Exactly. That environment could be your specific market, it could be the current economic climate, or, just your internal operational structure. The fundamental principle is that data is basically inert without this external frame of reference.
Inert, so it's just numbers.
It's just numbers. Raw data does not have inherent value just by existing. Its real worth, its actual value, is entirely dependent on three interlocking contextual factors.
Okay, what's the first one?
First, the overarching business objectives. What are you actually trying to do? Are you trying to grow market share, or are you trying to reduce operational cost? Maybe you're just trying to increase efficiency. The same exact data set can yield completely different insights depending on which of those goals you prioritize.
Okay, that makes sense. The goal changes what you look for.
Right. Second, the specific decision-making needs of the stakeholder. The information a chief risk officer needs is entirely different from what a marketing manager needs, even if they're looking at the same customer behavior trends. They have different jobs, different questions.
That makes perfect sense. The audience changes the required output. And what's the third factor?
The third is often the most brutal one: operational constraints. This is the reality of what the organization can actually do.
The shackles of reality, as the source material put it.
Yes. Can the IT system even handle the proposed solution? Is there a budget for it? Is the team trained to use it? If your analysis ignores the organization's real-world limits, it is, without a doubt, destined for that dusty shelf you mentioned.
So those three things together, that's context.
That's context. It is the single transformative ingredient. It's what elevates analysis from being a theoretical exercise, a cool mathematical achievement, into genuinely actionable insight. It's the difference between knowing what the math says and knowing what to do about it, given the resources you actually have.
I really appreciate that distinction. So we're not just moving from descriptive analytics, like what happened, to predictive, what will happen. We're trying to jump all the way to a prescriptive strategy, what we must do right now.
Exactly.
And the urgency of integrating this contextual layer just seems immense, particularly because of the primary risk that you're highlighting here.
It's huge.
Our source material really hammers this home. The major risk is that your analytical results can be statistically correct, mathematically sound, maybe even peer-reviewed, but practically irrelevant.
And irrelevant is the best-case scenario.
Right. You've proven a hypothesis, but if the business can't act on it, or if the problem it solves is so minor, who cares?
And that irrelevance is an immediate risk to the ROI in analytics. I mean, think about it. If you spend millions on a data team and their output is constantly ignored because it just doesn't fit the business reality, that entire function is at risk of being cut.
And context, if you apply it correctly, it saves the day by doing something really essential, making sure the analysis addresses the right problem.
Yes, way better.
It guarantees we are using meaningful metrics, metrics that actually tie to the P&L statement or operational efficiency, and that the output supports real decisions that can be implemented tomorrow, not in some idealized future state.
And without that contextual anchor, analytics risks becoming, actively misleading. Imagine a model that suggests a massive expansion into a specific geographic market.
Yeah.
Is based on strong consumer demographics. The numbers look great.
Okay.
But it completely fails to account for a new, punitive regulatory environment that's specific to that area. The model's math is flawless, but the output would drive the company straight into a financial ditch. That is the real danger of contextual ignorance.
So if context is this transformative ingredient, then the very first step must be a major mindset shift, a shift away from what I think I've always been taught, which is that we can't just start with the data and hope a problem appears.
This is such a critical point, and it requires real discipline. We call this the mandate for being problem-driven, not data-driven. It sounds simple, but it's not. Effective analytics has to begin with a clear understanding of the business question.
Before you even look at a spreadsheet.
Long before, and clarifying the decision objectives that the output is meant to serve. Far too many organizations, they start with their data assets, the data lake, the massive warehouse, and they say, we have all this information, let's just start crunching numbers and see what interesting insights emerge.
The classic data dredge.
Exactly. That's exploratory data analysis. And look, it has its place for discovering new patterns, but relying on it solely as your source of strategic direction is incredibly dangerous.
Dangerous because you're prone to finding those spurious correlations we talked about, or just generating findings that are too tangential, too much in the weeds, or frankly, too expensive to implement.
Precisely. You just waste resources pursuing these fascinating but ultimately meaningless rabbit holes. Being problem-driven means the entire process is locked down from the start. You have to understand why you are building the model, whose life it's going to change, the manager, the customer service agent, the investor, and what action it will prompt. And you need to know that long before you even select the data source.
I love that shift in emphasis, but here's where I need to introduce a little bit of friction, just based on the real-world frustration of analysts I've talked to. Isn't some amount of that exploratory analysis, just poking around in the numbers, necessary to even define the problem clearly? How do you draw that line between a necessary exploratory phase and an aimless data dive?
That's an excellent distinction, and you are absolutely right. You can't define a complex problem entirely in a vacuum. The line is drawn, I think, when the exploration stops generating definitions and starts generating solutions.
Ah, okay.
You should use exploration to refine the problem statement, to figure out which segment of customers is churning or which part of the supply chain is failing. But once that problem statement is clear, let's say it's, we need to reduce delivery delays by 15% in the Northeast region, the problem takes the wheel.
And everything else is secondary.
Everything else. Any subsequent analysis has to be laser-focused on that target. If your model accidentally predicts high customer satisfaction in the Southeast, that's great, but it's irrelevant to the problem you were hired to solve. You put that insight aside for later, and you stay problem-driven.
That makes the process so much more efficient. Let's use the sources example to make this really concrete. The classic scenario of predicting customer churn.
A perfect one.
So, imagine we invest serious time and resources, maybe 6 months, and 3 highly paid data scientists building a sophisticated machine learning model. It identifies with 95% accuracy which customers are going to leave next month. We have low uncertainty. We have a clear technical win.
And this is where the contextual relevance just stomps all over the technical celebration. That prediction is only useful if retention actions are possible and economically viable.
Right.
Let's expand on this scenario a bit. Your model identifies 1,000 high-risk customers. The analyst recommends a retention strategy, a personalized high-touch follow-up call, plus a 20% discount offer.
Sounds good, right?
Sounds reasonable.
But now we hit the operational constraints.
Right. Context check 1. Does the customer service team even have the bandwidth to call 1,000 high-risk clients this month? If they're already running at 100% capacity just dealing with standard support tickets, the answer is a hard no.
That's constraint number 1. And here's context check 2. What is the average customer lifetime value, the CLV, of these 1,000 customers?
Because if the cost of that personalized call, the labor hours, plus the discount offer, which is a 20% reduction in margin, exceeds the projected CLV that you might save, then the retention strategy is an economic failure. You are literally losing money trying to save customers you shouldn't be prioritizing in the first place.
So your 95% accurate prediction model is utterly useless.
Utterly useless, because the action it suggests fails both the feasibility and the economic viability tests.
You spent 6 months solving a problem-accurate prediction that the business was either not operationally equipped to solve or, frankly, shouldn't have been solving from a financial perspective. That failure isn't technical at all. It's a complete failure of contextual ignorance.
And that brings us directly to the essential bridge between that technical skill and the real-world results. Domain knowledge.
The secret sauce.
It really is. Domain knowledge is that deep, non-mathematical insight into the industry, the market, the culture, and your own internal processes. It's the difference between being a good statistician and being a good business partner.
So if the analyst is just a pure mathematician who sees numbers completely divorced from the reality of, say, logistics or regulatory compliance, they're just going to miss these operational subtleties and build irrelevant models.
They will. Every time. And in high-stakes fields like finance or energy, this lack of domain context can lead to catastrophic errors, even if the math itself is flawless. Domain knowledge helps analysts in a few really crucial ways.
Yeah.
First, it dictates the selection of relevant variables. A pure data scientist might include 500 variables in their model just because the math software can handle it. A domain expert knows intuitively that only 30 of those variables could possibly influence the outcome in this specific industry.
So it prevents wasted time analyzing just noise.
A huge amount of time. They know that in retail, the day of the week matters a lot more than the phase of the moon, regardless of what some naive correlation matrix might suggest.
That's a huge time saver right there. But the second point you raised earlier, interpreting patterns correctly, that seems much more subtle, much more difficult to teach.
It is, because it involves avoiding those mathematical traps we often fall into. Let's take a business-specific example. A model shows a very, very high correlation. Increased usage of the company's advanced dashboard reporting feature strongly correlates with high subsequent purchase value over the next year.
Okay, that sounds like a win.
Without domain context, the analyst might conclude, we have to invest millions promoting the advanced dashboard feature to drive higher sales. This is the false conclusion.
But the domain expert knows better. What does the context tell us here?
The context tells us that the advanced dashboard is incredibly complex. It's only really used by veteran customers who have already been highly committed for, say, 5 years and who understand the product inside and out. The feature didn't cause the higher purchase value. It merely indicated existing loyalty and high sophistication.
So the customers who are going to buy big were already using it anyway.
Exactly. Promoting it to a general audience might actually confuse and frustrate new customers, leading to lower sales.
That is a subtle but profoundly powerful distinction. You avoid drawing a false prescriptive conclusion, telling the business to invest in the wrong thing based on a superficial, though statistically sound, data read.
Precisely. Purely technical analysis without that deep insight into the industry, market, or process is just fundamentally incomplete.
Yeah.
Domain expertise is the difference between reporting what the data says, usage of X correlates with Y, and understanding what the data actually means for the strategic direction of the company, which is X is an indicator of existing quality, not a lever for change.
So we've established the foundation. We have to be problem-driven, and we need domain expertise as the bridge. Now, we have to turn our attention to the materials we use to build that bridge, the data itself.
The raw materials.
This is where we leave the world of strategy and enter the world of measurement. And it's so easy to forget that data values are just stand-ins for real-world phenomena. They are not the phenomena themselves. We have to remember that the number 15 in a column labeled latency isn't the delay itself. It's a filtered, processed, and maybe sampled representation of that delay.
This point gets glossed over so often, especially when the focus shifts to advanced modeling. Everyone wants to talk about AI. Nobody wants to talk about the messy ingestion pipeline that feeds it.
Right.
We treat the data in the spreadsheet as pure, immutable truth, and we often forget the chaotic process that created it. Analysts have to proactively understand the messy reality behind their numbers. First, they need to know how the data was generated, the entire data lineage.
Where did it come from?
Exactly. Was it collected through self-reporting surveys or from automated IoT sensors or maybe from manual entries by a warehouse clerk in a hurry? Each generation method introduces specific, measurable potential biases and error profiles. You just have to treat a human-entered spreadsheet with a level of suspicion you wouldn't apply to a time-stamped transaction log.
And second, there's that crucial question of definition. What does each variable truly measure? If we're analyzing customer engagement, we need to know the specific definition used.
Yes.
Is it measured by daily logins, or by time spent watching a video, or only by successful transactions? If your marketing team defines it one way and your product team defines it another, your analysis of engagement is guaranteed to be inconsistent and, frankly, misleading.
And third, the analyst has to proactively assess for inherent biases or errors in the collection process itself. This is a massive area. Let's say you're analyzing website traffic patterns. If your measurement system automatically filters out non-US IP addresses because you don't serve those regions, then your analysis of global traffic or your competitive positioning is fundamentally incomplete. It's biased toward US-centric conclusions.
So the context of the data collection process dictates the trustworthiness of the output. You can't trust data that ignores significant segments of reality.
You can't. And this sounds like a quality control issue, but it's quality control informed by business reality, which leads directly to how context acts as the necessary tool to judge the quality of your input data. We're assessing what's called data fitness.
Data's fitness.
Context clarifies whether the data is truly fit for purpose, a concept that goes way beyond just technical completeness. It helps us determine if the data is, one, complete. Are we inadvertently missing critical segments? Imagine you're a major financial institution analyzing high net worth clients. If your data set only includes digital banking transactions, and it excludes phone calls and in-person advisory meetings, which is how 80% of high net worth business is actually conducted, your data is fundamentally incomplete for that business objective. Your analysis of wealth movement will be skewed toward younger, digitally native clients.
That sounds like a silent killer of an analysis where you don't even know what you don't have.
It is a huge blind spot. Second, context helps judge accuracy. Does the data reflect reality? If we know, based on operational context, that every time a factory machine switches shifts, the pressure sensor produces a false spike for 2 minutes, that's a domain knowledge point, then we know those specific spikes has to be filtered out.
Otherwise, your averages are all wrong.
Exactly. Or our analysis of average operational efficiency will be inflated and lead to the wrong maintenance schedules. And finally, we judge if the data is fit for purpose. Even if the data is complete and accurate, does it serve the specific business objective we defined way back at the start?
Right. The problem we're trying to solve.
If the objective is to optimize real-time inventory decisions, and your data only provides aggregated weekly sales averages, the data is accurate, but the fitness is low. Context makes that quality judgment an objective, decision-oriented exercise.
Okay, so once we've established what the data means and how fit it is, we run headlong into the next big challenge, the limitations. We're shifting the focus to what the source calls the shackles of reality, those constraints that dictate what's actually feasible. We often forget that data analysis isn't a scientific experiment operating under these controlled, idealized conditions. It's an organizational process, and it's subject to some fierce, real-world limitations. And context is essential here because it determines what is possible, not just what is ideal in a vacuum.
This is often the point where analysts get demoralized. They envision the perfect model, but reality immediately shrinks the scope of what they can do. And these constraints are highly visible. We can start with the obvious ones: data availability and quality.
What you wish you had versus what you actually have.
Precisely. We might want to model the emotional state of the customer during a purchase. But if that data simply isn't collected, or can't be legally collected, the analysis dies before it even begins. Then there are time and budget limits. This is the classic trade-off.
Always.
If the board demands a decision on next quarter's pricing strategy in 6 weeks, you cannot spend a year gathering perfect data and building the optimal model. The time constraint forces a trade-off toward a simpler, faster model that is good enough to make the current decision. The context of that timeline defines the acceptable level of uncertainty.
And so often data scientists are just blind to the resource constraints of their stakeholders. They might recommend an implementation that requires, $500,000 in new cloud computing power, but the IT budget was frozen 3 months ago. That's a classic contextual failure.
Absolutely. And then we get the crucial non-technical constraints, which are often the most binding of all. Legal and ethical rules. This is where context can invalidate a financially brilliant analytical recommendation entirely. Well, take the example of advertising. An analysis might prove with high certainty that targeting a specific demographic yields the highest marketing ROI. However, if the proposed targeting method uses variables like specific health status or certain neighborhood classifications that are strictly forbidden by anti-discrimination or privacy laws like GDPR or HIPAA,
then the recommendation is dead on arrival.
Instantly nullified. So even if the math says go, the law says stop.
Exactly.
And that contextual understanding of the regulatory landscape ensures that the proposed solution is not just effective, but compliant and responsible. Ignoring these legal or ethical constraints isn't just dangerous, it can expose the organization to existential financial and reputational risk. It's an unavoidable shackle of reality that has to be integrated into the analysis from the very first question.
This brings us to the moment of truth then. Interpretation. This is where context has to turn a technical result, a string of coefficients and p-values, into actual managerial action. And the sources make a really sharp distinction here, and I think this is probably the single biggest area of friction between the analytical team and the executive suite.
It absolutely is. We have to address the chasm between statistical significance and business significance. They are not the same thing.
Okay, define them for us.
Statistical significance basically means that the results you observed have a low probability of being random. If your p-value is 0.05, it means there's only a 5% chance the observed effect is due to sheer luck. The relationship is likely real, mathematically speaking.
What?
But here's the fatal flaw. A statistically significant finding does not always imply business significance, which is a meaningful real-world financial or operational impact. Context is the essential filter we use to judge if the effect size actually matters.
Give me a concrete example of a tiny effect size like that.
Okay, let's use a simple A/B test. You launch a new shade of blue for a button on your website, and your analysis shows that this new shade increases the conversion rate by a statistically significant 0.0005%. The math is sound, the difference is real, it's not random.
That's tiny.
It's infinitesimal. And the effort required to globally deploy that new button shade, monitor its effect, and update all your branding materials, coupled with the fact that this change translates to, maybe $5 extra in monthly revenue, that finding is utterly irrelevant from a business perspective.
I can just picture the VP of sales reading that report and throwing it straight in the trash. They prioritize measurable financial impact and operational efficiency, not mathematical precision. It's their job to look at that 0.0005% increase and say, that's statistically neat, but operationally meaningless.
That's the crux of contextual interpretation. Context helps determine whether the results are genuinely actionable. If the action required to exploit the finding, The implementation cost, the training, the system change costs significantly more than the potential gain, then the finding lacks business significance.
Yeah.
You have to prioritize the findings where the effect size really moves the needle on a major KPI.
So how do we translate something like R squared, a common metric for how well a model explains variance, into a metric that my VP of sales or my CFO actually cares about?
That translation is the high-value skill. That's the job. You stop talking about R squared, which is an internal diagnostic for the modeler, and you start talking about impact on the P&L statements.
So you change the language.
You change the language entirely. For example, instead of saying the R squared is the 0.92, you frame the result in terms of risk mitigation. You say, this model improves our ability to spot fraudulent claims by 15%, reducing our projected loss exposure by $3 million next quarter.
Ah, now you're speaking their language.
You are trading a technical precision metric for a concrete, monetizable business outcome. The CFO doesn't care about variance explanation. They care about the $3 million saved. That translation, informed entirely by the context of their budget and their role, is what drives adoption.
That strong focus on business value means the analysis has to be hardwired to outcomes. We need to move past general insights and link the analysis to very specific decisions. It has to have an address label attached to it.
Exactly. When we talk about specific decisions, we are moving from macro advice to micro executable strategies. This means things like setting precise, granular pricing changes for specific product tiers, or deciding the optimal allocation of resources, which team gets the next 10 hires, or where should we invest the next $1 million, or refining risk management strategies like who qualifies for a loan and what is their precise interest rate.
And context defines two crucial organizational components here. First, who will use the results? The audience. A director of logistics needs data summarized around delivery routes and fuel efficiency. A chief marketing officer needs visualizations centered on conversion funnels and customer segmentation. The insight has to be tailored to their job function.
And second, and this is so important, how the decisions will be implemented operationally. If the analysis suggests adopting a new, complex, automated routing model for delivery drivers, the context must detail whether the driver's existing GPS devices are capable of running the new application, or if the distribution center staff has the necessary training to input the new data flows.
Without that, it's just a fantasy.
It's just fiction.
Yeah.
A clear linkage between the insight and the actual execution environment dramatically increases the rate of adoption and ultimately the value you derive. If the analysis isn't executable, it's just a nice story.
And linking all of this together, the problem, the data, the interpretation, it often requires making some tough choices. And this is the realm of managerial judgment. We have to talk about trade-offs informed by business reality.
This is where analysis really shifts from being a pure science to being applied management. Many strategic decisions involve these inevitable trade-offs because you rarely, if ever, get to pursue the perfect unconstrained scenario. And context is essential for resolving these internal conflicts.
So what are some of those common trade-offs?
Well, context guides the balancing act between competing priorities. For instance, the classic one, accuracy versus simplicity. Is a slightly less precise model, let's say it's 85% accurate instead of 95%, but one that is built using transparent, understandable logic, actually better for the business?
I can argue that it absolutely is. If that 95% accurate model is a complex black box that frontline managers don't trust or understand, they won't use it. They'll just default to their gut. But if the 85% accurate, simple model is adopted 100% of the time, then context dictates you choose the simpler path, because adoption is the ultimate measure of value.
That's a perfect example of context overriding technical excellence. Adoption beats precision every single time. Then there's the obvious balance of cost versus benefit. We touched on this earlier, but it deserves some deep thought. Is the marginal benefit of getting a 5% bump in model precision worth the cost of licensing a new high-end software package or spending 4 months on data cleaning?
Probably not in most cases.
If you're optimizing a news process that affects less than 1% of your overall operational budget, a massive, costly data exercise is likely not worth the return. Contextual awareness helps you apply your resources where the leverage is highest.
And finally, there's that speed constraint, speed versus precision. This is so crucial in fast-moving competitive industries.
Absolutely. The decision context defines the threshold. If a competitor just launched a major new product line, does the decision on your counter strategy need to be made now with 80% certainty to capture market share, or can we wait until next month to achieve 95% certainty?
And if you wait, you might miss the boat entirely.
Exactly. If the delay means missing a narrow market window, context mandates speed, even at the expense of precision. Managerial judgment, informed by all this operational and market context, remains absolutely essential for navigating these choices. The analysis provides the data points, but the judgment provides the final direction and the acceptance of risk.
That focus on human judgment really hammers home the point that the analysis is only as good as its communication. I mean, the most brilliant analysis in the world fails if the communication is poor, irrelevant, or delivered in a way that just alienates the decision maker.
That's right. The output of the analytic process is not the model itself. It's the communicated findings, delivered in a format that leads directly to action.
And we established that results must be communicated in business language, avoiding statistical jargon. Let's expand on that. Nobody outside the data lab cares about a p-value or the root mean square error. They care about revenue, risk exposure, and customer satisfaction. The communication has to be framed in decision-relevant terms. I think we need to focus on narrative here. Contextual communication isn't just about translating jargon, it's about telling a story that fits the stakeholder's mental model of the business.
It is entirely about narrative. A data scientist might present a scatter plot showing a correlation. A contextual analyst presents a finding that says, because of factor X, we predict a 12% revenue drop in region Y, unless we execute strategy Z, which requires 3 new staff members.
One is data, the other is a plan.
The second statement is inherently contextual, action-oriented, and immediately decision-relevant. Effective, context-oriented communication has to explicitly highlight 3 things. First, the clear implications of the findings. If this is true, what specific change must we prepare for? Second, the associated risks. What are the downsides, the hidden costs, or the uncertainties if we act, or if we fail to act? And third, the clear recommended actions. What specifically should happen next, and who owns that action?
Why does this matter so much? I mean, besides just getting the action taken, clear, contextualized communication builds something even more valuable, right? It builds trust.
Trust is the currency in the analytics world. When results are explained clearly in the context of operational reality, when the analyst acknowledges budget limits and existing system failures, stakeholders are far more likely to adopt the findings. They won't just dismiss the analysis as math theory detached from their day-to-day struggle. You build trust by proving you understand their world.
Okay, now let's pivot to the flip side. Let's talk about avoiding the pitfalls, because despite the best intentions, ignoring context leads even experienced analysts into really predictable traps. I think it's crucial we detail these so our listeners can perform their own internal diagnostics.
Let's do it.
What are the common contextual pitfalls we must actively avoid? Can we start with that operational realities trap?
Yes, the first one is absolutely ignoring operational realities, and this is rampant. An analyst focused purely on optimization might recommend a highly effective, cutting-edge solution, say, a real-time dynamic pricing algorithm that adjusts prices every 5 seconds based on competitor stock levels. The model is beautiful, highly profitable in theory, but the operational reality is that the legacy point-of-sale system in all 300 of your retail stores can only handle price updates once per day, and the internal accounting system requires a 24-hour lock on pricing for audit purposes. So the solution is technologically brilliant, but it's organizationally, financially, and legally unfeasible.
It becomes the definition of the shelfware we talked about at the start.
Exactly. The second pitfall is the trap of over-focusing on model performance metrics, and this feels like an analyst's natural professional hazard.
It is. It's a fundamental trap of treating the model as the goal rather than as the solution. Analysts, by their training, are judged on precision and statistical perfection. They might spend an entire quarter moving a model's R-squared score from 0.94 to 0.95.
And that 1% feels like a huge win to them.
It does, but the contextual failure here is realizing that the marginal gain in precision, that 1%, does not justify the complexity, the cost, or the time investment required to deploy that slightly improved model. The real goal is solving the business problem, which often means accepting a less perfect but quicker to market and simpler to maintain solution. When you treat the model score as the end game, you lose sight of the business value equation.
And the third pitfall, a classic but still potent mistake, misinterpreting correlation as causation. I know the old ice cream sales and sunburn example, but give us a more subtle, business-specific one where context fails.
Sure. Let's look at a sauce company analyzing customer engagement. A data model might show a high positive correlation between customers who view the support documentation more than 5 times a week and those who maintain their premium subscription tier.
Okay, so a naive analysis might conclude that viewing documentation causes retention, and therefore, the company should aggressively push all users into the help center. That would be a causation failure.
So what's the true context there?
The domain knowledge, the context, tells you that the only customers who view the documentation that frequently are the highly complex enterprise clients who are actively integrating the product into their deep internal systems. They need the documentation because they are already committed to a complex, high-value integration.
Ah, so their commitment is the hidden cause.
Right. Their commitment, the hidden causal variable, drives both the documentation views and the high retention. Pushing simple clients into complex documentation will just frustrate them. You are confusing a symptom of commitment for the cure for churn.
Wow. And finally, you mentioned the critical error of applying results outside their valid context, the idea that results are perishable.
Yes, like using historical data without adjusting for current reality. You might run an analysis on loan default rates based on data from a period of incredibly low interest rates and stable employment. A very specific, favorable economic context.
Okay.
Applying the risk weightings derived from that analysis to new loans issued today during a period of high inflation and rapidly increasing rates is contextually invalid. The underlying economic constraints have fundamentally changed, rendering those historical correlation patterns obsolete. You have to constantly update the context filter.
This really broadens our scope considerably. Data analysis is ultimately just one component of a much larger organizational decision ecosystem. We can't look at analytics as some standalone function divorced from the rest of the company's plumbing.
Absolutely not. The surrounding organizational context determines whether brilliant analysis translates into success or failure. And this includes factors that have nothing to do with the math or the technology stack.
Like the incentives for using the results. I mean, if the analytical findings suggest a manager should reduce short-term revenue to invest in long-term customer relationships, but that manager is only incentivized and bonus structured based on quarterly revenue targets.
They will ignore the data every single time.
Every time. The incentive structure is context, and it dictates behavior far more powerfully than a complex model ever could.
It is. And so is the organizational culture. Is the company genuinely data-driven, meaning decision-makers feel empowered or even mandated to rely on data over anecdote? Or are decisions still ultimately based on the founder's gut feeling, or senior experience, or just internal politics? If the culture defaults to historical norms or emotional consensus, the analytics team will perpetually fight an uphill battle to prove the value of their work.
And then there's the implementation capability. Does the company even have the resources, the training, the systems integration, and the process stability necessary to act on the findings?
Right. The final effectiveness of any analytics hinges on how well it fits into this established systemic environment. Context ensures the solution is not just mathematically correct, but institutionally soluble.
And crucially, as we've noted, context is not static. It's dynamic, and it changes rapidly. Economic shifts, major regulatory changes, or the launch of a new competitive product can completely change the meaning of your historical data.
This mandates that contextual analysis has to be an iterative, continuous loop. It cannot be a one-time project that gets wrapped up in a final report. Analysts have to maintain a continuous dialogue with the business and with the external world.
So what does that look like in practice?
Well, it means regularly revisiting assumptions made during the initial study. For instance, if you assumed labor costs were flat, but a new union contract just passed, you need to revisit the cost-benefit analysis of every model you built immediately.
And it means updating models as new variables or constraints emerge. A new competitor enters the market with a revolutionary product. That creates a variable that didn't even exist when you trained your retention model 6 months ago. The model has to be recalibrated immediately to include this new competitive context.
And finally, it requires the continuous discipline of reinterpreting results in light of the current organizational reality. That 0.0005% statistical change we dismissed as irrelevant earlier. It might suddenly become a business necessity if the market is contracting rapidly, and marginal gains are all that is left to maintain profitability. This continuous alignment with the shifting context is necessary for any long-term, sustained value creation.
We've covered a massive amount of ground today, from defining the concept to understanding the organizational pitfalls and the absolute necessity of domain knowledge. If we zoom out, the highest goal of contextual analytics isn't about the technology or the computational power. It's really about the human element.
It has to be.
Our sources suggest that the future of analytical education should really emphasize thinking and interpretation, not just the technical tools or computation. We have access to incredible computational power now, which handles all the heavy lifting with the math. But the ultimate value derived from data still comes from context-aware analytical reasoning.
That's the skill.
That ability to connect the number on the screen to the consequence in the boardroom, that's the high-value skill.
Let's summarize the 3 core takeaways that we hope every listener carries forward from this deep dive. First, always start with the business problem and the decision objective, not with the available data. Be problem-driven and use exploration only to refine the question.
2, domain knowledge is non-negotiable for correct interpretation. Technical brilliance only gets you halfway. You need that real-world operational insight to prevent confusing correlation with causation and to ensure the solution is actually feasible.
And 3, business significance overrides statistical significance, always. If the effect size or the required action doesn't matter to the P&L or the operational strategy, the analysis is a failure of context, regardless of its mathematical precision. Always measure impact over accuracy.
That is a deep dive completed. Thank you so much for guiding us through the layers of this crucial topic and for giving us the playbook for contextualizing our data.
It was my pleasure. This is the topic that shifts constantly, and that dynamic nature is really what makes it so fascinating.
It really is.
And before we close, let's leave you, the learner, with one final thought to carry forward into your week. We've established that context is dynamic. If context changes, say, a new major regulation, a sudden economic downturn, or a complete overhaul of your internal IT systems, then the accepted meaning of your historical data shifts right along with it. So I encourage you to consider a key metric in your own professional life that you rely on heavily. Perhaps it's average customer acquisition cost or operational downtime. Now ask yourself, based on today's operational realities and constraints, the budget, the legal rules, the team capacity, the current market volatility, is the accepted historical interpretation of this data point still valid, or does it need to be reinterpreted entirely in light of the current context? That continuous questioning is the essence of true contextual analysis and the key to turning data into real value. Welcome back to the deep dive. So, today we're taking what I think is the ultimate shortcut to management mastery. We're not just talking about, running reports. We're diving deep into the essential blueprint for moving beyond simple data collection to becoming a genuinely data-driven organization. We're really decoding the core machinery that transforms raw numbers into executive action, giving you the playbook for modern, effective decision-making.
And that's a really crucial distinction. We are, deliberately skipping the low-level noise, all those endless debates about data visualization tools and focusing on the C-suite perspective. This deep dive is built on source material that outlines the non-negotiable fundamental principles, the rigorous processes, and the often ignored organizational challenges that come with true business analytics success.
Right. We've synthesized everything from, foundational academic white papers to proprietary corporate guides. Our mission for you, the listener, is explicit. We want to equip you with a structured, crystal clear understanding of how to link the raw data, the sophisticated analytical models, and ultimately, the real-world operational decisions. We are focused on making sure you understand the architecture so you can lead the strategy.
Exactly. Think of this as the definitive management framework for leveraging analytical output. I mean, the technical skill is important, of course, but the strategic skill, knowing when, where, and how to apply the analysis, that's what separates successful companies from the ones just drowning in their own data lakes.
Okay, let's unpack this right from the core objective. When a company dedicates significant capital to building an analytics function, what is the mandatory, non-negotiable deliverable? Because the sources are absolutely clear. This is not an academic exercise.
No, it's about utility and tangible value, period. Analysis that just, validates a hunch or creates an interesting graph has no place in a competitive P&L statement. The standard against which all successful analytics should be measured is solely its ability to support better business decisions, decisions that actually move the needle. The material we reviewed outlines 3 very specific, high-impact outcomes that successful business analytics must deliver.
Let's nail those 3 outcomes down, because this really defines the entire scope of the function.
Okay. First, and most simply, it has to improve performance across the organization. And this isn't some theoretical improvement. We're talking measurable increases in revenue, market share, customer satisfaction scores, things directly attributable to the data-driven action that was taken. Second, It must reduce uncertainty. In a volatile market, data acts as a stabilizing force, quantifying risk and predicting demand shifts so you move from guessing to forecasting. So for instance, reducing uncertainty in inventory planning means less capital wasted on holding excess stock and fewer stockouts that, damage the customer experience.
And that third objective, that's the holy grail of business strategy, isn't it?
Exactly. If it's done consistently and strategically, not just as a one-off project, but built into the daily DNA of the company, it must create a competitive advantage that is really difficult for competitors to replicate. This doesn't just mean having a slightly better algorithm. It means making consistent decisions faster and more accurately than the competition across every single functional area year after year. That compound effect creates a lead that is incredibly difficult to close.
That really reframes the entire exercise. So we're not talking about simple correlation studies. We're talking about generating measurable profit, surgically managing quantifiable risk, and achieving a market velocity that just outstrips the competition. It takes the data scientists out of the back room and links them directly to the value chain.
And that linkage is the very definition provided in our blueprint. Business analytics is fundamentally about linking data, models, and decisions. If you break that chain, say, you build a great model but a manager refuses to use it, or you start with poor quality data, you have failed the objective. It doesn't matter how elegant the technical work was.
Okay, here's where it gets really critical and where I've seen many organizations trip up in their initial rollout phase. The organizational shift required is profound. Analytics should always start with a clear, defined business question, not with a shiny new statistical technique.
That is the absolute key to unlocking any ROI. The common trap is that hammer looking for a nail problem. A department buys the latest machine learning software license and then says, okay, what interesting prediction can we make? They try to impose a complex solution onto a problem that might not even exist, or they vastly overcomplicate something a simple spreadsheet could probably handle.
So it's a problem of orientation, really focusing inward on the tool rather than outward on the challenge.
Precisely. Successful analysis requires answering two key purely managerial questions before any data collection or modeling begins. And if you cannot answer these with certainty, you should not proceed.
Okay, lay out those foundational questions for us.
First, what specific concrete decision needs to be made in the next 90 days? And this has to be actionable, not improve customer engagement. That's too vague. It has to be something like, should we automatically increase the credit limit for our top 20% of customer segment A? And if so, by what specific percentage to optimize risk exposure versus transaction volume? That specificity forces relevance. Second, how will the data specifically inform and narrow the options for that decision? You have to articulate the exact mechanism. If the data just provides some background context, it's not really informing the decision. It's probably just confirming a pre-existing bias. You need a mechanism that says, this model output will either trigger action A or action B. So the metric of success is utility, not statistical elegance. We're moving past that academic preoccupation with a high R-squared value, that measure of how well your model explains the variation, and into the realm of real-world impact.
Exactly. That R-squared might be mathematically beautiful, approaching 0.99, but for a CFO, that's just a proxy metric. The source material really emphasizes that analysis is successful only if it results in actionable insight that drives positive financial change. If the insight lands on a manager's desk and they say, that's interesting, but I can't actually do anything different with this information, then the analysis was an economic failure. It doesn't matter if the math was impeccable.
Let's make this concrete. Let's review where this analysis is actually applied. Because when people hear data analytics, they often jump straight to, say, online advertising. But the blueprint shows this is truly the operating system for the entire organization.
It's completely enterprise-wide. Data analysis supports a vast array of decisions, from tiny tactical adjustments to multi-year strategic shifts. We can categorize this systematically. Okay, let's start with the revenue engine, the commercial functions.
Right. Here, data is essential for marketing, targeting, and customer retention strategies. And this goes far beyond basic segmentation. We're talking about building predictive models that look at thousands of historical data points to identify, with a high degree of confidence, which specific high-value customers are exhibiting behavior patterns that indicate a high probability of churning, say, within the next 4 weeks. This lets a company deploy expensive retention resources, personalized calls, discounts, service upgrades, only to that high-risk, high-value group, which drastically improves the ROI of the retention budget.
That surgical precision is just invaluable. And the second huge area in commercial operations is often the most volatile: pricing.
Absolutely. Pricing adjustments and revenue management optimization is a field that's been completely transformed by data. Think about airlines or hotels. They aren't setting prices based on simple cost-plus models anymore. They are running these complex, dynamic pricing models that simultaneously analyze current demand elasticity, remaining inventory, competitor pricing, booking lead times, even weather forecasts. The model is constantly suggesting pricing tweaks, sometimes every few minutes, to maximize total revenue per available unit. That leads to vastly higher utilization and profit compared to static pricing.
Okay, now let's pivot to the defensive side of the ledger, finance and risk, because that's where flawed data can trigger massive, even existential losses.
Oh, for sure. Data is foundational for managing risk, specifically in credit approval and proactive risk assessment. Consider a bank evaluating a loan application. The model instantly analyzes historical default rates for similar profiles, not just static factors like income, but behavioral indicators like past utilization of revolving credit. It quantifies the precise risk, often calculating the expected loss in dollar terms, allowing for an immediate, consistent decision. And proactive risk assessment uses operational data, say employee activity logs or transaction patterns, to identify potential fraud or compliance breaches before they mature into massive financial and reputational losses.
And finally, the efficiency engine, the operational side of the house that keeps the factory running and the shelves stocked.
Right, that's inventory management and supply chain planning. These models are crucial for mitigating that classic balancing act of supply chain logistics. Holding too little inventory means missed sales and annoyed customers. Holding too much means capital is just unnecessarily tied up in warehousing costs. Predictive models look at fluctuating demand volatility, supplier lead times, transport costs, and warehousing space to determine the optimal safety stock level for tens of thousands of individual Cs. This allows for just-in-time logistics, which dramatically reduces working capital requirements.
And linking all these functional areas together is the highest tier of analysis,
Yeah.
the strategic view.
Yes, and data is essential for high-level strategic and financial planning. This includes using sophisticated tools like Monte Carlo simulations to model thousands of possible economic futures. This informs critical decisions, such as which new market to enter, how to justify a billion-dollar capital expenditure on a new manufacturing plant, or whether a merger and acquisition target is realistically priced based on future projected synergies. It's the data that informs the board's multi-year strategy.
So it's clear that this capability spans the entire organization. But to execute it effectively, you need a structure, and the blueprint provides this essential framework, the three analytical pillars.
That's right. Truly robust business analytics doesn't rely on just one trick. It integrates three distinct, hierarchical, and complementary types of analysis. Any organization attempting a deep dive into data really has to understand how these three pillars interact to form a complete picture and, drive action.
I really like the framework the sources use. It simplifies what could be a dense topic into three fundamental questions that managers can easily grasp. It's about understanding the past, predicting the future, and recommending action.
It's a perfect way to frame the analytical journey. We start with the historical context. What happened? That's descriptive. We then leverage that context for foresight. What will happen? That's predictive. And we conclude with the ultimate goal. What should we do? That's prescriptive.
Okay, let's dedicate some time to defining that foundation. Descriptive analytics, the what happened pillar.
Descriptive analytics is the bedrock. Its primary function is to explain and summarize what has happened inside the business up to this very moment. It is, as you said, the rearview mirror of the organization, aggregating vast amounts of raw transactional data. The output is typically delivered through summarized reports, key performance indicators or KPIs, and managerial dashboards used to visualize historical trends.
This sounds simple, but I imagine the value here isn't just in tallying numbers, but in turning that raw, unusable data into meaningful metrics that capture business performance accurately.
Absolutely. It's deceptively critical. Descriptive analytics transforms millions of individual transactions. Every click, every sale, every unit moved into coherent, easily digestible summaries. We're looking for things like year-over-year revenue growth, month-to-month changes in customer acquisition cost, or the geographical distribution of sales volume. If this foundation is shaky, if the metrics are defined inconsistently, or the visualization is poor, all the subsequent analysis will be built on sand. It provides the essential vocabulary for the business.
Okay, so once we know where we've been, we shift gears. We move from history into foresight with Pillar 2, predictive analytics.
This is the critical juncture where the analysis begins to generate real commercial value. Predictive analytics takes that descriptive foundation and moves into forecasting what is likely to happen. It is the shift from just observation to genuine foresight, answering the question, given everything that has occurred, what is the most probable future outcome?
And this requires a leap in methodological complexity, right? We're using models that can spot patterns that are invisible to the human eye.
Precisely. Predictive analysis leverages sophisticated statistical techniques, everything from multivariate regression and time series forecasting for simple trends, all the way up to advanced machine learning models like deep learning or random forests for complex pattern recognition in high-dimensional data. The objective is to calculate probabilities. What is the probability that this new product will fail in region C? What is the estimated volume of returns next quarter? What is the likelihood that a critical piece of machinery will fail during peak production hours? It's converting data into risk-adjusted probabilities.
The value of predictives is clear. It lets you anticipate problems and opportunities. But the entire exercise, the ultimate destination, is Pillar 3, prescriptive analytics.
Prescriptive analytics is the pinnacle. It is the recommendation engine. Its focus is not on describing or predicting, but on recommending what specific action to take to achieve a defined objective, given a known set of constraints. So if descriptive tells you your profit margin fell by 5% last quarter, and predictive tells you it will probably continue falling, prescriptive tells you the exact levers to adjust, the price, the ad spend, the inventory level, to reverse that trend and maximize profit.
This sounds like the hardest kind of analysis to perform because it requires fusing the reality of the business constraints with the forecast of the future.
It is the most complex, but it typically yields the highest immediate ROI. The methodology relies heavily on optimization techniques and decision analysis. These sophisticated models take the predictions from Pillar 2 and then run millions of simulated scenarios overlaying all the real-world constraints. Budget ceilings, factory capacities, contractual obligations, raw material availability, regulatory limits. The output is the mathematically suggested single best course of action that maximizes the stated objective profit, efficiency, or risk reduction while staying within all those critical boundaries.
So we have a clear hierarchy. Descriptive is the scorekeeper, predictive is the weather forecaster, but prescriptive is the coach, who, knowing the conditions and the team's limits, calls the precise play.
That analogy holds perfectly. The blueprint states unequivocally that prescriptive analysis is the highest form of business intelligence, as it directly translates data and complexity into an immediate, constrained, and explicit business direction. A successful data-driven enterprise integrates the feedback loop. Descriptive data feeds predictive models, which inform prescriptive actions, which, once executed, generate new descriptive data, and the cycle starts again.
To build this structure, you need material, and that material is data. But anyone who has worked with enterprise data knows it can be, well, a hostile environment.
Sure.
We need to talk about the role and quality of business data.
Right. Business data is the digital residue of all activity. It's the exhaust of the organization. We're talking about 3 core categories: customer behavior, every click, purchase support interaction, operational processes, machine sensor readings, supply chain movement times, warehouse picker efficiency, and financial performance, every ledger entry, budget allocation, and expense report. It is the raw fuel for everything we've just discussed.
And the person analyzing that fuel, the data analyst, has to be much more than just a skilled coder. They need to be an expert forensic scientist for the data itself.
That's critical. The source material is very firm on this. Analysts must possess a deep institutional knowledge of the data. This means understanding 3 crucial aspects. First, the data sources. Where did this number originate? Was it captured manually via a customer survey or automatically via a highly calibrated IoT sensor? The source determines your initial level of trust.
Right, because manual entry invites human error, while a sensor might suffer from calibration drift or network latency issues.
Exactly. The second aspect is data quality. How reliable, accurate, and complete is it? Do we have missing values in critical fields? Are sales defined consistently across all 5 regional systems? Data definitions, integrity, and consistency across disparate systems are massive quality hurdles. If you aggregate data that means 5 different things in 5 different departments, your descriptive foundation is already fatally flawed.
And the third aspect, which determines the boundaries of the analysis, is understanding what the data cannot tell us.
That's recognizing the data limitations. No data set is perfect. An analyst must know that the current customer segmentation only includes North American transactions and therefore cannot be used to extrapolate results in Asia. They must know if key variables like a competitor's actual pricing strategy or a new government regulation were not captured. Understanding limitations prevents managers from running off a cliff based on an otherwise accurate model that is simply incomplete.
Which leads us to the non-negotiable principle, the quality rule.
This cannot be overstated. Poor data quality inevitably leads to poor business decisions and often extremely costly ones. We have to remind the listener that bad data means your descriptive analysis is misleading, your predictive models are forecasting garbage, and your prescriptive actions will be suboptimal. If your input is inconsistent, even a state-of-the-art deep learning model produces junk, the classic garbage in, garbage out principle. The cost of data cleaning is always dwarfed by the cost of acting on flawed insight.
Okay, so once we have decent data, or at least data where we understand the limitations, we have to transform it from this messy pile of raw transactions into actual usable insight. Let's detail the four-stage transformation pipeline, the methodical journey that data takes to generate value.
This pipeline represents the rigorous, repeatable methodology that turns raw data into analytical capital.
And step one is the unglamorous, time-consuming work, cleaning and preparation.
Oh, yeah. Analysts often estimate this stage consumes 70% to 80% of their total project time. It involves identifying and correcting erroneous entries, imputing missing values, using reasonable statistical techniques, standardizing formats, making sure dates are always dates, currencies are always currencies, and crucially, integrating data spread across those notorious data silos. If you try to jump past this, you're effectively programming your own failure later on.
Step two is exploration and visualization. This is where the analyst starts to become a detective, looking for clues and patterns.
Exactly. Once the data is clean and integrated, the analyst starts to visualize it, using histograms, time series charts, scatter plots. The goal is to get a statistical and visual feel for the underlying patterns, spotting outliers that might signal fraud or system errors, and testing initial simple hypotheses before engaging in complex modeling. This exploration is heavily descriptive, and it guides the next steps.
Then comes the technical heavy lifting, modeling and evaluation, building the predictive and prescriptive tools.
This is the core engine room. Analysts select and build the appropriate statistical or machine learning technique, be it a simple regression or a complex neural network. Train the model on a portion of the prepared data, and then rigorously evaluate its performance against a separate, unseen test dataset. They check for crucial issues like overfitting, where the model performs brilliantly on the training data but fails miserably on new real-world data because it has basically memorized noise instead of recognizing the signal.
And finally, the step that bridges the technical output back to the P&L, interpretation, linking the results back to the business objective.
Insight is born only at this stage. Interpretation means translating technical results, the correlation coefficients, the accuracy scores, the p-values, into managerial implications. A model might show a strong inverse correlation between variable Z and customer lifetime value. The interpretation is, we recommend stopping all marketing campaigns targeting customers with high variable Z scores, as the analysis predicts a net negative return on investment of $15 per customer in this segment. That interpretation provides the actionable insight that dictates the decision.
Which brings us directly to measurement, and this is another area where managers really need to shift their perspective. If the ultimate objective is better business decisions, we absolutely cannot measure success solely by technical metrics.
This is a fundamental organizational error. Model accuracy alone is insufficient for judging business value. It doesn't matter if your fraud detection model is 99.9% accurate if the cost of the computing power, the analyst time, and the false positives, erroneously blocking legitimate transactions outweighs the value of the fraud you avoided. We have to shift the focus from a technical score to the actual measurable impact on the bottom line. The key question must always be, does this analysis actually improve decisions and generate net positive value?
So we need business metrics to measure analytical success. What specific hard metrics do the sources insist upon?
The measures of business value have to be quantitative and managerial. First, profit. Did the decision suggested by the analysis increase overall revenue more than it increased associated costs, or was it a net positive contribution to the margin? Second, cost reduction, perhaps by optimizing routing logic for fleets, reducing energy consumption through sensor data, or eliminating operational waste. Third, efficiency gains, which means achieving the same high-quality output with fewer labor hours, less machine time, or lower resource consumption, a classic measure of productivity.
And the last one we touched on earlier, the defensive value.
That's risk reduction. This is the measurable financial or reputational risk avoided by implementing the data-driven recommendation. For example, if a credit model prevented defaults that would have cost the firm $2 million, that $2 million is the quantifiable value of the analysis. Analysts have to learn to quantify their output in these terms. They need to become partners in value generation, not just report generators.
Okay, now we move into the reality of implementation. We're dealing with the messy, fast-moving corporate environment, where striving for perfection often conflicts directly with the necessity of practicality. Managers and analysts have to actively navigate a crucial set of unavoidable trade-offs.
This is where the art meets the science. These are the essential compromises that define successful analytics design. You just can't maximize everything simultaneously.
Let's look at the first key trade-off, which often generates the most institutional friction: model complexity versus interpretability.
This is the eternal tension between accuracy and organizational trust. On one side, you have highly complex, cutting-edge machine learning models, the so-called black boxes, that may achieve truly superior predictive accuracy, maybe 95% or higher. But they are mathematically opaque. It's nearly impossible for a human manager or a regulator to truly understand why the model made a specific prediction.
And why is that lack of interpretability such a profound business problem beyond just, intellectual discomfort?
It creates a massive trust deficit. If a manager can't understand the causal mechanism behind the model's recommendations, say shutting down what looks like a profitable product line, they are far less likely to commit their career reputation to implementing the decision. Furthermore, in regulated industries like finance or healthcare, if the model can't be audited and its inputs justified, it can expose the company to serious legal risk. The consequence is that sometimes a manager should choose a simpler, more transparent model, a white box that is only, say, 85% accurate, because its results are explainable, auditable, and thus actionable.
So an 85% accurate model that leadership trusts and actually operationalizes is infinitely more valuable than a 95% accurate black box that just sits unused on a server.
That is very often the commercial reality. The second major trade-off is speed versus accuracy. Business decisions often occur in real time or near real time, especially in high-volume, dynamic environments like e-commerce or financial trading.
Can you give us an example of where speed just trumps accuracy?
Sure. Consider dynamic ad bidding or real-time credit checks. If a model takes 10 minutes to calculate the perfect 99% accurate price for an item, the customer has long since left the web page and bought from a competitor. A model that is 80% accurate but delivers the suggested price in 50 milliseconds ensures the transaction actually happens. In these fast-moving contexts, the marginal gain of 1% accuracy is often annihilated by the time delay it imposes. A fast, good enough decision ensures market participation.
And the third trade-off brings us back to financial accountability, the cost of analysis versus the value of insight.
Right. Generating ultra-precision analysis requires significant resources, expensive data scientists, vast cloud computing infrastructure for training models, and large engineering teams to maintain the data pipelines. Before initiating a project, the business has to perform a rigorous cost-benefit analysis. The value gained, the profit increase or risk avoided, must clearly and substantially outweigh the resources spent generating that insight. If it costs $2 million and takes 18 months to build a highly accurate model that only saves the company $500,000 annually, that analysis is a net organizational loss.
The lesson here is that the acceptable balance for these three trade-offs is always determined by the specific business context. A company performing mission-critical medical diagnostics will prioritize accuracy over speed and complexity over interpretability, whereas a high-frequency trading firm will place speed above all else.
Context is king. The risk profile, the decision frequency, and the financial magnitude of the potential outcomes are what dictate where you draw the line on those three compromises.
So once these trade-offs are settled, the analysis needs to move out of the analyst's lab and into the live, repeatable operations of the company. We have to talk about integration into decision systems.
Absolutely. If you are relying on analysts to manually run scripts and then email recommendations to managers, you are doomed to fail at scale. For consistency, speed, and scalability, analysis must be embedded directly into existing business processes and information systems via application programming interfaces, APIs, and integrated data streams.
So what are the direct outputs, the operational destination points for analytical outputs once they're fully integrated?
There are two main destination points, and they represent the two levels of managerial control. First, automated decisions. This is the ultimate integration. Examples would be real-time fraud flagging, automated inventory reordering when stock hits a certain model-predicted threshold, or instantaneous loan or credit limit adjustments. The model output dictates the action instantly, often without any human intervention. Second, the outputs feed into managerial dashboards. These are dedicated systems that track KPIs informed by the analysis, allowing managers to monitor performance, track the fidelity of the model's predictions, and provide structured input for high-level intervention decisions that still require human strategic thought.
This integration doesn't just increase speed. It fundamentally ensures that the organization consistently uses the best available data and models across every touchpoint, standardizing decision quality.
It democratizes the sophisticated insight. Instead of relying on one genius analyst, every pricing manager, every credit officer, and every warehouse foreman is using the same analytically backed logic delivered instantly by the system.
Which leads us to the crucial, almost existential question for managers. So, what does this all mean for their role? Are we truly heading toward a world where the algorithm runs the company, replacing human judgment?
That is a firm no, according to all of our source material. We have to state emphatically that analytics supports but does not replace human judgment. The models are powerful, but they are inherently limited. They're built on historical data, whereas the business operates in a dynamic, forward-looking context that constantly introduces novelty.
But the tension is real. I mean, if the model is highly accurate, why should a manager be allowed to override it based on an unquantifiable factor like gut feeling or experience? Isn't that what we were trying to eliminate?
That's a powerful challenge, and it's why managerial judgment has to evolve from simple intuition to informed, contextual override. Managers remain essential because they have to integrate crucial factors that data models cannot easily or consistently incorporate.
Okay, what are those non-quantifiable factors that the manager brings to the table?
First and foremost, strategic goals. A model is often optimized for a local, short-term objective, say, maximizing quarterly profit in region A. A manager, however, has to consider the long-term vision. They might decide to override the model's optimal short-term pricing strategy in order to aggressively build long-term brand equity or market share in a new territory. The model doesn't know the CEO's 5-year strategic roadmap.
Right. And the second area is the non-financial constraints, the ethical and legal landscape.
Exactly. Managers must consider ethical and legal constraints. For example, a location targeting model might predict that placing an advertising billboard near a specific demographic area maximizes short-term sales. However, if that location targets a vulnerable population, the manager must ethically override the model's profit-maximizing recommendation to maintain brand integrity and comply with emerging social standards. The model is blind to legal and ethical nuance. And finally, they have to assess organizational capabilities. A model might recommend a perfect, multi-million-dollar upgrade to the ERP system, but the manager knows that the current IT staff isn't trained, the budget has been frozen, and the company culture resists massive disruptive change. The manager grounds the perfect recommendation in operational reality.
So the human interpretation of the analytical results, informed by these three crucial non-quantitative constraints, strategy, ethics, and capability, remains absolutely essential. The output is a highly informed recommendation, not an unquestionable command.
The best outcome is always the synergy of the model's predictive power and the manager's contextual wisdom. Data provides the facts and the probabilities. The manager provides the wisdom to deploy that insight successfully and responsibly.
If the decision is the final output, the journey has to end with effective communication. You can have the most brilliant insight in the world, but if you communicate it poorly, you've severely limited the business impact.
Poor communication is a massive inhibitor of ROI. Analysts often fail here by communicating the technical process. They talk about F-scores and sample sizes instead of focusing on the implications for the business decision-maker. They're showing their work when the manager only needs the answer, the confidence level, and the recommended action.
So results must be translated clearly, using non-technical language and focusing squarely on decision-relevant terms.
Effective communication emphasizes three things. First, the implications. What does this result mean for the business objectives, quantified in dollars, time, or risk? Second, the risks. What are the potential downsides? What is the confidence interval, and what happens if the model is wrong? And third, the recommended actions. The explicit, do this, not that, informed by the prescriptive analysis. Managers need clarity and certainty, not statistical jargon.
Okay, shifting gears now, let's look at the high-level payoff. We started by defining the goal as creating a sustainable competitive advantage. How does this consistent, integrated process translate into that essential market edge?
Effective, widespread analytics provides firms with a truly significant and dynamic edge. They gain the ability to respond faster to market changes because they have real-time dashboards and predictive models alerting them to shifts in customer demand or competitor pricing instantaneously, rather than waiting for quarterly reports. They can allocate resources far more efficiently by accurately identifying the highest ROI activities across marketing, supply chain, and R&D.
And crucially, the sources highlight that this edge, built on data, feeds back directly into customer value.
Yes. They can improve customer relationships significantly by using data to understand individual behavior, segment needs with greater precision, and personalize interactions at scale. This ability to consistently deliver relevance and value is incredibly difficult for non-data-driven competitors to match.
So the key word there is sustainable. It's not about a one-off project.
Absolutely. The true sustainable competitive advantage comes from consistent analytical decision-making that is deeply embedded. It's not just having one successful pricing model, it's having a culture and a complete set of integrated processes where every major organizational decision is systematically informed by descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive analysis. This becomes an organizational capability, a muscle that competitors find almost impossible to replicate quickly.
This all sounds like a smooth, logical process on paper, but the reality inside any large organization is rarely so clean. What are the specific systemic hurdles organizations face when trying to implement and scale a data-driven approach?
The roadblocks are almost always cultural and structural, rather than technical capability problems. They prevent the seamless flow of data to decision.
Let's start with the data itself, the underlying organizational problem of data governance.
Right. We run into data silos and accessibility issues. And a data silo isn't just an inconvenience. It means data is locked away in different departmental systems, managed by different owners, often using inconsistent definitions. This forces analysts to spend 80% of their time manually integrating and cleaning data rather than generating insight. You are essentially making complex business decisions on partial information, running the organization with one eye closed.
And then there's the people problem, that communication gap we discussed, which stems from different organizational objectives.
That's the misalignment between analysts and decision makers. Analysts often prioritize technical perfection and novelty. Managers prioritize speed and profit. They speak different languages, leading to misunderstandings, distrust in the model's output, and a failure to effectively operationalize even brilliant insights. The manager doesn't trust the black box, and the analyst doesn't trust the manager's gut feeling.
And the seductive lure of technology often overrides the hard work of building capacity.
This is a massive resource drain. The overemphasis on expensive tools instead of critical thinking. Organizations buy the latest, flashiest AI software licenses, assuming that the tool itself will automatically solve their data quality, process, and cultural problems. They invest millions in infrastructure without investing in the analytical talent who understand the business context, leading to underutilized, expensive technological white elephants.
And finally, the most common hurdle of all, just organizational inertia.
That's the pervasive general resistance within the organization to data-driven decision-making. People are comfortable relying on the heuristics of experience and historical proven methods. Shifting to an objective, data-driven approach requires profoundly changing decision authority. Middle managers often resist having their professional judgment systematically questioned or supplanted by an algorithm, leading to deliberate avoidance of data utilization.
This analysis brings us to the ultimate conclusion of the blueprint. If those are the hurdles, what is the mandatory organizational requirement for sustained success?
Business analytics has to be understood as two things simultaneously. First, it is a technical capability, the tools, the models, the engineering, and the statistical skills. But second, and fundamentally more challenging to cultivate, it is an organizational capability, the culture, the cross-functional processes, the incentives, and the senior leadership commitment to acting on uncomfortable insights.
So you really can't have one without the other. You can have the best data pipeline in the world, but if the managers are culturally resistant, or if the system cannot integrate the output into operations, it just fails.
Precisely. Success demands a robust analytical engine and a data-driven culture, which must be proactively reinforced by strong, visible leadership support that insists on data usage in every strategic meeting, invests in continuous data quality improvement, and actively rewards managers who successfully integrate data into their decisions.
This has been an incredibly structured and detailed look at the data-driven engine. We covered the three analytical pillars: descriptive, what happened; predictive, what will happen; and prescriptive, what should we do. And we absolutely hammered home the crucial link. Data quality is decision quality. If the data is flawed, the decision will be suboptimal, no matter how sophisticated the model is.
That is the essence of the blueprint for success. You must start with a concrete business question. Ensure the data is sound, navigate the necessary trade-offs between complexity and speed, and then embed the analytical output directly into automated or human decision systems.
Before we close this deep dive, let's leave you, the listener, with a final thought to chew on, something that synthesizes the critical trade-offs we discussed earlier in the context of organizational leadership.
Consider this permanent tension, the necessary trade-off between model complexity and managerial interpretability. We know that highly complex machine learning models often achieve the highest level of predictive accuracy. However, this leaves a business leader with an unavoidable choice. How far can a business truly trust and legally rely upon a highly accurate model that no human inside the organization can fully explain or audit? The moment a high-accuracy black box makes a major mistake, a multi-million-dollar pricing error, a massive credit default, or a system failure, and you cannot immediately debug the why or explain it to a regulator or the board, organizational trust collapses. The entire data initiative gets thrown into question. The critical task for you is not just building a better model, but defining exactly where your industry, your specific tolerance for risk and regulation, draws the line between technical perfection and organizational trust. Which is more valuable? The optimal profit from an unknowable system, or the slightly lower profit from a system you can defend, explain, and ultimately rely on when things go wrong? That balancing act really defines the data-driven culture of the future.
Welcome back to the deep dive. You, the listener, are here because you need knowledge that is quick, thorough, and immediately applicable.
Right.
We don't just graze the surface, we go right down to the bedrock. And today, we have a really dense, fascinating stack of source material, all focused on the analytical foundations of, well, high-level corporate decision-making.
Our mission today is, I'd say, highly specialized. We are not just defining terms.
Yeah.
We're really trying to unpack the entire decision architecture that finance professionals use.
Okay.
We want to see how these quantitative corporate finance case studies, how they act as this essential mechanism.
The mechanism for what? Exactly.
Yeah, translating that abstract, often very complex financial theory into concrete, defensible, real-world action plans.
So it's about moving from the idea to the action.
It's the process of moving from what should be true in a perfect world to what we must do on a Tuesday morning.
That's right. If you're preparing for a meeting, or maybe catching up on some executive training, or you're just inherently curious about the how behind massive capital allocation, this is your blueprint.
Yeah.
Think of this as, I don't know, reverse engineering the thought process of a CFO.
I like that.
How do they take something so huge like value maximization and break it down into a series of achievable quantitative steps? It's the closest thing to professional secret sauce you can get.
It is.
Okay, let's unpack this.
And we really have to emphasize that these studies are more than just, academic tests. They are a shortcut to insight.
A shortcut. How so?
Well, they force the immediate integration of theory and application. By making you run the numbers on a highly realistic, constrained scenario, they instantly share how sophisticated financial modeling supports sound economic reasoning and, crucially, sharp managerial judgment.
So you learn by doing.
It is the ultimate form of learning by doing, or as we like to call it, learning by application.
Okay, let's start at the beginning then. Let's establish the fundamental role of these quantitative case studies. Why are they the preferred tool in corporate finance?
Well, it really comes down to one core function: applying financial rigor to solve tangible, real-world business problems that are, by their very nature, inherently messy.
Messy is a good word for it.
The primary challenge in finance, especially corporate finance, is that the perfect models you learn about in academia, they rarely, if ever, exist in a vacuum.
Right. They're too clean.
Exactly. These case studies force the analyst to step outside the textbook, apply established financial theory, and integrate really rigorous analytics to address situations companies actually face.
And those situations are always full of what? Incomplete information, market friction.
And even internal political constraints. All of it.
So they aren't just testing if you can remember a formula.
Oh, not at all. They are demonstrating how data-driven methods become the necessary underpinning for strategic decision-making.
It's about building a solid base of evidence.
An evidential base that supports the decision, yes, but it also reinforces the underlying economic reasoning. That things like rational pricing and arbitrage opportunities still hold true.
And that, in the end, sharpens the manager's judgment when they're faced with ambiguity.
The outcome has to be justification. We're translating these enormous, sometimes intimidating, abstract academic concepts into principles that you can actually debate and defend on a balance sheet.
The intellectual lift is in the translation.
That's where it all happens.
So what are those theoretical pillars that absolutely have to be translated? The sources seem to keep pointing to three big ones.
Three major cornerstones, yes.
Yeah.
They form the DNA of corporate finance, really. You have value maximization,
The big one.
the risk-return trade-off,
Yeah.
and of course the time value of money.
Okay, so let's take value maximization. A case study takes that academic ideal, right, that a firm's primary goal is maximizing shareholder value.
And it subjects it to real-world friction.
So the question changes. It's not, should we maximize value?
No, the question becomes, how do we quantify the value created by this specific action, say, building a new factory, and prove it surpasses all other possible actions, considering the cost and the risk involved?
So the case study provides the operating system, you could say, for value maximization.
That's a great way to put it.
It makes you calculate the returns, adjust for all the risk, and then compare that result against the opportunity cost of the capital you're using.
Exactly. You are forced to select the project that yields the highest net present value, but that selection, it's conditional.
Always conditional.
It assumes a specific level of risk, and you must use a hurdle rate that accurately reflects that risk. The case study then forces the calculation, the risk assessment, and the final justification under explicit constraints.
Things like limited capital or a required debt ratio.
All of that.
And this brings us right to the bridge. We said the real world is messy. So why is bridging this gap between clean theory and messy reality the most crucial function of the quantitative case study?
Because that chasm is just enormous. Academic models are powerful because they're simplified. They exist in these idealized, clean environments where you assume things like perfect capital markets or, information symmetry.
Which never happened.
Never. Real corporate decisions are made in constrained, highly uncertain, and often bureaucratic environments where information is asymmetric and capital markets have significant friction.
So the case study structure, it almost intentionally throws sand in the gears.
It does. It requires the learner to deal with information gaps, to explicitly state their assumptions.
And not just any assumptions, right?
Right. They have to be economically reasonable assumptions. And then you have to justify those assumptions rigorously against this backdrop of total uncertainty.
Can you give me an example?
Sure. Consider estimating revenue growth. In a textbook, you might just be given a 5% growth rate.
Okay, easy enough.
In a case study, you're given 3 years of historical data, a competitor analysis showing maybe 2% industry growth, and a memo from R&D claiming a breakthrough product launch is imminent.
So you have conflicting information.
Conflicting information. You, the analyst, have to synthesize all of that, pick a justifiable growth rate, and then be prepared to defend it. Or even better,
What?
show how the entire decision changes if that growth rate you picked is suddenly cut in half.
Wow. So if financial theory gives us the high-level roadmap, the case study provides the detailed logistical plan. It includes where you expect traffic jams, where you need to refuel.
And where you might need to take a detour because of something you didn't see coming.
It forces a practical engagement with the cost of capital. You're moving it from just an abstract concept to actually estimating the right discount rate for a specific firm with its specific leverage and market conditions.
That synthesis, that move from a classroom concept to an actionable boardroom tool, that is the whole purpose of the bridge. It tests not just knowledge of formulas, but the wisdom of application.
Okay, so now we move from the why to the how. We've established that these studies are all about rigor and application. What specifically makes a corporate finance deep dive quantitative?
Well,
Here's where it gets really interesting.
the core characteristics are non-negotiable. First, they must be fundamentally data-driven and intensely numerical. You have to deal with actual or synthesized figures, balance sheets, income statements, market prices.
No vague concept.
No. And second, the scenario has to be either real or a highly realistic simulation. This ensures the complexity matches that of a real business problem using specific, contextualized financial data.
And critically, I'm guessing the requirement goes way beyond just doing the math.
Far beyond arithmetic, the case study explicitly mandates a sophisticated analytical chain. This chain involves model building, creating the structure for analysis,
Right.
then estimation forecasting those uncertain future variables, and finally, a nuanced interpretation of the numerical outputs you get.
And that interpretation piece is where the real skill comes in.
That's where the analyst transcends being a calculator. The ultimate emphasis, as we've said, is on decision justification, not merely arriving at the correct number.
So a correct NPV is basically useless if
the analyst can't articulate why the project is strategically sound, how it fits the risk profile of the company, and why their assumptions are superior to other viable alternatives.
To really appreciate the scope of this, we should look at the kinds of managerial decision problems these cases are designed to explore.
They essentially mirror the 4 major responsibilities of a corporate finance department.
Let's walk through them.
Okay. The first, and you could argue the most fundamental, is capital budgeting decisions.
This is the big one. Allocating scarce capital. Should the company commit a massive sum of money today, say, building a new factory for cash flows that won't come for years?
Yeah, exactly. These cases involve long-term investment appraisal. The main tools here are net present value, or NPV, and internal rate of return, IRR.
And a case study won't just ask you to calculate them.
No, it will force you into conflicts. For instance, you'll get mutually exclusive projects where the NPV and IRR rankings actually diverge.
So Project A has a higher IRR, but Project B has a higher NPV.
Right. And the case study compels you to defend the choice of Project B, grounding your entire defense in the core principle of value maximization.
Okay, what's the second area?
Financing and capital structure choices. This is the critical choice about the money mix. How much funding comes from debt versus how much comes from equity.
This sounds like where the risk profile of the whole firm is really set.
It is, fundamentally. These studies explore questions like, should we issue new bonds or new common stock? What's the optimal debt-to-equity ratio that minimizes the weighted average cost of capital, the WACC?
While still maintaining enough flexibility and managing default risk.
Precisely. And this is one of the deepest analytical challenges because that optimal mix is dynamic. It changes with the market.
And a third area.
The third, and a very visible one, is valuation. This is the process of determining the economic worth of entire firms, divisions, or even specific intangible assets.
This is central to M&A, I imagine.
Absolutely. The case studies might give you the financials of a target acquisition and require you to determine a fair bid price.
So that would involve projecting future cash flows for what, a decade?
Maybe a decade, yeah. Then calculating the crucial terminal value, and then applying a rigorously estimated discount rate. The exercise here is to justify every single number you used in that model to arrive at a defensible valuation range.
And you'd probably compare your DCF results against market comparables too.
You'd have to, just to be thorough.
Okay, and the final category, the one that provides the safety layer for the other 3.
Comprehensive risk assessment and scenario analysis.
This is about quantifying your exposure.
It is. These cases make sure managers formalize uncertainty, use probability distributions, and identify critical failure points, especially things related to external factors like interest rate changes, currency fluctuations, or shifts in consumer demand.
So a decision is basically incomplete until the risk has been quantified.
It's not just incomplete, it's irresponsible.
And all 4 of these decision areas, they rely on financial models. You said models is the structure that ensures consistency. What are the key structures we need to master?
The models are the scaffolding, right? They structure all the disparate inputs, the forecasts, the historical data, and they make sure the output is consistent with economic theory.
And the big 3 tools are?
At the heart of nearly every case study are the discounted cash flow, or DCF model, net present value analysis, and the very sophisticated estimation of the cost of capital.
Let's start with the engine, DCF. We know it involves projecting cash flows and discounting them, but what's the real difficulty in a case study context?
Well, the difficulty is in its 2 main components: estimating the future cash flows and determining the right discount rate.
Okay.
Estimating cash flows requires detailed forecasting of everything: operating revenue, costs, changes in working capital, capital expenditures, often for 5 to 10 years.
And the terminal value calculation, I hear that's a huge analytical hurdle.
It's probably the greatest. Does the analyst assume a perpetuity growth rate? And if they do, what's an economically reasonable long-term growth number?
Or do they use an exit multiple?
And if they do, what's the justification for that multiple? The case study forces you to justify these high-impact, highly sensitive choices.
And the NPV analysis then takes that DCF value, compares it to the initial investment, and gives us the quantitative proof of value maximization. Positive NPV means value added.
Exactly. But the key lever is that second component, the cost of capital estimation. This is the required rate of return, the risk-adjusted hurdle rate the project has to clear. It's the critical link between the firm's financing and its investment decisions.
Okay, can we break down that cost of capital estimation? Because this is where the technical detail gets really heavy, and it's often where solutions in these cases can diverge dramatically based on just tiny differences in assumptions.
Absolutely. So when calculating the WACC, the weighted average cost of capital, the analyst has to estimate two components, the cost of equity, key, and the after-tax cost of debt, KED, and then weight them by the target capital structure.
The cost of debt seems straightforward enough. You just look at current bond yields.
It usually is. The real challenge lies entirely in the cost of equity,
which relies on the capital asset pricing model, or CAPM.
It does. CAPM states that the required return is the risk-free rate plus a market risk premium multiplied by beta. But in a case study, you're almost never given a clean, reliable beta.
You have to estimate it yourself.
You have to estimate it. This means you have to identify comparable public companies, calculate their average levered beta, and then, this is the key part, unlever that beta to remove the effect of their different capital structures.
Okay, so you strip out their debt levels to get to a pure asset beta.
A pure asset beta. Then you re-lever that beta based on the capital structure that you believe is optimal for the company you're valuing.
Wow. That's a multi-step process, and it sounds like it's full of judgment calls.
Fraught with them. Which comparable companies are appropriate? What's the correct target debt ratio? What's the current market risk premium? Every step is an assumption.
That's fascinating. So a case study isn't just about applying a WACC you're given. It's about justifying why your WACC, which you derive from this complex set of assumptions about the market and other firms, is the correct hurdle rate for this specific project.
That is the deep dive. That's the whole point.
And what feeds these intensely detailed models? We're back to the inputs, right? Data and assumptions.
On the data side, you have your historical financial data and your market data. The history gives you context and trends, but the market data, risk-free rates, equity indices, volatility figures, that gives you the real-time input you need for CAPM and risk modeling.
And then the forecasted variables, revenue growth, operating margins, inflation, CapEx.
This is where the analytical judgment is tested most severely because these forecasts are inherently predictive.
It sounds like the greatest danger is right here. Because historical data is fixed, but these forecasts introduce subjectivity, so the assumptions have to be rock solid.
They absolutely must be. Case studies require two qualities for any assumption. They have to be explicit and they have to be economically reasonable.
What do you mean by that?
If you assume a competitor will exit the market next year, you have to explicitly state that and provide an economic justification for it. Maybe the competitor is heavily leveraged and interest rates are spiking.
So you have to show your work.
You have to make the analysis transparent, the assumptions are exposed, and they can be scrutinized. The model is just a mechanism for quantifying the impact of those subjective but justifiable assumptions.
So the analysis is defensible not because the calculation is perfect, it never is, but because the foundation of assumptions is transparent, reasonable, and can withstand scrutiny.
Exactly. So if Section 2 gave us the structure for calculating value, Section 3 gives us the tools to protect that calculated value.
Right.
Because as we established, certainty is it's a myth in finance. No corporate decision is made in a vacuum free of risk and uncertainty.
Which brings us to how these case studies move beyond those simple deterministic models where all the inputs are just fixed points to actually capture the volatility of the real world. We know there's uncertainty, but the critical skill is knowing how to quantify it.
We use specific, structured mechanisms to incorporate that risk directly into the analysis. For a high-stakes decision, just reporting the base case NTV is, well, it's insufficient. It's even negligent.
And the sources highlight 3 primary methods for this.
3 methods that managers are required to use to understand their exposure.
Let's start with the broadest one, scenario analysis.
Scenario analysis is foundational. It requires the analyst to define several distinct potential futures for the company or the economy. Typically, this means building a base case,
The most likely outcome.
an optimistic or best case, and a pessimistic or worst case. And the full financial model, the entire DCF, the NPV, is run under the parameters of all 3 scenarios.
This immediately shifts the conversation from a single number to a range of potential outcomes. It's the difference between saying, we expect $20 million in value, versus...
We expect 20 million, but if the market contracts, we'll still generate 5 million, and if we hit a boom, we could see 45 million. It's a much more honest answer.
And scenario analysis requires you to justify the economic drivers behind each scenario, right? What makes the pessimistic case pessimistic?
Precisely. Is it raw material price inflation, a regulatory shift, or a competitor's successful product launch? The model has to reflect those specific, justified changes in variables across the board. Not just one variable changing, but maybe 5 or 10 changing all at once.
That leads directly to the second technique, which seems even more powerful. Sensitivity analysis. How does this work to find the pressure points in a big, complex analysis?
Sensitivity analysis focuses on isolating the relationship between one variable and the final output. It involves systematically testing the impact of incremental changes in key assumptions, one at a time, to see how dramatically the final NPV flips.
So, for example, what happens if sales volume drops by just 5%? Yeah. Or what if our cost of capital estimate is off by 0.5%?
Exactly. It's the tool that cuts through all the noise and tells the manager where they need to focus their operational hedging or their monitoring efforts.
And there's a specific way to present this, I understand.
There is. The most effective way, and something we see required in advanced case studies, is the tornado chart.
A tornado chart. Okay, I'm intrigued.
Imagine a bar chart, but the bars are horizontal, and they're ranked by their impact on the NPV. The variable with the longest bar, the one that, if it changes just a little, causes the biggest swing in the final result, is placed at the top.
Giving it the appearance of a tornado's widest part.
Exactly. It's a phenomenal visualization tool.
Because it instantly pinpoints the single most precarious assumption in the entire analysis.
Instantly. If that tornado chart shows that the decision is extremely sensitive to a 1% change in the long-term inflation rate, that tells management they need to worry less about, say, depreciation assumptions and a lot more about macroeconomic hedging.
And if a project goes from positive to negative NPV with just a tiny variance in a key forecast, like that terminal value growth rate,
then that decision is inherently fragile, and you need to know that.
Okay, and the third mechanism, this one moves us into a more formal structure.
Using probability-based estimates.
So once you have your scenarios, best, base, worst, you have to assign likelihoods to them.
You do. This requires the analyst to use external data, or historical frequency, or even expert opinion to assign a probability weighting to each scenario. Then, by weighting the NPV of each scenario by its probability, the manager can calculate the expected net present value.
The expected NPV. So that's the formal quantitative summary of the project's risk profile.
It is. It moves beyond just listing the outcomes and tells the company what they should anticipate on average, given all the known volatility.
And the overall goal of using this whole suite of risk tools, scenario sensitivity, and probability is to evaluate the decision's robustness.
That concept, robustness, is paramount.
So what exactly defines a robust decision in this context?
A robust decision is one that performs reasonably well across a wide range of plausible conditions, especially the bad ones. It does not have to be the decision that gives you the highest possible NPV in the best case.
It's the decision that minimizes the potential for a catastrophic loss.
That's it. So if you have two projects, and Project A has a higher expected NPV, but Project B's worst-case scenario still makes a small profit,
while Project A's worst case bankrupts the company,
then Project B is the more robust choice and often the preferable choice for a risk-averse corporation.
The case study structure forces you to look beyond the average and examine the tails of the distribution.
It trains managers that their primary role is often risk mitigation and failure avoidance, not just maximizing the average return. This is exactly what happens in the real world, where stress testing and investment is a multi-million-dollar necessity.
Now let's talk about integrating more advanced techniques. Quantitative finance today is, inseparable from advanced business analytics.
It is. And these case studies have to reflect that, moving beyond basic spreadsheet functions. To enhance accuracy and transparency, modern quantitative cases incorporate methods borrowed directly from data science and statistical modeling.
What are some examples of these integrated methods?
Well, we frequently see regression analysis. Analysts use regression to test the predictive strength of relationships. For example, measuring how fluctuations in GDP historically correlate with the company's operating margin.
So that helps refine the assumptions that feed the DCF.
Greatly. We also rely on formalized forecasting techniques, moving beyond simple straight-line projections to things like exponential smoothing or ARIMA models, all designed to refine future estimates.
And then the method that ties all this uncertainty together. simulation methods, like Monte Carlo simulation.
Simulation is really the logical culmination of sensitivity analysis. Instead of testing one variable at a time, Monte Carlo lets you model the complex interdependencies between dozens of variables changing all at once, each drawn from its own justifiable probability distribution. You run thousands of iterations.
And you generate a full probability distribution of potential NPVs.
You get the entire curve.
The insight there is profound. Simple scenario analysis only gives you, 3 points on a potential curve? Simulation gives you the whole curve, plus the probability of landing anywhere on it.
That's the power. And this level of analytics regression, forecasting, simulation, it serves a dual purpose. First, it greatly improves the accuracy of the underlying estimates for the DCF model.
And second.
And just as important, it ensures radical transparency of the underlying assumptions. When a decision is backed by simulation, the manager understands not just the result, but the precise likelihood of achieving it. It demonstrates the immense value of data-driven finance over gut feeling.
We've built the models, we've input the data, and we've stress-tested the outcome against every plausible risk.
So now let's pivot from the analysis methodology to the results, the managerial endgame. If we connect this to the bigger picture, the financial decision is often less about the calculation and more about the choice between viable options.
That's a crucial point. Case studies are designed to reflect this. They rarely focus on a single, isolated option.
Yeah.
They usually force you to compare 2 or more alternatives.
Exactly. Like, should we pursue an aggressive expansion strategy through acquisition or a slower organic growth strategy?
And these comparisons demand a structured evaluation.
They do. The comparison criteria usually fall into 3 major categories. Expected financial performance, which is quantified by NPV and profitability indexes.
Risk exposure, which we just detailed with scenario and sensitivity analysis.
And then the often subjective but absolutely essential criteria of strategic fit.
Strategic fit is the qualitative counterweight, isn't it? Does the financially superior option actually align with the company's long-term competitive position, its core mission, or its technology footprint?
It is the necessary check.
Yeah.
The ultimate goal is to select the economically superior option, and here is a critical insight for the learner.
Okay.
The economically superior option is not always the one with the highest calculated base case NPV.
Right. It might be the one with a slightly lower expected return, but significantly better robustness.
Or the one that, despite a marginally lower NPV, unlocks a critical, unquantifiable strategic advantage in a future market.
Once that superior option is identified and the numbers are crunched, the managerial interpretation begins. This is where the quantitative output has to be translated into clear insights and actionable recommendations for a board or an executive committee.
This is the moment of synthesis. Managers have to interpret the numerical outcome by integrating it with broader, non-quantifiable factors.
Things like the firm's specific strategic priorities,
Where they need to be in 5 years.
the organizational risk tolerance,
How much volatility the corporate culture or shareholders can stomach.
and the practical, on-the-ground constraints, like regulatory hurdles or staffing limitations.
Right.
And this brings us back to that crucial nuance we have to stress. Quantitative results inform managerial judgment. They are the evidence base, but they do not replace the necessity of making a judgment call.
Never. The numbers provide the why based on a model of reality. The manager provides the how and the when, integrating factors that are impossible to fully quantify.
Like the difficulty of merging 2 corporate cultures after an acquisition.
Or potential shifts in consumer sentiment. If the numbers indicate a positive NPV on a project that requires violating key environmental standards, a responsible manager has to reject it. That shows judgment overriding a simple numerical output.
This inherent tension leads us to a really vital critical thinking segment: the acknowledged limitations of the methodology itself. We can't just blindly rely on the output of any model, no matter how sophisticated it is.
No, and a high-quality quantitative case study will force the learner to address these limitations explicitly. The first and most obvious is the garbage in, garbage out principle.
Right. The results are entirely dependent on the quality of the input data and the reasonableness of the assumptions.
Subtle data manipulation, a biased competitor analysis, or just unrealistic growth forecasts can lead to a perfectly calculated but fundamentally flawed positive NPV.
And the second limitation comes from the nature of modeling itself, the need for simplification.
Yes. The simplifications inherent in modeling might fail to capture the full scope of complex, interacting real-world variables. For instance, a model might perfectly capture the direct cost of capital and labor.
But completely miss the indirect second-order effects.
like the ripple effect of a new factory increasing local land costs, making future expansion prohibitively expensive. The model can only be as complex as is feasible, and reality is often orders of magnitude messier.
And the third and most dangerous managerial hazard is the danger of over-reliance.
This is the risk of analysis paralysis or quantification bias. An overemphasis on getting a perfect, precise NPV can cause managers to ignore vital qualitative factors that defy easy modeling.
You're talking about things like regulatory compliance risk that might not show up for years.
Or unquantifiable supply chain bottlenecks, or profound shifts in ESG expectations that could damage brand value, even if the short-term cash flows look great. A critical thinker makes sure those qualitative weights are applied even when the spreadsheet is screaming, "Go!"
So, bringing this back to the listener's benefit, what is the ultimate payoff for developing fluency in these studies, for understanding not just the models, but their fragility? What essential skills does this develop?
Well, they develop core financial reasoning skills, the ability to approach any business problem through the disciplined lens of maximizing value under risk. They vastly improve the technical ability to synthesize disparate data, to build and manipulate sophisticated models like DCF, and to interpret the outputs coherently and critically.
And maybe most powerfully, they strengthen the capacity to defend decisions quantitatively.
That's huge.
If you can back your strategic choice with transparent models, demonstrate superior robustness through detailed sensitivity checks, and pair that with clear economic and strategic justification. I mean, your argument is virtually unassailable in a corporate environment.
The overarching goal, which every great case study reinforces, is to encourage deep critical thinking about financial problems, not just mechanical calculation. The objective is to produce decision makers, not just elaborate spreadsheet operators.
And that's why these tools are used universally, not just in graduate school finance programs, but continually in executive training and professional development.
They provide the safest environment, a laboratory, really, to make million-dollar mistakes without any real consequence. It allows decision makers to develop the instinct and the evidence-based reasoning they need for real financial challenges later on.
This has been a truly comprehensive breakdown of the internal machinery. We've moved through the theoretical foundations, dissected the mechanics of the models, especially that deep complexity of WACC and terminal value estimation, and explored the absolute necessity of rigorous risk mitigation through sensitivity analysis and simulation.
And we concluded by focusing on the ultimate necessity of managerial judgment to contextualize the numbers. We covered the purpose, the structure, the absolute necessity of robust analysis to manage risk exposure.
And the critical role of the manager in interpreting what the numbers actually mean in a complex, constrained corporate world.
Right.
So as we wrap up, let's leave you with one final thought that builds directly on that vital segment about limitations and the total dependency of results on inputs.
This raises an important question. The next time you are faced with any quantitative proposal, a capital project, a business unit valuation, any major strategic move, don't stop at just asking, what is the net present value?
What should you ask instead?
Instead, you should channel the mind of the critical corporate finance analyst and ask this. What single, seemingly small, economically reasonable assumption did the analysis make, related perhaps to the discount rate or the terminal value growth, that, if changed slightly, would completely flip the decision from a yes to a no?
Because that is the core of challenging the robustness of any financial conclusion.
That's the core.
That is the difference between accepting the answer and understanding the problem. Thanks for diving deep with us. We'll catch you next time.
Welcome back to The Deep Dive. If you are someone who works with data, or you prepare for those big meetings where data is right at the center of it all, or, if you just want to figure out how to turn a beautiful spreadsheet into a real dollar-generating actual decision for your organization, then this deep dive is specifically for you.
It really is.
We're trying to move past the textbook definitions of analytics today. I mean, we're acknowledging that the whole data profession is just awash in technically brilliant work.
Oh, absolutely. Flawless calculations, validated models.
Exactly. And it all ends up in a drawer because at the end of the day, it just doesn't matter to the organization. We're looking for that methodology, the shortcut that bridges the gap between being statistically accurate and actually being useful.
And that gap.
Yeah.
That gap is the mission today. I think too many organizations are awash in what we call statistically correct, practically useless as analyses.
Right.
Our deep dive today is all about exploring the contextual frameworks for actionable data analytics. This framework is the essential structure that lets you embed your analytical results so deeply in the real-world operational environment that the insights, well, they practically demand a decision.
So it's not just optional.
It's not. It's about making sure every single hour you spend on analysis translates into some kind of measurable impact.
Okay, let's unpack this immediately, because context is one of those words that gets tossed around, everywhere. When we apply it to numbers, to statistical models, to the decision sciences, what does this idea of data analysis in context actually mean on the ground?
Fundamentally, it means moving beyond the data set as a standalone thing. The core concept is interpreting your data and your analytical results, not in some sterile academic vacuum, but within the real business, the economic, the organizational environment where those results are actually going to be applied. It's about recognizing that the numbers on your screen are, well, they're really just shadows. They're representations of messy, complicated real-world events that happen way outside the database.
That makes profound sense, because data never generates itself in isolation, does it? It's always generated by specific processes, human actions, machine errors, or
market movements, exactly.
And our source material really crystallizes this by saying the value of any analysis depends on 3 critical pillars that define its context. I sort of see these as the non-negotiables. First, the organization's business objectives. What are they actually trying to do right now? Second, their specific decision-making needs. I mean, what question is the executive team debating this week? And finally, the unavoidable operational constraints they face.
And those 3 elements, objectives, needs, and constraints, they really form the bedrock of relevance. Context is the essential transformation mechanism, the lever, if you will, that takes a raw statistical output, maybe a regression coefficient, or a high p-value.
Just a number.
That's just a number, and it turns it directly into actionable insight. Without context, that coefficient is nothing. With context, it dictates a change in your pricing structure that immediately impacts revenue.
And this is where we hit that common trap that just derails so many data projects. I know everyone listening has either fallen into it or at least seen it happen firsthand.
Oh, definitely.
We mentioned it up front. The analytical results can be statistically perfect. I mean, the math is flawless, the models are peer-reviewed, the confidence intervals are super tight, but they are simultaneously completely practically irrelevant. How do we, as analysts and decision makers, stay vigilant against that painful contradiction?
We stay vigilant by enforcing that context filter from the very first step. Context is so vital because it makes sure the analysis is addressing the right problem.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. An analyst might discover this brilliant, subtle relationship in a massive data set. Let's say a correlation between the time a server processes a request and the average employee satisfaction score.
Okay. Statistically fascinating.
Totally fascinating.
Yeah.
But if the business's real struggle right now is maximizing Q4 shipping volume, that server latency finding, no matter how brilliant it is just an irrelevance.
So the analysis misses the mark. It's guided by intellectual curiosity instead of, operational necessity. And I suppose context also ensures we're using metrics that genuinely matter to the organization.
Yes.
We've all seen those projects where the analyst is optimizing for some internal metric like data warehouse efficiency, when the business desperately needs optimization on customer acquisition costs.
Precisely. And the warning sign is simple.
Yeah.
Without context, the analysis risks being fundamentally misleading or, and this is maybe the worst of all, simply unused.
A perfectly engineered answer to a question nobody was asking.
Or a question they can't afford to answer. It just becomes a massive, massive wasted effort.
Let's elaborate on that idea of wasted effort because it's so important. Say an analysis shows that by tweaking the routing of a global supply chain, a multinational company can save, 0.001% on raw materials costs per year.
Okay, a statistically verified saving.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But the operational reality, the context, is that the cost of hiring the 3 logistics experts you need to monitor that new complex route, plus the associated risk of delayed deliveries, it far, far exceeds that 0.001% saving.
So the analyst focused on the data opportunity without ever looking at the operational costs.
Exactly.
And that failure to look outside the model leads directly to the core mandate of this whole deep dive. Effective analytics has to begin with a clear understanding of the business question and a clarification of the decision objectives before you even open the data file.
We are explicitly flipping the script here. We're saying the process should fundamentally be problem-driven, not data-driven, and that's a huge mindset shift.
It is.
We're not just hunting for interesting things in a data set and then trying to reverse engineer a business case for them. We start with the burning, often painful business question, the one keeping the executive team up at night, and then we go gather the precise data we need to answer that.
Data is the tool, never the master.
Never the master.
That's the most critical distinction. Let's use that specific example from the source material. Predicting customer churn. This is a common, often very technically complex statistical exercise. Analysts can build these sophisticated models that predict which customers will leave next month with, say, 90% accuracy.
A beautifully crafted piece of technical work.
Absolutely beautiful.
But predicting churn is only useful or valuable if retention actions are actually possible or planned by the business, right? So imagine the analyst presents this 90% accurate model. The executive team applauds the technical brilliance.
They love it.
But then the head of marketing says, that's great, but our retention budget was frozen 3 months ago. And then the VP of sales adds, and we're already struggling to handle our existing high-value accounts. We have zero capacity to launch a proactive intervention program.
And just like that, the analysis becomes a dead end, a sophisticated piece of useless information. The context, the operational constraint that the company cannot afford or implement a retention strategy, makes the prediction model technically sound, but completely irrelevant to the people who needed a feasible solution, not just a forecast of inevitable loss.
So the mandate is clear. Start by understanding the business capacity and the problem. If the problem can't be acted on because of internal constraints, the analysis is flawed from the get-go, no matter how good the stats are.
You have to design analyses that respect the walls and limits of the real world.
So moving into our second section, we've established the mandate, start with the problem. But now the next big challenge is building that interpretive bridge between the, abstract statistical output and the messy real world where decisions get made. And the first, most critical girder in that bridge has to be domain knowledge.
Absolutely. Domain knowledge. Really understanding the industry, the market, the specific operational process you're analyzing is absolutely critical for an analyst. It's the secret ingredient that technical skills alone just can't provide.
And it's often the difference between a good analyst and a truly transformative one.
There really is.
And we need to go beyond just the platitude that analysts should understand the business. Let's get into the practical applications. Our sources highlight 3 really vital functions that domain knowledge empowers analysts to perform. First, it helps them select the most relevant variables for modeling. Take retail, for example. A technically skilled analyst might just load 50 variables into a model to predict sales. But if they lack domain knowledge, they might miss the subtle fact that in this specific retail segment, let's say it's gardening supplies, weather patterns in the preceding week are a far more powerful predictor of weekend sales than any internal marketing data they have.
And domain knowledge is what allows the analyst to prioritize those external contextual factors.
Right.
And that leads directly to the second function. Domain knowledge lets you interpret the patterns you discover correctly. The model itself doesn't care about causation. It only cares about correlation. A statistical model might show a high correlation between, say, customer age and high spending on specific premium services.
Okay, so mathematically, it looks like a clear demographic target.
Exactly. It looks simple. However, the domain expert knows that the company's loyalty program was exclusively marketed to their oldest customers when it launched 15 years ago. So the true driver isn't age. It's tenure in the loyalty program, which just happens to correlate with age. If the analyst starts marketing premium services based only on age, they miss a huge segment of younger customers who have high potential value. The context just shifts the entire conclusion.
And the third function is so crucial. Domain knowledge helps analysts avoid drawing false conclusions that, look right mathematically but make no operational sense.
The suicide solutions?
We call them the suicide solutions, exactly. Imagine a huge manufacturing firm focused on efficiency. A perfect optimization model suggests that the best mathematical way to improve productivity per assembly line is to shut down half the lines and reallocate those resources.
The math confirms that productivity per functioning line goes up dramatically.
It skyrockets. But the domain knowledge screams that if you shut down half the lines, you'll miss 70% of your contractual quota, you'll have to fire half your highly trained staff, and you'll immediately destroy all your vendor relationships and market trust.
The statistically best solution is an operational disaster.
A total disaster.
So the conclusion is just undeniable. Purely technical analysis done without this domain insight is almost always incomplete. and it's prone to serious, very costly errors. You have to step outside the spreadsheet, you have to talk to the people who build the products or sell the services, and actually understand the mechanics of the business itself.
And that brings us to a really fascinating conceptual challenge in data: the meaning and the measurement of the data itself. Analysts use data values like they're pure truths, right? Like these immutable facts downloaded from a server. But those numbers represent real-world phenomena, and we often forget to ask how that data was even created in the first place.
This is such a critical point where skepticism has to replace blind trust. Analysts have to understand three things about their data that go way beyond simple data cleaning. First, they need to know how the data was generated. What specific process created this measurement? Was it a human inputting a value at the end of a long shift?
Or was it an automated sensor that might be drifting out of calibration?
Exactly. Second, they need to know what each variable truly measures. If a variable is called active user, what's the operational definition? Does active mean they opened the app once in the last month? Or does it mean they actually completed a purchase? That definition matters profoundly to the analysis.
And the third one.
And finally, they must understand the possible biases or inherent errors in the collection process.
That last point is huge. I mean, if you're analyzing data collected only from self-reported surveys, you know that a bias towards social desirability is just baked right in.
Baked in.
If all your manufacturing efficiency data was collected only during peak operational hours, you are missing the crucial context of night shifts or maintenance shutdowns. The collection process itself contaminates the purity of the number.
So context clarifies whether the data is truly fit for purpose, given the decision objective. A data set might be perfectly accurate for tracking quarterly expenses, but it's completely unfit for predicting a competitive response because it lacks any external competitor market share data.
So context judges the data's suitability, not just its internal tidiness or accuracy score.
Precisely.
Now, let's get very real for a second. While we strive for these ideal scenarios, perfect data, unlimited time real-world analysis is never ideal. It is always, without exception, constrained. Context is the framework that acknowledges these limitations and forces us to be practical.
Yeah, we have to be honest about these limitations. Let's just, list out the specific constraints that dictate the scope of a project. First, we're constrained by data availability and data quality limitations. The company might only have clean, granular data for the last 18 months, even if the analyst really needed 5 years for a proper seasonal model. The model has to adapt to that reality.
And we're also ruthlessly constrained by strict time and budget limits. A perfect, cutting-edge machine learning model might take 6 months and $200,000 in cloud compute time to build and deploy. But the executive decision needed an answer by next Monday using the resources they already have. That forces a trade-off towards simplicity and speed.
And maybe most pressingly, in modern business, we are constrained by legal and ethical rules. These restrictions are increasingly critical, and they directly limit what data can be analyzed, what methods can be used, and what findings can even be shared.
Right. For instance, you might find a powerful predictor for employee performance. But if that predictor involves analyzing sensitive personal data in a way that violates internal HR policy or GDPR, the analysis is blocked. It doesn't matter how good its predictive power is.
It's a non-starter.
So in this sense, context determines what is feasible to accomplish, not just what a theoretical ideal model would demand. It forces the analyst to choose the good enough, deployed now solution over the perfect, never deployed solution.
And that shift from academic perfection to operational feasibility is one of the most difficult but necessary lessons in data analytics.
Okay, so once the analysis is done and it's been interpreted through this lens of domain knowledge and constraints, we get to the critical interpretation phase.
Yes, this is where the numbers have to be translated into actual meaning.
And here is where it gets really interesting, because we have to tackle the reconciliation of two different worlds. Statistical significance does not automatically imply business significance. This is, I think, the biggest conceptual hurdle for analysts.
It's huge.
You can prove something is mathematically true with 99.9% certainty, but if that finding doesn't move the organization forward, it's just a footnote. It's not an insight.
And context is the sole judge of relevance here. It helps us determine whether the effect size, the magnitude of the finding, actually matters to the bottom line. Let's expand on that small gain example from before. A new operational change might be statistically proven, beyond any doubt, to save $1,000 a month across the entire global organization. Mathematically, that is significant.
Sure, it's a real number.
It's a real number. However, the context The fact that the administrative overhead required to monitor this new process, to train staff and report on the savings, costs $2,000 per month. That renders the finding not just irrelevant, but actively detrimental.
So the analysis, which was correct in a vacuum, failed because it didn't incorporate the cost context of implementation.
Exactly. So, context confirms whether the results are genuinely actionable. Can we actually do anything with this finding that's cost-effective? We have to remember that managers and decision-makers, they don't primarily care about the mathematical precision of a confidence interval.
No, they care about impact.
They care profoundly about impact. They want to know the magnitude of the outcome and the feasibility of actually achieving it.
And that clarity of relevance, that's what lets us move from these generalized findings to linking the analysis directly to specific decisions. The analytics has to support concrete, specific actions.
If the analysis can't be tied to an upcoming decision, be it a capital investment, a hiring freeze, or a product feature change, it's probably an intellectual curiosity project, not a business asset.
So context dictates the types of decisions the analysis should drive. And we're talking about real outcomes, like pricing changes based on elasticity modeling in a competitive market.
Or resource allocation shifts that are informed by granular profitability analysis across different customer segments.
Or maybe implementing new risk management protocols that are dictated by early failure prediction models.
And crucially, context defines two critical implementation elements that are so often overlooked during the modeling phase. First, who is the end user?
Right. Who's actually going to use this?
Who will actually consume and use these results? The CEO requires a dashboard showing high-level KPIs and risk exposure. The frontline supply chain manager needs specific, codified order quantities and delivery windows derived from the very same analysis. Delivering the right format is an act of respecting the user's operational context.
What's the second element?
The second is how the decisions from the analysis will be implemented within the organization. Does the decision require integrating a new predictive score into the CRM system? Does it require a complete overhaul of the weekly sales reporting process? Defining that path increases both the adoption rate and the ultimate measurable value you get from the analysis.
Now we have to talk about the messiness of the real world, the reality of choice. Almost every decision, especially those driven by complex analysis, involves inherent trade-offs between competing goods.
Absolutely. The data may present a theoretically optimal path, but organizational reality often forces a suboptimal but quicker or cheaper path.
I want to push back on this idea for a moment, though. Isn't saying we chose simplicity over accuracy just giving managers an excuse to be lazy or to avoid technical complexity? How do we make sure they're making an informed trade-off, not just picking the easy route?
That's a vital challenge.
Yeah.
And the answer, I think, lies in transparency, not avoidance.
Yeah.
The context guides the manager to balance those competing factors, and the analyst's job is to define the risk of making that trade-off. We're constantly balancing accuracy versus simplicity. A highly accurate, extremely complex neural network model might achieve 98% accuracy. But if the frontline staff can't explain why it made a certain recommendation, or if it takes 6 hours to run, they won't trust it. They'll just revert to simpler methods. The analyst has to acknowledge that a 90% accurate, explainable, and fast model is superior in the organizational context.
And then there's the relentless balance of cost versus benefit. Does that marginal improvement in accuracy, say, moving from 90% to 92%, justify the $50,000 investment needed to acquire the extra clean data to achieve it?
That's a contextual business decision, not a statistical one. And finally, the classic balance of speed versus precision. Sometimes, especially in a market crisis or under intense competitive pressure, a 70% accurate answer delivered this afternoon is infinitely better than a 95% accurate answer next quarter.
When the opportunity or the threat has already passed.
That's gone.
So this is why managerial judgment remain absolutely essential. The data doesn't make the final call on the trade-off. Context does. The analysis provides the parameters for the discussion. It defines the risks of choosing speed, for instance. But the final choice, to prioritize speed over precision in a crisis, is a contextual business decision that's informed by the analysis, not dictated by it.
The analyst informs. The manager decides based on the real-time context of the business.
So we've built the model, we've interpreted the results through the lens of context, and we've defined the decision. Now we move into the execution phase, starting with the communication of those findings. If the analysis is context-aware, the communication has to be context-aware too.
Absolutely. The results have to be translated out of statistical terms.
Yeah.
I mean, we need to banish highly specific mathematical terms that mean nothing to the end user. The audience needs to know what to do and why it matters to their specific operational goals.
So what should that communication highlight?
Well, effective context-aware communication has to highlight three things for the decision maker. First, the practical implications of the findings. What changed, and what does that mean for profit, or risk exposure, or market share? Second, the associated risks. What if we do nothing? Or what if the model's accuracy degrades over time?
And third, the communication must deliver clear, recommended actions. A direct plan of attack presented in the language the decision maker actually uses. If you're talking to the head of inventory, the action should be about reducing stock levels by X amount for Y product line, not just optimize the distribution function.
And that clarity isn't just about convenience. It builds crucial trust in the analytical function. When the results are immediately relevant, understandable, and tied to a known business objective, solving the problem they asked for, decision makers are far more likely to rely on the analysts for future decisions. Trust is earned through sustained contextual relevance.
Now let's talk about the dark side. Even analysts who get the need for context can still fall into these classic contextual pitfalls when they forget the rigor of this framework. We should spend some time detailing these warning signs.
Yeah, there are 4 classic traps that all stem from ignoring the reality of context. Let's use a specific fictional scenario to illustrate them. Imagine an analyst is building a model to predict the optimal location for a new regional distribution center for a growing e-commerce company.
Okay, hit us with the traps.
Trap 1. Ignoring operational realities. Our analyst's model suggests the single best, statistically optimal site is an old industrial area near the river. It offers massive land savings and great highway access. Perfect, right?
Sounds good so far.
Well, the analyst failed to talk to the VP of Operations, who knows that the local city zoning laws explicitly prohibit 24/7 heavy truck traffic in that precise area, and the river location is classified as a flood zone. The model is statistically correct, but its solution is operationally impossible.
A perfect plan for a fictional reality. Okay, what's the second trap?
Trap 2. Overfocusing purely on technical model performance metrics. Let's say our analyst is obsessed with getting their predictive R-squared score above 0.98. They spend 6 extra weeks tweaking the model with incredibly granular geographical inputs.
Okay.
They achieve the 0.98 R-squared, but the model becomes so complex, requiring hundreds of manual inputs and expensive third-party data licenses, that the cost of running and managing it every day completely dwarfs the operational saving of the new location. They optimize for internal math over external business value.
They won the battle of the spreadsheet, but lost the war of implementation. And the third trap is the timeless classic of analytical failure, right? Often made worse by a lack of context.
That's the third trap, misinterpreting correlations as causation. In our distribution model, the analyst notices a high correlation between successful quick deliveries and the presence of certain local businesses, say coffee shops, near the center. The analyst concludes that if they put the center near more coffee shops, deliveries will be faster. They completely miss the contextual reality. The coffee shops are a proxy. They exist because high-density, rapidly growing urban centers support them. The true cause of fast delivery is population density and high-quality local road infrastructure, not the caffeine consumption of the drivers.
So, lacking context, the analyst might advise opening a center next to a lone coffee stand on an isolated rural highway.
Exactly.
And the final trap, which is maybe the most insidious in a dynamic market, is applying results outside their valid context.
Trap 4. Applying results outside the valid context they were generated in. Our e-commerce company built its location model using data from 2018. That's before the massive surge in online shopping from the pandemic, and certainly before recent spiking fuel costs and labor shortages.
Right, a different world.
A totally different world.
Yeah.
The moment the analyst tries to use that 2018 model to predict the current optimal location and delivery cost in 2024, the context has fundamentally changed. The model's validity just evaporated because the external environment shifted entirely.
So these traps really highlight that data analysis is never standalone. It's just one component of a much larger organizational system and decision process. You can't just treat the analytics team as a separate, isolated math department that sends reports over the wall.
No, and context includes understanding that wider organizational landscape where the findings will land. This means understanding the incentive structures. Are managers incentivized to use a finding that might make their own division look bad? or are they punished for deviating from the status quo?
That's a big one.
It also includes understanding the organizational culture. Is the company risk-averse, preferring slow, safe growth, or does it reward fast, data-backed experimentation? If the culture demands extreme caution, a model that recommends aggressive, high-risk inventory purchases will be immediately rejected, no matter how good the stats are.
And crucially, it includes understanding the actual capability for implementation. If implementing the new recommendation, say, rolling out a new dynamic pricing model requires integrating 3 disparate, aging pieces of legacy software, and the IT department has a 2-year backlog,
The analysis fails. It fails because it didn't respect the system context and the implementation capability.
so the analysis has to fit seamlessly into this existing system to be effective and to be used. Analysis that forces the organization to change too much, too fast, often just ends up being ignored, and not because the math was wrong.
But because the organizational context just couldn't handle the change.
And we have to stress the dynamic nature of this entire process. Context isn't static. It's a constantly shifting entity that changes over time due to market shifts, competitor actions, regulatory changes, or, internal organizational turmoil.
Which means analysts can't just build a model, launch it, and walk away. They have to be agile. They have to continuously revisit initial assumptions. Are the input variables we relied on 6 months ago still relevant in today's supply chain environment?
They have to update their models.
Exactly. Has new behavior revealed nonlinear relationships we missed in the training data?
And they must reinterpret results against the new context. A finding that a high-value customer segment isn't very sensitive to price increases might have been true during a period of economic stability. But if a recession hits, the context shifts, and that same segment might suddenly become highly price-sensitive.
Requiring an immediate reevaluation of the model's recommendation. This continuous alignment with the evolving context is precisely what improves the long-term value of the analytical function. Stale context leads to stale, irrelevant advice. The data might be the same, but the lens you view it through has changed, and that changes the meaning of the result.
So, wrapping up this comprehensive framework, what does this all mean for education and management? If we want to move beyond this statistically correct, practically irrelevant problem, how do we shift the way we train analysts and the way we use their insights?
I think the focus has to fundamentally shift. Teaching analytics should emphasize thinking, analytical reasoning, critical skepticism, and the ability to ask why and how will this be used over just the tools.
Right. Everyone can learn a specific programming language or a software package.
They can. Far fewer are taught to ask the right contextual questions.
And we must prioritize interpretation. What does this mean for the business, for the customer, for the bottom line over mere computation? The technical skill is foundational, yes, but that context-aware reasoning is the value multiplier. We need analysts who are comfortable leaving the spreadsheet and sitting in on operational meetings to truly understand the constraints they're modeling against.
The real lasting value doesn't come from finding a mathematically perfect correlation that reduces error by 0.01%. It comes from context-aware analytical reasoning that leads directly to a beneficial, feasible, and accepted organizational action. That is the definition of actionable analytics.
That was a tremendous deep dive into the architecture of actionable insights. So a quick recap for you. We define the difference between statistically correct and practically irrelevant, stressing that analysis must always be problem-driven. We detailed the essential need for domain knowledge. That's the glue that selects variables and interprets patterns correctly. And finally, we detailed how to manage those crucial trade-offs, the necessary balancing act between speed versus precision and cost versus benefit.
This contextual framework really provides the missing link for professionals in any data field. The ultimate goal isn't just finding patterns in data. It is ensuring those patterns lead to measurable impact that the organization is ready and able to execute. This discussion has been your shortcut to becoming truly well-informed about the application of data, not just the math behind it. Remember, context determines relevance.
And since context is dynamic and constantly shifting beneath our feet, we want to leave you with one final provocative thought to mull over. If the analysis you just completed was 90% accurate based on last quarter's data, but the market context shifted the day after you presented the results, say a major regulatory change was implemented, or a key competitor launched a radically disruptive product, was your analysis truly successful? What specific external shift in your organization's context today might render your most recent analytical insight obsolete tomorrow? That is the critical question for continued learning and relevance.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today, we are scrapping in for a really thorough exploration of something that sounds super technical, but At its core, profoundly strategic.
It really is.
We're talking about the foundations of business data analytics. And just to be clear, we are absolutely not here to talk about, which version of Python to use or the latest statistical libraries.
No, not at all.
We're diving into the engine room of modern management. We want to understand the principles that dictate whether these massive investments in data infrastructure, whether they lead to actual business success or just, a very expensive data cemetery filled with unused reports.
That is the critical distinction, isn't it? And that's what we need to make right out of the gate. Our mission today, and this is guided entirely by the sources you shared, is to focus squarely on the managerial strategy.
Okay.
So how do we take all this raw information, and it could be anything, complex sensor readings from a factory floor, thousands of customer service calls, high-level financials, and how do we transform that data into concrete, actionable insights?
The kind that genuinely drive better business decisions.
Exactly. We're really trying to shift the lens from the technical mechanics of how an analyst runs a regression to the strategic process of why a manager even needs that regression in the first place.
And what we learned immediately from reviewing this material is that the core objective is, well, it's ruthlessly practical.
It has to be.
Business data analysis isn't some intellectual curiosity. It's not an academic pursuit for its own sake. It exists solely to serve one master, supporting better managerial and operational decisions.
That's it. The analysis is a means. It's a necessary one for sure, but it is never the ultimate end goal.
Right. So if you spend 6 months building the world's most elegant model, but the manager's decision remains completely unchanged.
Or worse, if they can't even implement the recommendation.
Then the project has, functionally failed the business test.
Exactly. And this objective, this idea of improving decisions, it actually breaks down into 3 very clear, sort of quantifiable goals that really define any successful analytic strategy.
Okay, so what are they?
Well, the most immediate goal is always to improve performance. This is the tangible stuff. Are we selling more? Are we producing widgets faster? Are we reducing the error rate in our billing department?
It's about direct, measurable enhancement of what you're already doing.
Precisely.
The second goal is one that's often overlooked, but I find it incredibly compelling, and that's to reduce uncertainty.
Ah, yes. This is key.
Business is fundamentally about placing bets on the future, right? Launching a new product, hiring a team, investing capital. Data doesn't get rid of the risk.
It can't.
But it significantly narrows the range of possible outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
It helps us quantify the risk of a decision. It moves the conversation from, I think we'll be okay, to something like, we have an 85% probability of achieving X outcome if we adjust parameter Y.
And that quantification of risk, that's what builds the bridge to the third long-term goal.
Which is?
To create a sustainable competitive advantage. It's simple, really. If a company can consistently day in and day out make better, faster, and more informed decisions than its competitors,
that company will win over time. It just has to.
It's the compounding effect of all those marginal, data-driven improvements.
But achieving that consistency, as the sources clearly lay out, is built on a very specific structural foundation. The entire field of business analytics is really a continuous, integrated link between 3 distinct components.
Yes, and we can't emphasize this link enough. It's data, models, and decisions.
Data, models, decisions.
Think about it. The data is the raw material, the recorded footprint of the organization, the models. Those are the analytical engines, the algorithms, the statistical tools that process the data and turn, correlation into projection.
And then the decisions are the desired outputs, the actionable changes that actually impact the bottom line.
And if any one of those links is broken, the whole thing falls apart. If the data is flawed, the model is useless. If the model is brilliant but doesn't map to a real decision, the effort is totally wasted. A strategic perspective requires that you manage all 3 of those components at the same time.
And that holistic view is basically our roadmap for this deep dive. We're going to move from that initial business question right through to the final organizational integration. And it's designed to give you, the listener, a clear framework for understanding not just the pieces, but how the entire analytical machine should be engineered to deliver real strategic value.
Okay, let's unpack this a bit. Because when people approach data analytics for the first time, or even when managers are kicking off a new project, they so often jump straight into the technical details.
Oh, absolutely. The first thought is always, we need a massive data lake, or we need to hire a high-powered machine learning team.
Exactly. But our sources provide a really critical strategic correction to that impulse.
They absolutely flip the script. The first principle of a strong strategic foundation is that business analytics starts with a business problem, not a statistical technique.
That feels like the most important sentence we might say today. It could be. It's the difference between a successful project and an incredibly expensive science experiment. You don't build a complex neural network just because it's new and cool.
Right.
You build it because the business needs to accurately forecast next quarter's regional demand within a 5% margin of error to minimize inventory risk. The problem dictates the tool, not the other way around.
I think that's a key piece of wisdom for our audience, for you, the learner. It signals where to invest your energy and attention. It shifts the primary responsibility for starting the project away from the technical team.
Away from the analysts, yes.
And puts it right back on the operational and managerial team. The manager has to define the problem before the analyst can even begin to think about the solution.
And defining that problem means the manager has to answer two critically important questions. And this is before any analysis whatsoever. First, what decision needs to be made?
And it has to be specific.
Incredibly specific. Not, we need to understand our customers better. That's useless. It needs to be, we need to decide which 5 new products to launch next quarter.
Okay, and the second question?
The second question links the effort directly to the outcome. How will data specifically inform that decision? If the manager can't articulate a plausible path from the analysis to a change in their final decision,
then project is dead in the water.
It has no strategic foundation. For instance, if the decision is whether to approve a merger, the data analysis must give you a clear, quantified projection of synergy value or integration risk. If the analysis just confirms what you already knew about market trends, it has failed.
And that approach establishes the ultimate, and I'd say pretty brutal, metric for success.
It does. Analysis is only deemed successful if it leads to a clear, actionable insight. The insight has to be specific, relevant, and executable.
So an analyst presents this beautiful regression showing a correlation between two variables.
Yes.
But if the manager can't look at it and know immediately what operational change to make,
then the analysis has failed the business test. It has to be specific enough to tell you to change a price, adjust a product mix, alter staffing, or shift marketing spend.
the beauty of sticking to this business-first discipline is that once you establish the decision as your North Star, you start to realize just how wide the breadth of applications truly is.
That's right. Data analysis isn't just locked away in some corporate silo. It supports decisions across the entire organization.
Let's run through some of the core applications the sources identified.
Sure. In the customer-facing world, we rely heavily on analysis for marketing targeting and customer retention strategies.
So, segmenting your customer base.
Exactly. Which segments respond best to which messages? And crucially, it identifies those high-value customers who are showing early warning signs of defection, which allows you to do a targeted preemptive intervention.
Then we move into revenue and finance, supporting these really complex decisions around pricing adjustments and revenue management optimization.
This is where data moves way beyond simple cost-plus pricing. You start dynamically setting prices based on real-time factors like demand elasticity, competitor pricing, even weather patterns.
All aimed at maximizing revenue per available unit. Then there's the defensive side of things.
The fiduciary side, yes. Analysis is absolutely critical for financial risk assessment and credit approval processes. Think of banks or insurance companies. Data models analyze hundreds of variables to determine the likelihood of a loan default or a claim payout,
Which provides consistency, reduces subjective bias.
and most importantly, lowers the organization's exposure to risk by making decisions quantifiable instead of just intuitive.
And operationally, data drives huge efficiencies in these often overlooked but critical areas, like inventory levels and supply chain planning.
This is so much more than just counting stock. It involves forecasting demand variability, assessing supplier lead times, optimizing warehouse layout, all to minimize carrying costs while maximizing service levels.
To make sure you have exactly what you need, exactly when you need it.
You got it. And finally, data analysis elevates to the highest levels, informing high-level strategic and financial planning.
This is the C-suite stuff.
Right. This is where executives are asking, should we invest $500 million in building a new regional hub? Or what are the projected impacts of a new regulatory change? Data provides the simulation and scenario testing that informs that long-term capital allocation.
So if you are preparing for a business meeting or just trying to get up to speed in this field, the importance of starting with a decision provides a clear navigational aid. It stops you from getting that paralyzing feeling when you're just faced with a mountain of data.
It's your map. By keeping the decision as your destination, you ensure that every single piece of analytical effort, no matter how technical it gets, is aligned with the strategic needs of the organization.
Okay, so here's where it gets really interesting, because once you've defined the decision you need to make, you need a structured way to actually perform the analysis. And the source material breaks business analytics down into 3 integrated pillars.
That's right. 3 types of analysis that function differently but have to work together seamlessly.
How should we think about them?
They're often conceptualized sequentially, moving us through time and complexity. We can use a pretty simple framework to remember them. Level 1 answers what happened.
The past.
Level 2 answers what will happen.
The future.
And level 3 answers what should we do about it.
The action. Okay, let's start with the base layer.
That's descriptive analytics. This is the foundation. It is purely historical, focused on explaining what has happened. It's the essential rearview mirror of the business.
So, if we imagine we're running a subscription box company, this is where we'd start.
Absolutely. Descriptive analysis needs robust data collection and management, but the analytical tools themselves are usually pretty straightforward. We're talking about basic statistical concepts, averages, percentages, variance.
And the tools are things like summaries, standard reports, and interactive dashboards.
Exactly. So a good descriptive example for our subscription company would be something like, our subscriber churn rate was 7% last quarter, which is 15% higher than the same time last year.
Or a dashboard showing that, say, 70% of clicks on our website are coming from mobile devices.
Right. It provides measurement, context, and a factual baseline. Without knowing the current state of things, any effort to predict or prescribe is just, well, it's just guesswork.
But just observing the past only helps us measure the hole we're in. It doesn't tell us how to climb out or where the ground is going to be next month.
And that leads us naturally to the next pillar, predictive analytics. This type of analysis forecasts what is likely to happen. This is where we start the actual work of reducing that future uncertainty we talked about.
So predictive analytics takes those historical patterns you found in the descriptive stage and extrapolates them using more complex math.
It does. The tools here rely heavily on statistical models, time series forecasting, and machine learning models. So if descriptive analytics showed us that churn is 7%, predictive analytics gives us the forecast.
It says, based on our current customer behavior and our promotional calendar, we predict the churn rate will rise to 8.5% next quarter.
Exactly. And crucially, predictive analysis helps us quantify the risk of specific events. It doesn't just predict the average churn for everyone. It can predict which specific customers have, say, a 90% chance of churning in the next 30 days.
And that transformation from historical observation into a quantified future probability is what management needs. It lets them be proactive.
It lets them allocate resources effectively.
Okay, but even knowing that 8.5% of your customers are probably going to leave isn't quite enough. It's helpful, sure, but the decision maker is still left with the problem. What's the optimal, most cost-effective thing to do about it?
And that is why we have to elevate to the highest strategic level, prescriptive analytics.
The real game changer.
It is the genuine game changer because it moves beyond likelihood to recommendation. It recommends what specific actions to take. This analysis doesn't just say you're going to lose customers. It says, here's the plan to minimize that loss and maximize profitability given all your operational constraints.
And the tools used here are typically highly sophisticated. We're talking optimization algorithms, simulation, and decision analysis techniques.
Right. So using our subscription company example, the prescriptive output wouldn't just forecast that you'll have low inventory. It would model various interventions, different discount levels, targeted ad spends, customized retention offers, and it would recommend the precise actions to take to maximize profit.
So it might give an output that says something like, to keep churn below 6%, send a 15% discount offer to the 1,000 customers. The predictive model flagged as high risk.
But only if they opened a marketing email in the last 7 days, because that segment has the highest probability of actually redeeming the offer. It gives the manager the literal instruction sheet.
That is the immense difference. Descriptive tells you the past, predictive tells you the probable future. Prescriptive tells you the optimal decision to make right now.
And the source material really emphasizes that truly effective business analytics doesn't favor one type over the others. It has to integrate all 3 seamlessly.
So it's a continuous self-improving loop that feeds the business machine.
That's a great way to put it. Descriptive analysis gives you the historical parameters that you use to train the predictive models. The predictions, the forecasts, and probabilities are then used as constraints and inputs for the prescriptive optimization models.
And then once a prescriptive action is executed, like launching that discount offer.
The resulting data, like redemption rates and retention success, gets fed right back into the descriptive stage. This allows the firm to measure the impact of the intervention and constantly refine the models going forward. Without that full integration, you're always flying blind. You're only ever seeing a partial picture of reality.
That deep dive into the types of analysis naturally leads us to the next critical component, which is the raw material itself. All of those brilliant dashboards and predictive models and prescriptive solutions, they rely entirely on the input data.
Oh, absolutely. We're talking about the quality of the engine oil in this machine.
So as an analyst, you're only as good as the raw material you process.
Indeed. We need to be very specific about what business data actually represents and what the analytic team is responsible for in terms of stewardship. Business data is, at its core, the recorded transaction history of organizational life. And it generally falls into three core categories.
Okay, what's the first?
First, we have data reflecting customer behavior. This is the pulse of your market interaction. It captures every digital and physical footprint, website clicks, time spent browsing, purchase frequency, support ticket history.
Social media interactions, it tells you how the market is engaging with you.
Exactly. Second is data about operational processes. This is how the organization works on the inside. Manufacturing throughput rates, logistics tracking, sensor data from equipment, employee scheduling efficiency.
Even IT system latency. It measures the speed and cost of your internal execution.
And finally, the essential language of finance, financial performance data. This is your revenue streams, cost structures, budgeting figures, profit margins, capital expenditure, all of it. This data translates everything else into dollars and cents for the shareholder.
So the challenge for the analyst isn't just getting this data, but having a profound literacy about it.
The sources are crystal clear on this. Analysts have to fundamentally understand three aspects of their data. First, the data sources. Where exactly did this data come from? Was it manually keyed in by a temporary employee? Or was it automatically recorded by a validated system? The source dictates your inherent level of trust.
Second is the unavoidable problem of data quality. Is it accurate, timely, and complete? We've all seen the nightmare scenario where male and M are recorded as two different genders in a database.
Or where half the fields are just missing it entirely. Data preparation, cleaning, scrubbing, validating, and harmonizing is widely reported to consume something like 60 to 80% of an analyst's time.
Wow.
Precisely because that old adage holds true, garbage in and garbage out.
Okay, so sources, quality, and what's the third aspect?
And this one is crucial for managerial responsibility. Understanding the data limitations. What can this data not tell us? If your customer data only tracks US-based transactions, you cannot responsibly use it to make prescriptive recommendations for your emerging European market. Recognizing those gaps, biases, and scope limitations is the mark of a truly mature analytical function.
And that data quality issue leads directly to the critical warning the sources just keep reinforcing. Poor data quality inevitably leads to poor business decisions.
The ripple effect is huge. If we optimize our staffing based on flawed historical call volume data, we will end up either overstaffed, which wastes money, or severely understaffed, which loses customers and damages your reputation.
So a 99% accurate model running on fundamentally inaccurate or biased input data is worse than useless.
It's worse than useless because it lends a false confidence to a bad decision.
So how do we get from that messy reality, all these digital footprints scattered across the organization, to that genuine actionable insight?
The source material details a four-stage transformation pipeline. It starts with the step we just talked about, cleaning and preparation, making the data usable, uniform, and complete.
Once it's clean, the analysis moves into exploration and visualization. This is the detective phase.
I like that. It's where the analyst starts to find patterns, spot anomalies, those outliers that might signal fraud or a new opportunity, and present summary statistics using compelling charts and graphs to form some initial hypotheses.
Then comes the technical heavy lifting, modeling and evaluation.
Right. This is building the actual analytical tool, the predictive model, the clustering algorithm, whatever it is, and then rigorously testing its effectiveness and reliability on holdout data sets. You need confidence that the model performs accurately on data it has never seen before.
But once the model spits out a number or a correlation, that's not the end of the journey. The definition of genuine insight, according to our sources, is very specific.
It is. Insight doesn't just pop out automatically. It emerges when the results are interpreted correctly by a human and are linked explicitly to business objectives.
So the machine gives you a result. The human
provides the insight.
That's it exactly. For example, the model might tell you that customers who spend less than 5 minutes on the checkout page have a 75% higher conversion rate. That's a result.
Okay.
The insight, the human interpretation that links it back to strategy is, this correlation suggests that our checkout page complexity is driving away customers. Therefore, the actionable insight is to launch an IT project to reduce the number of clicks required to complete a purchase, and we project a 10% increase in conversion.
The human element is the strategic linchpin. It translates the mathematical output into a meaningful, goal-oriented strategy. Now that we've established the full process, from defining the goal and gathering data to building the models and translating results into insights, we have to ask the multi-million-dollar question. How do we prove the value of this massive ongoing effort?
We have to measure business value using metrics that managers actually care about, which are almost never statistical metrics. Value is measured using standards that impact the bottom line or the core health of the company.
So we're focused on 4 key areas.
Pretty much. Profit generation, the obvious growth metric. Cost reduction, streamlining operations and minimizing waste. Efficiency gains, the classic doing more with less mantra. And crucially, risk reduction, lowering your exposure to credit default, fraud, or operational failure.
And this brings us to a fundamental lesson the sources really emphasize about evaluation. There is a huge strategic difference between analytical success and business success.
A chasm sometimes.
The critical finding here is that model accuracy alone is insufficient.
A data scientist working in isolation might celebrate a highly complex model that achieves 99.5% accuracy in a lab setting. But if that model takes 3 hours to run,
or requires specialized multi-thousand-dollar software licenses,
or is so complicated that a frontline manager can't explain its output to a customer or a regulator, then it has delivered precisely 0 business value. The cost of implementation, or just the lack of trust, completely cancels out that marginal gain in accuracy.
So the strategic foundation test simplifies everything down to one key question. Does this analysis improve decisions?
That's the only question that matters. If the insight costs $1 million to generate, but only yields $500,000 in efficiency gains, or if it's so abstract that no human can practically act on it, then its statistical perfection is completely irrelevant to the P&L statement.
And when you subject every analytical project to that intense scrutiny, you inevitably run into strategic compromises.
You do. The business world is defined by limited resources, time pressure, and organizational politics. This leads to the absolute necessity of making trade-offs.
Let's discuss the 3 most critical trade-offs inherent in business analytics. Starting with a classic tension: model complexity versus interpretability.
This is often referred to as the black box problem. Highly complex models, deep learning algorithms, for example, can often deliver slightly higher accuracy in predictive tasks. But by their very nature, they are extremely difficult to explain. It's hard to trace exactly why the model made a specific recommendation.
But the simpler model, maybe a linear regression, might be 2% less accurate, but it's entirely transparent.
Completely. A manager can explain to their CEO or to a customer why the price was set a certain way or why their loan was denied. If the manager can explain the simple model and therefore trusts it enough to implement it widely across the organization, it often generates far greater real-world value than the more complex, slightly more accurate model that just sits on a shelf because nobody understands it.
Okay, the second major strategic trade-off.
Speed versus accuracy. This is fundamentally about the business context of a decision. We have to ask the question, is a fast, 80% accurate decision better than a slow, 95% accurate decision?
For dynamic, low-stakes decisions, speed is king.
Of course.
Imagine an e-commerce platform deciding which targeted ad banner to show a customer who just landed on the site. If the system takes 30 seconds to run a 95% perfect analysis, the customer has already navigated away.
In that case, an 80% accurate decision delivered in 100 milliseconds is infinitely more valuable. The cost of being wrong is low, but the cost of being slow is total failure.
But you contrast that with a high-stakes decision, like a pharmaceutical company choosing which compound to invest billions in for phase 3 trials.
Or a major bank approving a $50 million line of credit. Here, the cost of being wrong is catastrophic. You absolutely need the highest possible accuracy, even if it takes weeks or months of detailed analysis. In high-stakes finance or compliance, accuracy always wins that trade-off.
And finally, the unavoidable monetary trade-off: cost of analysis versus value of insight.
This forces a brutal calculation. Building and maintaining a sophisticated analytics capability requires immense overhead. Salaries for specialized data scientists, cloud computing costs, specialized software, data storage.
And that expense has to be constantly justified.
Constantly. If a prescriptive model takes 3 full-time employees and 2 specialized licenses to run, costing the company $400,000 a year, but only yields $300,000 in measured efficiency gains, it is a business failure. The strategic team has to continually assess whether the marginal improvement in decision quality justifies the marginal cost of the analytical infrastructure.
So what dictates the winner in these compromises?
The sources all stress that business context is king. The specific decision, its frequency, its dollar value, the consequences of failure, that is the defining factor. For a dynamic, high-frequency marketing offer, speed and low cost are prioritized. For a major financial forecast or a decision involving compliance, accuracy and thoroughness are non-negotiable regardless of cost.
Understanding and communicating these trade-offs is arguably the most critical managerial skill in the entire process.
It really is. It requires the manager to articulate not just what they need answered, but also how fast they need it and how wrong they can afford to be. It forces a strategic prioritization that links the analysis directly back to real-world constraints.
We've spent a lot of time defining the strategy and the analysis itself, but for the analysis to truly deliver its full value, it can't be a project that is just occasionally dusted off.
No, it must be completely interwoven into the business. It must be embedded organizationally.
And that embedding process requires analysis to be integrated in 2 key ways, right? It's embedded into business processes and embedded into information systems.
Exactly. It needs to shift from being some kind of advisory function to becoming an automated, consistent part of daily operations.
Could you give an example?
Sure. Consider a logistics company optimizing delivery routes. The prescriptive analysis that determines the optimal route isn't a recommendation sent via email once a week.
No.
The model runs continuously in the system, automatically feeding the most efficient route directly to the driver's handheld device moments before dispatch. That's analysis embedded directly into the core process.
And for customer service.
It means the output of the predictive churn model automatically triggers a pop-up alert for the agent the second they open a high-risk customer's file.
This integration is what creates consistency and scalability. Once the model is embedded, it can be applied uniformly to hundreds of thousands of transactions.
And it eliminates the variability and human fatigue that are inherent in manual decision-making. The outputs of this analytical work typically feed directly into 2 types of organizational systems.
Okay, what are they?
First, we have automated decisions where the system acts autonomously and instantly, approving a small credit card purchase because the fraud model gives it a low-risk score, for example.
Or automatically adjusting the price of a flight ticket on a travel website based on real-time optimization. These decisions happen with no human review.
Right. And second, we have managerial dashboards which provide real-time, digested insights for human oversight. This is the cockpit view. The system doesn't make the final choice, but it provides the critical, prioritized information that the human manager needs to step in and make a high-stakes, informed decision quickly.
And this leads us to a really important strategic consideration that brings us back to the manager, the enduring role of human judgment.
Yes. While analytics dramatically increases consistency and speed, the sources are emphatically clear on this point. Analytics supports but does not replace human judgment.
That's a huge point. The model can optimize for maximum profitability, but it's operating within a closed system.
Yeah.
It can't account for the soft, externally driven factors that managers have to consider.
Absolutely. Managers must combine the data insights with these broader considerations that fall well outside the dataset used to build the model.
Let's detail those judgment factors. What's the first one?
First, managers have to consider the overarching strategic goals of the company. If the model recommends a 5% price hike to maximize short-term profit, but the current company strategy is an aggressive push for market share dominance,
The manager will likely override the model and keep prices low. Strategy trumps optimization in the long run.
always. Second are the external constraints. The manager has to factor in ethical and legal constraints, which data models simply cannot calculate.
So a model might identify that targeting a highly vulnerable demographic with high-interest credit offers yields the highest conversion rate and profitability.
But an ethical mandate or a regulatory constraint will immediately veto that highly profitable action. Data only tells you what's possible. Judgment tells you what's permissible.
What's the third factor?
Third is understanding organizational capabilities. A prescriptive model might recommend manufacturing 50,000 units of product A and 0 units of product B to maximize demand forecasts. But
the manager knows the assembly line for product A is currently undergoing maintenance and only has the capacity for 35,000 units.
exactly. Data provides the ideal, but the manager assesses the feasible. They have to factor in resource limits, internal politics, and staffing realities.
So the manager is the strategic executor. We have to reiterate that human interpretation and context remain essential for successful implementation. The model is a highly intelligent, specialized calculator.
But it takes a human to apply context, values, and organizational realities to the output before it becomes a truly successful decision.
We've built the model, we've cleaned the data, we've determined the decision, but a brilliant, highly accurate model sitting in a technical report written in statistical jargon is, to the business, completely useless.
100%. The final critical hurdle is communication.
And it seems like this is where so much value gets lost.
Communication is the essential and often failed bridge between the technical world of the analyst and the decision-centric world of the manager. The mandate is absolute. Results must be communicated effectively using clear, non-technical language and presented in decision-relevant terms.
This is where analysts often stumble, isn't it? They're justly proud of the complexity of their work, the ROC curves, the p-values, the choice of algorithm.
But the manager doesn't need to know the statistics. They need to know the implications for inventory or for headcount. They need the executive summary that speaks the language of the business: profit, cost, risk exposure, and timelines.
So effective communication has to focus relentlessly on what the manager needs to do and know.
Exactly. First, the implications. What will happen to the key business metrics: revenue, cost, efficiency, if we follow the specific recommendation? And be quantitative about it.
Second, the risks. What's the confidence interval on this prediction? What happens if market conditions change? What's the downside scenario if the model is 10% wrong?
Managers have to understand the analytical fragility before they commit capital. And third, the explicit recommended actions. Don't just present data points. Present a clear, executable plan.
So something like, we recommend adjusting the price of product Z by 3.5% across region B starting Monday, based on the demand elasticity model, which should lead to a projected revenue increase of $2 million next quarter.
That's it. The recommendation must be baked right into the presentation.
And the consequences of failing at this final stage are severe. The sources warn that poor communication severely limits business impact.
A perfect predictive model with a complicated, jargon-filled deliverable often ends up on a shelf, unused. Meanwhile, a simpler, well-explained model, even if it's slightly less accurate, drives millions in value because managers understood it and trusted it immediately.
But even if we master communication, the organizational journey is rife with challenges. These are the roadblocks that prevent even the most sophisticated analytics teams from fulfilling their potential.
Oh, yes. A primary and often underestimated challenge is the technical structure, the existence of data silos and accessibility issues.
Data is trapped in different departments that use different legacy systems.
Right. HR has one, finance has another, marketing a third, and the systems were never designed to talk to each other. This fragmentation prevents that unified, comprehensive view you need for cross-functional analysis, like supply chain optimization or total customer lifetime value.
Then there's the crucial human element, misalignment between analysts and decision makers.
This is huge. The analyst's goal is often statistical perfection or accuracy. The manager's goal is interpretability and speed or business utility. If leadership doesn't actively manage these two different priorities and ensure there's a shared understanding, the output will never meet the user's needs.
A very common managerial trap is the overemphasis on tools instead of strategic thinking.
We see this all the time. Companies spend enormous sums on the latest visualization software or a cloud data warehouse, believing the technology itself is the strategy.
But technology is merely an enabler.
That's all it is. If you don't first define the business problem and establish a clear analytical pipeline, buying new software is just speeding up the process of generating useless reports.
And maybe the toughest challenge, the one that relies on deep cultural change,
is resistance to data-driven decision-making. Managers who have spent decades building their intuition often feel threatened by an algorithm that seems to invalidate their experience.
So how do you overcome that?
It requires not just proof of value, but patient, consistent demonstration that the data is not replacing their judgment, but vastly enhancing it. And it requires strong, visible leadership commitment from the very top.
Okay, so let's say a company manages to successfully overcome these pervasive organizational challenges. They integrate their data, they align their teams, they prioritize the business problem, and they communicate clearly. What is the substantial long-term payoff?
The payoff transcends simple efficiency. Firms that use analytics effectively achieve genuine competitive superiority by gaining significant strategic agility.
For one, they gain the ability to respond faster to market changes.
Much faster. If a competitor launches a new product or there's a sudden shift in consumer behavior, their predictive models and embedded processes allow them to adjust pricing, inventory, and marketing campaigns in hours, not weeks. This organizational agility means they are always one step ahead.
They can also allocate resources far more efficiently through continuous optimization.
Whether it's optimizing logistics routes, workforce scheduling, or a multi-million-dollar capital expenditure, they get better returns on every single dollar spent because the decision is informed by evidence, not by tradition or guesswork.
And most critically in today's landscape, they improve customer relationships through deep personalization and retention efforts.
Right. By analyzing massive amounts of behavioral data, they can tailor services, anticipate needs, and provide proactive support, which leads to much greater loyalty and a higher lifetime value per customer.
So this advantage isn't easily replicated. The sources stress that the advantage isn't built on one brilliant project, but on the systematic process.
That's the key. Sustainable competitive advantage comes from consistent analytical decision-making that is deeply and perpetually embedded across the entire organization. It's that continuous data-driven cycle of learning and improvement that is the true source of lasting advantage.
And to achieve that consistency, to make analytics truly sticky, the sources identify a dual requirement. Business analytics has to be treated strategically as both a technical capability and an organizational capability.
That's a great distinction. The technical capability is what most people focus on, having the necessary IT infrastructure, high-quality data, the right software licenses.
And the deep analytical skills, the data scientists and engineers who can build and maintain the complex models.
But the organizational capability is the secret sauce. It means fostering a widespread data-driven culture where seeking data before making a major decision is the default expectation, not the exception.
And it requires strong leadership support from the top down.
Absolutely. Where executives champion the data-first mindset, they fund the necessary infrastructure, and they hold managers accountable for actually using the insights. Without that cultural mandate, all the technical capability in the world, the brilliant models, and the clean data will simply fail to translate into strategic success.
This has been a massive journey. We've traced the strategic foundations of business analytics from that initial need to define the business decision, all the way through the three types of analysis: descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive, and ending on the critical roles of human judgment, effective communication, and organizational culture. It's clear that success in this field is far less about technical mastery of the code.
And far more about strategic thinking and organizational management.
Exactly.
Indeed. We extensively covered those three unavoidable trade-offs inherent in this field: complexity versus interpretability, speed versus accuracy, and that necessary balance between the cost of analysis and the realized value of the insight. If the strategic team is constantly forced to balance these competing priorities, I want to leave you with this final thought to mull over, one that speaks to the very heart of the organizational challenge. Which one of those three trade-offs, complexity, speed, or cost, is the most difficult for a major organization to define and manage consistently? And why do you think that the resolution of that conflict is so often driven by organizational politics? Who holds the budget? Who has the biggest voice in the room, or who is afraid of being replaced rather than by the statistical evidence itself?
Think about that tension between analytical idealism and corporate reality in your own field. We'll catch you on the next Deep Dive. Every field is being transformed by data, but nowhere are the stakes higher or the variables messier than in education.
Absolutely.
We are talking about critical decisions being made every single day.
Decisions that can shape a child's entire future.
Exactly. A school district's budget, national priorities. And the big question is, how do we move these decisions out of, the realm of intuition?
Right, and into something more certain.
How do we know what curriculum actually works? Which intervention is the right one? Or if that huge investment in new tech really paid off?
And that's the core of it, isn't it?
The tool for answering these questions is at the heart of our deep dive today: Strategic Educational Data Analysis, or EDA. This is where numbers meet classrooms, and algorithms help shape learning.
And our mission for you, the learner, is really clear today. We want to get past all the textbook definitions and just rapidly distill the strategic core of EDA.
So not just the what.
Not just the what. We're looking at how it's actively used to drive policy and personalization. This deep dive is really your shortcut to understanding the essential frameworks, the needs of all the different stakeholders.
And the ethical minefield.
And the really unique, messy, and crucial ethical limitations that come with applying data science to human development. The source material we've synthesized is it's basically a roadmap of the strategic landscape. It forces us to see that educational data analysis is not just a statistical exercise.
Right.
It's an institutional feedback loop. We're tracking the whole journey from simple reporting all the way to really complex prescriptive action.
And all the while, you're grappling with these huge contextual and ethical challenges that are just totally unique to the classroom.
They really are.
Exactly. And let's just ground this whole conversation in the outcome. The core mandate of educational data analysis is singular.
To get better results.
To measurably improve teaching, learning, and educational outcomes. That means enhancing student performance, boosting institutional effectiveness, and making sure we squeeze every ounce of value out of every single resource dollar.
It's a massive mandate.
It is. Okay, let's unpack this and start by building the foundation.
Let's do it.
So where do we begin?
Well, when we start a deep dive into data analysis, especially in a field this complex, we first have to recognize just the sheer scale and diversity of the information.
Right.
Educational data is not uniform. It's a dynamic, deeply multifaceted reflection of really complex human behavior.
And that's the critical point, isn't it?
It is. We're not tracking inventory, we're tracking development. This complexity means you need analytical approaches that can actually account for human volatility, for learning plateaus, for all the external life factors that kids bring into the classroom.
If you treat students like widgets on an assembly line, the whole thing just fails.
It completely fails.
That's a point worth repeating. I mean, if you're coming from a business background, you think of data as these clean transaction logs or quarterly sales figures.
Right.
Education is the exact opposite. So what specific categories of data are we talking about here that paint this complex picture?
The source material really breaks it down into 4 critical layers, and they kind of move from the static background to the dynamic day-to-day interaction.
Okay.
So first, you have the fundamental layer, student demographics.
The who.
Exactly, the who. It includes basic identifiers, but also these crucial factors like socioeconomic status, language background, family structure, mobility.
Things that really matter.
Things that provide the context. They explain why certain academic patterns emerge. For instance, a high mobility rate in a school, students moving in and out all the time. That's a demographic data point that critically affects performance metrics.
And then the second most familiar layer is academic performance and assessment scores.
Yep, your classic grades and test scores.
Everything from classroom assignments and unit tests to those big, high-stakes, standardized assessments, the traditional outputs.
And then moving past just the output, the third layer involves attendance records.
Which sounds so simple.
It sounds deceptively simple, but it's strategically vital. It's not just about whether a student showed up.
No.
Strategic analysis tracks chronic absenteeism, patterns in tardiness, and it looks for correlations between dips in attendance and drops in performance.
Yeah, it was an early warning system.
It's one of the best early warning systems for disengagement.
And finally, the layer that has just exploded in recent years.
Engagement and behavioral data.
The raw interaction data.
Exactly. How often does a student log into their school portal? How long did they spend on that assigned chapter online? Are they collaborating in the group project forum?
Right.
This mixture gives analysts that 360-degree view we talked about. You move beyond just the final grade to examine the inputs and the actual process of learning itself.
And the reason we have to break these types down is because different people need different slices of this data.
Precisely. Different stakeholders need different views, formatted and analyzed for their specific decisions.
Okay, let's break down those stakeholders, because the data has to be tailored, starting at the most granular level. Teachers.
Their need is immediate and it's tactical.
Instructional improvement. Now.
Right now. They're looking at the data to identify class-wide misconceptions from yesterday's quiz.
Yeah. A teacher doesn't need to know the state average graduation rate today. They need to know that 75% of their class missed question 14 on the math quiz.
The one about fractions.
The one about fractions. That's an immediate, actionable data point.
Yeah.
Tells them to pause the curriculum and reteach that concept tomorrow. Their data needs are super localized.
Then you scale up to school leaders, principals, academic deans, district superintendents.
They're operating at the program evaluation level.
Exactly. For them, the critical question is about resource effectiveness and efficiency. They need comparative data.
So they're asking things like, we implemented a new phonics program for $20,000. Did reading scores in 2nd grade go up more than last year's class?
Or more than the control group in the next district over. They use that data to justify budgets, staff allocation, and big curriculum choices over an academic year.
And then you get to the highest level, the institutions and policymakers.
State departments of education, university systems, national legislators.
They are operating on long-term strategy and resource planning. Their questions are macro.
Huge. Given demographic shifts, where should we build the next technical high school?
Or, is our 4-year retention rate improving statewide? And if it is, what's the one factor most correlated with that change?
And they rely on highly aggregated, longitudinally tracked data to make those evidence-based policy moves.
So the user, the teacher, the leader, the policymaker, each one needs the data distilled and visualized just for them.
It has to be contextualized for their unique role in the system.
Okay, so to manage all this data for all these different people, modern EDA is structured into a logical progression.
That's right, which the sources call the 3 tiers of analytics. This structure really defines the strategic maturity of how data is being used.
You're moving from looking in the rearview mirror to actively steering the car.
That's a perfect way to put it. And the progression is defined entirely by the fundamental question you're asking the data. And the first tier, the baseline for everything, is
descriptive analytics. This is the easiest one to understand.
It is.
Because it's just the historical accounting. It answers the simple question, what has happened?
Yep. Its primary function is reporting, basic monitoring, and all that mandated accountability.
This is the stuff in the annual reports, the state compliance checks, university accreditation, the non-negotiable historical record.
And the examples are the most recognizable metrics in education. Average test scores broken down by demographics, course completion rates, graduation rates.
They're fundamental.
They are. And the sources really emphasize that without a robust, well-defined descriptive analytics capability, any attempt at the higher tiers is just built on sand.
You have to know the past accurately before you try to predict the future.
100%.
That sets the baseline. But the moment you move past history and you want to use that past performance to see what's coming next, you move into the strategic heart of the system.
Predictive analytics.
This is where the game really changes. The function here is to forecast future outcomes. You're turning historical patterns into proactive risk management tools.
And the strategic application is all about early identification and proactive intervention. You're shifting the institutional mindset from reacting to failure.
Like sending out remedial forms after a student fails.
Right, to proactively flagging risk. We are spotting a potential problem while it's still just a statistical likelihood, not a catastrophic certainty.
And the examples are what make this so powerful. We're talking about modeling the likelihood of a student completing their degree, forecasting which freshmen are at high risk of academic probation.
Predicting the overall retention rate for next semester.
But here's where it gets really interesting, and the sources stress this. The strongest predictive variables are often not the academic ones.
That is a huge insight. A good predictive model doesn't just use past grades. It often finds that non-academic engagement data holds greater predictive power.
Like what?
Like how often a student interacts with the course discussion boards, their attendance in non-mandatory sessions, or their use of university support services like the Writing Center.
So it's more about engagement than just raw grades.
Exactly. The model is essentially quantifying the student's level of sustained engagement, which is often the best indicator of future success.
That's powerful. It moves the focus from, is the student smart enough, to, is the student engaged enough?
Precisely.
And this lets a school move from saying, this student failed last semester, to actively intervening and saying, based on their current engagement data, this student has an 80% likelihood of failing the next 3 courses unless we act now.
And that phrase, unless we act now, is the bridge to the third and most advanced tier, prescriptive analytics.
Which is a huge leap.
It's a significant intellectual, technological, and frankly ethical leap. It moves past simply predicting what will happen to telling the institution what should we do about it.
The so what and now what.
The so what and now what of the entire data pipeline. Its function is to generate actionable, optimized recommendations. This isn't just stats, it's causal modeling and optimization algorithms.
And the application is about maximizing impact and efficiency. It helps decision makers figure out exactly when to intervene.
And critically, how to tailor that intervention to personalize the learning for maximum effect. This is where machine learning meets pedagogy.
The examples must be super specific here.
They have to be. It could be recommending a targeted support strategy, not just go to tutoring, but mandatory one-on-one sessions focused exclusively on the student's specific weakness in stoichiometry based on their quiz data.
Or at the institutional level.
At that level, it could advise on resource reallocation. It might say, due to the predicted enrollment spike in tech majors and the high failure rate in Physics 101, you need to hire 2 additional physics instructors immediately, not in the next hiring cycle.
It sounds like the ultimate goal here is to make the entire educational ecosystem hyper-responsive.
It is the strategic pinnacle. Prescriptive analysis focuses on optimized action. It ensures that the specific, data-driven step you take is designed to maximize impact, not just apply some generic fix.
It's the difference between telling a student you might fail and telling a counselor.
Enroll this student in supplementary math tutoring immediately and schedule weekly check-ins because our model predicts their current path leads to failure in 45 days.
So we've established these 3 tiers: descriptive, predictive, prescriptive. Now let's zoom in on a field that really fuels those upper tiers: learning analytics.
Yes.
This field is so crucial because it fundamentally redefines what data we collect and, more importantly, why. It shifts the focus away from just the outcome, the final grade,
to meticulously tracking the journey of learning itself.
and this is all enabled by technology.
Almost entirely. The main data sources for learning analytics are the digital learning environments, the learning management systems, your Canvas or Moodle online textbook platforms, interactive software,
Every click is logged.
every single interaction. And think about the granularity this offers. Before an LMS, a teacher knew a student submitted a paper and got a B+ promo. That's it.
Right.
Now, using the data from the platform, we know the exact time the student logged in, how many minutes they spent on the reading, how many times they watched the video, if they reattempted a practice quiz.
The entire path they took through the material.
The whole path.
That is a massive amount of information that was totally invisible before. I mean, an instructor could assume a student spent 6 hours studying, but now the system can actually report it. What does that tell us strategically?
That's the key insight. Learning analytics uses this granular data to see how students engage and learn. It identifies patterns that reveal the learning process.
So you can tell the difference between 2 failing students.
You can. You can distinguish between a student who fails because they didn't put in the time and a student who spent 20 hours reading but kept getting stuck in the same section.
Which indicates a gap in the instruction, not a lack of effort.
Exactly. It gives the educator this invaluable window into the active learning mind. If a model shows students repeatedly clicking back to the initial definition of a concept while they're working on a problem,
It means they haven't grasped the core idea.
right, a lack of conceptual mastery that traditional grading would never capture. It's the difference between seeing a car crash, the failing grade, and watching the dashboard telemetry right before it happens.
So learning analytics is providing the real-time data flow needed to fuel the predictive and prescriptive models. It gives us the why behind the outcome.
Which makes the intervention so much more targeted.
Okay, so let's take all this powerful granular data, the scores, the clicks, the demographics, and put a gigantic caveat sign on top of it.
A huge one. Our source material issues a vital warning. Purely numerical analysis is wholly insufficient without deep educational understanding and comprehensive context.
Detach the numbers from the reality of the classroom, and you're in trouble.
You risk generating analyses that are statistically sound, but practically worthless. Or worse, actively harmful.
Because we're analyzing human beings in complex systems. The data doesn't exist in a vacuum.
That's right. Educational outcomes are fundamentally dependent on external factors you have to account for. The sources highlight 3 crucial areas of contextual dependency.
What are they?
The first is socioeconomic factors. performance is profoundly correlated with poverty, access to resources, family stability.
Right.
If your analysis shows low math scores in a school, but you ignore the context that 85% of those students receive subsidized lunch or lack reliable internet at home, your prescribed solution will almost certainly be misdirected.
So you don't end up blaming the kids for a systemic problem.
Exactly. Context ensures we don't attribute institutional failure to individual student deficits.
So a dip in course enrollment might look like a problem with the course, but the context, a change in student loan policy, for instance, explains the real cause.
Precisely. The second factor is institutional policies. Policies themselves shape behavior and influence the data. Think about a zero-tolerance attendance policy.
Okay.
The policy will probably increase raw attendance numbers, making the data look great,
Right.
but it might simultaneously increase student stress or lead to more disciplinary actions, skewing the overall picture of school climate. You have to analyze the policy's effect on the metric.
And the third factor?
Teaching methods. A big drop in test scores might not be a failure of the students. It could be a reflection of a recent system-wide shift to a new, unfamiliar curriculum.
Or maybe the teachers haven't been properly trained on the new approach.
Right. The teaching strategy is a context variable that must be analyzed alongside the outcome data.
So if 60% of students in a district fail a science assessment, an analyst can't just report 60% failure. That's malpractice.
It is.
You have to layer in the reality. Are the failing students from non-English speaking homes? Did the test criteria change that year? Did budget cuts lead to a 40-to-1 classroom ratio?
That is the difference. Context is the difference between a misleading conclusion that harms students, like labeling a school as failing based on raw scores,
And an accurate insight that shows the root problem is structural, requiring systemic change, not punishment.
And the complexity of context leads us right into the challenges of measurement itself. We have to be brutally honest here. Educational performance is inherently difficult to measure precisely.
Yeah.
The source material is unequivocal on this. Unlike manufacturing, where output is easily quantified in dollars or units, the output of education is complex human development.
The growth of intellect, skills, character.
Which makes the data collection process really fraught with unique, often unavoidable challenges.
So we're trying to numerically capture a messy, subjective, continuous process. What are the specific roadblocks to getting accurate, reliable data?
The first major one is variability in assessment standards. If you're comparing data across different schools or districts, the definition of mastery or the rigor of an A grade can vary wildly.
So an 85% in one school is not the same as an 85% in another.
Not at all. Two students with the same grade might have learned fundamentally different amounts of material.
And if the input data isn't interoperable, if the metrics don't mean the same thing everywhere, your whole system-wide analysis is shaky.
It is. Analysts spend a huge amount of time on statistical normalization models just to make basic comparisons, and those models introduce their own biases.
Okay, what's the second hurdle?
Subjective grading. This is especially tough in subjects where evaluation depends on nuanced human judgment.
Like grading a creative writing essay.
Or scoring a debate performance or grading a complex engineering design. While institutions try to mitigate this with rubrics, that human element is always there.
And a statistical model is relying on that subjectivity being consistent.
It is. A score in a humanities class just carries an inherently different, less objective data weight than a score on a multiple-choice math test.
And finally, the most philosophical challenge.
The difficulty of capturing non-cognitive learning outcomes.
Things like resilience, grit, teamwork, empathy. We all agree they're essential for success. But how do you quantify resilience with a number that you can feed into a predictive model?
That's a fundamental limitation. These qualities don't fit neatly into a standardized test bubble or an attendance log.
Researchers use proxy metrics, right?
They do. They try tracking things like persistence on difficult problem sets or participation in collaborative work, but these are indirect. And there's a real danger here.
Which is?
If the data only rewards what is easily measurable, like rote memorization, the institution risks optimizing for the wrong outcomes.
That's a serious strategic risk. The focus shifts away from the difficult, transformative qualities that really matter toward the easy-to-measure metrics, just because they fit in the algorithm.
Precisely. The analyst has to interpret these metrics so cautiously, understanding that the data is an incomplete map of the territory. The metrics are biased towards simplicity, and you have to account for that bias.
We've established the strategic tiers and the huge challenges of measurement and context. So now let's get operational.
The most strategic model in the world is still garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah.
Right.
That is exactly right. The bedrock of reliability in educational analytics is data quality. The assertion from our sources is absolute. Reliable analytics depends entirely on high data quality.
If the input is flawed,
That outputs, even the most sophisticated prescriptive recommendations, will be misleading, or worse, actively harmful.
and ensuring quality across a huge school system with hundreds of different people entering data, that sounds like a managerial nightmare.
It's a huge challenge.
What does high quality even mean in this context?
It's more than just preventing typos. We're talking about 3 interlocking components. First, accurate data collection. This requires rigorous protocols to make sure every student is correctly identified, attendance is logged correctly, and scores are entered without transcription errors.
The basic.
The basics. Second, consistent definitions and interoperability. This is a massive governance issue.
Everyone has to be on the same page.
Everyone. From the kindergarten teacher to the district CFO, they must define metrics the same way. What is chronically absent? What is a course completion?
Because if definitions are inconsistent, your aggregate analysis for policymaking is just broken.
It's broken before it starts. Standardized metadata is essential.
So the data from the LMS system can seamlessly integrate with the data from the state assessment system. They're speaking the same language.
Exactly. And third, timely updates. Strategic analysis, especially predictive and prescriptive, relies on dynamic data. If a model flags an at-risk student based on data that's 3 weeks old,
You're too late. The action is irrelevant.
the data must reflect the current reality of the student's engagement.
Let's just underscore the real-world cost here. We aren't talking about losing a few percentage points on a report.
No, the stakes are much higher.
Poor data quality leads directly to incorrect interventions and inequitable decisions. Imagine a model using faulty demographic data. It might incorrectly flag an entire group as high risk, leading to misallocated resources, maybe stigmatizing those students, while the truly at-risk kids who are missed get no help.
And that completely undermines the entire purpose of using data.
It does. It undermines fairness and effectiveness. So high data quality isn't a technical preference. It's an ethical and strategic imperative.
Absolutely. With that foundation of high-quality data, we can finally talk about how analysis scales up to influence long-term strategy and policy.
Moving beyond just the classroom.
Far beyond. This is the ultimate expression of the strategic element in EDO.
So it's about moving from tactical fixes for individual students to creating, I guess, an enduring institutional resilience. Where does data analysis guide that long-term strategy?
It informs strategy across a few mission-critical areas. Firstly, curriculum design. Data helps identify systemic gaps. If longitudinal data shows 80% of graduates struggle with advanced college-level writing.
You don't just need a quick fix. You need to redesign the 9th grade English curriculum entirely.
Exactly. Informed by the analysis of those deficiencies. Secondly, data is essential for program effectiveness evaluation.
For all those expensive new initiatives.
All of them. New language immersion programs, tech rollouts, wellness initiatives. Strategic analysis provides the scorecard. It rigorously evaluates the return on investment.
And if the data shows a $1 million tutoring program is yielding minimal gains.
Policymakers need that data to shift those resources somewhere else.
And finally, it guides institutional strategy development itself.
Yep. Are we meeting our diversity goals? Are we attracting students who are likely to persist and graduate? The analysis informs the entire cycle of institutional review, goal setting, and budget planning.
So this all supports the creation of evidence-based educational policies.
It shifts decision-making away from being driven by political trends or anecdotal successes.
Or just, this is how we've always done it.
Right. And toward concrete, measurable results. It also helps stakeholders evaluate the long-term impact of today's decisions. If we cut funding for art classes now, predictive models can help forecast the potential long-term effect on student engagement and critical thinking.
It's an active, predictive feedback loop.
For continuous refinement.
It's clear this capability is transformative, but the material we've gathered is very deliberate about raising the immediate counterweight to all this power.
Ethics.
Constantly.
Absolutely. We are dealing with information that is intensely personal and highly predictive. We're often tracking minors and revealing sensitive patterns about their home life, their struggles, their future potential. The responsibility is immense.
And the potential for misuse is significant.
It is.
We're talking about highly protected data, academic records, behavioral logs that track an individual for a decade or more. So what are the non-negotiable requirements here?
The requirements are foundational. First, analytics must strictly respect all existing privacy laws, like FERPA in the U.S. But it's more than just compliance.
Right.
There has to be proactive adherence to clear ethical guidelines. Institutions have to determine what data can be collected versus what data should be collected, even if the tech allows it.
And there's a huge ethical imperative around bias.
A major one. The potential for predictive models to perpetuate or even amplify existing systemic biases is huge.
How so?
Well, if historical data shows that students from one specific low-income background have high dropout rates, a model trained on that data will likely continue to flag all future students from that background as high risk.
So the model, in effect, becomes a sophisticated tool for institutional discrimination. It labels students not based on their current efforts, but on past societal failures that are captured in the data.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
How do you prevent that?
The intervention must be fair and empowering. The institution has to be hyper-vigilant in auditing the model for algorithmic bias and making sure the prescribed action is supportive, not punitive. The goal is to deploy resources to interrupt the historical pattern, not just document its continuation.
And transparency is everything for community trust.
It's paramount. Institutions must be open about what data is collected, how it's being used, and what safeguards are in place to protect it. If the community sees this as intrusive surveillance,
Or a mechanism for punishment.
they will rightfully disengage, and the entire system loses its legitimacy. Fairness and transparency are the necessary stabilizing factors.
We've traveled from the raw data input through the complex ethical hurdles of this analysis, but all this strategic horsepower means nothing if the results can't be translated into action.
That's right. You have to bridge a significant communication gap.
A gap between who?
Between the highly specialized data analysts who speak in p-values and regression coefficients and the end users. The non-technical educators, counselors, and administrators who think in terms of pedagogy and student welfare.
So the results have to be communicated clearly.
Clearly, concisely, and in non-technical language. If a teacher needs a graduate degree in statistics to decipher a student report, that report is going to be ignored.
It's all about translation and framing.
The communication has to be framed in educationally meaningful terms, not just raw statistical metrics.
You can't tell a school principal, your new curriculum resulted in an increase of 0.4 standard deviations in composite scores.
They'll just stare at you blankly.
Right. You have to tell them, students using the new curriculum demonstrated a measurably stronger mastery of foundational concepts, equivalent to 3 extra months of learning compared to the control group. The investment was worthwhile.
The focus shifts entirely from the measurement to the meaning. Analysts have to use effective data visualization dashboards, heat maps, simple traffic light indicators to immediately convey insight.
And the recommendations have to be practical.
They have to be practical, step-by-step things that stakeholders can actually implement the next day. The communication isn't just a report, it's an instruction manual for improvement.
This whole deep dive has shown the immense power of these models. They can predict failure, diagnose flaws, prescribe remedies.
Yeah.
But we have to end where the sources conclude, with the acknowledgement of the absolute limitations of data analytics.
That is the ultimate takeaway. Analytics is a tool, an incredibly powerful, sophisticated tool, but it cannot capture all aspects of learning, motivation, and human behavior.
It is not a substitute for expertise.
It is fundamentally not a substitute for educational expertise, professional experience, or meaningful human interaction.
And if we rely too heavily on these models, there's a huge risk of oversimplification.
A severe risk. Education is a messy, unpredictable, holistic human endeavor. A model, by its very nature, has to simplify that reality down to a set of measurable variables.
It creates a clean version of a very dirty system.
And that simplification can cause decision makers to tragically ignore crucial qualitative insights, the human element that gives context its real power.
Give me an example.
Okay, the data might show a student's performance has dropped 15% and they get flagged as at risk. The model is correct.
But
only a teacher or a counselor engaging directly with that student can uncover the why. Maybe the student is dealing with a family medical crisis, or maybe they're experiencing debilitating anxiety that suppresses test performance but not their actual intelligence.
And a model would completely miss that.
Completely. That non-quantifiable qualitative insight is often the single most critical piece of information you need to craft an effective intervention.
So what does this all mean for you, the learner? It means the strategic value of the data lies in its ability to inform, but not to decide.
Right. The model tells you what is happening and what is likely to happen, but the human expert uses context, empathy, and professional judgment to determine why it is happening and how to best apply the solution.
Data informs. Humans decide. That human judgment remains absolutely essential for sound decision-making in education.
Absolutely.
That was a comprehensive analysis of educational data analysis. We went from the foundational building blocks all the way through the strategic progression of descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive action. We spent a lot of time emphasizing that the strategic use of data really hinges on acknowledging context, addressing those measurement challenges, and upholding crucial ethical standards.
And the central synthesis remains this tension. EAT provides this unprecedented power for targeted intervention and resource optimization, but its success is entirely contingent on analysts and administrators respecting the complexity of human behavior.
And acknowledging the limits of measurement.
Right, and ensuring that sound educational context and ultimately human professional judgment are layered into every single decision. The goal is to empower the teacher and the administrator, not to replace their expertise with an algorithm.
That leaves us with a final provocative thought for you to consider as you wrap up this deep dive. We discuss how challenging it is to measure vital, non-cognitive learning outcomes, things like creativity, leadership, collaboration.
Things that are subjective and contextual, but essential.
Exactly, essential for life's success. So given the increasing sophistication of data collection tracking keystrokes, social interactions, even emotional responses in digital learning environments,
the pressure is immense.
the pressure to use this technology to quantify the whole student is immense. So the question is, how might we, ethically and transparently, integrate these vital but subjective aspects of student development into future analytical frameworks? The ethical cost of doing so, without absolute transparency and privacy safeguards, could undermine the very trust that education relies upon.
It's a huge question.
We encourage you to explore that tension further. Thank you for joining us for the deep dive. If you've ever stopped to think about the massive machine that is modern government, whether it's, deciding where to build a new transit line, how to allocate disaster relief funds, or why a new tax policy was implemented, you realize that beneath all the layers of political debate, there's a fundamental engine driving those decisions.
And that engine is data.
It really is.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. When we talk about data analysis, I think most people's minds automatically jump to the private sector model. Silicon Valley algorithms, personalized ads.
Stock market modeling, that kind of thing.
Exactly. And the motivation there is, well, it's pretty singular, profit. Our deep dive today is about exploring a distinction that's subtle but profoundly important. Governments use data not for gain, but for maximizing public value.
Okay, let's unpack this. We want to give you a kind of high-speed shortcut to understanding this really complex world of evidence-based governance. We're going to look at what public data actually looks like. And spoiler, it's far messier than anything in the private sector. We'll get into the three critical types of analysis they perform, and crucially, these specific logistical, ethical, and political handcuffs that public sector analysts have to wear.
Handcuffs that their private sector counterparts just never have to worry about.
Not at all.
So to set the stage, let's zoom out for a second. Why are governments investing billions in these capabilities? It really boils down to three main goals that all serve the public.
Right. So first, they're aiming to improve public decision-making and policy effectiveness. So moving beyond just guesswork or anecdote.
And toward verifiable results. Second, and this is huge, the data effort is tied directly to enhancing transparency and accountability.
Which you need for democratic legitimacy.
You have to have it. The public needs to know why a decision was made, and the data provides the receipts, so to speak.
And the third goal?
The third is a relentless focus on improving efficiency and reducing waste, or, misuse of public resources. This isn't about generating revenue. It's about making sure taxpayer dollars achieve the maximum possible effect.
When you hold those three aims up against a corporate goal of just, say, maximizing shareholder profit,
you immediately see it's a whole different world. The focus is fundamentally on generating that non-monetary, very complex thing we call public value.
It creates a completely different incentive structure from the very beginning, doesn't it? I mean, that emphasis on accountability means public sector models have to be explainable.
They have to be auditable. You can't just have a proprietary black box algorithm making decisions about public services. It's just not acceptable.
So if the ultimate goal is public value, the raw material, the data itself, has to reflect the massive scope of government. When we start to look at the unique nature of public data, what are the characteristics that really jump out?
What's fascinating here is, first, the sheer scale and diversity. Government data is huge, yes, but its diversity is just staggering. It touches every single aspect of civic life.
Infrastructure, tax payments, individual health outcomes.
Education records, you name it. But the single most critical distinction, and this is really highlighted in the source material, is that this data is overwhelmingly administrative in nature.
I find that term administrative data so insightful because it tells you a story about where the data came from. Can you maybe elaborate on the practical difference there? Data collected for analysis versus data collected for administration.
Certainly. So data collected for analysis, think of a scientific survey or a market research study. It's designed from the ground up with statistical integrity in mind.
The end use is baked into the collection process.
Precisely. Administrative data, on the other hand, was collected as a necessary byproduct of just delivering a service or executing a mandate. Think about the form you file for unemployment benefits or a patient intake form at a hospital.
Or even just your quarterly tax remittance.
Exactly. The primary goal at that moment of collection isn't creating a clean data set for a future analyst. It's just about making sure the service gets delivered or the legal obligation is met.
So the person filling out that tax form isn't thinking, how will this integrate with the Department of Education's data warehouse in 10 years?
Of course not. And because it's collected in that context, not for pure analytical insight, it just carries these inherent challenges. You've got varying formats, inconsistent definitions, and often just overwhelming legacy system problems. This messy origin is really the first major hurdle for public analysts.
And that structural messiness is reflected in the sheer scope of the public data sources they're working with. Let's list some of those out because it really shows you how all-encompassing this is.
Okay, so you've got the foundational stuff. Core statistical inputs like census and demographic data, that's the bedrock for almost any long-term planning.
Then you have the massive financial and employment databases. We're talking tax records that track billions of transactions and labor statistics that are like a pulse on the economy.
And these aren't just simple spreadsheets. These are entire complex systems tracking dynamic economic movement in real time.
And it goes from the economy right into the most personal areas of life, things like health, education, and social services data.
Right. Tracking everything from vaccination rates and school enrollment to standardized test scores and how people are using welfare programs.
And finally, there's the operational data that just makes modern life function. Crime, transportation, environmental data.
That's everything from 911 dispatch logs and traffic flow sensors to air quality readings from monitors across the city. It's this constantly updating, multi-layered data landscape.
So if we connect this incredible diversity of data back to the bigger picture, you have to understand that this complexity is there to support extremely high-stakes decisions.
Yes, these are not small decisions.
We're not talking about optimizing the color of a button on a website here. These are decisions that directly impact infrastructure, public safety, and frankly, human lives.
Absolutely. The analytics have to be robust enough to justify enormous public investment. Which brings us to the critical decision areas where this stuff actually provides support, where the rubber meets the road.
The most immediate and constant application is policy design and evaluation. You just can't know if a major piece of legislation is actually working without rigorously analyzing the metrics it produces.
Did the policy actually reduce homelessness? Did it increase student performance? You need the data to answer that.
Then there's the fiscal heartbeat of government, budget allocation and fiscal planning.
Deciding where to put billions of public dollars for maximum effect. That often involves really sophisticated modeling to predict the return on investment in social terms, not just financial ones.
And we see the results of this all around us.
Wow.
Infrastructure planning and urban development.
Right. Decisions like, where are we going to site the next massive water treatment plant? Or where should we expand the urban growth boundary based on population projections? All of that is entirely data-driven.
The sources also point to high priority, daily applications like public safety and crime prevention efforts, and the very sensitive area of social welfare targeting.
Using data there is all about making sure that aid and intervention services actually reach the most vulnerable and needy populations as efficiently and as fairly as possible.
And then finally, there's the ongoing need for regulatory compliance monitoring across huge sectors, from food safety to environmental permitting. Every single one of these decisions carries enormous public weight.
And the analytics is the evidence layer. It's what's used to justify those often controversial choices to the public.
It's fascinating to see how those huge administrative data sets aren't just sitting in a server somewhere, but are being actively used. When we talk about how government analysts actually use this data, It moves through a pretty clear hierarchy, often called the 3 pillars of analysis.
That's right.
Let's start with the foundational layer, descriptive analytics.
Descriptive analytics is the starting point. It's the necessary foundation for everything else. Its core function is to answer the most fundamental question: what has happened?
So it's purely the historical view.
Purely historical. It doesn't speculate. It doesn't recommend. It just accounts for reality based on the data that was collected and summarizes it.
And its uses are really tied to the democratic function, aren't they? Accountability, public reporting, performance monitoring.
Exactly. This is the government's main way of showing its work to oversight bodies and to the public.
We see examples of this every day.
All the time. Think about the monthly release of the unemployment rate, or the annual report summarizing crime trends, or those public spending reports that show taxpayers exactly where their money went. It all establishes a baseline for performance.
And if you don't have that descriptive baseline, you have no way to know if you're improving or getting worse.
No way at all. But once you have that historical map, you can shift gears and start looking forward. And that brings us to the realm of predictive analytics.
This is where the government shifts from just reporting on the past to anticipating the future.
That's the perfect definition of its core function: estimating future events and their probabilities. The crucial implication here is that predictive analytics allows government to shift from being reactive,
Addressing problems after they happen,
to being proactive. It's how they try to get ahead of the curve to optimize their very limited time and money.
So instead of being caught off guard by a surge in demand for, say, emergency services, they try to forecast it.
With varying degrees of certainty, yes. What are some of the specific predictive applications that are really driving high-stakes policy?
Well, a huge ongoing effort is just estimating future demand for public services. For instance, predicting how many new school seats will be needed in a certain neighborhood in 5 years based on demographic shifts.
Or modeling the required hospital bed capacity for a forecasted flu season. If you get that wrong, the public system can actually break.
And then there's the enforcement side, which is often about identifying risk. They use predictive analysis to assess the risk of fraud or noncompliance.
Right, so this could be predicting the likelihood of tax evasion among certain types of businesses, or flagging applications for public aid that have a high probability of being fraudulent. It helps auditors focus their limited efforts.
And critically, forecasting the likelihood of adverse events.
This spans everything from using weather data to forecast flood zones and prioritize dam maintenance, all the way to epidemiological modeling that forecasts disease outbreaks.
Or even using traffic data to predict accident hotspots and decide where to put a new stoplight.
It all boils down to using data to establish early warning systems. If the model can predict a high-risk scenario, an outbreak, a crime surge, a failing water pipe, the government can deploy resources before the crisis hits. That's the essence of maximizing public value.
So you know what happened with descriptive? You have an idea of what might happen with predictive. That brings us to the top of the pyramid, prescriptive analytics.
Exactly. Now we're at the pinnacle.
Making the call. This is where the analysis directly informs what to do. The core function here is determining what should be done to get the best possible outcome, given all the constraints.
It's the critical difference between saying, there's an 80% chance of a power outage here next week, that's predictive, and saying, to minimize the outage, we must reroute power from substation A and dispatch crew 7 to this specific location immediately. That's prescriptive.
That's fascinating. So how does it actually arrive at that recommendation? It must be more than just looking at the prediction.
Oh, it's significantly more complex. It's a formula, really. It combines those predictive insights, the probabilities of different outcomes, with specific decision rules, cost constraints, and sophisticated optimization techniques.
So we're talking about things like linear programming models or advanced simulations.
We are. Without getting too technical, linear programming models are essentially trying to find the best possible outcome, what's called the objective function, while sticking to a strict list of limits or constraints.
Okay, so in the public sector, the objective function might be maximize positive social outcomes or minimize cost.
And the constraints are things like budget limits, legal mandates, or maximum allowable wait times for a service. Prescriptive analytics helps analysts figure out where to allocate their limited resources for the biggest bang for their buck.
It's basically modeling countless scenarios to find the policy path with the greatest impact.
Precisely. Which combination of public health campaigns, sanitation improvements, and infrastructure fixes will lower the rate of a specific disease for the lowest cost while still meeting all the regulatory rules? That's prescriptive analysis in action. It's what lets governments move beyond simple efficiency and into genuine optimization.
We've established that the goals are different, public value, not profit, and the methods are incredibly sophisticated. But let's dive into why doing this in government is so uniquely difficult compared to, say, Amazon optimizing its warehouse logistics.
It's a whole different ballgame. Government analysts face technical and philosophical hurdles that a private corporation just doesn't.
Let's start with the big technical headache: data quality and integration hurdles.
This really gets at why government analysis is so hard from a technical standpoint. If you remember our discussion on administrative data, we talked about its messy origin. Now, multiply that by hundreds of different agencies and departments using systems that span decades.
And you end up with a severe structural problem.
You do. The first and maybe the biggest hurdle is just massive fragmentation. The data lives in separate silos. The Department of Social Services has one database, the Department of Health has another.
And they were never designed to talk to each other.
Not at all. They use different technologies, different vendors, and that fragmentation leads directly to the second problem: fundamental inconsistency.
Inconsistent definitions and standards.
Right. Imagine trying to aggregate state-level data where the Department of Labor says full-time employee is 35 hours a week, but the Department of Commerce says it's 40 hours for their tax incentives.
That simple difference makes aggregation completely meaningless.
It does. And then you compound that with the fact that these systems are often based on decades-old legacy mainframes, and you're dealing with historical records on microfilm or paper.
And you get the third problem: missing or outdated records. Massive gaps in your ability to do long-term analysis.
All of this just stresses the critical, non-negotiable need for robust data governance. You can hire the sharpest data scientists in the world, but if the underlying data is a fragmented, inconsistent mess that takes months of manual cleaning,
the analysis won't be meaningful, or, crucially, it won't be trustworthy enough to base a high-stakes policy decision on.
Exactly. Data governance is highlighted as a primary challenge.
Now, let's pivot from the technical mess to the philosophical maze. How do you define success when the measure isn't profit? This is about measuring success beyond the bottom line.
And that is the core philosophical challenge. A business measures success with a balance sheet. A government has to measure its success by whether society is better off.
Which is inherently intangible.
It is. The challenge is immediate. Outcomes like community resilience or public trust or reduced inequality, they are just inherently harder to quantify than profit or market share.
It's easy to track how many widgets you sold. It's incredibly difficult to quantify the success of a program designed to reduce youth recidivism in terms of genuine long-term well-being.
Which is why there's this necessity for the very careful and calculated use of proxy measures. Since you can't always measure the true social outcome directly, analysts have to pick indicators that approximate success.
Can you give us a specific, concrete example of a proxy measure being used in policy?
Sure. A classic example would be a city trying to measure the effectiveness of new air quality regulations. The true outcome, improved long-term respiratory health for residents, takes decades to measure.
Right.
So they use a proxy. The reduction in emergency room visits for asthma attacks in that zip code over the next 2 years. That measurable outcome becomes a stand-in for the true policy goal.
But using proxies is risky, isn't it? If you pick the wrong one, or if people start gaming the system to optimize the proxy instead of the real goal.
Absolutely. You can misdirect policy entirely. The sources stress this. There's a concept known as Goodhart's Law, which basically says when a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure.
So if the goal becomes only reducing asthma ER visits, the city might stop focusing on air quality and start focusing on making it harder for people to get to the ER.
Precisely. The analyst has to constantly ensure the proxy stays tightly connected to the actual citizen well-being they're trying to improve.
This leads perfectly into the final constraint we need to talk about: policy context and fairness. We just can't treat government like a corporation where pure, simple efficiency is the only metric.
That's the ethical core of it. Government operates within these critical, non-negotiable constraints that can override simple data efficiency. First, there are rigid legal mandates.
You can't break privacy laws or violate constitutional rights, even if the data says it would be a more efficient outcome.
Of course not. Then you have political priorities that shift and evolve. A data model might show that closing 3 remote service centers would save 15% in costs.
But the political reality is that those centers serve powerful constituencies, and the decision maker can't just ignore the public mandate.
But maybe the most profound constraint is the paramount need for social equity considerations. An algorithm designed for maximum efficiency might, completely unintentionally, end up hurting historically marginalized populations.
Because the government's mandate is to serve all citizens equally.
Efficiency has to yield to fairness and equity.
So the core conclusion here is non-negotiable. Decisions cannot be based solely on data efficiency. Context, legal, political, and social is absolutely essential.
It's the difference between an algorithm deciding the fastest delivery route for a package and one deciding the optimal deployment of police patrols. The ethical complexity is magnified 1,000-fold.
Given those intense social equity constraints and the sheer sensitivity of the data they hold, the ethical and trust component of government analytics isn't like a secondary concern.
No, it's the operating environment itself. Let's focus on the serious business of handling sensitive information.
The ethical and legal burden the government carries is just enormous, because its data holdings contain the most sensitive personal information imaginable. Financial histories, medical records, criminal histories.
The deepest, most personal information about the entire population.
Which means mandatory compliance is table stakes. They have to adhere strictly to privacy laws, data protection regulations, specific rules like HIPAA for health data.
Rules that often go far beyond what a typical commercial company has to follow, with severe penalties for any misuse.
But beyond the letter of the law, there are these ethical imperatives. And the big one today is that government agencies must actively work to avoid algorithmic discrimination.
That is perhaps the single most significant analytical challenge they face right now.
Explain that risk.
The risk is that if you feed a predictive model historical data that reflects past societal biases, the model will just learn and perpetuate those biases. For example, if a community was historically over-policed, the data will inherently suggest that area requires more policing in the future.
So even if the model itself is statistically sound, it's just baking in the old biases.
Exactly. So the analysts have to ensure their models don't make things worse.
How do they even do that? You can't just wish the bias away.
They use specific mechanisms. They look for fairness metrics to assess if the model performs equally well across different demographic groups. They do disparate impact analyses to check if a decision, while neutral on its face, disproportionately affects a protected class.
And this all demands process transparency.
It does. You have to be able to explain how the model got to its decision so the public and oversight bodies can audit it for fairness.
And this all builds to the fundamental point. Trust. Trust is the foundation. If citizens don't trust how their data is being used, the analytical efforts will fail, no matter how accurate the predictions are.
We see this intense ethical pressure play out in analytics, applied to public safety and risk. These are the areas where the analysis directly impacts daily liberty and safety.
So data is used extensively for crime analysis and resource deployment, using predictive models to decide where and when to send officers.
Right. It's also used heavily in disaster response, predicting the path of a wildfire, estimating how many people need shelter during a hurricane, and for more routine things like improving traffic safety based on accident prediction modeling.
But the crucial caution here, and it's emphasized constantly in the source material, is that these applications must be applied cautiously to avoid those biased outcomes we talked about.
Absolutely. Think about risk assessment algorithms used in the criminal justice system, say, for setting bail. They have to be meticulously audited to ensure they aren't unfairly penalizing people based on factors that just correlate with race or poverty.
That level of scrutiny then drives transparency.
Right.
Which brings us to the role of open data and accountability in democratic governance.
Right. This is the counterbalance to the opacity of algorithms.
So internally, analytics helps monitor program performance and detect fraud or misuse of funds. It's like an automated internal audit function.
And externally, open data initiatives are critical. This is where the government releases non-sensitive aggregated data sets like city budget line items or transportation usage patterns so the public can scrutinize them.
And that public scrutiny strengthens democracy. When the data is open, the decisions become less of a black box. It holds the government accountable because they can't just assert success.
They have to provide the underlying metrics that validate their claims, allowing academics, journalists, and citizens to challenge or confirm what they're doing.
Yeah. Having covered the incredible potential and the severe constraints, it's really crucial that we temper expectations. We need to discuss the ceiling of data-driven decisions.
Yes. Analytics is a profoundly powerful tool, but it's fundamentally an input into governance, not a replacement for human judgment and policy wisdom.
Absolutely. The analysis can only go so far, and this often comes down to the risk of oversimplification. Data recommendations, especially from those prescriptive models aiming for maximum efficiency, can sometimes just steamroll complex social issues.
That's a great way to put it. The model, for instance, might suggest closing 2 old community health clinics because the raw numbers show low patient throughput.
But the human decision maker knows that one of those clinics provides the only access to care for a community with severe transportation barriers.
Exactly. The decision maker has to apply a necessary social equity override, even though it goes against the data-driven efficiency.
And then there's the inconvenient truth of political reality. Even the most sound, fact-based recommendation can face fierce political resistance.
The recommendation might be deeply unpopular, or it might challenge powerful interests. The analyst provides the map, but the politician is still driving the car.
Furthermore, not all policy outcomes are immediately measurable, are they?
Not at all. You might implement a massive education reform, but the true impact on student earnings or civic engagement might take 10 years to show up in the data. The model can't easily account for that kind of time lag.
So the core takeaway here, and it's one that needs to be constantly reinforced, is that analytics complements policy judgment. It doesn't replace it.
The data provides insight and probability. The human provides wisdom, context, and the adherence to ethics.
This reality then fundamentally changes how the results have to be communicated to the public. It's a unique challenge.
Communicating results effectively in the public sector is an art and a science.
You're not just talking to one type of customer. You've got these incredibly diverse target audiences. Policymakers need detailed reports with confidence intervals. Public officials need actionable guidelines.
And citizens just need accessible summaries of how it's going to impact their lives and their neighborhoods.
So effective communication has to pivot to emphasize the policy implications of the data.
Always. Instead of focusing on the technical jargon, you have to translate the finding into real-world choices. So instead of saying, our correlation coefficient improved by 0.1, you have to say, this implies that shifting our focus from small businesses to large corporations will likely increase tax compliance by 20%.
And this is where intellectual honesty becomes so important for maintaining that public trust we talked about.
Yes. It is absolutely essential to clearly communicate the trade-offs and the degree of uncertainty in the results. No predictive model is 100% certain, and people need to understand that.
They need to know they're making a bet based on the best available probability, not a guaranteed outcome.
Because that clear explanation is crucial for the adoption and legitimacy of the findings. If people don't understand the method or the uncertainty, they won't trust the result and they won't adopt the policy. #tag outro.
That was a comprehensive deep dive into the complex engine of evidence-based governance. Let's just briefly synthesize what really stood out.
For me, it was that evolution through the 3 analytical pillars, moving from just accounting for the past with descriptive to anticipating the future with predictive.
And finally, toward that goal of optimal resource allocation with prescriptive analysis.
And we learned that this whole engine runs on 2 core contrasting challenges. First, the technical reality. Fragmentation, legacy systems, and inconsistency are these massive hurdles because the data was collected administratively, not for analysis.
And second, the philosophical reality. That success has to be measured by something complex and non-financial, like citizen well-being.
Which requires the careful, often risky selection of proxy measures instead of just relying on a simple profit margin.
Understanding these principles, the constraints, the ethical burdens, the necessary shift from pure efficiency to fairness is really the only shortcut to understanding how modern government actually tries to operate.
It is.
To leave you with a final thought, we spent a lot of time discussing that essential tension between data efficiency and the imperative to avoid discrimination, especially in high-impact areas like social welfare and public safety.
So if we accept that public trust is critical for any of this to work, how does that imperative to ensure social equity and avoid bias shape the next generation of these predictive models?
That's the question.
Specifically, must these models sacrifice some measure of pure statistical efficiency? Maybe by limiting the factors they're allowed to consider or weighting fairness outcomes above cost in order to explicitly prioritize and guarantee equity in their outcomes.
That tension, that ethical trade-off between statistical efficiency and social justice is the key challenge facing every major public sector data team right now. Something to mull over as you think about the future of policy.
Indeed.
That's all for this deep dive. We'll talk to you next time.